Chapter 1081, The Returnee. With Patrick Bryan's chanting, the bones around the black casket were gradually stained with a dark green layer, blending with the white to bring out an extremely scary sensation. As the spirit dance became more intense, as though voices from the underworld were constantly reverberating, the bones floated up one by one, as though they possessed lives of their own. Then they were cast towards the heavy pitch-black casket, passing through the lid and entering as though they were incorporeal. The casket immediately transformed into a deep whirlpool that seemed like it couldn't be filled. It expanded on the spot, emitting a cold aura that was high and mighty. This made Patrick Bryan instinctively tremble and lower his head. This was an angel, the aura of a death consul. At that moment, the believers of death who were dancing all collapsed to the ground, their bodies convulsing, their consciousness muddled. Above the grey fog, with the help of his marionette's prayer points, the fool Klein let out a long breath. The leader of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction, the angel Heiter, didn't exceed his expectations. Using the enslavement that higher sequence beyonders of the death pathway had on lower sequence beyonders, he could directly obtain information from Patrick Bryan. From a certain point of view, this was an interrogation at the psyche level, something Klein was proficient at dealing with. He immediately let the red priest card fly into his hand and enter his body. All of a sudden, Klein had a dark red robe draped over him. His face was covered by a dark gold mask, and he wore a crown embedded with gems. Following that, he mobilized all the powers of the mysterious space he could, turning them into invisible torrents that surrounded the paper figurines he had prepared in advance. Through the prayer lights, it shot towards undying Patrick Bryan. At this moment, Patrick's body trembled slightly due to the feeling of submission he felt towards his teacher's aura, as though he could see layers of holy wings. Klein had hidden the exact appearance of the flaming angel, allowing a portion of it to be revealed. One holy wing after another enveloped Patrick before vanishing, causing him to hallucinate in confusion. As a sequence 4 demigod, he quickly came to his senses, realizing that he no longer yearned to submit. His consciousness seemed to have been pulled out of his body as he stared calmly at everything. At the same time, as a zealot, Patrick didn't hesitate to view Angel's embrace as a gift from death. At that moment, in the deep vortex formed from the black casket, an old and cold voice sounded out, one that could rip a person's soul from their body. Not bad. Any progress in awakening God recently? Patrick Bryan followed the instructions given by the Blessed and described his efforts in a half-truthful manner. After a series of questions and answers, the Death Domain angel Heiter didn't suspect anything. He calmly said, "Very good. Continue doing it. I will support you." He paused for a moment and nonchalantly said, "I'll send you an assistant first, a Sequence 5 gatekeeper to help you in completing the corresponding tasks." Is this what His Excellency mentioned about not being at ease with me? Teacher is indeed unwilling to see me gain the favor of God and threaten his position. Having been slowly influenced by Klein, Patrick, who had slowly changed his mindset, had no way of rejecting such kind intentions. He could only answer politely, "Yes, teacher." Just as he said that, the pitch-black vortex suddenly opened up, transforming into a mysterious pattern and conjuring a pair of indescribable double bronze doors. With a creaking sound, the door opened and a crack widened. There was still darkness behind the rift, and there seemed to be eyes hidden in the depths, quietly watching the outside. At that moment, a palm stretched out and rested on the door crack. With a tug, a figure leaped out. This was a young, tall man wearing a black robe with red linings, his hood pulled up. His facial features were gentle, and his skin was slightly brown. It was obvious at a glance that he was from a southern continent bloodline. Stepping on the solid ground beneath his feet, the young man didn't even glance at Patrick Bryan. He raised his head and looked into the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up as he narrowed his eyes and sighed. This intoxicating atmosphere. As a beyonder of the death pathway, to be ignored by someone whose sequence was lower than his, there was no doubt that Patrick was a little angry, but in front of his teacher, he had no choice but to follow the flow and end the ritual. During this process, the fool's response above the grey fog was even more intense than Patrick's, because through the grey fog's true vision, he could see the abnormality of the new gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's internal underworld expanded in an odd manner, covering every part of his body, and there was only one soul in that underworld. A young and handsome soul with red hair, signs of rotting on its face, and a flag mark on its glabella. It wore black, blood-stained armor. Klein wasn't unfamiliar with this soul, for he immediately recognized it. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. This fellow has returned to Backlund again, and had a certain working relationship with the Angel of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. Klein instinctively took out the Red Priest card and accommodated the Tyrant card before summoning the Sea God Scepter. He planned on giving the Red Angel evil spirit a zap of lightning storm, but as his thoughts raced, he restrained this impulse. This would expose Patrick's problem and let the angel from the death domain guess that something had happened to artificial death. This wasn't beneficial to the Evernite goddess's control and digestion of the death pathway's uniqueness. Amidst his thoughts, he quickly left the world above the grey fog and returned to the real world. He made his marionette secretly leave the clothing factory and teleport away with his body. He had originally planned on creating a shocking experience for Patrick Bryan after the ritual, but now he could only give up to prevent the Red Angel evil spirit from discovering him. Inside the clothing factory, the young gatekeeper pulled his hood even lower before turning his head slightly and looking in a particular direction outside. That was the spot where Klein's marionette, Conas Kilgore, had been hiding, nearly a kilometer away. After staring at it for a few seconds, the young gatekeeper revealed an obvious smile. Just as Patrick Bryan was about to say something, planning to use his identity to haze the envoy of his teacher, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned around in a bizarre manner, casting his gaze on another building in the factory. On the second floor, behind a glass window, there was a pair of emotionless black eyes staring at them. Patrick's body suddenly vanished. A cold wind blew, causing the glass window to rot silently and crumble into countless snowflakes. In the corresponding room, a skinny Patrick emerged. He saw that the master of that pair of cold black eyes was a rough mud doll. Who made the doll? Who moved it here? Patrick looked around cautiously. Just as he turned his gaze towards the corridor, the crude black eyes of the mud doll suddenly turned. Then it raised its hands and grabbed his neck. Halfway through the action, the mud doll seemed to lose its support and lost all mobility. Many cracks appeared on its surface as it instantly shattered into pieces. Patrick's figure disappeared first before he appeared in the corridor, staring at the collapsed doll as if facing a most powerful enemy. At that moment, he had really jumped in fright. Although there were all sorts of bizarre matters related to spirits, it was still quite scary for a puppet to suddenly come alive without the influence of an external spirit body. The mud doll lay there quietly in fragments. Patrick waited patiently for a while before finally confirming that there were no more abnormalities. He shuttled through the spirit world once again and returned to the place where the ritual had been held. At that moment, the heavy, pitch-black casket had completely decayed. The surrounding underworld believers were slowly recovering. Patrick looked around but could not find the young gatekeeper sent by his teacher. He didn't know when he had left. "Isn't he here to spy on me?" The demigod of the death pathway was at a loss. Taking into consideration the abnormal discovery he had made, Patrick didn't delay any further. He quickly snapped his followers awake and cleaned up the scene. After he was done, he suddenly heard a voice. "Is this clothing factory yours?" Patrick's figure instantly disappeared and appeared again, now facing the person who spoke. That was the young gatekeeper who had gone somewhere. "No," Patrick frowned slightly. "Not too stupid." The young gatekeeper nodded gently. Patrick narrowed his eyes and suppressed his anger. "Where did you go?" The young gatekeeper chuckled. "I visited some familiar spots and met a friend." Chapter 1082, Sudden Turn of Events. After teleporting back, Klein didn't delay at all, immediately setting up an altar to pray to death. "You are the essence of death. You are the Lord of the dead. You are the final home to all living beings. I pray for your help. I pray that you will know how to resolve the problem of the Red Angel evil spirit. He is possessed the body of a gatekeeper and is cooperating with the numinous episcopate's high priest, Hayter. He has come to Backland and been made an assistant to Patrick Bryan. With regard to this matter, there was really no choice but to seek help from the Evernite goddess. Ignoring the possibility of seeking out Ariana in a cooperation effort, even if he could finish off Sauron Einhorn Medici, the high priest Hayter would immediately understand that something major had happened. He could then connect it to other abnormalities and determine that there was something wrong with Artificial Death's condition, possibly creating mutually harmful acts of destruction. And if he ignored the Red Angel, this evil spirit who was a conspirer wouldn't take long to detect something abnormal with Patrick Bryan. No matter how I deal with it, it'll be a problem, as expected of an angel in the war domain. Even if he is a 3-in-1 spirit body, he can still create unresolvable problems. This must have actually been an idea that he gave Hayter. Actually, I do have an extreme idea. That is to let the Red Angel evil spirit be killed by other churches for another whole different matter. The difficulty with this approach is how to let an extremely experienced high-ranking conspirer fall into a trap. After the prayer ended, Klein casually let his thoughts wander as he waited patiently for a response. After more than 10 seconds, the herbal dregs were swept up by an invisible wind, landing on the table and forming words. His coming spells the raising of arms. What does that mean? Looking at the sentence that gave him a sense of déjà vu, he frowned slightly. As a seer, he habitually interpreted it. Due to the king's problem, Lone has fallen into the shadows of war. Hence, the Red Angel that symbolizes war came. This means that it might no longer be possible to stop the war. Upon reaching sequence 1, one would become a symbol of certain phenomena. As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, the invisible wind came to a stop. After waiting for a while and confirming this was all, he ended the ritual and cleared the altar. He then walked to the sofa and sat down. After a full 15 minutes, he didn't usher in the arrival of the matron of the Evernite cloister, Ariana. I don't have to deal with the Red Angel evil spirit, and I should just leave him be. Or, there's another solution, but my involvement isn't needed. In essence, he wasn't a devout believer of Evernite. Since the goddess said that he didn't need to bother about it, he naturally couldn't be bothered to do so. After all, this matter was not only extremely troublesome, but also extremely dangerous. Shaking his head, Klein took out a pen and paper from his pocket and began a dream divination. What had happened tonight made him feel that he couldn't waste any time. He had to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion as soon as possible. Above the fog sea, inside a steam-powered merchant ship that was extremely close to a pirate ship, men and older women were tied up and pushed to the edge of the deck, then thrown into the sea. The splashing sounds didn't affect the pirates at all, who guffawed over this bloodless massacre. After clearing the captives, they carried their guns and lanterns to the shipboard, preparing to enjoy the pitiful bugs struggling. However, under the light, the dark blue sea beside the boat quietly undulated. No one was there. They sank so quickly, a pirate blurted out in surprise. The leader of the pirate crew frowned. After looking for a while, he said, "Perhaps some sea monsters passed by and treated those who dared resist us as food bestowed by the gods. Perfect timing. If we feed it, it won't attack us." Upon saying this, the leader waved his hand. "Everyone, enjoy yourselves." As a fairly experienced pirate, he knew that there were many strange things at sea. It was best not to seek out the reason. Since it didn't harm him or his crew, he would thank the Lord of Storms. After making sure that there were people on duty, the pirates began gulping down copious amounts of alcohol, eating huge chunks of meat, and singing loudly, and fighting for the rights to the young female captives. In the noisy atmosphere, the pirate leader led a beautiful passenger he had taken a liking to into the captain's room, eagerly beginning the final process for that night of revelry. In the middle of the night, the tired pirate leader stretched out his right hand and touched something cold. He jolted awake. Through the crimson moonlight, he saw a piece of coarse wood in his arms. A series of branches with green leaves grew out from the wooden block, hugging him like a human's limbs. Pah! The pirate leader's pupils rapidly dilated. As he pushed away the wood, jumped off the bed and stumbled back, his mind filled with terror. He couldn't care less about his clothes, picking up a flintlock and cutlass before leaving the room immediately. Outside, there was a pirate on duty. When the pirate saw his leader open the door, he quickly asked, "How can I be happy to steal your ear?" The pirate leader had originally wanted to chide the other party for secretly drinking, but when he looked up, he saw that his subordinate's mouth and his surroundings were filled with golden grains. The pirate leader's scalp tightened as he felt a numbing chill run down his spine. At this moment, the door across the corridor opened as well. A pirate shouted with a sobbing tone, "Oh no! Boss, I have a lot of mushrooms growing there." As he spoke, the pirate ran out. At the same time, he felt his eyes itch. He raised his hand and rubbed his right eye. As he rubbed, a green vine slowly grew out from the gaps between his eye socket and his eyeball. There was a dark red grape at the end of it. The pirate leader's body froze when he saw this. He asked in a voice that didn't belong to him, "What did you guys encounter?" While rubbing his eye, the pirate who didn't notice the problem said, "A pole-like shadow struck me." "You?" The pirate, whose tongue was covered in golden wheat, echoed. The pirate leader's legs began to shake uncontrollably. He instinctively turned around and ran out of the cabin. At this moment he saw a long wall that looked like a shadow from a pole rapidly sweep towards him before lashing out. The shadow flashed and soon disappeared, as though it was a surreal nightmare. The pirate leader was just a beat slower before he subconsciously raised his hand to block. Then he looked at himself in panic and didn't find anything unusual. Thankfully, the pirate leader couldn't help but let out a sigh. Before he could finish, he suddenly heard a slightly muffled voice, "Thankfully." This voice seemed to come from his body. The pirate leader's pupils dilated to the extreme as he involuntarily lifted up his clothes. He then saw 3 cracks appear between his chest, 1 big, 2 small. 2 rows of white teeth were neatly arranged in the large crack, and in the middle of the small crack were 2 lively and nimble eyeballs embedded in them. It was a mouth and 2 eyes. "No!" a scream rang out from the boat, filled with indescribable terror. It was early in the morning. Klein got out of bed and began to wash up. Just as he was changing his clothes with the help of his valet Anuni, he saw butler Walter walk to the door. "Sir, Bishop Electra is here to pay a visit. Let him wait for me in the activity room where he can enjoy a cigar." Klein hesitated for a moment before saying. He suspected that this was a late response from the goddess. Walter immediately turned around and went downstairs. Before long, he returned and said, "Sir, Bishop Electra has already bade farewell and left. He wanted me to tell you that you must go to St. Samuel Cathedral in the morning. He said that the church and the government are going to hold an air raid drill together." "Air raid drill?" Klein frowned. At that moment, his spiritual perception was triggered. He turned around and looked out the window. In the air, there were rows of dark brown-colored airships approaching. These airships had slanted patterns of red, white, and yellow emblems. This was the flag of Fasak. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly understood what he had overlooked. War might not be initiated by the Lone Kingdom. An ancient and hidden organization definitely had very high-ranking members in other countries. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to affect the world's situation. Chapter 1083. Backland in Chaos. Although the Sonia Sea wasn't like the Fog Sea, the northern regions would occasionally fill up with a rather thick fog every autumn and winter morning. Alger Wilson's Blue Avenger was sailing in such an environment, following the borders of Sonia Island back to the lone coast. Within the pale white fog, the ghost ship quietly proceeded forward. Alger was wrapped by the wind as he stood in mid-air in front of the window, admiring the white world outside. Suddenly his eyes focused as some silvery white light flashed in his pupils. He saw a large sail through the fog in the distance, and a massive ship silently cruised past. This ship wasn't alone. Behind it were several similar ships, forming a fleet that spanned a great distance. Fasak's Sonia Sea Fleet. They've all been mobilized. Where are they heading? Alger's feet landed on the deck, his gaze immediately turning to Sonia Island. After the various exchanges at the Tarot Club, he was already certain that war was about to break out at any moment. To the Faesac Empire and the Loan Kingdom, Sonia Island was extremely important. If it were occupied by Loan, Faesac's eastern naval fleet would be completely blocked off in the cold north. Unable to vie for any colonies in the Sonia Sea or head to East Balam. And if Sonia Island was conquered by Faesac, they could use it as a base to attack all the ports in the north and central regions of Loan, including Enmat Harbour or Pritz Harbour. If the Faesac commander was more daring, he could even be able to directly target the capital Bakland, which was not far from the port. It was precisely because of this that the two countries had waged the 20-year war. Alger stared at this scene for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. Is war about to erupt? In Bakland, a large number of airships from Faesac had entered from North Burrow and arrived above the huge city. As soon as they drew near, the Holy Wind Cathedral seemed to have made certain precautions. The howling of the wind intensified, turning into several giant bluish-black blades that whistled towards the target like surface-to-air missiles. Seeing that the huge blades were about to hit the airbags of the airship, an invisible layer of defense appeared and shielded it from all the attacks. At the same time, the compartments for guns, projectile launchers, and cannons of the airship opened up and aimed downwards. Boom! As a hurricane around the Holy Wind Cathedral took form, a loud explosive boom emanated in every direction. In such a terrifying storm, the airships were like boats sailing through the sea where they met mountain-like waves. At that moment, blood and rust like beams of light flashed on the leading airship, enveloping all the others and connecting them together. Suddenly, Faesac's airship fleet had stabilized in the hurricane. The power of the high-level Red Priest pathway belonged to war, and war was the art of gathering the masses. This was the authority of a war bishop. After blocking this wave of attacks, they took advantage of the gap to deliver their bombs. This airship fleet didn't attempt to travel through Bakland. After entering North Burrow, it immediately turned to West Burrow, the center of politics for the Loan Kingdom. In North Burrow, at the Bakland University of Technology, the withered Intis parasol tree leaves swayed in the wind. Students were either carrying books or bags as they walked around the campus. As the first batch of students of this reorganized university, these young adults were full of vigor, looking forward to their future and discussing their ideals. Melissa Moretti walked amidst them as she raised her head to look at the wall clock at the top of the main teaching building and involuntarily hastened her pace. She had to go to Chancellor Moment's office today to prepare for the upcoming mechanical laboratory that was to be officially launched. This was something that she enjoyed greatly, which made her feel happy every day. Subconsciously, Melissa looked at the steam locomotive in the middle of the square. Its massive, complicated body was displaying its infinite charm. The corners of her lips curled into a smile as she moved to look away. Suddenly, a metallic grey object descended from the sky and landed in the middle of the square. Boom! The ground shook violently as all the windows of the main teaching building shattered. If not for the distance, Melissa might have been thrown up by the blast of air. Countless screams rang out, and like the other students, she fled in panic, not knowing what had happened. The billowing dust and smoke gradually fell. After hiding behind a tree, Melissa subconsciously looked at the spot where the explosion had just occurred. Her expression instantly froze, and her eyes glazed over. The steam locomotive's head was already in pieces, its components scattered everywhere. The students around it and those passing by had collapsed to the ground, their bodies no longer intact. Some were covered in blood, others charred. There was some moaning in pain. This scene was like an oil painting that wasn't realistic enough. Melissa stared at it in a daze. Carter, she knew that male student who had a great spirit for research. He would confidently say that he was going to be a ship engineer. Now he only had half his lower body left, his intestines all over the ground. Eudora, she was a student from the same faculty. Despite studying machinery, she loved poetry very much. Now, her leg was badly mutilated, and she was moaning half-consciously in pain. In just a few seconds, these people's futures had been cruelly changed. It was only when many teachers rushed out of the teaching block and started to rescue the injured that Melissa woke up from her trance. Listen to me. All of you are to split up into two groups. One batch will head to the laboratories and the other to Tiffany Cathedral. They all have an underground area that you can hide in. One of the teachers said, holding his breath and making arrangements with a clear voice. He looked around. Don't worry, the enemy's airship has already turned and gone to West Borough. There's no danger here. His words were accompanied by a rumbling explosion that came from the southwest. West Borough. The kingdom's parliament and various departments are there. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Melissa immediately thought of many things. The light in her eyes flickered as she suddenly pursed her lips tightly and ran towards the school gate, ignoring her teacher calling from behind. As she moved along a sheltered area, she quickly arrived on the streets, panting heavily. At that moment, she saw the subway entrance nearby. Although she was flustered, she still remembered what the teacher had just said. Underground area that you can hide in. Isn't the subway underground? The bombing has just started, and the subway probably hadn't stopped moving. As her thoughts raced, Melissa rushed towards the entrance. Upon going underground, she realized that the people here weren't as many as she had expected. Most ordinary people wouldn't think of hiding in here immediately. The subway had indeed not stopped moving, but no one was checking the tickets. After a short wait, Melissa ran over, her lips tightly pursed. After 3 stops, the subway stopped at King's Avenue. She squeezed through the crowd and rushed out of the carriage. She had already recovered her stamina. She ran along the stairs, quickly reaching the surface. At this moment, whatever she could see was in a state of chaos. Many buildings had collapsed as they were burning in scarlet flames. Broken limbs, blood, and the dead were everywhere. She could hear cries and screams. Upon seeing this scene, Melissa became even more anxious as she tried to run towards the 4-story building where the kingdom's Ministry of Finance was located. However, the area had already been sealed. She could see that many window panes had shattered and the walls were riddled with bullet holes. She tried to enter but was stopped by the soldiers who were maintaining order. This only served to increase her anxiety as her eyes reddened. At this moment, she saw a familiar figure. It was the black-haired, brown-eyed Benson, who wasn't wearing a hat. Upon seeing her, he immediately rushed over. He looked anxious and angry as he shouted, "Why are you here? Why aren't you hiding underground? I'm very safe here. Quick, follow me there." "Didn't you not go underground either?" Melissa, who had never been shouted at by her brother, wanted to instinctively retort, but her vision was already blurry. "Phew," after he shouted, he let out a breath and softened his tone. "It's good that you're okay. Quick, don't wander around on the streets." Upon hearing his words, the panic and concern in Melissa's heart calmed down. At this moment, she felt that even if she were to die, it wouldn't be that scary anymore. At least, she wouldn't be the only one left at home. At this moment, a bomb was blown over by a hurricane, landing towards the area. But suddenly the bomb changed directions abruptly and flew off horizontally. Boom! It exploded in midair, only stirring up a blast of air. Chapter 1084. The People in War. In the building at Sherwood Borough's 17 Minsk Street, the female owner, Stellan Sammer, and her maidservants heard a loud explosion from afar. She fearfully hid in a corner of the room, feeling as though the ground beneath her feet was trembling. Only after the constant, terrifying commotion started to fade away did she straighten her body and look left and right. What exactly happened? The 2 maidservants simultaneously shook their heads, both at a loss and afraid. As soon as she left the corner, she instinctively wanted to walk out and talk to her neighbors to figure out what had happened. However, she was worried that another attack would happen, so she had no choice but to pace around the living room. After a few minutes, she suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. She quickly turned her head and realized that her husband, Luke Sammer, had returned with his valet. "Aren't you working?" Stellan asked subconsciously. The stout Luke replied solemnly, "I happened to pass by the vicinity and came back immediately. Quick, put on your coat. Let's go to the cathedral now." "What happened?" Stellan asked again. Luke took 2 steps forward. "Facex airships are bombarding Backlund." "How could this be?" Stellan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Now is not the time to discuss this. We have to go to the cathedral immediately." Luke gave his wife a hug. "Don't worry too much. I think those airships aren't heading over." All right, Stellan replied in a panic. As she wore the coat the maidservant had brought over, she instinctively said with concern, "What about the children?" "They're at the church's school, so there will be people who will arrange for them to take shelter." "We don't have the time to reach them," Luke said calmly. "All right." Stellan made a prayer gesture. The two of them, along with their servants, quickly exited their house and walked towards the other end of the street. As she passed by Unit 58, Stellan took a glance and whispered, "Previously I had laughed at lawyer Jurgen, saying that he gave up a lot of opportunities in Backland from moving to the south just because of Mrs. Doris's ailments. Now I'm starting to envy him." Luke shot her a look. "Don't worry too much. It'll be fine." While walking quickly, Stellan couldn't help but ask, "Luke, are we fleeing Backland?" "No, there's no need," Luke answered firmly. "This was just an accident. Backland is the capital, so it has to be the most well-defended area. This time, it was just an oversight. The next time, the Phaeacians won't have another chance. The kingdom has the strongest military in the northern and southern continents. They will definitely be taught a lesson. After this, Backland will be the safest place to be." "I see." Stellan felt that her husband's words made sense. After the explanation, Luke fell silent for a few seconds. "However, we still have to make some preparations. Once the church announces that we can move freely, we'll immediately fetch the children back and buy more food. As much as we can." Inside a public school in the Backland Bridge area, Daisy and her classmates didn't realize what had happened. However, teachers still came to their classrooms and arranged for them to line up to head to the nearest cathedral. This made Daisy recall the great smog of Backland last year. Did something similar happen again? The trauma in her heart made her tremble slightly as she felt intense sadness and anger. When she passed by the door, she couldn't help but ask the teacher in charge, "Is it another disaster?" Maybe. The teacher didn't know the details. Is there a disaster like this every year? Or maybe even more than one? Daisy asked with a slightly ethereal voice with a tinge of innocence. The teacher looked at her with pity and shook his head. "All difficulties will pass. God will protect everyone." Daisy didn't waste his time and followed the crowd to the nearest cathedral in a somewhat blank manner. In North Borough at 22 Phelps Street, after hearing the explosion inside the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, the first thing Audrey did was to conceal her dragon scales before rushing to the window. Seeing the airships with the Phaeac flag, a thought flashed across her mind, the words that the world had said, as well as the mission of the psychology alchemists. She came to a realization. War had truly erupted. She immediately turned her head and said to Susie, her personal lady's maid, Annie and the others, "Quick, hide in St. Samuel Cathedral." Although she didn't know how to deal with an air raid, the education she received told her to go to a cathedral as soon as possible if she ever encountered danger. She instinctively wanted to rush back to Empress Borough to protect her mother, but considering that Annie and the others were ordinary people, she had no choice but to take care of them and accompany them to the cathedral. While secretly protecting her servants and the staff, she successfully entered St. Samuel Cathedral and saw a few bishops and priests approaching her. "Miss Audrey, you don't have to worry about the Earl and his wife, as well as Lord Hibbert. They have people to protect them. An air raid like this won't harm them." One of the bishops quickly brought her to the side to console her. After taking off her fishnet gloves, she nodded and asked, "What's the current situation like?" At 160 Beauclun Street, Butler Walter and a group of servants hid in an underground area which was used as a wine cellar. This was done under Dwayne Dantes' orders, and this gentleman had headed out to find Bishop Electra with his valet. After an unknown period of time, Walter and the others heard a knock on the door. Through the peephole, they confirmed that their employer had returned. "There aren't any more raids now, but it's best you hide at St. Samuel Cathedral for a while," Klein said as he surveyed the area. "Yes, sir," Walter replied on behalf of the servants before asking, "And after that?" Klein thought for a moment. "Once the church has verified the situation, we'll head to Magor Manor. You can bring your family along. No matter what, the capital is definitely a relatively safe place. The manor at the periphery definitely wouldn't be a target of air raids. There's enough food in Magor Manor, and there's a large supply of wine. Even if the war were to be extended, we won't have to worry about starving." Upon hearing the employer's words, the servants who had already formed a family immediately revealed looks of delight, wiping away their pale looks of fear. Walter expressed his gratitude. He said with some deliberation, "You can buy more food. Under such circumstances, no one will find it excessive. Also, there might not be any more attacks near Backlund, but I can't say the same for security. The manor outside the city must be on guard." Klein nodded. "I've also considered this. I'll discuss this with Member of Parliament Mucht about purchasing a batch of decommissioned weapons and bullets. You must practice more." As for the food, he didn't forbid Walter from buying it. This way, if a famine really happened, he would have the ability to save them. After discussing the follow-up procedures, everyone in the residence packed up their luggage. They followed their employer into St. Samuel Cathedral and arrived underground. With a single glance, he saw Audrey walking amidst the people, placating their moods. He smiled and nodded at her. Upon seeing Dwayne Dantes, Audrey smiled back, confirming that nothing major had happened from his attitude. Fours and Shio had moved again, but they were still at the borders of East Borough, even closer to the Backlund Bridge area. After waking up naturally, Fours rubbed her hair and walked out of the bedroom to prepare lunch. As she looked around, she saw Shio, who had gone out early, sitting on a chair and flipping through the newspapers. "What's wrong?" Fours asked blankly. Shio frowned. The Phasacians' air raids bombed North and West Borough. "What?" Fours first blurted out before recalling the matters that had been discussed at the Tarot Club. At that moment, a paperboy's voice came from outside. "Extra, extra! The kingdom declares war on Fasak! Extra, extra! The kingdom declares war on Fasak!" Chapter 1085. Scrutinizing the situation. "Extra! Extra! The kingdom declares war on Fasak!" On the way from Mega Manor to Backlund, Klein heard the paperboy shouting on the streets. Although he had already made preparations, he still sighed after confirming that the war had truly erupted, feeling depressed again. The grudge from having Sonia Island taken away, the conflict over colonial rights, the defeat from the previous war, the political corruption leading to a recession, the suffering of the lower class, the deepening rich-poor divide, the middle class's blind confidence, the intensifying conflict between political factions, and the king's faction wishing for war. With all these factors combined, it's almost inevitable for Lone to start a war. Reality is the best author. Jumping out from his past experience, Klein scrutinized the Lone Kingdom's situation from a fresh point of view. He realized that the tides of the times had already formed. Without a true deity's descent, it was completely unstoppable. In comparison, what puzzled him more was why the Fasak Empire would be willing to initiate a war. Could it be that the conflict between the various classes in Fasak has also completely escalated? With his lack of understanding, it was difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. The royal family, the Einhorn family, is in control of the Red Priest pathway. It's understandable that they crave war, but the Church of the God of Combat has no reason not to stop it. They lacked the motivation to help Ammon's brother advance to Sequence 0. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a theory. Did that brother of Ammon realize that the goddess has already acquired the uniqueness of the death pathway and is in a critical stage, so he revealed this information to the Church of the God of Combat? And the God of Combat is in a neighboring pathway with the goddess, so he will definitely make an intense response. Of course, it might not be done by the brother of Ammon. It might also be because of the numinous episcopate's angel, Hater. After being warned by Sauron Einhorn Medici, this conspirer expert discovered the abnormalities ahead of time. On the one hand, he pretends not to notice anything, and on the other, he pulled in the Church of the God of Combat to worsen the situation. The Red Angel evil spirit is truly a symbol of war. Klein's thoughts churned. This is really a battle that will sweep through the entire world. It involves battles at all levels. Is this what Amon's brother wants? Earth Mother likes the giants, and even amongst her blessed, they are Phasacians. Finapotter bears a bone-deep grudge with Lone and Intis. They might form an alliance with Fasak. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the situation in the northern continent would become abnormally chaotic. Even if he were a Sequence 4 demigod, under the tide of the times, there was no way for him to cause any major impact in this battle of gods. It would be pretty good if he could protect himself and the people he cared about. Previously, when the Fasak air fleet attacked, the first thing he did was arrange for his staff to hide. Then, he teleported to Backlund University of Technology. At that time, a bomb had already hit the ground. The only thing he was thankful for was that his sister, Melissa, wasn't within the vicinity of the explosion. Phew, he let out a slow sigh of relief. He turned his head to look out the window and saw that, after hearing that the kingdom was declaring war, a small number of pedestrians wore a look of horror. Most wore blank expressions with a look of panic. Klein retracted his gaze and looked at his valet, Inuni. From his eyes he realized that he was somewhat at a loss. He gave a half-smile and sighed, raising his hand to rub his temples and wiping away his depressed feelings. He thought about what he could do. No matter what, with this experience it's nearly impossible for Fasak to invade Backlund again. It would be safer for Benson and Melissa to stay here. What's most worrisome is the lack of food and various assassinations. The latter is nothing. The place where they live is decided by their own levels. They aren't anywhere close to coming into contact with someone important. As for the former, I can provide some help through Miss Audrey. The Winter County at the Holy Cathedral is the front line of every war. Ma'am Ariana might have returned to help. In that case, my greatest pillar of support is gone. In the past, I wasn't too worried about the effects the Red Angel evil spirit's return has on me. Now I have to raise my guard. Patrick Bryan knows very well that Dwayne Dantes is equivalent to Gehrman Sparrow, who is equivalent to the Blessed of Death. And now, this also means that the Red Angel evil spirit would be able to grasp this information in no time. The evil spirit currently only has a high level, but his actual standard shouldn't have recovered to the level of an angel. There's no irreconcilable feud between him and me. Even if he knows that Dantes is Gehrman, it would be very unlikely for him to deal with me directly. Is he using this to set up a conspiracy or sell the intelligence to someone who needs it? Many thoughts and names surfaced in his mind, but they were quickly eliminated. Suddenly, a name appeared in his mind: Zaratul. The leader of the secret order, the Sequence 1 Seer Pathway Angel who had returned to normalcy. According to Arodes, this powerful existence had already left his original location, and his whereabouts were unknown. Previously, he had been wondering if he would come to Backlund due to the law of Beyonder characteristic convergence. Medici and the Zaratul and Zoroast families were serving under the Solomon Empire. Even if they weren't friendly, they must be very familiar with each other. In the foggy town, Zaratul had met Gehrman Sparrow. If he really wants to pursue something, he would definitely chase after the crazy adventurer with a thought. Klein instinctively began to assume that Zaratul was in Backlund in search of Gehrman. At almost the same instant, he recalled the failure of the joint operation between Sharon and the Sanguine. The Rose School of Thought is also looking for Gehrman Sparrow, so would Zaratul, who received the corresponding news, work with them? Back then, the operation was on the brink of success. The Rose School of Thought's person in charge in Backlund had left in a hurry. Clearly, he had only noticed the problem at the last moment. With the Sanguine preparing the corresponding sealed artifact, it's rather impossible for such a failure to happen. Even the Sanguine Duke was puzzled, but what if it was thanks to the perceptive intuition of a Sequence 1 angel of the Seer Pathway? This would explain it perfectly. Back then, Zaratul was sitting opposite the Rose School of Thought's Backlund person in charge? The Rose School of Thought retreated in a panic, and had even deliberately left behind a doll to create moonlight and cleanse everything to cover up the existence of Zaratul. Also, the fact that Gehrman Sparrow has a certain relationship with the Death Consul isn't a secret. Will Zaratul spread out all his marionettes and sense if there's the power of death in Backlund? Previously, when Patrick Bryan was holding rituals, there was actually Zaratul's marionette watching him. If the Red Angel evil spirit has already sold the intelligence to Zaratul, then wouldn't my returning to Boakland Street be giving myself up? His pupils constricted, and he immediately said to the coachman in front, "Just stop here." I suddenly thought of something else I need to settle. After he said that, he felt extremely tense, afraid that the coachman wouldn't answer him. Fortunately, none of this happened. The horse carriage stopped by the side of the road, and with his valet and Uni, Klein walked towards a small alley nearby. Immediately following that, he snapped his fingers and allowed scarlet flames to emerge from his pocket, covering both himself and his marionette. He had to rush to St. Samuel Cathedral as soon as possible in a concealed manner. With a flash of flames, their two figures disappeared. However, after completing a leap, the flames within his senses suddenly disappeared. A spacious living room appeared in front of him. On an ordinary reclining chair was a tall and thin man. He was young and had southern continent blood in him. He looked rather handsome and appeared a little anemic. The Red Angel evil spirit, Sauron Einhorn Medici. This red angel played with a ball of scarlet red flames in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up. You actually sensed it earlier than I expected. Heh, using flaming jump in front of me. Chapter 1086, A Simple Inference. The moment he saw the Red Angel evil spirit, Klein's pupils dilated. The human-skinned glove on his left hand suddenly turned transparent. He didn't listen to what the other party had to say. His instinctive reaction was to immediately teleport away, but at this moment the spirit world that entered his eyes was different from usual. Countless transparent creatures in indescribable forms were all dyed in a color that was a mixture of iron and blood. The surrounding area was filled with thick smoke, and 7 rays of light that contained infinite knowledge were hidden above them. Klein's heart skipped a beat. He didn't rashly teleport. Upon seeing this, the Red Angel evil spirit chuckled. What are you afraid of? Zaratul? Upon hearing this, Klein subconsciously looked around, but he didn't discover anything unusual. The Red Angel evil spirit maintained that annoying smile and pointed to the sofa opposite the reclining chair. If I had already informed him that Dwayne Dantis is Gehrman Sparrow and that you will return to 160 Birkeland Street in the morning, then the person waiting in the wine cellar wouldn't be a living person. Instead, it would be your hung-up butler and servants, looking as though they were ham left to dry age. Sit. Under such circumstances, listening to my thoughts and intentions first isn't a bad thing. He imagined the scene described by the Red Angel. Although Klein had done similar things himself, his hair stood on end, and he was horrified. He kept his guard up, allowing the marionette Conas Kilgore, in the form of Dwayne Dantes, to sit on the sofa while he waited by the side, as though he was his personal servant, Enuni. He had unknowingly swapped places with his marionette and instantly changed their appearances. Perhaps it's because you just learned of this information from Patrick Bryan, and you haven't even informed Zaratul yet? Klein retorted through his marionette. At the same time, he determined from the Red Angel's words that Zaratul had really come to Backland. This was a complete and unrestricted, terrifying Sequence 1 angel. The Red Angel's gaze swept across the valet and his master before smiling. I'll be able to get something I want to know in 15 minutes from a fool like Patrick Bryan. Furthermore, an entire night and a morning have passed since the ritual. The Red Angel gently rocked the reclining chair. I'm not sure if you've heard of such a saying. When you choose a beyonder pathway, your corresponding friends and enemies will be determined. As for us, we aren't friends, but we aren't enemies either. Of course, you did have some conflicts with me, but no one suffered any great losses. To me, your growth will bring great trouble to a few people I hate. So I don't want to kill you in advance. I'm happy to see you continue your advancement. The Emperor had said similar words. A few people he hates. Klein deliberated and asked, Blasphemer Amon? Not that ignorant and not that stupid either, the Red Angel laughed and stroked his chin. After some thought, Klein calmly pointed out a question. Then you can definitely choose Zaratul. If he can rise up because of this, he will similarly bring about extreme trouble for Blasphemer Amon. Compared to him, I'm still too weak. The Red Angel nodded seriously. Indeed, that's what I thought in the beginning as well. A fellow like you, who isn't much stronger than a wild dog, what are you going to use to compete with the already Sequence 1 Zaratul? Die faster than anyone else. At this point he changed the topic and sighed. However, if one can choose the most ideal proposal in this world, that would be too wonderful. Before he could finish, a bloody gash appeared on his left cheek. The wound opened up like a mouth, revealing 2 rows of illusory white teeth. I've investigated. The collapse of the Sauron family was caused by Zaratul and Roselle. Is this the spirit left behind by the ancestor of the Sauron family? The dissociation of the Red Angel is worse than I imagined. No, this isn't a normal split personality, but 3 people stuffed into one body. No matter what they do, they have to first come to a unanimous decision. Or there will be internal strife. Klein believed that the Red Angel wasn't setting up a trap, but that he had no way of informing Zaratul of the relevant information. This is his weakness. I can use it in the future, he thought before asking, "Then why did you come to me?" Just to say those words. The Red Angel raised its hand to rub his left cheek, causing the mouth that appeared to slowly disappear. At the same time, he smiled. "Aren't you investigating the Lone Royal family? It seems to involve a high-ranking demoness named Katarina. If you have any tracks from her, inform me before you carry out any operation." Saintess of White Katarina. Why is the Red Angel looking for her? The Hunter Pathways Sequence 4 can cause women to become men. The Sequence 7 of the Demoness Pathway can make men into women. This should be 2 separate pathways that can be interchanged. The Red Angel can't find a suitable hunter characteristic, so it plans to jump to the Demoness Pathway? Klein was first taken aback before he used the secrets he knew of to come up with a guess. At that moment, the Red Angel looked at Dwayne Dantes and his valet and scoffed. "You have a great talent for provoking others." "I haven't said anything," Klein inwardly replied in a daze. The Red Angel curled his lips. "I can guess what you're thinking, unless you admit that you're ignorant. However, this might be a good thing for them." "Shut up!" A bloody mouth appeared on both sides of the Red Angel's cheeks. Looking at the dissociative identity disorder happening before him, Klein rationally gave up on the idea of going deeper into the topic. "It's not impossible to inform you in advance, but the problem is, how should I inform you?" From his point of view, the demoness of Unagin, Katarina, was a vile person, as was the Red Angel. It wasn't a bad thing to have them clash. The Red Angel smiled. "Of course it's by reciting my honorific name, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife." "Pui!" The mouths on both sides of his cheeks let out a disdainful sound. This is a standard deity's honorific name. After gaining control of the uniqueness to a certain extent, Medici has already become a quasi-god? Klein nodded thoughtfully and probed, "What do you know about the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor?" Upon hearing this name, the Red Angel's facial muscles twitched slightly before sneering. "Are you asking what the secret of the Lone Royal family is?" "You might not know this, but you might be familiar with the Blood Emperor's secret ruins," Klein said deliberately. The Red Angel suddenly laughed out loud. "Your tricks are so childish that they look like a 3-year-old's. Ha ha! The secret hidden by the Lone Royal family is very simple. I could guess it just by reading the newspapers." "You can guess it just by reading the newspapers?" Klein frowned and asked. The Red Angel finished laughing and curled his lips. "Of course, it needs some basic knowledge. How about this? I'll ask you a few questions, and you'll understand how simple the answer is. Is that Blood Emperor's secret ruins the kind known by the churches?" "No," Klein shook his head firmly. The Red Angel continued, "Do you know which sequence the Blood Emperor, Alistair Tudor, was in before he advanced to Sequence 0? "The Black Emperor Pathway Sequence 1, Prince of Abolition," Klein calmly replied. The Red Angel nodded slightly. "Did you know that before Alistair Trunsost became Blood Emperor, he was one of the 2 consuls of the Tudor-Trunsost United Empire, and that the ones supporting him were 6 of the 7 present deities, including Evernight and Storm?" Klein gave an affirmative answer. The half-slumped Red Angel crossed one leg over the other. "Then do you know that, after Alistair became Blood Emperor, he had truly gone mad and even died during the Battle of the Gods?" "Kind of," Klein said, not daring to be too sure. The Red Angel chuckled. "Then do you think that Alistair Tudor would have the rationality and opportunity to leave behind secret ruins after he became Blood Emperor?" "No," Klein slowly shook his head. The Red Angel spread his hands. Since it's a ruin left behind by a lister before he became Blood Emperor, and if the 6 deities who supported him aren't aware of it, what could it be? If you had a choice, would you take a path destined to go mad? Klein instantly thought of the 9 mausoleums that the Black Emperor needed in the ritual to become a god. To a prince of abolition, before the return of the former Black Emperor, secretly seeking out a way to advance to Black Emperor was something he wanted to do. "Is that ruin related to the Black Emperor?" he asked in a deep voice. The Red Angel rubbed his chin. "You seem to know the Black Emperor's ritual. Isn't that simple? What has the King of Lone been doing in the past 2 to 3 years? The Grain Act was abolished. There's the Civil Servant Unified Examination, a restructuring of the military. The House of Lords and Nobles are struck down a notch, strengthening the authority of the House of Commons. Isn't this something that was published in the newspapers? Besides, isn't it common knowledge that the Justiciar pathway can be switched to the Black Emperor pathway?" As many of these things were the trends of the times to Klein, he had never considered them from a mysticism perspective. Now that they were connected, he immediately understood. Soon he recalled something else. The last person who wanted to become Black Emperor was Roselle, and he happened to be related to Armand's brother. Chapter 1087, The Deities' Attitudes. The Grain Act was abolished. The Civil Servant Unified Examination. These seem to be in line with the trends of the times, but in essence they're oppressive, weakening the nobles and supporting a new class. Compared to the previous 1,000-year rule, this can really be considered to be against the norm. It's the order needed to become Black Emperor. For Roselle to be able to obtain the uniqueness and the corresponding Sequence 1 characteristic, that ancient secret organization must have put in quite a bit of effort. When this emperor perished, who took away those characteristics? From the looks of it, as long as a deity doesn't intervene, the revolution that the Black Emperor needs will definitely happen. It's just a matter of time. With the tides of the time surging over, it's really hard to stop it. That brother of Ammon is indeed a powerful and terrifying author. In the depths of the Blood Emperor's ruins, there should be a mausoleum similar to a pyramid. And according to the ritual requirements, one has to drive one's citizens to build it. Therefore, there are cases of people going missing and overseas slave trade. When the war develops to a certain stage, using the excuse of praying for victory or a national mourning, a huge gathering with a large number of citizens can be convened. What a great plan. When he was alerted by the Red Angel's questions, Klein's mind tensed up. He looked at the tall, thin, young gatekeeper and said after some deliberation, "George III wishes to directly become Black Emperor? But he isn't even at Sequence 4. The Red Angel evil spirit scoffed. "How do you know that George III is only Sequence 5? How are you so sure that the George III under investigation is the real one? Could it be that he was imagined into existence, or could it be a faceless at the angel level? These are truly very difficult things to accomplish, but to a certain zealot, these are all within the scope of one's ability and the resources in one's grasp. I suspect that George III is an official member of the secret organization that was created to mimic our Rose redemption. His true level might already be at the angel level. Heh, I wouldn't be surprised if he is already at Sequence 1. Roselle once said that the members of that ancient secret organization are all important figures that he couldn't imagine. When they combine forces, there's nothing that can't be done. This actually includes the king of a country? Klein made his marionette frown slightly. You seem to be able to see through the truth of this matter easily, but why hasn't the Church of Evernite, Storm, and Steam realized this problem? Their understanding of the Black Emperor is no less than yours. After all, the churches of Evernite and Storm had supported the Tudor Trunsost United Empire. The Red Angel wore an amused expression again as he sized up Dwayne Dantes and his valet. How old are you? Why are you still so naive and childish? The 6 deities and the 6 churches are not necessarily equivalent at times. The things the 6 deities know might not be told to the angels and saints beneath them. The Red Angel let out a chortle again. Trust me, what I said is undoubtedly a form of provocation to ruin the image of the 6 deities, but you can consider whether it's the truth. Let's put it this way. In regards to someone wanting to become the Black Emperor, the attitude of the 7 deities is rather ambiguous. They're happy to see a mentally sound Black Emperor be born, but they also wish that it's one they support. Therefore, they will not give any detailed revelations to the various churches. They will only follow the normal procedure and deliver punishment if there are results to the investigation. Otherwise, they will tacitly approve of its development. Of course, during this process, we cannot eliminate the possibility that a certain existence might want to do some damage, but it will not be so direct and obvious, because it will definitely be stopped by the other deities. If it wasn't because he knew of them taking such attitudes, how could George III dare take the risk? All right, now that the war has broken out, he has overcome the crisis. He can wait for the next opportunity. At that moment, Klein thought of the news that had been leaked out during the operation at the Blood Emperor ruins. He was momentarily unsure if he should suspect that the upper echelons of the 3 churches had a member of the ancient secret organization, or that a certain deity had personally reminded Armand's brother. After a moment of silence, Klein hesitantly asked, "So, as long as nothing goes wrong, George III will carry out the ritual to become a god, despite everything that he has done? And if everything goes smoothly and he survives the backlash, will he ascend to the throne of Black Emperor?" The Red Angel replied in a relaxed tone, "Is there a problem?" "Why would the 7 deities?" Klein couldn't help but ask. The Red Angel skid. "Do you want to know? If you want to know, I can tell you now." Just as he was about to say, "Of course," Klein suddenly recalled the warning that Mare Mariana had given him. "There are some things that make it easier to be infected, the more you know. Both your body and soul will be infected. Once you become an angel, you can seek out the exact answer." As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein made his marionette smile. "Forget it then. Very good. You nearly died out of curiosity and foolishness." The Red Angel shook his head regretfully. He then looked out the window. "If there's nothing else, you may leave." "All right." Klein made the marionette stand up and raise his right hand. At this moment, the half-slumped Red Angel suddenly asked, "I have this nagging feeling that if I had attacked you just now, you wouldn't be completely helpless. Am I right?" "Of course, why do you think I chose flaming jump instead of teleporting? That was to hide the burning of the paper crane in my wallet. This way, the snake of fate, Will Septin's gaze would silently land on me. If anything happens, he would use the yesterday once more charm. To deal with an existence at your level, one can't be too careful." Klein didn't directly answer the Red Angel's question. He smiled and expressed his tacit agreement. "Pah!" He snapped his fingers, causing scarlet flames to surge out of his pocket and envelop him. As the scarlet streams dispersed, his figure disappeared. In Backlund, at Dr. Aaron Sirris's home, in a black pram, the chubby baby rubbed his eyes and muttered silently, "Backlund really isn't suitable for children to live in." At 39 Berkland Street, having done a divination, Klein saw Member of Parliament Mucht, who was about to head to Westborough. "Didn't you go to Mager Manor?" "I'm planning on letting Rihanna and Hazel hide in Moose Manor." Mucht pinched the sockets of his eyes. "I wonder when this side effect will disappear." Klein retracted his gaze from this action and sighed. "I have to prepare some weapons for the manor, so I came to seek your help. Also, if you have the means to get food, you can help me buy some." In his opinion, the low-level citizens weren't able to stock up on food because they didn't have any money at all. Therefore, his purchase wouldn't affect them for the time being. Before food rationing was implemented, if Klein didn't stockpile, other rich people would do so. "No problem," Mucht agreed without any hesitation. Klein didn't ask about the price because he had given housekeeper Tanager a total of £5,000 for such matters. Of course, after confirming that Zaratul was in Backlund and that Dwayne Dantes being equivalent to Gairman Sparrow was known to the Red Angel, he decided not to return to Mager Manor. He planned on changing his identity so as not to affect the innocent. As for the excuse, it had been arranged by the Church of Evernite that he would perform certain tasks and was unable to return for a long period of time. If there was a charity event that required his help, he gave Miss Audrey the authority to stand in his place. Chapter 1088. Hiding in Secret. On the way to St. Samuel Cathedral from Buckland Street, Klein passed by the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation at 22 Phelps Street. He was surprised to find that the door was still open. As the initiator and current director, he placed quite a bit of concern over this matter, so he temporarily slowed down and walked over. Just as he entered the door, he saw Miss Audrey walking down from the second floor with her personal maidservant, a big golden retriever, and a few staff members. "Good afternoon. In this situation, there doesn't seem to be a need to insist on doing anything." Klein went forward and voiced out his doubts. Audrey held a newspaper in her hand. "Some of our beneficiaries were injured in the air raid. I just went to visit them and arranged for follow-up treatment." The noble lady's eyes were slightly red, as though she had seen all sorts of heart-wrenching scenes. "May the goddess bless them." Klein came to a realization and drew a crimson moon on his chest. He took the opportunity to say the idea that he had come up with long ago. "I plan to donate some more money to buy food, medicine, and medical equipment for the foundation. In this man-made disaster, we can do more things." "A brilliant idea. Those who are suffering will be grateful to you, Mr. Dantes." Audrey tapped her chest 4 times. There was obvious joy and pity in her eyes. "I will do my best as well." Klein nodded. "You don't have to praise me. At times like these, I only did what I should do. Apart from donating funds, I will also donate food. All of you can discuss this directly with my butler, Walter." "Yes, Miss Audrey, I can write a letter of authorization to you now so that you can use my name to transfer the resources of Magor Manor." "What about you, Mr. Dantes?" Audrey asked with a vague guess. "I received a notice from the church that I need to help them perform certain tasks. As for what they are, I haven't gone to St. Samuel Cathedral yet, so I'm not sure. The only thing I can confirm is that I have to travel around. I won't be able to return to Magor Manor for a long time." Klein gave the reason he had come up with previously. "Miss Audrey, during this period of time at the Foundation, I have come to understand your character and ability. Your background and standing also determine your visions and style. Handing these matters to you is the best solution I can come up with." Klein didn't expect his lies to fool a senior spectator. He only wanted to deceive the people around her. Does Mr. World want to temporarily give up on his identity as Dwayne Dantes so that he can perform certain matters in secret? Feeling enlightened, Audrey pretended to think. After a few seconds of silence, she said, "With the current situation, I can't refuse such a request." Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately got his personal servant, Inuni, to go upstairs to get paper and a pen. Then, while being witnessed by the staff, he personally drafted a letter of authorization, signed his name, and stamped his seal. After doing all of this, he cast his gaze at the newspaper in Audrey's hand. "Is there anything else? I just came back from outside the city. I only heard the paperboy shout that the kingdom has declared war on Faisak." Audrey pursed her lips and said with a slightly gloomy expression, "Not long after the airship fleet from Faisak attacked, their Sonia Sea Fleet took advantage of the thick fog to attack the Imperial Navy's base at Pritz Harbor. Fortunately, the Church of the Lord of Storms received a warning beforehand and sent a telegram. Pritz Harbor wasn't lost, but it lost quite a number of ships and factories. It said that many people died and were seriously injured." "This is war." Klein sighed. "Can I see how the king declared war?" Audrey knew that there was something wrong with King George III, so she could tell that Mr. World was hiding his contempt. She handed the newspaper over. It was the Tussock Times. Without needing to spread it open, he directly saw the king's declaration on the headlines. 708 years ago, the Phaeacians took away Sonia Island from us. A year ago, the Phaeacians stole half of our interests in East Ballan. Today, they bombarded Backland and attacked Pritz Harbor. Many Lonese were killed and injured, and their blood has stained the ground. There's no way for us to back down any further. We can only be bullied again and again by the Phaeacians if we back off. If we continue retreating, we will lose all our interests overseas. Countless workers will lose their jobs, and even more peasants will go bankrupt. Everything from the past and now states that justice is in our hands, and we have enough strength to seize complete victory. Everyone, I, your Emperor George III, represent the Parliament and the Kingdom's government to declare war on Faisak. Unless they raise the white flag and surrender, we will never stop advancing. Advance, we shall take back Sonia Island. Advance, we shall conquer St. Millum. Victory will definitely belong to us. The gods will be with us." Klein quickly browsed through it and used his clown ability to stop his lips from curling up. He then returned the newspaper to Audrey, took off his hat, and bowed. "I'll leave the rest to you." "I will. Please rest assured," Audrey bowed. Without any further delay, Klein left the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation with his valet and arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral. At that moment, the church no longer had many believers present. Most had returned to their homes, busy preparing for life with war having been declared. In the dark and quiet environment, Klein found a seat and sat down. He took off his hat, clasped his hands and softly recited the honorific name of the Evernite goddess, then said, "I received news from the Red Angel Evil Spirit that it's very likely that Zaratul has already arrived in Backland. As for the secret ruins of the Blood Emperor, there's a high chance that it's the mausoleum needed for the Black Emperor ritual." After the prayer, Klein waited patiently. He saw the Archbishop, Anthony Stevenson, enter from the side door and walk towards him. This saint was clean-shaven and wore a black robe with the Crimson Moon's emblem. He walked without making a sound, as though he was the night slowly descending. Anthony didn't say a word after he approached. He only signaled with his eyes before turning towards the library. With that, Klein got up, put on his hat and followed silently behind. His personal servant, Enuni, held his cane and walked to the entrance of the cathedral to wait. Outside the library, Archbishop Anthony turned around and revealed a smile. "War has erupted. There are too many things that need to be done. As a devout believer of the goddess, are you willing to provide some help?" "Indeed. From the looks of it, Mam Ariana has left Backland." As Klein sighed, he drew the Crimson Moon on his chest. "It's my honor. Praise the lady." After responding, he immediately asked, "What do you need me to do? I'll inform you when needed. Try not to go home during this period of time," St. Anthony said in an illogical tone. In an instant, Klein understood what he meant. He had to hide for now. They had no time to deal with Zaratul. At most, they could provide him protection within a certain range. "Just as I thought, the goddess is digesting the uniqueness of the death pathway. She will not be able to do a divine descent for a long period of time," he nodded gently. "Yes, Your Grace." "May the goddess bless you," St. Anthony drew the Crimson Moon. "Praise the lady, the only escape is tranquility," Klein responded with a familiar gesture. Then he left St. Samuel Cathedral and headed to another street with his valet. After walking for a while, both of them disappeared at some point in time. In a 2-bedroom rental apartment in East Borough, Klein, wearing an ordinary face, took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew at it. Soon, Reinette Tinnecker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. He directly said, "Tell Miss Sharon and Marie that Zaratul has come to Backland and is very likely to be in contact with the Rose School of Thought. They must be careful. It's best not to go to the Bravehearts bar in the near future." Zaratul. This time, Reinette Tinnecker's 4 heads spoke at the same time, as though they had spent a great deal of effort to recall who it was. Leader of the Secret Order, a Sequence 1 angel who once lost his mind before becoming normal again, Klein took out a gold coin and handed it to Miss Messenger. At that moment in the room, other than him, there were only his marionettes, Konas and Enuni. Chapter 1089, A Difficult Decision. After sitting for a while, Klein raised his hand to rub his temples. He then stood up, took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. He then conjured Gehrman Sparrow and, by praying to Mr. Fool, sent messages to Danitz and the hermit Catleya. The message for the former was to remind him to be careful of the Secret Order. Although he didn't believe that Zaratul would directly seek out Danitz, there was nothing wrong with reminding him. In the eyes of an angel, Danitz was more like bait that was deliberately thrown out. Therefore, it was highly likely that Zaratul would carefully avoid him. By the same logic, the message that Klein gave the hermit Catleya had the same content. However, the main point was for her to immediately contact Queen Mystic Bernadette, saying that Gehrman Sparrow wanted to meet her as soon as possible. In addition, he informed the Admiral of Stars that she was to decide if she wanted to purchase the Sequence 5 Druid and Sequence 4 Classical Metallurgist of the Planter Pathway. West of the Berserk Sea, on Theros Island, Danitz, who was gathering clues about Vice Admiral Ailment, held a cup filled with golden beer when his expression suddenly became extremely complicated. "What's wrong? You saw someone and recalled an indescribable encounter?" Anderson shook the Lanti proof in his hand as he teased Danitz. Danitz gulped down a mouthful of beer and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "We have to be careful of Secret Order members from now on." Ever since he met Gehrman Sparrow, such words were a common occurrence for him. His initial reaction had gone from panic to numbness and depression. He suspected that one day he would be wanted by all organizations except Mr. Fool's. Anderson sized up Danitz when he heard that as he chuckled. "Sometimes I feel that Gehrman Sparrow is more like a hunter than me. Heh, so the two of you have a special method of communication." Danitz was just about to say a few perfunctory words when a person from Intis rushed into the tavern, holding a telegram. "Fysak launched an air raid on Backlund. Lone has officially declared war." Declared war? Anderson and Danitz looked at each other. By relying on their pathway's characteristics, they acutely caught the scent of a large-scale war. Fysak attacked Backlund and Pritz Harbor, and in return, Lone has officially declared war. The 3 ironclad warship fleets weren't at the harbor, so there weren't many losses. Catleya's crew had gathered all sorts of information from telegrams. Just as she was thinking about how the pirate crew would react, she suddenly saw an endless grey fog and heard the word Gehrman Sparrow. "Be careful of the Secret Order members. Be careful of Zaratul." As someone from Intis, to a certain extent, what caught Catleya's attention was something with the least importance. And it was precisely because of this that she had no doubts about the world's request to meet the Queen as soon as possible. Finally, she said the 2 potion names softly: Druid, Classical Metallurgist. Catleya subconsciously walked to the window and cast her gaze down. On these seas, which had a time difference with Backlund, Frank Lee and Artisan Sea Elf, were leaning on the side of the ship, sunbathing. The former had a relaxed expression, but there was a pensive look in his eyes. The latter's face was pale, and his lips were quivering. Scattered over his clothes were mushrooms. Druid, ancient metallurgist, she repeated the 2 terms again, feeling as though something was pressing down on her. After about 10 seconds, she adjusted the heavy glasses on her nose bridge and consoled herself. Mr. Fool didn't give any warnings. It means it's not a big deal. With this thought in mind, specks of bright light floated down, forming a staircase of light between the captain's cabin window and the deck. Catleya went down the stairs and walked to Frank Lee and Sealf's side. After a few seconds of silence, she asked, "Frank, what are your dreams?" Only then did Frank Lee realize that his captain had arrived. He flipped to his feet. "Dreams?" He thought about it seriously. "I wish to be able to study the soil, the creation of objects, and crossbreeding techniques without restrictions, so as to ensure that humans will no longer be hungry anymore. Equality between people will be achieved. What you can do, I can do. What you can grow, I can also grow." Upon hearing this, Artisan Seal slowly got up and silently crouched to the side, opening his mouth and vomiting. Frank Lee continued without being affected. "In order to have such a world, one has to have sufficient food and resources, so I hope to create all kinds of creatures that can deal with different environments. Heh heh, everyone has their own tendencies. I prefer fish, beef and spores." Catleya finished listening with a deadpan expression. However, during this process, she repeatedly nudged the thick glasses on her nose thrice. After a moment of silence, she asked, "There's only one step left to your research now?" "That's right. I'm just short of a druid's ability for catalyzing it," Frank answered frankly. Catleya watched this scene quietly. With a flip of her hand, she produced a gold coin. Ding! The gold coin flipped up before landing in her palm, heads facing up. "I have the druid potion formula. It's from Gehrman Sparrow, 5,000 pounds, she explained in detail, as though deliberately telling Sealf who the true murderer was. A look of pure joy immediately appeared in Frank Lee's eyes. "He really is a swell guy. Captain, I've only saved up to 3,000 pounds. Can you lend me 2,000 pounds? Catalia fell silent once again. A few seconds later, she nodded, while Frank's expectant eyes were on her. Okay. In Northborough, at Backland Medical University's affiliated hospital, Eudora lay on the bed with a blank expression. She had woken up from her coma some time ago, but she hadn't opened her eyes. Thus, she heard the doctor tell her parents that the injury she received to her right leg likely couldn't be saved. They had to be prepared for an amputation procedure. After that, she lay down in a daze, feeling as though there were many people coming and going. Among them, the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation director, Audrey, had indicated that she was willing to pay for the subsequent treatments. The school's chancellor, Mr. Portland Moment, had promised to create the most advanced robotic limb for her. However, none of this dispelled the gloominess and despair in Eudora's heart. She wasn't even 18, and she had yet to enjoy the beauty of life. But now she was about to lose a leg and her dreams. Her family wasn't considered wealthy. Her father was the owner of a grocery store who believed in the Lord of Storms. He was violent, barbaric, and unwilling to reason with women. Her mother was timid and weak. If not for the fact that her family didn't have a second child, she wouldn't have been able to study at all. Previously, she had commented on how lucky she was that the Backland Technical School had been turned into the Backland University of Technology. This made her smile every day as she passed the joy to the people around her, while having the time to indulge in her hobby for poetry. Now, all of this had been mercilessly destroyed. After an unknown period of time, Eudora silently pulled up the blanket and covered her face. She let out a soft whimper. The crying didn't stop for a while. After a while, she suddenly lifted the blanket and saw a black figure standing by her bed. Half of the black figure's face was covered by mushrooms, while the other half was covered in weeds. In its hand was a wooden cane. Eudora couldn't even scream. The black figure touched her with the tip of the cane. She felt her heart return to normal while her right leg felt cold, as though she could feel it again. When she looked at the bedside again, the black figure wasn't there anymore. In her daze, Eudora moved her right leg and realized that it wasn't painful at all, as if she had never been hurt. She pulled up the blanket again and covered her face. A few seconds later, there was a sound of disbelief under the blanket, filled with fear, but also mixed with tears of joy. Chapter 1, 1090, Haunted Tales. In a cemetery in the suburbs of Pritz Harbor, the people who died in the airship bombings had been brought here. The priests and bishops of the three churches were busy comforting the souls of the dead. In that short day, many wives lost their husbands, many children lost their mothers, and many families were down to a single person. Wearing an ordinary-looking face, Klein stood among them and watched everything without saying a word, as if he had recalled the funeral he had attended before. While it was dark, he had just used life's cane to treat the injured in Backland and Pritz Harbor's various hospitals. He had also left behind a strange and horrifying urban myth to help him further digest the bizarro sorcerer potion. And he knew that, once such haunted tales spread like wildfire, Zaratul would immediately be able to understand what was going on and send his marionettes to monitor the corresponding areas. Hence, before the news spread, he relied on teleporting to travel to all the hospitals, leaving behind all sorts of horror stories. He believed that he would receive a great deal of feedback, allowing him to take a firm and huge step in the direction of completely digesting the potion. However, Klein didn't stop there. The existence of a conspiracy created by the Red Angel and the fact that Zaratul was in Backland was like a guillotine hanging above his head, urging him to continue searching for opportunities. Hence, he came here to witness the grief of the ordinary citizens. After a moment of silence, he retracted his gaze and turned to leave the cemetery. After arriving at an empty spot, his left glove quickly turned dark blue and slippery fish scales grew out. With a whoosh, the wind swept over, and Klein flew up into the air towards the harbor. In the sea beyond the land, the Sonia Sea Fleet from the Fasak Empire was quietly waiting, as if prepared to launch another bombardment after daybreak. Soon, Klein arrived above the harbor ruins and looked at the faint flames in the dark night. At the same time, his two marionettes had used flaming jump to rush over from the ground, splitting up into different hidden locations. From what he had heard and seen, he didn't have any doubts towards what he was about to do. However, he was still confused. Taking revenge on the invaders was a legitimate matter, but if he were to seriously injure the Fasak fleet, the happiest person would be King George III, the true mastermind behind all of this. There are too many principles in this world, but only those who have truly experienced it will realize that there are times when doing nothing is the correct path. It will fill one's heart with conflict. With a sigh, Klein turned his attention to the information he had received from the Hanged Man. The commander of the Sonia Sea Fleet was Admiral Aegor Einhorn. He was a demigod from the royal family, a Sequence 4 iron-blooded knight of the Red Priest pathway. Through this information, together with the contents of the Red Priest card, more key points surfaced in Klein's mind. Iron-blooded knight can make women turn into men, and also make them have courage that is comparable to steel. Not only can they control multiple types of flames, but they're also masters in this domain. On the Nepos, the flagship of the Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet, a burly man with a thick beard more than 2 meters tall, Aegor Einhorn was sitting behind a desk. As he drank Sonia blood wine, he pondered what to do next. After daybreak, Lone's airship crew will definitely attack. Their ironclad warship and the corresponding fleet will return soon. If they continue staying here, I'll be left in a passive situation. Retreating is the best option. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to become a war bishop before this. Otherwise, I might have a chance to advance to the level of an angel after the war. Only a war bishop can truly unleash the strength of an army. In the midst of his thoughts, he planned on using the hidden connection between an iron-blooded knight and the soldiers under his command to inform his adjutant to pay him a visit. Suddenly, he looked up at the door. Thump! There was a knock on the door, and it instantly reverberated in the quiet room. An advance warning before an attack, this thought flashed across Aegor's mind, and he became extremely tense. In a battle between demigods, giving an advance notice was either a warning without any follow-ups, or it meant that the attacker's level far exceeded the target. As a senior iron-blooded knight, Aegor instinctively considered the worst situation. He immediately woke up every sailor and soldier on the Nepos to establish a connection with him. At that moment, the noise sounded again. Boom. This time, the knocking sound was comparable to the loud boom of a salvo, making Aegor feel like a bomb had exploded in his ears. Under his high-strung nerves, he carefully listened. This wasn't much different from the roar of a cataclysmic interra. In an instant, his ears buzzed and he felt dizzy. He quickly spread out the damage and let every member of the Nepos hear a faint buzz. Then, he grabbed the fountain pen on the table and threw it at the door. This dark red fountain pen left after-images along the way, like a cannonball that had been fired. Boom! The door cracked open, revealing the person in the corridor. It was a man in a black trench coat. His body was as thin as paper, and his face had no facial features. At that moment, the fountain pen had already exploded. The tiny fragments were like storms brought about by the sweeping of a machine gun, embroiling the person who knocked and tearing him into pieces. Aegor didn't relax. Instead, he stood up and looked around warily. He clearly knew that the person who had knocked hadn't appeared. At this moment, the adjutant, whose bunk was diagonally across from him, opened the door and ran out. When he saw the flesh and blood on the ground, he said in surprise, "Admiral, what happened?" "There's an intruder." Before Aegor could finish his sentence, his gaze suddenly froze on the adjutant. He retracted his gaze from the flesh and blood on the ground and slowly raised his head. There were no eyebrows, eyes, nose, or mouth on his face. It was the same as the person who had knocked just now. Igor's heart palpitated and his entire body ignited, transforming into flames that shot out in all directions, surrounding the adjutant. The fire quickly spread, revealing the already charred figure. When the cold wind blew past, the adjutant collapsed into a pile of ashes. The flames didn't stop as they flew out of the room, forming a tall and burly Aegor in midair. At that moment, he saw seagulls flying around him. All of them had a human head without any facial features, their heads bare. Aegor let out a secret grunt as a blazing flame surrounded him, before he sent it towards the strange seagulls. At that moment, he heard the sound of metal rubbing against each other and immediately looked over with the help of the soldiers. On one of the other sail-powered battleships of the fleet, the cannons seemed to come alive. They turned around and aimed into the air. As for the cannonballs, they actively leaped into the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. The moment these shells were fired, they were struck by fireballs that followed different trajectories, exploding prematurely mid-flight. Seizing this opportunity, Igor quickly recited the honorific name of the highest commander in the Sonia Sea Theatre, a weather warlock from the royal family. The ruler of the fog of the battlefield, the symbol of weather flux, the totem of the storm and lightning, the great Awatoma Einhorn. This was also the reason why it was difficult to kill a demigod of the same level when an advanced warning was given. They could always find an opportunity to seek help. Of course, the main goal of the attacker, Klein, was to create a bizarre scene to scare a demigod and help him digest his potion. He had no intention of completing the hunt. Upon seeing this, he hid beneath the water. Having achieved his goal, he immediately got Konus and Enuni to swap locations over to him and teleport away. As for Egor, he didn't let his guard down, remaining extremely tense. Only when the angel responded did he finally feel at ease. Following that, he didn't let the fleet stay any longer. He abandoned the sail-powered battleship that had turned into an urban myth, and he left those waters. After a while, a seagull flew over and landed on the now silent ship. The seagull had obvious dark eye circles. It looked around and said in the language of humans, "I can smell the aura of a seer demigod." Chapter 1, 1091. Asking himself. In a cramped rental apartment in East Borough, Klein, wearing a rather thick jacket, stood behind a desk and looked at the glass window, carefully sensing the speed at which the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was being digested. It's really fast. It's even more than the first 3 months of my digestion combined. Before I received life's cane, I couldn't provide sufficient treatment. I had to make sure that the heart of the target could withstand the fright, so I wasn't able to go to the hospital to create an urban myth. Similarly, if it wasn't for the fact that a war broke out, it would be rather difficult to find other demigods. Klein shifted his attention away from himself and sighed silently. He then repeated a word in his mind: war. At this moment, the street lamps in the distance were lit up. East Borough was pitch black, with the occasional policeman patrolling the streets with lanterns. In the past, these policemen wouldn't have been so enthusiastic. Now that the war had broken out, they had to carry out the corresponding curfew orders to ensure order and security. War. Klein repeated the word softly again, and in a daze he saw a part of the ending. King George III has finally broken through the shackles. He's no longer worried that any of the 7 deities will strongly object to his apotheosis and can officially push for the various rituals needed of Black Emperor. The Einhorn family of Fasak used this war to allow its key members to significantly digest their potions. As for Ammon's brother, he can consume the potion during these tumultuous times and experience a transformation to become a visionary, allowing this world to have another true god. As Klein's thoughts drifted, a question suddenly popped up in his mind. Can I accept such an outcome? He opened his mouth and slowly closed it. Everything he saw seemed to pass through the limitations of time and space before returning to another place. It was the extremely thick, slightly pungent, cold and moist smog which had permeated through the entirety of Backlund. It was the tramps who were suffering from ailments, hunger, pain and cold before being pushed to the brink of death. It was a hard-working widow who had abandoned all her dignity to support her 2 children, only to have the roof collapse in the great smog, the child she wanted to protect dying in her arms. It was a young girl who yearned to study and fantasized about a bright future, doting on her mother and her younger sister, only to no longer be able to see the future she longed for after the great smog. It was a girl who desperately took in knowledge under the care of her mother and elder sister, hoping to improve herself and let her family live an ideal life, only to have all of this ultimately shatter. They were living beings that fell to the ground like straw, one family after another, one human after another. They would never be able to erase the pain in their bones. It was a student who clearly had a bright future, but only half of his body was left. His intestines splattered all over the ground. They were children who returned home from school only to suddenly realize that they had lost their parents and had become orphans. It was the pain of writhing on the ground while crawling with great difficulty. He was an ordinary person who wanted to approach the future, but was powerless to swallow his last breath. It was the people in the cemetery who were so silent that it made one's heart ache, or those who cried until they fainted several times. It was a land stained with blood, air filled with gunpowder, and cold, ruthless shells. And for the mastermind behind all of this, the greatest murderer, he would step up to the divine throne over piles of corpses, only to receive cheers and escape his mortal coils. Can you accept such a development? Can you accept such an arrangement? Can you accept such an outcome? After a moment of silence, Klein suddenly spoke with a deep voice. No, I can't. This voice immediately echoed in the room. It was layered and interlinked. No, I don't accept it. There were still lingering echoes in his ears as the corners of his mouth curled up. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. The 7 deities already tacitly accepted it. What meaning is there even if you don't accept it? Once again, he fell silent. After a long while, he finally exhaled and said to himself with a calm expression, even if it's meaningless, some things still ought to be done. The corners of his mouth curled up. He looked away, turned around, and entered the room inside the rental flat. Although he had already made up his mind, he had no intention of doing it rashly. With his current level and status, no matter how hard he tried, it would be difficult for him to affect George III's matters. Other than throwing away his life, there wouldn't be any other outcome. Furthermore, if this resulted in chaos in the Lone Kingdom during a critical period of the war, the deaths of the innocent would only be 10 times or even 100 times worse than the Great Smog. All I can do now is make preparations. On the one hand, I have to improve myself. On the other, I have to make more preparations and patiently wait for an opportunity. Klein muttered silently. He found a black sticky blob and split it into 2 before smearing one half uniformly on a mirror. This was a way to contact Demoness Trissy. However, when all the black objects disappeared, there was still no abnormality in the mirror. There's no response. After being frightened by an angel like Miss Messenger, Trissy has already decided not to have any contact with Gehrman Sparrow. Klein sighed and walked to the bed to sit down. His thoughts quickly shifted to the reason why the Demoness sect had helped King George III. One of them is that the Demonesses need a catastrophe to digest the potion and hold a ritual. The other is that George III has made a promise to them. He promised them that they could openly spread their religion? No, this should be something that the 7 deities wouldn't allow. In that case, the 7 deities that know that George III is working with the Demoness sect shouldn't let him become the Black Emperor. The promise is for something else. The Demoness pathway has a true god, and there are very few valuable items left outside. Similar pathways? Isn't that the Red Priest pathway? George III. No, Amon's brother doesn't only know of the secret mausoleum needed by the Black Emperor from Alistair Tudor, but he also obtained the angel-level characteristics or Grade 0 sealed artifacts of the Red Priest pathway, with the condition that having a sequence 0 means no sequence 1. This is probably the greatest hope for the upper echelons of the Demoness sect to advance further. This can explain why the Demoness sect is providing help. The Red Angel evil spirit is searching for Saintess of White Katerina, and it doesn't seem to be as simple as he said. Klein's train of thought gradually became clear. He decided to use Saintess of White Katerina as a breakthrough point, making her his next target. However, before that, he had to listen to what Queen Mystic had predicted. Only by understanding the situation could he find and seize the opportunity. The next morning, the hermit Cataleya conveyed the words of Queen Mystic Bernadette. Today between 12 to 12:30 p.m. at Srenzo Restaurant, Golden Theatre. It was the name of a private room. When Klein arrived at 11:55 a.m., he used an illusion to deceive the waiter, and he walked all the way to the room and waited patiently. After a while, he took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. With that, he put it away and counted down to 10 silently. Then he raised his hand and knocked on the door of the Golden Theatre. At that moment his marionette, Konos, was sitting on a bench across the restaurant and reading the newspapers leisurely. Enuni was with a group of students, giving off a flyer that promoted the evilness of Faisak. Of course, the three of them would switch positions from time to time. "Come in," Bernadette's voice came from the room. Very impressive. "I didn't notice anyone inside," Klein mumbled to himself before turning the doorknob and pushing the door open. The first thing he saw was large swaths of gold before noticing the chestnut-haired woman sitting at the head of the table. Chapter 1092. Ridiculous People. Bernadette was wearing an Intiz-styled blouse and was sitting there quietly. Her chestnut-colored hair was naturally draped over her shoulders, and she had the aura of a female professional from Earth who had been in a high position for a long period of time. The Emperor's sense of aesthetics still has quite the influence over Queen Mystic. Klein took off his hat and pressed it to his chest, bowing slightly before pulling out a chair and sitting down. With a sweep of her blue eyes that resembled the deep blue sea, Bernadette's gentle and calm voice rang out, "Why did you contact me so urgently this time? Aren't you a clairvoyant? Didn't you receive a hint of a revelation?" Klein subconsciously replied in his mind before he felt that he was being too arrogant. This should be the after effects of interacting with the Red Angel evil spirit for too long. He quickly did a self-analysis. He pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you attained what you wanted to achieve in Backland?" Bernadette slowly shook her head. "No. You can even say that I failed." "Oh." Klein used a tone to express his surprise. Bernadette glanced at him and said unhurriedly, "There's a strange name for the Sequence 2 potion of the Mystery Prior Pathway. It's called the Sage. To advance to this level, one has to prevent a disaster that involves a higher level of power. Sage. So that's where Sage of the Hidden Sage comes from." Klein was momentarily enlightened. He heard her continue. "I anticipated such an opportunity in Backland, so I came here a few years in advance to make preparations. I've recently been waiting for it for a long time. Unfortunately, I predicted that it would happen in the second half of this year. Last year, I wasn't in Backland at the end of the year, so I wasn't able to stop the Great Smog. And in this war, I tried my best to do something, and I achieved something. But to my surprise, Faisak directly attacked Backland with an air raid, and the disaster ultimately erupted." "That's why you said you failed." Klein nodded indiscernibly and sighed. "I didn't expect the ones to start the war to be the Faisasians either." As he spoke, he sighed inwardly. The difficulty of Queen Mystic's advancement ritual was controversial. It all depended on one's luck. One had to know that before he became a demigod, Klein had already stopped the true creator from descending, saving Tingen and Backland, which were feats that could definitely satisfy the ritual requirements. But under normal circumstances there weren't as many disasters like these. He silently took a deep breath and looked at Queen Mystic, adding, "This war involves the Son of the Creator, King of Angels, and the true deities. It's not something you can stop." With Bernadette's knowledge and experience, she still had some changes to her facial expression when she heard the sentence. She repeated a few keywords in a low voice. "The Son of the Creator, King of Angels, deities." She wasn't too surprised by this, as if she had already made a prediction. However, even if she was a clairvoyant, she wasn't able to pry into the script composed by Armand's brother. After repeating it again, she fell silent for 2 to 3 seconds before sighing to herself. "So that's the reason." Klein adjusted his posture. "Actually, to you, this war is also an opportunity. Next, there will be many disasters, including the clashing of powers at the angel level. I believe that you should at least be in control of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. You can stop certain matters from happening at the critical moment." Bernadette nodded gently and agreed with what he said. She also tacitly acknowledged that she possessed at least one Grade 0 sealed artifact. Of course, as the daughter of the protagonist of the previous era, it would be unbelievable if her father didn't leave her one or two. After tacitly agreeing, Queen Mystic's gentle but emotionless voice changed slightly. "However, I still don't like war, even though it will give me a chance. I once hated him and couldn't understand him. That's why I didn't call him father for many years. It's because he did too many things against the trend of the times and hurt the innocent. I couldn't accept my heroic father turning into a crazy tyrant. And now, through the answers from the entity behind you and my own investigations, I somewhat understand his situation. I understand that he was suffering from despair, pain, and loneliness. I understand him as a drowning person, only struggling on instinct. When Klein heard that, he sighed and felt his emotions in turmoil. In this world, the only people who understood Roselle Gustave the most were probably the two people sitting here. Of course, this feeling didn't stop him from sensing that Queen Mystic's condition was a little different today. In the past few times they had met, she had never said so much, nor had she opened her heart so directly. After some thought, Klein pretended not to notice and asked, "When did he start changing? Do you think there was any prior warning?" Queen Mystic's deep blue eyes moved slightly, as though she had sunken into a trove of memories. After a while, she slowly said, "Not long ago, he proudly said to me, 'Haven't you always wanted to know what's surrounding our moon and other planets? In the future, our journey might be towards the Sea of Stars.'" The Sea of Stars. What's on the moon and other planets, as Klein pondered, he suddenly recalled a keyword and something. The keyword was cosmos. That matter was, Mr. Dorr had once told Roselle that once he had the ability, he could take a look at the moon, which would resolve many of his doubts. The Emperor finally went. That hysterical diary page was written after this exploration attempt. He had unknowingly changed his personality, becoming extreme. Klein recalled the corresponding content. Under Queen Mystic's gaze, he deliberated. "At your level, you should more or less know that there's corruption coming from the cosmos." Bernadette nodded and didn't pursue the matter. After more than 10 seconds of silence, the topic was directed towards Klein's reason for being here. One of the reasons for this war is because the lone king, George III, discovered the 9 secret mausoleums left behind by the Blood Emperor, doing so with the intention of switching to the Black Emperor pathway and becoming a Sequence 0. As such, he abolished the Grain Act. Klein didn't care if Queen Mystic knew anything about these matters. He followed his own pace and roughly told her everything without missing any key matters. Finally, he said, "The Black Emperor does have the ability to revive, but once a new Black Emperor appears, the original entity would perish completely." The original entity here referred to Roselle, who might have succeeded before being assassinated. Queen Mystic took it all in before slowly saying, "You want to stop George III?" "Yes," Klein nodded frankly. "Why?" Bernadette pressed in an unperturbed tone. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he smiled. "Some ridiculous reasons that aren't worth mentioning." Bernadette's gaze landed on his face for a moment before she said, "That's enough. I'm also doing such things for something that has slim chances, one that's almost impossible to happen. We can cooperate on stopping George III." "We're all ridiculous people," Klein sighed. "I'll give you the method to summon my messenger." "All right." Bernadette reached out her right hand and lightly tapped the table. The fountain pen that was originally placed diagonally in front of her suddenly jumped up, as if held by an invisible elf before writing fluidly on the paper. "This is the method needed for summoning my messenger," she said calmly. Chapter 1, 1093, The Angels of the Fool. Queen Mystic's powers are all very fantastical. Klein glanced at the fountain pen that was writing on its own. He took out a pen and paper from his pocket and wrote the incantation to summon his messenger, also indicating that each delivery required a gold coin. He then handed the paper to Bernadette and took hers, quickly scanning through it. There's a certain difference between this and a standard incantation, but it's essentially the same. Queen Mystic must have deliberately changed it to prevent others from locking onto her. For me, it doesn't matter. My messenger is an angel. Only she can threaten others. As she looked at the paper turning to ash, Queen Mystic Bernadette said without emotion, "What are your thoughts regarding the preventing of George III's matter?" Having already made some considerations, even if he has yet to advance, he will definitely have acted ahead of time. Once he completes the preparations and consumes the potion, he will be able to quickly digest it. Even if this has a very slim chance of happening, that person must be at least at the Sequence 2 level. Furthermore, the Augustus family definitely has no lack of Grade 0 sealed artifacts. After calmly listening, Bernadette seemed to do an assessment. As long as we can create a good opportunity, a sequence 2 can also be assassinated, but at least one of us will die, or perhaps both of us. What she meant was that the Grade 0 sealed artifact she wielded was sufficiently powerful, but if she wanted to fully utilize it, the price would be very high. In that case, there really is a chance. That's because I lied just now. If I really had to give it my all, I could still find Will or Septon, Palais Zoroast and Miss Messenger to help me. I can let them use the yesterday once more charm to recover their normal states for a short period of time. The problem is that I don't know how much of a price needs to be paid. It would be great if Mr. Azik woke up. With 4 angels and Queen Mystic's Grade 0 sealed artifact, we can even place our sights on a sequence 1. Klein's heart was stirred, but he didn't discuss it further. He vaguely said, "If an assassination attempt is the only solution left, I can invite at least 2 angels to help." This was referring to Azik Eggers and Will or Septon, who Bernadette already knew of. Bernadette was extremely surprised. This is that entity's will? Without the fool's consent, how could his blessed seek the help of an angel? He has tacitly agreed to it. Klein spoke the absolute truth. Queen Mystic's blue eyes turned darker. She didn't say another word and only nodded slowly. Klein brought the topic back on track. The destruction of the ritual might be relatively simple, but it has to be done at the most critical moment. Otherwise, it will only be delaying George III's apotheosis. He has already received the tacit consent of the deities. Even if the mausoleum is destroyed, it wouldn't take long for him to rebuild it, and destroying it at the critical moment will cause him to fail and lose control. No deity would allow such a creature to roam the world. A deity's descent will definitely happen. The problem is that with a king of angels' help, George III won't take it lightly. This requires us to gather intelligence as soon as possible and find an incisive angle to be used. And be it the first or second line of thought, it's best that you advance to sequence 2 in advance and become a sage. Bernadette nodded slightly. She then said, "What about the third line of thought?" Klein was silent for a few seconds. If the ritual was successful back then, and the Emperor had already advanced to sequence 0, then he would still have a chance to revive. As long as we could find the arrangements left behind by the Emperor before George III's apotheosis and allow him to return, the plot will fail. Queen Mystic's eyes clearly flickered before they turned dark and reserved. She opened her mouth slightly. "I'll hand over selected diary entries to Cattleya." Klein didn't discuss the matter deeply. He smiled. "Actually, there's still a 4th line of thought." Bernadette's eyebrows twitched. "That's to do nothing. Let George III hold the ritual and attempt to become a god, while we wait for him to fail." Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. "The higher the sequence is, the greater the chance of failure." Queen Mystic didn't immediately respond. She looked seriously at Gehrman Sparrow for a few seconds. "The feeling you give off to me now is different from the previous few meetings. I'm taking advice from my psychiatrist." Klein smiled, describing himself as a very serious mental patient. Without another word, Bernadette retracted her gaze. "Then let's gather the corresponding information and maintain communication through letters." At this point, she paused. "Actually, I'm wondering if he might have already been resurrected. It's just that he's still finding his past self. I'm not sure what details the Black Emperor's resurrection entails. I wonder if he really chose to be the Black Emperor in the end." Her voice gradually became ethereal and carried an indescribable feeling. As Klein listened, he suddenly understood what she was thinking. She suspected that the fool was the resurrected Roselle, who had chosen another path. "Unfortunately, I'm just Uncle Joe from next door." Klein originally wanted to say something cheeky, but his emotions gradually turned staid. Without saying anything, he stood up, bowed, put on his hat, and left the room. After closing the door, he suddenly heard a tranquil and melodious tune, ethereal and carrying a faint sense of melancholy. In the City of Silver, a team gathered at the city gate and was about to set off. This was the team that was headed for Afternoon Town to prepare for the exploration of the Giant King's court. Derek Berg was standing in the middle and was the second shortest person. In his hand was a bronze cross with sharp spikes. To his sides were Joshua and Haim, prepared to receive the unshadowed crucifix at any time to prevent Derek's Beyonder characteristic from being purged. This sealed artifact required 3 people to take turns to resist the negative effects. As he looked down at the creator's relic, he suddenly felt someone looking at him. He subconsciously looked up and saw that it was a member of the 6-member council, Shepherd Elder Lovia. The woman who was shortest in the group had long silver and slightly curled hair. She was looking at the ancient, mottled, unshadowed crucifix with her pale grey eyes, her gaze seeming to be blazing hot. Upon sensing Derek's gaze, this Shepherd Elder's lips twitched, revealing an indescribable smile. "This is the Lord's item." For some reason, Derek shivered. Then he heard the chief, Colin Iliad, say, "Let's set off." Chapter 1094, Breakthrough Point. In a small alley in the Backlund Bridge area, Shio once again met the MI9 staff member responsible for contacting her. "This is your reward from exchanging your merit points. A total of £2,500. Heh, I helped you get another £500. The golden masked man threw a bulging envelope at her. Shio caught it and sincerely said, "Thank you." The golden masked man waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me. This is also a good thing for me. If you continue to harp on past matters, I'm very worried that I'll go to military court one day. Are you still going to stay in Backlund?" "Yes, I'm already used to living in a big city. When the war stops, I'll bring my family here," Shio said, having already made up her mind. "Wait for the war to stop." The golden masked man repeated her words with a slightly odd tone. He smiled. "May the Lord bless us to live until the end of the war." "I believe in the goddess," Shio replied seriously. "You understand what I mean," he waved his hand. "Are you still planning to take on missions from MI9? "I won't reject an opportunity to earn money." Shio scratched her slightly coarse hair and said half-truths. "Yes," the man nodded. "The main thing to take note of during the war is to deal with spies. If there's a suitable mission for you, I'll look for you." "All right," Shio replied without staying any longer, cautiously retreating out of the dark alley. After returning to her residence at the edge of East Barra, Shio said to Fours, who was sitting by the bed reading, "I received £2,500. Fours put down the newspaper, her eyes moving slightly as she focused on making calculations. "That's enough." Shio had savings of more than £600, and with the £2,500, she had £3,100 to spend freely. Her purchase of the Judge Potion formula was £2,000, and the Beyonder characteristic was £3,500. In other words, she was still short of £2,400, something that Fours could lend her. "Yes," Shio nodded. "I'll complete the transaction as soon as possible, and strive to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible." Seeing that her friend's matter was settled, Fours turned to worry about herself. "I don't know when my scribe potion will be completely digested. Now that the war has broken out, it will be much safer with the ability to travel. The crux of a scribe is definitely recording. When I become a judge, you'll have new Beyonder powers to repeatedly record. This should be able to speed up the digestion." Shio pulled a chair over and sat down. Fours sighed. "I suspect that, other than recording Beyonder powers, I need to record down the sights and customs of different places. Only then can it be matched with the subsequent traveler sequence. But with war having broken out now, it will be difficult and dangerous if I go somewhere else." The two fell silent. After about 10 seconds, Shio suddenly had an idea. "Actually, there's a very simple solution." "What?" Fours sat up slightly and asked. "You can spend money to hire that person to take you traveling." Shio was very careful not to mention specific code names. "You can be thrown somewhere unfamiliar each time for 3 to 4 days or even a week. Then you wouldn't take long to record all kinds of customs and traditions. Besides, you can rent mystical items from them to record Beyonder powers. This can both improve your strength and help your digestion." "That's right." Fours' eyes lit up. Only then did she realize that her usage of the tarot gathering was very superficial. After the pleasant surprise, she gradually frowned. This method meant that she had to frequently deal with the world Gehrman Sparrow, and the thought of the crazy adventurer left her trembling. Indeed, there's nothing that doesn't require a price. To digest the potion, I can only take the risk. Finally, she made up her mind to make the request next week. In an apartment several streets away, Klein was sitting in front of a table. He quickly flipped through today's newspaper and summarized the important information he had received. The Fasak Empire's Sonia Sea Fleet has retreated from Pritz Harbor, their whereabouts unknown. Admiral Amirius has indicated that he will strengthen the coastal defenses. Faisak's two-headed giant army invaded the Winter County and suffered intense resistance. The rest of the countries have yet to make their stance clear. We are still in the early stages of the war. Klein didn't believe that the diplomats were able to avert the war. He put down the newspaper and thought about how he could gather information regarding George III's Black Emperor ritual. According to normal logic, Blood Emperor Alistair couldn't have built all 9 mausoleums in the same hidden area. This would have been easy for others to wipe them out all at once. Therefore, in the surrounding areas of Backlund, there should be 8 other mausoleums. They haven't been exposed yet, so they might not be as heavily guarded. This might give us an opportunity. Perhaps the Red Angel evil spirit might know something, but I can't contact him now. Queen Mystic might have some channels and clues, but I can't just rely on her. Attacking a key figure beside the king, such as a royal demigod? They must be on their guard. Furthermore, the angel of the Augustus family and that ancient secret organization would most likely be watching everything. Yes, Demoness of White Katerina will be easier to deal with than the demigods of the royal family. It would attract much less attention. Theoretically speaking, George III, who has been tacitly accepted by the churches, no longer needs to work with the Demoness sect. If not for some particular reason, the two sides would have been completely tied together in this matter. The first thing he needs to do now is to cut off ties with them. Of course, he would most likely not betray them directly. The Demonesses are also adept at ploys. As long as George III is still rational, the correct method is to follow the agreement and give everything that needs to be given. Then, he will send the members of the Demoness sect away. During this process, he will use the help of angels from the mind domain or even a king of angels to erase their key memories. If that's the case, even if Demoness of White Katerina goes missing for some time, it wouldn't alert George III. And from the perspective of the Demoness sect, the matter has come to an end. They no longer need to hide like they did in the past and can move about freely. This gives me and Queen Mystic a chance. Yes, Vice Admiral Ailment will likely appear again. From her appearance and the attitude of Demoness of White from back then, it can be determined that she and Katerina are related by blood. With this in mind, Klein let out a long breath. He cast his gaze out the window and silently muttered, "I hope Anderson and Danitz can find that pirate admiral as soon as possible." On Theros Island in the Berserk Sea, Danitz said to Anderson in delight, "I just learned that the southwest region of this place isn't a normal sea route. There's an island with no resources but is hidden enough." Chapter 1095, Acting as Himself. "You suspect that Vice Admiral Ailment's fleet is hidden there?" Anderson asked in thought when he heard Danitz's words. Danitz replied in excitement, "It's very likely. Didn't the Black Death vanish after steering towards the west and after leaving Theros Island?" Anderson curled his lips and chuckled. "If Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts were so easily discovered by you, why would she need to hide? How can islands that you can find out about be considered hidden enough?" "Hey, what do you mean by that?" Danitz felt like he had been mocked. Anderson shrugged. "I don't mean anything. I'm just using my brain to analyze it. That island should exist, but it either belongs to the type that many people here know about, or it's intel that someone deliberately released. If it's the former, Tracy's fleet definitely wouldn't be hiding there. If it's the latter, that would be interesting. Who would release this intel?" Danitz was still a little angry at first, but later he began analyzing Anderson's line of thought. A trap set up by some pirates or adventurers? However, an island without any resources isn't enough to lure others into exploring it. Vice Admiral Ailment herself? To figure out who's investigating her whereabouts. Anderson smiled. "That's right. After my teachings, you've improved quite a bit. Otherwise, I suspect that even if you drink the Conspirer potion, you wouldn't be able to enhance your brain. You'll only mutate and turn your enemy stupid, bringing him down to a level at which you're familiar with, and then defeat him with experience. I didn't say that. It was Emperor Roselle. I suspect that you have such an ability. Danitz muttered softly in response. Anderson ignored him. If Vice Admiral Ailment got someone to release the news herself, the secret island must be a trap. Perhaps there's nothing other than a mirror that monitors the ships and humans that approach the island. Or perhaps it might be an important gathering base of the Demoness sect that Gehrman Sparrow mentioned. Then what should we do next? Danitz subconsciously asked. Anderson chuckled. You can't even figure out such a simple matter. Naturally, we'll seek out the person you heard this intel from. After finding the source of his information, we can trace it back, and we'll eventually find something. That's right. Danitz wanted to nod in agreement, but the words that reached his mouth turned into a heh. Nearing dawn, on the second floor of a casino, Bartz, with his brown hair, yawned and walked into his room. Before he could use the moonlight outside to light the candle, he suddenly saw a bright white flame light up in front of him, momentarily blinding him. His heart tightened as he pounced to the side and rolled. After rolling twice, he suddenly stopped, as though he had been petrified. This was because there was a bone-chilling coldness and a slight pain around his neck. What do you want? At that moment, Bartz's vision had recovered. He saw a blond man with one hand in his pocket and a black short sword in the other. Beside him was a man wearing a black cloak that covered half of his face with a hood. Danitz didn't answer Bartz's question as he looked at Anderson in surprise. Why didn't you disguise yourself? If you disguise yourself, how can you let others know who to hate? Anderson replied with a nonchalant look. Danitz exhaled. Thankfully, I haven't been infected by this crappy habit of yours. It's fine, Anderson said with a smile. Any random person on the island can know who I've been hanging out with. Dog shit, Danitz cursed. Bartz, who had Anderson's sword at his neck, didn't dare to move. All he could do was listen quietly. At that moment, Anderson retracted his gaze and looked down at Bartz. Who told you about the secret island to the southwest that deviates from the main sea route? Bartz suddenly came to a realization as he looked at Danitz. It's you. In the past few days, this information had only been sold to one person. I was recognized so quickly. Danitz was momentarily at a loss. Anderson slightly lowered the pitch-black short sword in his hand. Please respect the order of what is to come and follow. Bartz immediately felt as though his life was rapidly slipping away. He hurriedly replied, It was Vice Admiral Ailment. When did she tell you? Why did she tell you? Anderson asked without any surprise. The night before the Black Death left Theros Island, Bartz replied quickly, afraid that he would die from excessive blood loss. I didn't ask her why. Back then, I was only focused on admiring her beauty. She lives up to being the infamous Ailment Maiden of the Five Seas. Is this the charm of a demoness? Anderson muttered to himself before asking, Do you have a way to contact her? No. Bartz quickly shook his head. She told me to take note of everyone who asked about her whereabouts. I'll tell her when she returns to Theros Island. And if anyone leaves the port after obtaining the information on that secret island, they shall be left alone to leave freely. Is that so? Very reasonable. Anderson nodded and withdrew the short sword. Is there a trap? I don't know either. Bartz replied frankly. Anderson searched for the money on Bartz's person and in the room. Then he pointed at the intelligence peddler with his short sword. I wanted to kill you, but no one will hate me if that's the case. Live well, curse me a few more times every day. He then turned around, walked to Danitz's side and jumped down the window with him, disappearing into the night. Bartz touched his bleeding neck and stood up in fear. He ran to the window and confirmed that the two of them had disappeared. Thankfully, I met a guy with mental problems. If not, I would be dead today, he thought. He closed the window and locked the door. After carefully inspecting the room, he finally sat down and gulped down half a bottle of Lanti-proof. In his tipsy state, he collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Time ticked by slowly until it was 3 in the morning. Suddenly, Bartz flipped over and sat up. His eyes were bright and spirited, and he didn't even feel the slightest bit drunk. He found a dagger and pried open a wooden floor in the room, taking out a thumb-sized ball of paper. After the paper unfolded, there was a sticky black object in the middle. After taking a quarter of the blob, Bartz walked to the mirror in the room and was about to smear it. At this moment, he saw two figures reflected in the mirror. One of them was wearing a white shirt and a black vest, and the other wore a black cloak. Just as Bartz's pupils dilated, Danitz punched the back of his head, causing him to faint. His final memory was a voice with a smiling tone. He really didn't disappoint. After dealing with Bartz, Danitz bent down to pick up the sticky substance that had fallen. He chuckled. "This fellow actually believed you. He believed that you didn't kill him because you wanted him to hate you." The conversation he had with Anderson was actually a rehearsed play. "This means that you acted sufficiently well," Anderson said with a smile. "It's truly different when you're acting as yourself." "Dog shit," Danitz cursed without any qualms. He then sighed. "I didn't expect him to be so patient. He waited past midnight before he took action. But we were more patient. If a hunter wants to capture his prey, he has to be patient. Sometimes he can wait a few days," Anderson replied. "This is very reasonable, but in the future, it will be done with the words I use to school others." Danitz looked at the black sticky blob in his hand. "It seems like it should be applied on the surface of the mirror before contacting Vice Admiral Ailment." "That should be the case. However, what's the point even if we contact her? Are we going to ask her out on a date?" Anderson mocked. Danitz knew that he and Anderson were unable to influence the person in the mirror. All he wanted was to do something more to better complete the task Gehrman Sparrow assigned him. He frowned slightly. "Then what should we do next?" "Of course, it's to contact Gehrman Sparrow. Let him handle the aftermath. This fellow is very mysterious in every aspect, so he should have a way to resolve it," Anderson said with a tzik. "Besides, the mission he gave us is to seek out Vice Admiral Ailment's whereabouts, and there are results already now." Danitz acknowledged and began taking out the candles and other items for a ritual. "What are you doing?" Anderson asked with an odd expression. Danitz set up the altar without looking back. "Summoning Gehrman Sparrow's messenger." Anderson fell silent for a few seconds. "I'll go out for a smoke first." Chapter 1096, Cooperation. At just past 6 in the morning, the entirety of Backlund remained dark. Wearing his pajamas, Klein sat on the bed and looked at Miss Messenger, who was carrying 4 heads. He rubbed his temples and asked helplessly, "Who sent the letter?" The 3 heads in Reinette Tinneker's hands replied one by one, "That. Particular. Brainless. Servant. Of. Yours. Danitz. He prayed in the middle of the night in the past, and now he's sending letters in the morning." Klein took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Following that, he received the letter from Miss Messenger. When he opened it, his expression gradually turned solemn. Danitz and Anderson's discovery of Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's location was extremely untimely. According to his deductions, it wouldn't take long for the pirate admiral and demoness of White Katerina to regain their freedom. They wouldn't be hiding much, making it easier to find them. Now that they had dealt with the intelligence peddler Bartz and obtained the items to contact Tracy, the greatest possibility was that they had frightened the target and made her continue hiding. "I can seek the help of Queen Mystic Bernadette to find a way to lock onto Vice Admiral Ailment through the mirror. However, the problem is that I suspect that the target's hiding place is an important stronghold of the Demonist sect. It might even be the headquarters where there are Grade 0 sealed artifacts. This way, even if I confirmed her whereabouts, I wouldn't dare to teleport over to capture her. Any contact would alert her. And if I don't take the opportunity to contact her, the news would spread after daybreak, and Tracy would be on guard." After some thought, he said to Miss Messenger, who was waiting by the side, "Wait for me. I'll write a reply." He had originally planned to teleport over directly, but after some consideration, he still chose to write a letter. Although he believed that Zaratul wouldn't waste time on an obvious bait like Danitz, he still felt that he had to be more careful. "All right." The head carried by Reinette Tinneker that had failed to speak previously rushed to answer first. Klein got out of bed, walked out of the bedroom and came to the room outside. He took out a pen and paper and wrote fluidly, "Think of a way to make Bartz faint until dawn, then leave his room immediately and stay far away. There is a great danger lurking there. Monitor Bart's again when daybreak arrives, but don't alarm him." Putting down the pen, he folded the letter and handed it to his messenger. At 3:10 a.m. on Theros Island in Bart's room, Danitz had just finished clearing the altar when he saw the terrifying messenger return. Guillermin Sparrow actually didn't come. Danitz reached out to receive the letter in surprise, then took out a gold coin. After the figure with 4 heads disappeared, he opened the letter and quickly read through it. There's danger." Danitz's pupils dilated as he rushed towards the door as if he had been burned. After leaving the room, he said to Anderson, who was standing in the corridor with his back against the wall, "Quick, let's go. It's very dangerous here." "Did Guillermin Sparrow say that?" Anderson was taken aback as he asked thoughtfully. "Yes, how do you know?" Danitz replied instinctively. "You?" Anderson chuckled. "What else did he say?" "Aren't you nervous? Guillermin is very reliable on such matters." Danitz's focus was completely off. Anderson fell silent for a moment. His messenger is more reliable. At least within the few minutes of his messenger's return trip, there won't be any danger here. He switched to saying, "Guillermin also said to let Bart's pass out until dawn so that we can monitor him again when the sun rises without exposing ourselves." Anderson frowned. What does he want to do? Without waiting for Danitz to respond, he entered the room, took out a small metal bottle and pulled out the stopper, placing it at the tip of Bart's nose. "It's done. Let's go," he said, leading Danitz out of the room and walking far into the distance. In Backland, in the Hall family's luxurious mansion, at 7:25 a.m., Audrey suddenly woke up from her dream. She had dreamed of the boundless grey fog, and the world Guillermin Sparrow asking her to help hypnotize someone, making the target forget everything that had happened in the past 6 hours, as well as all the people who asked about a particular secret island. This is something that can be used as contributions needed for the manipulator potion formula. Audrey got off the bed very lightly and put a teal cloak over her white nightgown. Following that, she followed Guillermin Sparrow's instructions and set up a ritual, praying for Mr. Fool's bestowment. The illusory door quickly took shape and opened, sending 3 items flying out and landing on the altar. One was a thin, human-skinned glove, the other was an instruction manual on a piece of paper, and the other was a neat stack of cash. "This is creeping hunger?" Audrey scrutinized the altar and thanked Mr. Fool. Then she put on the glove and, according to the manual, activated the spirit of the traveler. When the glove turned transparent, 12 sacred angels with fiery wings suddenly appeared in front of her. "This is the angel's embrace that Mr. World has requested. Its effect is to interfere with divination and prophecy powers to ensure that my identity won't be exposed." Audrey's eyes darted around as she changed the lie accessory she had already prepared into a silver mask and wore it on her face. Following that, she followed the coordinates given by the world and began the teleportation step. During this process, the strange scenery of the spirit world and all kinds of strange creatures left a deep impression on her. But before she could carefully observe them, she arrived at her destination. She saw that the colors were saturated, and the stacked scenes rapidly faded away, becoming normal. It was still late at night outside. She analyzed her mental state and focused on the target lying on the floor in the room. It was an unconscious man. The door to his body of heart and mind was rather weak, meaning he was someone who could easily be charmed. Hypnotizing such a target wasn't difficult for Audrey. However, in order to digest the potion, she decided to use dreams to help with the hypnosis. The unconscious Bartz had a dream. He dreamed of a blurry female figure, believing that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, a perfect state that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy could achieve. Bartz wildly chased her as he ran back and forth in the wilderness, but he couldn't catch up, as though he had left behind something very important. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from exhaustion and slowly recalled what had happened last night. He was in a bad mood because he had lost money and had fallen drunk after only half a bottle of Lanti-proof. Up to now, his temples were still throbbing in pain. And for Audrey, who had completed a milder form of hypnosis with her dreamwalker powers, she had long followed the world's instructions and restored the scene completely, leaving nothing suspicious behind. This was the ability of a senior spectator. Then she teleported back to Backlund and sacrificed creeping hunger to miss the fall. After dealing with all kinds of traces, Audrey pulled a bell and let the maidservants waiting outside enter. Her personal maidservant Annie said to Audrey, "Miss, there's a piece of news from the Bursary Foundation." "What news?" Audrey interpreted the shock, confusion, disbelief, joy, and curiosity in Annie's tone. Annie replied quickly, "That Miss Eudora who needed to have her leg amputated has completely recovered. It's as though she was never injured. This is a medical miracle. Also, all the patients with serious medical conditions have fully recovered." At this point, she couldn't control herself. She lowered her voice. "I heard that there was a ghost wandering around. Half of its face had mushrooms growing all over, and the other half was covered in weeds. It ate illnesses, trauma, and grief. I don't know if it's true, but it's scary." Mushroom, weeds. Audrey repeated the two words, momentarily at a loss. Chapter 1097. Different Conundrum. Seeing that her mistress was clearly interested in ghost tales, Annie continued, "The doctors and nurses wished to invite the church's bishop to host a mass, but the remaining patients strongly objected to it. They look forward to meeting that ghost. They all call it the clown angel. They say that its terrifying appearance resembles a specially dressed clown, but in actual fact, it's an angel who can resolve pain and torment. This title is very interesting," Audrey said with a faint smile. If it were in the past, she would have been very interested, perhaps eager to make a trip to the hospital via dream traversal to figure out what was going on. However, the sudden eruption of the war made her feel rather depressed. She felt that there were too many important things that she needed to do, so she wasn't in the mood to probe further. In fact, if she hadn't experienced the air raid herself and seen those who were injured because of it, she would have felt like a war had never happened over the past few days, and that Backlund was still very peaceful. This was because, after that air raid, the Lonese airship fleet had been roped into the war effort, and the air defenses of the coastal cities had all been raised. Currently, the battle between Faisac and Lone was mainly focused in three places: the Winter County's Amantha mountain range, the heavy industry metropolitan area along the Mid-Seashire's east coast, and the few harbours along the Sonia sea coast. Even if there were casualties, it didn't have any material impact on Backlund. Other than the rise in prices, this city seemed to restore its peace in a few short days. However, Audrey didn't think so. Her father and brother had been busy with work recently, often returning late at night or convening private gatherings. Through the other charity organizations in the Church of Evernite, she learned of the exact number of casualties at the front lines. She was working hard to gather funds, contacting various pharmaceutical companies and hospitals, hoping that she could organize help for the war effort. Who would have thought that the crazy adventurer has not only offered the excess food in his manor, but he has even donated £7,000 in cash, she sighed secretly, and began letting the maidservant help doll her up. South of the bridge, on Rose Street, Emlyn White casually donated £10 to a charity organization's solicitor. He pressed his top hat and walked up the stairs, entering the Harvest Church. At this moment, there were no believers in the cathedral. Father Utravsky, who looked like a half-giant, sat at the front and prayed sincerely. Emlyn was in no hurry to change. He sat beside the priest and wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he ended up scoffing. "It must be your typical Faisac appearance and figure that made those believers fearful of coming over," he said casually, looking at the altar. Bishop Utravsky put down his hands and opened his eyes. "I can understand them." "What's the point of understanding them? If the war gets more intense and the number of soldiers who die increase, the believers might rush in here and burn the cathedral and hang you to death." Emlyn continued to look at the sacred emblem of life. Father Utravsky shook his head slightly. "No, they won't. They sincerely believe in the Earth Mother. At most, they will banish me. But if I express that I've given up on my Faisac nationality, there will always be people who will understand and accept me." Emlyn scared. What if Finepotter joins in the war and attacks Desi Bay? What if the Church of Earth Mother calls all clergymen to arms and become enemies with Lone? Are you going to obey the orders and abandon the believers here, or are you going to pretend that you don't know anything? Continuing promoting how precious life is as you are now, or will you directly organize those believers to make them become enemies with their own kind? Bishop Utravsky slowly looked at the sacred emblems of life up above the altar, not saying anything for a long time. Emlyn didn't bring up any more questions as he fell silent like the priest. The entire Harvest Church was silent. On a colonial island, Alger Wilson didn't leave the Blue Avenger due to his principles of being cautious. He only sent his sailors to take turns to gather information. "Captain, there still isn't any news about mustering us," a sailor reported to him. Alger waved his hand and dismissed his subordinate. Then he frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "The church doesn't seem to care much about this war." From what he knew, this was likely an intense war that would cover a huge scale. As the victim of an invasion, the Church of the Lord of Storms would definitely mobilize all its strength, including the captains who were scattered across the sea. However, at this moment, he had yet to receive orders from Passu Island. This didn't mean that the church was slacking off. The activity of its forces implied that it was seriously resisting the invasion, but it wasn't going all out. Could it be that we're still in the early stages of the war? The church wishes to preserve a portion of its strength for the critical moment? Alger held back the stirrings in his heart and waited for further information. After such paranormal tales started in Backland and Pritz Harbor, Klein never went to those hospitals again, afraid that he would directly meet Zaratul's marionettes. With creeping hunger and the ability to travel, he expanded his range for creating terrifying tales, visiting the Sonia Sea, the Fog Sea, Lenberg, Fainapotter, and East and West Balam. He didn't abide by any rules and relied solely on his momentary inspiration. During this process, he felt an inexplicable strange feeling. In the terrifying darkness, invisible tentacles extended out, either searching for his whereabouts or attempting to predict his movements. He knew that this might be the result of Zaratul's search. His best solution was to temporarily stop acting and lay low. However, it was also this subtle feeling that made him wish to digest the potion as soon as possible. Hence, he made use of the grey fog's powers. Every time he randomly chose a target location, he would go above the grey fog to divine the danger level and use paper angels to interfere. At this moment, with the huge progress in his digestion, he teleported to Kukawa, which was in the northern state of West Balam. This was where he had killed Ins Zangwil. The moment his figure appeared in the white feather square, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The residence that belonged to my Sanchez was too quiet, so quiet that it sent chills down his spine. What happened? Klein frowned slightly as he considered whether he should enter to confirm the situation. After all, that was his collaboration partner. Furthermore, if he were to encounter an enemy that wasn't weak, it would be a very good opportunity for him to act. Of course, the prerequisite for everything is to be safe. As he made his marionette, Konas Kilgore, transform into the appearance of Dwayne Dantes, he took out a gold coin. This time, the revelation he received was that there wasn't any danger. Strange, Klein didn't let his guard down as his body turned incorporeal before becoming a shadow that disappeared into the darkness. As for his marionette, Konas, he walked slowly towards my Sanchez's mansion with his face facing down. This was the ability to hide in the shadows that creeping hunger provided. As for the other marionette, Inuni, he was waiting about 1,000 meters away. Soon, Dwayne Dantes arrived in front of the general's residence and activated his spirit-body threads vision. What entered his vision were black illusory threads that were grown in a messy fashion. They seemed to come from different people, but they also had an obviously similar aura. Normal spirit-body threads didn't exist at all. After a few seconds of silence, he extended his right hand and pushed open the closed door. The scene inside was completely different from what he remembered. The pillars covered with golden foils, the golden sculptures, and the gorgeous stairs were now rolled into a bunch like a huge porcupine with golden spikes growing out of it. On the ground, there were sharp stone pillars and shattered glass everywhere. Apart from these, there were more illusory bookshelves in the hall that didn't appear real, with pools of black shadows hidden in different spots on them, curling and stretching like eyes from time to time. As the door opened, the pool of liquid-like shadows suddenly came alive and produced the same sound. It's you. My prediction was right. You're the one who can help me out of my conundrum. Chapter 1, 1098, Contribution Accumulation. Upon hearing the words of the pools of black shadows, a figure suddenly appeared in Klein's mind. It was the elder in a white robe with inlaid brass lines, his hair completely white and neatly combed, his grey-green eyes leaving a deep impression. He claimed to be a member of the Church of Knowledge, in charge of matters in West Balham. After some thought, he slowly said, "Lucca Brewster. Yes, it's me. You actually still remember me." In the different parts of the illusory bookshelves, the pools of liquid-like shadows rushed to answer. Their voices were no longer uniform. They were layered over each other, echoing endlessly. Even though he was separated by his marionette, Klein's ears still rang, and he felt a sense of dizziness. This isn't a normal sound. It contains a certain inclination towards losing control or mental corruption. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard the black shadows curling and extending at the same time. Sorry, I was too agitated just now and couldn't control myself. Hiding in the shadows outside the mansion, Klein controlled his marionette, Conas Kilgore, and said, "What did you encounter? How did you end up like this?" The black figures sighed. The adjudicator of the Phaenopotter military, Bella Costa, and the Church of Earth Mother's Archbishop, Martina, jointly attacked this place, with their main target being me. I had no choice but to activate my mythical creature form and make them temporarily retreat. Seeing as you entered without noticing anything, you must have teleported here. You're also a demigod. You should know that once you reveal your mythical creature form, it won't be easy for you to return to normal. I was also affected by inclinations towards going insane, and I nearly lost control. Fortunately, I was once a mysticism magister and had mastered many strange but effective mystic arts. Hence, I sealed myself to a certain extent at the critical moment, and ended up like this. This can only last for some time. The madness is still eating at me. I was just thinking that this should be that very troublesome conundrum in the prophecy, and I was wondering if the person who could help me would appear. I'm so happy that you're here. This proves that my prediction wasn't wrong. He really is a demigod who's determined to see his predictions succeed. If I were to turn around and leave at this moment, would you just break down and lose control on the spot? After lampooning silently, Klein began thinking about the key information that was revealed. The Phaenopotter military and the Church of Earth Mother had begun taking action. He then got his marionette to take out a gold coin and flick it. From what he knew, the clergymen of the 7 churches were focused on maintaining order and ensuring the safety of their believers. From this angle, it was impossible for Lucca Brewster to be a devil or a demon. As for the impression that Vice Admiral Iceberg and Isengard Stanton gave me, it made me feel that the Church of Knowledge wasn't too bad. Other than their habitual discrimination against people with low intelligence, there was nothing wrong with their actions, he thought. Klein didn't look at the result from flipping the coin. He mumbled a few words before saying, "How can I help you?" The excited black shadows fell silent. A few seconds later they said, "I don't know either." Klein looked at them, and they looked back at him. Instantly, there was a mutual silence. His thoughts raced as he began to think of a way to resolve Lucca Brewster's problem. To be honest, his seriousness towards helping wasn't just because of his good impression of the Church of Knowledge, but also because of interests that could benefit him. Firstly, there was the inkling of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's existence in the matter of Grossel's travels. He felt that showing some goodwill might lead to pleasant surprises. Secondly, if Roselle's return really happened, the attitude of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom was rather important. From the Red Angel's tone, Klein could make a preliminary judgment. Compared to the Fourth Epoch, the 7 deities of the present era had a drastic change in attitude towards the appearance of a Black Emperor. They were more inclined to tacitly approve of it. Under such circumstances, He believed that the ones who were able to suppress the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery, when they expressed their objections, were definitely the lord of storms and the god of knowledge and wisdom, because they and the eternal blazing sun were on beyonder paths that could be interchanged. Humans can't stop because of worries with low odds. If that's the case, nothing can be done. As his thoughts raced, Klein looked at the pool of dark shadows and slowly said, "How long can you last?" Lucker Brewster observed his condition. 7 minutes. After lampooning, Klein said, "I'll get you a psychiatrist." As he spoke, he retreated a few hundred meters out of the shadows of the mansion. Then he set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the grey fog. Following that, he sat in the fool's chair, conjured Gehrman Sparrow's figure, and made him do a simple and quick prayer. At this moment, it was almost dawn. Audrey, who had been busy with charity work, had yet to sleep. "Treat a demigod who has shown signs of losing control. I can accumulate more merit points as well." She put down her fountain pen and put on a white cloak with golden patterns. Just like the previous mission, she set up a ritual to receive creeping hunger and wore lie, which was in the form of a silver mask. Under the protection of Angel's Embrace, she teleported to the May Sanchez mansion in West Balham, according to the map provided by Gehrman. The difference this time was that, due to her facing a demigod, not only was she wearing a mask, but she had also used lie to adjust her figure, aura, and appearance under the mask. Then she saw Mr. World, in the form of Dwayne Dantes. That demigod has broken down into pools of black liquid. Try not to communicate with his body of heart and mind directly. This will infect you with his inclination to lose control, Klein specially warned her. Audrey didn't say that she was very clear about this. She listened attentively. "Let me give it a try first." She tugged at her cloak and took a few steps forward, casting her gaze at the illusory bookshelves and the pools of black liquid. "Thankfully, he hasn't truly lost control," she said gently. Accompanied by her calm and powerful words, an invisible wind of placate began to blow. The frequency at which the pools of black liquid curled up and stretched began to decrease as the sense of anxiety weakened. Audrey used placate a few more times. It was only when Lucker Brewster's mental state was completely stabilized did she get him to open up his mind and receive the treatment. She took the opportunity to open the door to his body of heart and mind, splitting her use of placate into multiple treatments during the process of purifying the corruption. She planted psychological cues, cueing him into believing that everything was fine, allowing him to easily converge his mythical creature form and turn back into a human. The reason for splitting up the process was because if she was affected by the slightest bit of corruption, she would immediately retreat and resolve her mental problems first. Finally, she completed the treatment and cues before taking a few steps back. "Your Excellency, you can remove your mythical creature form." The moment she finished speaking, the illusory bookshelves in the hall vanished. The pools of black liquid gathered together like life, taking on a human form. The black colors quickly faded away, turning back into Lucker Brewster's original form. He sighed and said with a smile, "Thank you very much. When I saw a Sequence 5 spectator come over, I thought that I would become the main ingredient for her switching to another pathway." This old man's words are so direct. I don't even know how to respond. Klein turned his head to look at Audrey, realizing that her eyes were closed tightly. He opened his mouth to respond to Lucker Brewster. "Don't worry. What you need the most right now is a set of clothes." Chapter 1099, 1368. Lucker Brewster looked down at himself and hurriedly raised his right hand to grab something beside him. Then his grayish-green eyes darkened. The gold that mixed with the stairs suddenly flew out and fused in mid-air, forming a thin piece of armor that then covered him. Lucker stretched his arms. Stiano's golden armor art. Its defensive capabilities are equivalent to that of a Sequence 5 Guardian. "Stiano?" Klein asked casually. Lucker said in a tone as though he was introducing a famous historical figure, one of the earliest founders of the Moses Ascetic Order. "I heard that Emperor Roselle had previously modified this golden armor art. I wonder what effects it eventually produced. I can roughly imagine. Maybe this golden armor has 12 different styles. After muttering inwardly for a while, Klein changed the topic. Will Fanna Potter and the Church of Earth Mother officially join the war? When Lucca introduced the armor, Audrey opened her eyes and turned her head in a controlled manner, looking at the glimmering demigod. Lucca sighed. Regardless of what they were thinking previously, they'll officially join the war tonight. Of course, they wouldn't target Lone for the time being. There's a high chance that they will attack either Lenberg, Marcin, or Cigar. After sighing, this demigod earnestly said to the silver-masked Audrey, "What kind of consultation fee should I pay you?" Audrey glanced at Mr. World beside her. He has already paid. Lucca Brewster immediately shifted his gaze to Dwayne Dantes. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Let me ask a few questions." "Please speak." At that moment, Lucca didn't look like a demigod at all. Instead, he looked more like a professor waiting to answer his students' questions. Without thinking, Klein directly asked, "What do you know about the corruption from underground?" Lucca frowned slightly. "I don't know much about it. It's as though just knowing about it will result in corruption in of itself. I've seen a sentence before in an ancient book. The higher the sequence, the more dangerous it is to be closer underground." So the dragon of imagination Ankerwelt left an extremely deep trauma and some kind of fear down there? Audrey instantly thought of the object sealed in the bronze door of the City of Miracles. The higher the sequence, the greater the threat of underground objects. This doesn't make sense. Realizing that Lucca was unable to provide more information, Klein thought for a moment. "Second question, what prophecy do you have regarding this war?" With the mention of a prophecy, Lucca Brewster suddenly became spirited. It's only the beginning. It's far from reaching its peak. Also, a greater portion of the damage stems from the war and is also present beyond the war. I don't know what it is exactly, though. The war has just begun. Audrey's heart sank uncontrollably. Stems from the war and is also present beyond the war. Is it the apotheosis ritual of Amon's brother, or the advancement of the Black Emperor? With a guess, Klein nodded and raised the third question. Have you heard of the prophecy of the apocalypse? How do you interpret it? Lucca Brewster's expression instantly turned serious. No, this is not a prophecy. Anyone with the ability to predict the future is certain that the apocalypse will definitely come. God mentioned in his Holy Bible that the apocalypse will happen in the year 1368, in the fifth epoch. Of course, God also said that there will be a Savior. The prophecy of the God of knowledge and wisdom? 1368. There's only about 10 years left. Could the goddess's act of destroying the alliance with the god of combat to control the uniqueness of the death pathway have something to do with the impending apocalypse? Klein's expression turned serious. It will be the apocalypse in about 10 years. Audrey ruminated over the demigod's words in a daze. To be honest, she felt that it was fake, something used by religious cheats to deceive people. Although she could foresee a large-scale war breaking out, she had never imagined that this world was very close to ending. Why 1368? Klein couldn't help but ask. Lucca Brewster shook his head. I don't know either. That's what God's prophecy says. At the thought that he was only a sequence 4, making him not have the ability to resist the apocalypse, Klein rationally ended the topic. That shall be all. Lucca Brewster nodded. In the future, if there's anything you need help with, you can come to me. For the details, find them out through Edwina. Edwina, Vice Admiral Iceberg? Audrey was taken aback for a second before coming to a realization. She glanced at Mr. World curiously. All right. Klein was never worried about having too many helpers. After he nodded at Justice Audrey, Lucca Brewster's figure quickly turned transparent, as though he had fused with the spirit world. Then he disappeared. Klein let out a terse remark inwardly and fell silent for 2 seconds. He then made his marionette look at Justice Audrey. I thought it would be a little more troublesome. That saint had saved himself in time and was willing to trust me, allowing me to plant a psychological cue, Audrey replied with a faint smile, trying her best to appear sincere and humble. Dwayne Dantes nodded. This help will be taken into account. Go back as soon as possible. It's very dangerous here. After she sacrificed the human-skinned glove to Mr. Fool and settled the rest of the matters, Earl Hall and his eldest son, Hibbert, returned home. Just as Audrey was about to head out to meet her father, she heard her mother, Lady Caitlin, ask in the hall, "Did something happen again? You came back a lot later than scheduled today." Earl Hall sighed. "Fina Potter has invaded Lenberg." "Extra! Extra! Fina Potter invades Lenberg." Leonard, who was wearing a pair of red gloves, got off the carriage. Just as he was about to enter St. Samuel Cathedral, he saw the paperboy waving a newspaper and running quickly across the streets. He stopped the paperboy and bought a newspaper. As he flipped through it, he said in a low voice, "Perhaps it won't be long before the South becomes a battlefield." "That's right," Palais Zoroaster's slightly aged voice echoed in Leonard's mind. "But why am I still staying in Backlund?" Leonard muttered in confusion. After advancing to Spirit Warlock, he had become the captain of a Red Gloves team. After the war broke out, he had originally thought that his team would be transferred back to the Holy Cathedral like Soest's team to participate in the battle at the Amantha mountain range. To his surprise, he was arranged to be used as a reserve force for the Backlund diocese. As for this large city, due to its implementation of a nighttime curfew, its security was good, making Leonard rather free. At that moment, Palais Zoroaster smiled. "I have a guess." "What guess?" Leonard hurriedly asked. "I'm not telling you now," Palais replied leisurely. Leonard didn't say a word. He straightened his collar and entered St. Samuel Cathedral, exchanged a few words with the Archbishop and prayed for 5 minutes. Then, he went underground and pushed open the door to his Red Gloves team's temporary office. "Good morning, Captain." Bob, Cindy, and the other Red Gloves all stood up and bowed. Upon hearing their greetings, Leonard, who felt that he was already used to it, was once again in a daze. In the blink of an eye, it was Monday afternoon. Leonard arranged for his team members to go on separate missions, and he found a lounge to wait for the gathering to begin. Chapter 1100. One book. Above the boundless grey fog, inside the ancient palace that resembled a god's residence, dark red beams of light shot up from both sides of the long bronze table, materializing into blurry figures. Justice Audrey immediately stood up, lifted her skirt, and curtsied towards the seat of honor. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." She wasn't in a bad mood, but with everything that had happened recently, she couldn't keep her spirits up like before. After all the members bowed and took their seats, Audrey swept her gaze and habitually began observing. Almost instantly, she discovered that Ma'am Hermit's mental state and body language indicated that she was worried about something. "It has something to do with Queen Mystic?" Audrey was slightly surprised and curiously considered the possible reasons. After so many tarot gatherings, she had long drawn a psychological portrait of Ma'am Hermit. She believed that she was a rather contradictory beyonder. She was experienced, knowledgeable, and calm, yet also bold and reckless in certain aspects, like a young girl who had yet to mature. Combined with her relationship with Queen Mystic, Audrey's interpretation was that, although Ma'am Hermit had experienced a lot, she had managed to resolve many problems with the Queen's protection. Deep in her heart, she was still a young girl who yearned to be loved. No, Ma'am Hermit should already be a Sequence 4 demigod, so there shouldn't be too many things for her to be worried about. It's definitely not because of the war. As her thoughts raced, Audrey had no clues apart from guessing that it was related to Queen Mystic. At this moment, there were two matters echoing in Catlea's mind. Why did Her Majesty send so many diary pages over? If I hadn't become a mysticologist and grasped certain secret techniques, I wouldn't have been able to memorize all of them in such a short period of time. What exactly happened? Has the Queen fallen into some sort of dilemma? That fellow Frank actually didn't want to hold a ritual and wanted to directly consume the potion. Thankfully, I stopped him. However, the druid ritual isn't difficult for him at all. As a crazy biologist, he has already done his homework. He will become a druid in the next 2 days. Amidst her thoughts, Catlea shelved her concerns and turned to the end of the long bronze table. She lowered her head and respectfully said, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have found an entire book of Roselle's diary this time. An entire book." Upon hearing her words, all the members, including Alger, were clearly stunned. This exceeded their understanding. In the past, submissions ranged from 1 to 3 pages at a time. Did something happen? Even the slowest to react, the son Derek had noticed something unusual. Catleya ignored everyone's gazes. These diary pages aren't connected, but they all originated from Emperor Roselle's later years. Very good. The fool Klein nodded slightly, indicating that she could begin conjuring them. One page after another, the slightly yellow pages took shape, soon stacking into one book. After receiving it, he casually flipped through it and put it down. You can raise your questions now. Including the contributions you previously accumulated, you can ask a total of 10 questions. He didn't read the diary carefully because there were at least 30 pages which would require the members to wait for too long. 10, Catleya immediately felt a headache. There were only 2 questions that the Queen had asked her to raise. She deliberated for a moment. Honourable Mr. Fool, can we split the questions into multiple sessions? Sure, Klein nodded with a smile. This was convenient for him. To answer 10 questions at once was also a very difficult task. Catleya secretly let out a long breath. There are 2 questions this time. First, why does one need to be careful of the spectator? Be careful of the spectator? Audrey wore a blank look. The other members all cast their gazes at her. The fool Klein chuckled. A spectator always likes to hide in the shadows to secretly control certain matters, making it difficult for people to notice. In particular, one needs to be especially careful towards Angel of Imagination Adam. His apotheosis ritual is to consume the potion when the trend of the times follows what he envisioned. The trend of the times that follows what he envisioned allow the development of the times to meet his expectations. Justice Audrey couldn't help but ask. Klein nodded slightly. That's right, a war that sweeps the entire world is exactly what Adam wants. The Hanged Man, the Hermit, and the other members were bombarded by the information, their minds momentarily incapable of thought. Be it the apotheosis ritual or the trend of the times, all of them involved a very, very high level. Suddenly they vaguely understood why the psychology alchemists were deeply involved in the royal family's conspiracy. Only an existence at Mr. Fool's level can understand these secrets and participate in the corresponding game. Alger quickly found his train of thought and sighed inwardly. He was increasingly eager to become a demigod. He believed that this war would bring him plenty of opportunities, but he didn't know if he could seize them. The members of the Tarot Club were silent. As their thoughts ran through their heads, the fool Klein let out an inexplicable sigh. This was because he had no way of stopping this war. If it was only the matter of making George III's ritual fail, he could jump through some hoops and affect it slightly. However, in this war involving the trend of the times, even if he was a Sequence 1 angel, there was no way he could affect the overall situation. Apart from Adam, who has spent 1,000 to 2,000 years arranging for such a plot to play out, the rest of them, even the kings of angels, can only change certain situations but not the overall trend. The only thing I can do now is to make preparations for the resistance in the Rorstead archipelago. I hope they have the opportunity of being liberated from being colonies. Klein reined in his thoughts, his gaze maintaining a smiling look. Sensing Mr. Fool's gaze, Catleya controlled her chaotic thoughts. Secondly, where is the secret mausoleum that Emperor Roselle has yet to discover? Secret mausoleum? Yet to be discovered. Fours became more focused as she felt that this was material for a best-selling novel. On the other hand, Audrey and Alger could acutely sense something from this question. The eldest daughter of Roselle probably wasn't willing to accept her father's death and was still searching for traces left behind by him. The fool Klein was already prepared for this. He smiled. Perhaps in the Fog Sea, in the secret primitive island Roselle discovered, or the Abyss. Abyss, Emlyn immediately felt his eyelids twitch. In the history of the Sanguine, there were many records of Second Epoch devils wreaking havoc. Even reading those materials after thousands of years, he still felt himself turn impetuous and become entangled by chaos. The son Derek had a similar feeling as him, but he didn't think too much about it. Abyss, Audrey, Xiao, and the others subconsciously repeated that term in their hearts. In their daily lives, the abyss was an abstract expression, synonymous with danger, pain, decadence, and corruption. They never expected that it really existed somewhere in the Fog Sea. Chapter 1, 1101, Special Reward. Cattleya didn't return to her senses for a few seconds. She never expected Emperor Rosel's secret mausoleum to involve the abyss. After some careful thought, she realized that it wasn't surprising that a conflict at that level would involve something like that. All sorts of thoughts flashed through her mind as she bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. "Thank you for your answer. I have no further questions today." The fool nodded slightly and surveyed the area. "You may begin." Just as he finished speaking, Fors, who had been mustering her courage, said as she closed her eyes, "Mr. World, I have a commission for you." Seeing the World look over, she hurriedly explained, "You don't have to do much. You'll just leave me at an unfamiliar place every once in a while, and you can pick me up after a few days. If you're busy, you can present traveling to me several times for me to record." Upon hearing Miss Magician's words, the first thought that came to Klein's mind was, man versus wild? I have too many suitable places, such as the battlefield of the gods, Calderon City, and the City of Miracles, Leavesid. They're 1,000 times more dangerous than the wilderness. I'm just afraid that Miss Magician won't be able to handle the danger. He didn't let the World immediately answer, instead casting a pressuring look on her. Fors took a deep breath, calmed her emotions, and added in more detail, "This is the thing. I'm a Sequence 6 scribe now. In order to digest the potion, aside from recording Beyonder powers, I still need to record the local customs of different places. I hope that I can become a traveler as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid most of the dangers during the war. Mr. World, I've only recorded traveling once, so I won't be able to return if I go somewhere else. I can only ask for your help. I wonder if you're interested, and what kind of payment you'd wish to receive." So that's how it is. Justice Audrey finally came to a realization. She felt that Fors's method was really great. Especially since she's a best-selling novel author, her act of recording scenery and customs and publishing it as a book should be able to greatly aid in her potion digestion rate. She nodded silently, feeling happy for her friend. However, as a senior spectator, how could she not sense Fors's fear towards Mr. World? "Audrey, this state of mind isn't good. However, this is the attitude of a spectator. Fors definitely wouldn't expect that the so-called crazy adventurer she fears is only a mask," she thought, maintaining her spectator attitude. After the hanged man Alger heard her words, he sighed. This was because even this apprentice was beginning to break through to Sequence 5, while he was still stuck at that level. The World and the Hermit are already at Sequence 4. Justice, the Sun, the Moon, and the Star are also all at Sequence 5. Apart from the Magician, the newly joined Judgment is lower than my sequence. As his thoughts churned, Alger felt stifled, a heavy feeling that was difficult to resolve. Is that so? At the same time that Klein understood what Miss Magician was thinking, he suddenly recalled something. An ex-surgeon who was now a novelist. Will spreading the terrifying legends that I create into text form help me digest the bizarro sorcerer potion further? The more shocking, harrowing, and terrifying the description in the novel is, the better the effects. He suddenly had inspiration and controlled the World to say, "This commission is very simple, but the payment I need is very special." Upon hearing that Mr. World was inclined to agree, Fors asked in both joy and anxiousness, "What's the payment?" The World pondered for a moment. "Collect information about the ghost stories that have happened recently in the various major hospitals in Backland, and write them into a small publication or have them published in the newspapers. The requirement for the novel is that it's even more terrifying and bizarre. It's best if it can be a best-selling novel." The reason he only mentioned the matters of the major hospitals in Backland was because Miss Magician was a local author who was part of medical circles. Being able to come to know of the urban myths and use that as material was very reasonable and wouldn't incur suspicion. However, if she had even learned of the urban myths in the Rorstead archipelago and east and west Balam, then Zaratul's marionette would definitely visit her. The ghost tales of the various hospitals in Backland, after hearing the World's words, Audrey was stunned for nearly 3 seconds. She had originally thought that those rumors were caused by the church's Beyonders, secretly treating the injured victims. Now she was almost certain that the clown angel was Mr. World. Why does he act like that when he's doing something good? Is it because he needs the feeling or corresponding feedback from creating fear? She thought with some guesses. As for the star Leonard and the hanged man, one immediately thought of the strange urban myths that the Nighthawks were discussing recently, while the other fell deep into thought about the horror stories his subordinates had heard. I've never really heard of such payment before. Fours didn't think too much about it. After a slight period of deliberation, she agreed. All right, no problem. The world chuckled hoarsely. If you do well, I'll give you the opportunity to record the beyonder powers of a demigod. No problem. Fours swept away her usual languidness and firmly replied. To her, recording a demigod's powers not only increased her ability to protect herself, but it could also effectively help her digest the potion. This also made Audrey, Shio, and the other members sigh in their hearts. Scribes were truly enviable. After coming to an agreement, the scene fell silent for a moment. This was because the other members of the Tarot Club currently didn't have any requirements. Leonard had become a spirit warlock recently and had yet to conclude the acting principles. Emlyn was reading the Sanguine's research information regarding the moon domain every day. Derek had recently mastered the powers of Priest of Light. Similarly, Audrey and Shio had also recently advanced. Alger was in the Church of the Lord of Storms, so he had to keep a secret. He was currently in an awkward position which required him to find a chance to advance. Catleya had just become a demigod and was currently deep in research on all kinds of secrets. The transaction segment quickly ended as the members began their free exchange. Emlyn surveyed the area and his gaze landed on Leonard's face. If you're an official beyonder, how will you deal with a clergyman of an opposing faction in your area of jurisdiction? He hasn't done anything wrong, nor does he plan on doing anything wrong. Although Fainapotter had yet to start a war with Lone, they had invaded Lone's ally, Lenberg. This made the believers living around the Harvest Church look at Bishop Utravsky in an increasingly odd manner. Leonard thought carefully. Protective custody. Chapter 1102, Engaging Tigers to Hunt Wolves. Protective custody. That's quite a witty answer. As expected of a newly promoted Red Gloves team captain, when the fool Klein heard the star Leonard's answer, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. He knew very well who Emlyn was referring to, and he knew quite a bit about Bishop Utravsky. He didn't really believe Emlyn's claim that he hasn't done anything wrong, because to a deity's blessed or a zealot, their understanding of something wrong might be different from a normal person's. A qualified bishop of the Church of Earth Mother wouldn't treat death in the same manner as the most ordinary of people. Regardless, Father Utravsky has to be controlled. This is both a form of protection for the believers and the citizens around him, and a form of protection for this half-giant bishop, Klein thought. When Emlyn heard the answer, he slowly nodded without saying a word. Seeing that he was silent, Leonard turned to ask a question he wanted to get some feedback on. Are there any major matters lurking beneath Backlund recently? What he really wanted to ask was why his Red Gloves team had been left behind in the capital as a part of the reserve forces. As soon as he finished speaking, the other members of the Tarot Club, including the son Derek, all cast their gazes at the world Gehrman Sparrow. What major matters have been lurking beneath Backlund recently? There's plenty. The Black Emperor ritual of George III, my secret alliance with Queen Mystic. The three churches may seem to be tacitly in approval, but all have different attitudes. As Klein's thoughts raced, he suddenly understood what Leonard wanted to ask. Why was Leonard left in Backlund? Because of me, the church doesn't want to put him in a dangerous situation? Am I thinking too highly of myself? Klein secretly shook his head and rejected the thought. He quickly changed his train of thought. Leonard is only a sequence 5, so what use can he play in Backlund? The clearing of the Ammon avatars last time made the goddess or the upper echelons of the church guess that Palez Zoroast is hiding in the vicinity of Boakland Street, and they ended up suspecting Leonard? There's a possibility, and it's not a low one. But why is Palez being kept in Backlund? To fish for Ammon? It's almost impossible to kill him, unless he doesn't come with his actual body. But in that case, it's not worth making such arrangements. His thoughts quickly developed, and soon he had a new idea. Fishing for Ammon isn't done so as to deal with him, Instead, it's to hold back Zaratul, who's currently in Backland. Similar pathways could be interchanged at high levels. Even if one became a true god, they still have a strong desire for the uniqueness and sequence 1 characteristics of neighboring pathways. The goddess wants to make Backland into a potpourri mess before wiping them all out. Klein made the world hesitate for a few seconds before saying, the leader of the secret order, a sequence 1 angel, and an old friend of Emperor Roselle, Zaratul, is currently hiding in Backland. Seeing that the members of the Tarot Club were a little confused, the world added in a hoarse voice, the law of beyonder characteristics conservation we often refers to the conservation of characteristics of neighboring pathways. In other words, similar pathways also obey the law of convergence. Leonard immediately fell into deep thought. After a few seconds he deliberated. The Marauder and the Seer pathways are neighboring pathways. Yes, the Apprentice pathway is also a neighboring pathway, the world answered frankly. Upon hearing their conversation, Fors first connected the law of convergence to the attraction between characteristics taught to her by her teacher. She connected it to the Saint of Secrets who had been attracted. Then, she began to consider a question. If it really is as Mr. World said, then would it have attracted the attention of Zaratul back then? After all, he is in Backland. All of a sudden, she thought of the raven that was staring at Botis's back. Fors hurriedly raised her hand, indicating that she had something to say. Seeing all the members looking over, she hurriedly said, my teacher is a member of the Abraham family. He wields a rather important sealed artifact. Seeing that no one was raising any questions, she continued, this causes him to occasionally encounter high-sequence beyonders of the Apprentice pathway. Previously, when he came to Backland, the Aurora Order's Saint of Secrets, Botis, had appeared nearby. As for me, I noticed that a raven was looking in the direction where Botis was heading. A raven, the details of the foggy town surfaced in Klein's mind. At the top of the pitch-black cathedral, there were ravens flying around. As for Zaratul's avatar, it was hidden inside. Zaratul is used to using ravens as marionettes. Is this a mark left behind during his phase as a bizarro sorcerer? While in thought, Klein made the world speak. That might very well be Zaratul. I actually met a Sequence 1 angel. Fors felt a sense of fear and horror. She then recalled how she and Shio had discussed Adam and thus ended up possibly targeted. For some reason, she had the illusion that she had become the protagonist of a novel. With this in mind, she hurriedly turned her head to Miss Justice. Can you hypnotize me later into forgetting certain matters? I'm afraid that I might accidentally recall something and attract attention. No problem, as Audrey answered. She glanced at Shio and nodded at her. As for Leonard, he had some ideas as well. He planned on discussing it with Old Man when he returned to hear his opinion. Klein didn't continue talking about the major matters that lurked beneath Backland because they were just too high-end for the other members. At this moment, Alger looked around. According to my observations, the Church of Storms isn't too enthusiastic about this war. They aren't too enthusiastic? This doesn't match the image of the Church of the Lord of Storms. When did they not emphasize the need to treat their enemies like a storm? Klein felt a little surprised. He then combined his understanding of the deities and began his preliminary analysis. According to my previous speculations, Storm, Sun, Reader, Spectator and Shepherd can switch paths at high levels. There should be an immense conflict between them. As for the Lord of Storms, he is highly likely the wind angel of yesteryear. He had eaten Adam's father, the ancient sun god. Even if he had tacitly allowed George III to become Black Emperor, it's impossible for him to sit back and watch Adam make use of the flood of the times to ascend to divinity. Therefore, the Church of the Lord of Storms is unwilling to have the war increase in scope and allow it to turn into a world war. Hence, he is trying hard to control his impulse. It must be really hard on them. This can explain why Loen and Intis would maintain their strange silence when Fainapotter invaded Lenberg, Massin and Sega. The Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun and the Church of the Lord of Storms are probably in a difficult position. On the one hand, at the level of the deities, it isn't that there is no possibility of abandoning their alliance to deal with the Church of Knowledge. On the other hand, The battle strategies at the national level also prompt them to protect those countries. Forcefully breaking the perceptions built up by the citizens would be an act that causes the anchors to become unstable. Also, once they participate in the battle, they would help Adam fulfill the conditions of his advancement to Sequence 0. Klein deliberately made the world silent for a moment before replying to the Hanged Man's intelligence. At present, this is inevitable. Chapter 1103. Hint. Klein didn't actually remember if he had told the Hanged Man and the others that the sailor, spectator, sun, reader, and secret suppliant pathways were interchangeable. However, since Alger had expressed his doubts towards the Church of the Lord of Storms, it meant that he hadn't thought about the interchangeability of both paths. Klein believed that there was a need him to explain things clearly, to allow the members of the Tarot Club to grasp the true stances of the various major factions. After Alger and the others cast their gazes at him, he controlled the world to say in a low, uncertain tone, "The storm, sun, spectator, reader, and secret suppliant pathways are neighboring pathways. Likewise for Evernight, god of combat and death. And neighboring pathways often become enemies. Of course, that's not absolute. At least the 7 deities have established an alliance." Upon hearing this reply, Alger first recalled Adam pushing for the flood of the times to become a god. Following that, thoughts flashed through his mind as he gained a certain level of understanding of the Church of the Lord of Storms' current attitude. This made him feel a rather special sense of superiority and joy, as if he had seen the essence of the matter, exceeding the level of most beyonders in his church. Similarly, Audrey had a brand new understanding of Intiz's strange silence in this war, and was even more worried about the situation in Lemberg, Massin, and Sega. In addition, she also knew that she could switch to unshadowed, cataclysmic Interer and to the corresponding Sequence 4 of the Church of Knowledge. Of course, compared to other pathways, she still preferred Manipulator. She liked the Spectator pathway from the bottom of her heart, but she also felt deep fear towards its upper echelons. The hermit Cataleya had always been deeply knowledgeable about such matters. She also knew that the mystery prior and savant pathways were neighboring, as were the arbiter and lawyer, prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, and planter and apothecary pathways. As the other members dispersed their thoughts, Alger said to the world, "Thank you for your answer." In fact, for an instant, he wanted to leave the Church of the Lord of Storms and switch pathways, but he ultimately gave up on this idea. His goal for a long time was to become a cardinal. As for the position of pontiff, Alger didn't yearn for it. This was because it was too close to the Lord of Storms, and he had many secrets he kept close to his chest. If he were to be chosen, he suspected that he would be smote to ashes by a lightning storm the moment he put on the papal tiara. Seeing that the exchange had ended, Emlyn asked with curiosity, "Which pathway can the apothecary pathway be interchanged with?" "The planter pathway of the Church of Earth Mother," Cataleya answered casually. The planter pathway possessed by the Church of Earth Mother, Emlyn frowned as he vaguely grasped something. At this moment, Xiao also asked, "Which pathway neighbors the arbiter pathway?" "Lawyer," Cataleya answered simply, "lawyer of the Black Emperor pathway. In other words, if I could become a Sequence 5, I would be able to switch to Sequence 4 of the Black Emperor pathway. And Fours had previously told me that Mr. Fool has the card of blasphemy. It contains all the secrets of that pathway." Xiao suddenly realized that there was a glimmer of light for her future. It had to be known that the arbiter pathway was firmly controlled by the 2 royal families. To Xiao, this meant that it was almost impossible for her to get the Sequence 4 potion formula. And now, she had seen another possibility. At this moment, Audrey had already summarized the neighboring pathways that had been mentioned, thoughtfully asking, "Among prisoner, criminal, hunter, assassin, savant, mystery and monster, which ones are neighboring pathways?" The world glanced at the hermit and replied hoarsely, "Prisoner and criminal, hunter and assassin, and savant and mystery prior are similar pathways that can be interchanged at high sequences." This was knowledge that could be confirmed by Klein. What about monster? Fours, who was listening, couldn't help but ask. Seeing the world remain silent, Cataleya thought for a moment. It's difficult to be categorized as a neighbor of any other beyond a pathway. Just like fate, it can only objectively exist alone. I can be sure of that. I can only say that the most fundamental order in our world's supernatural powers might be chaos and disharmony. The reason she was certain was because her advancement ritual required her to analyze the snake of fate's blood. I see, Audrey was slightly uncomfortable with this disharmonious situation, but she quickly adjusted her state of mind. After the exchange was almost complete, all the members looked at the son Derek. The youth said without any hesitation, "We've already set off. We're currently less than a day away from Afternoon Town. When we arrive, we'll be resting for another day or two before we begin exploring the giant king's court." The son's words made Alja, Catleya, and the others suddenly feel like myths were entering reality. Compared to places like the ruins of the battlefield of the gods, the giant king's court was a symbolic entity that appeared in various legends. What secret was it hiding? What was buried in it? The answer was about to be revealed. Even though they had followed the world into the city of miracles, Liveseed, which was on par with the giant king's court, the Star and Justice were also secretly excited and looking forward to hearing more. As for the fool Klein, he was thinking of something else. Should I get Little Sun to pray to the fool before the exploration? Then, I'll use the Crimson Star and the Sea God's Scepter to extend my vision so that I can watch a live broadcast. Yes, in that case, if there are any accidents, I can still provide some help. The only problem is that this method of relying on prayer points for observation cannot last too long. This has nothing to do with my own spirituality. It's just that this connection will fade away with time and last 45 minutes at most. Let Little Sun pray every once in a while? That's under the premise that it doesn't affect his battle or attract the attention of the people around him. After pondering for a moment, Klein didn't speak. He controlled the world to hint to the sun, "Before exploring the giant king's court, you can pray to Mr. Fool and pray for good luck. In the process, you can also pray many times." Mr. World really is a nice guy. After Derek sincerely thanked him, he hurriedly turned his body towards the end of the long, mottled table. Then he saw Mr. Fool, who was enveloped by the greyish-white fog, nod slightly. Chapter 1104, Contradiction. The world above the grey fog had been restored to its state of silence, as though the gathering that had just ended was an illusion. Klein bent his finger and lightly knocked on the edge of the long, mottled table, making the pages of the Roselle diary which Catleya had just given appear once again. Amidst an indescribable stillness, he cast his gaze towards the first paragraph of the first page. 27th September, I saw Miss Ithaca once again. I had a nerve-wracking and thrilling but sufficiently wonderful experience with her. As expected, I prefer women of this age. I read your diary with such seriousness, and you're giving me this? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he lampooned at the Emperor. He immediately gathered his thoughts and shifted his gaze. In a lounge at the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, after Leonard Mitchell opened his eyes, he deliberated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Old man, the Secret Order's Zaratul seems to be in Backland." In his mind, the slightly aged voice quickly sounded, "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Leonard immediately asked, "Old man, are you familiar with that Zaratul? Didn't you say that the Zoroast family and the Zaratul family are both important nobles of the Solomon Empire?" Palez Zoroast scoffed. "I'm familiar with the Zaratul who died in the War of the Four Emperors. The one alive now should be his descendant." Sigh, the Zaratul back then had already obtained clues regarding the second sequence one beyond a characteristic from the true creator. He was waiting for the War of the Four Emperors to end before searching for it. If he succeeded, he would be considered a king of angels. Unfortunately, in the war, he directly encountered the existence from the Antigonus family who could be known as the Half-Fool, and Bethel Abraham was also involved. If he hadn't been quickly banished and sealed by Evernite and Storm, I might not have survived to the end of the war either. The Half-Fool, Leonard's eyelids twitched when he heard this title as he thought of the entity above the grey fog for some baffling reason. He then forced himself to control his thoughts. Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly said, "I was left in Backland because they wished to use you to attract Ammon here. The wistful feelings in Pales's tone vanished as he clicked his tongue. Who made this guess? I don't think it's you. However, it's not bad that you know how to use your own resources to probe for the truth. Pales continued, I guessed that too. To be honest, your ex-colleague's relationship with Evernite really confuses me. If it wasn't for how familiar the concealment forces that appeared that day were, I wouldn't have dared to make such a guess. Heh heh, with Zaratul and I in Backland, Ammon will arrive soon too. It truly is a perfect triangle of balance. What do you mean? The concealment forces used to deal with Ammon came from the Evernite domain, not Mr. Fool. Leonard suddenly felt a strong sense of confusion. Seeing that Pales was also quite confused, he converged his thoughts and didn't ask any questions. He frowned. 2 Sequence 1 angels and a king of angels. Will this bring about a devastating disaster to Backland? Pales laughed. Balance also means that everyone will be very restrained. Besides, it's very likely that Ammon won't let his true body enter Backland. After all, the impossibility of a divine descent by Evernite doesn't mean that Storm or Steam can't. What do you mean? Leonard acutely grasped the key point. Pales's tone suddenly became more relaxed. Regardless of whether it's because of the war or for other reasons, Evernite is likely unable to interfere with the matters on the ground at the moment. Otherwise, why would she need to lure Ammon over to form a balance? Did something happen to the goddess? Leonard suddenly turned nervous. The slightly aged voice replied, It might not be a bad thing, and it might be a good thing. Without waiting for Leonard to ask further, Pales sighed again. Ammon was attracted to Backland by me. What about Zaratul? What about me? I think Zaratul is also here because of you, and you're in Backland because of me. Leonard pondered as he replied. Heh? Why do you think you're in Backland? Pales immediately scoffed. Leonard immediately replied, This is the arrangement of the church. It can't be the effect of the law of convergence of beyonder characteristics, right? That's not necessarily true. Pales's tone turned a little stern. Most of the time, the law of convergence will not directly show in places where you can sense it. It will influence fate. Just like when you board a train, you'll suddenly feel that the scenery is beautiful and will get off in advance. This might be because there are beyonders or mystical items of neighboring pathways around you. In other words, there are other things in Backland that attracts you and Zaratul here, and through you, my fate is affected, causing me to be arranged by the church to stay here. Leonard asked in enlightenment. Pales Zorast slowly sighed. That possibility can't be ruled out. Above the grey fog, Klein soon flipped to a diary page of value. 21st November. As I had made too many preparations in the early stages, I obtained that chaotic and terrifying Grade 0 sealed artifact even faster than I imagined. And then, after a difficult battle and with some help, I finally restored it to a pure Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic. In a few more days, the ritual will be completed. I should be able to advance to Sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor of the Mystery Prior Pathway. 26th November. Sunny and breezy. The ritual was very successful. I digested it thoroughly, and my anchors were even more stable. I'm already a Sequence 1 angel, a Knowledge Emperor. Bernadette no longer has to worry about the influence of the hidden sage. At the same time, the level of an angel means that I can greatly resist the notice and corruption from the cosmos. I can head to the Crimson Moon and see what's happening there. I'll make preparations for another 3 more days before attempting to land on the moon. That's 1 small step for man, 1 giant leap for mankind. Haha, don't quote me on that. Upon seeing this, Klein recalled the hysterical diary page of Roselle. He began to suspect that it was written after the Emperor's landing on the moon. Putting down the remaining diary pages, he began to use dream divination to recall the content he had read over the past year, hoping to use the comparison to find clues to Roselle's abnormal mental state. Not long after, he saw a few lines of text in his dream. It was the last diary entry that was theoretically written by Roselle. I'm unable to give any actual suggestions because I myself can't see the true faces of the 7 deities or those evil gods. This might be partially related to the second blasphemy slate that the ancient organization hides. Unfortunately, I only have a rough idea of the hidden parts, and I'm unable to verify them. In this diary, the emperor had even solemnly warned his friends to be careful of the moon. The dream suddenly shattered, and Klein snapped awake, an obvious look of fear in his eyes. He clearly remembered that, a long time ago, Roselle had confirmed that there was a hidden portion in the second blasphemy slate. 19th July, the night of the blood moon. Mr. Dawes' answer allowed me to confirm one thing. In that ancient secret organization, the second blasphemy slate I saw wasn't complete. The emperor forgot? No, how could he have forgotten such an important matter? He only appeared a little extreme, and he didn't have much of a problem. Why did this happen? Klein couldn't help but mutter to himself silently, having an inexplicable and terrifying feeling. The last diary entry, or rather the Emperor Roselle who wrote that sentence, seemed to be another person. Chapter 1105, the key diary entry. Above the greyish-white fog, Klein silently sat at the end of the long mottled table, like a stone statue. Regarding the discovery he had just now, he felt a deep sense of fear from the bottom of his heart, a chill that spread across his entire body, bringing with it obvious shudders. It was as if he had witnessed a familiar friend become a stranger in a very short span of time, as though he had been replaced by someone else. Could it be that the Emperor was unknowingly corrupted after his ascension to the Crimson Moon, and he didn't notice it at all? Or could it be that this was a form of hypnosis by Adam? But Roselle was at least a sequence 1 when that happened. Klein couldn't help but lower his head to inspect himself. This truly is an extreme sense of horror. He slowly took a deep breath and forced himself to focus his attention on the diary pages of Emperor Roselle. Soon, he discovered something worth reading. 28th July. I attended that ancient secret organization's gathering once again. From the discussions among the members, I sensed a problem. Is it because I advanced too quickly that I'm relatively inexperienced? There are many things that I have never heard of before, just like how they mentioned about the corruption from the cosmos and underground. This is the first time I know of their existence. While others are communicating, I asked old Mr. Hermes with a whisper, hoping to understand more. Hermes told me that this isn't something I can come into contact with at my current level. Just learning about it alone will cause me to be corrupted. It's actually that scary. What could it be? That old mister later told me that the corruption that originates from underground can be ignored because it will fade with time. A long time ago, in the era when the ancient gods were active, powerful creatures had attempted to resolve this problem completely. In the end, it made things worse and caused tremendous losses. Later, they gave up on the idea of directly exerting influence and switched focus to sealing and guarding it. From that day forth, although accidents happened occasionally, it was stable overall. Old Mr. Hermes mentioned the cosmos again and said that the situation there is more complicated, interesting, and more dangerous than I imagined. He said that even a Sequence 2 angel doesn't have much knowledge of the cosmos. If it wasn't for the fact that he once knew an existence that was good at wandering the cosmos and learned plenty of matters from that person, he wouldn't be able to tell me all of that. I was very curious, but I didn't hold much hope when I asked about the existence who was adept at wandering the cosmos. Hermes didn't hide the truth. He said that it was Mr. Dorr, Bethel Abraham. Mr. Dorr. I pretended not to know anything and asked about that person's level in a very casual tone. Hermes didn't answer directly. He only said that in the fourth epoch, even angels would address him by his name in private. Those who could make everyone address them by their titles are in a small minority, of which Mr. Dorr was one, aside from Evernite, Storm, and the other deities. The corruption that stems from underground will naturally fade with time. Rhodes said that the grey fog gives it a feeling that resembles that of an object from underground. And Lucker Brewster is certain that the higher the sequence, the greater the danger the underground world will bring. Klein tapped the edge of the long mottled table, increasingly puzzled. Phew, then I shall temporarily put aside my worries regarding the underground world. Hermes's words and the bronze door deep in the City of Miracles corroborate with each other. The Dragon of Imagination had really tried to resolve the problem of the underground world, but ended up with fear and trauma. From the looks of it, The greatest possibility for the coming of the apocalypse is probably from the cosmos. Amidst his thoughts, he sighed as he continued flipping through the diary pages. After reading a few pages, his eyes suddenly lit up and locked onto one of them. 31st December. The end of a year is the most suitable time to make a resolution. I've already thought of where the 8 secret mausoleums should be built. I'm just clueless about the last one. This has to be more covert than the 8 previous ones, or else it will be meaningless. After a long thought, I thought of a place, the nameless island where Grimm was buried. Of course, the abyss is also an option. However, I can't find a living devil in the area that I can enter, so I can't force them to become my citizens and help me build a mausoleum. Regardless, the environment on that nameless island seems like a pretty good choice. And there are many extraordinary creatures on that nameless island with no intelligence. They have long worshipped and followed me. I can totally drive them into building a secret mausoleum. When I wrote this, I suddenly recalled that experience. Because I dreamed of Grimm, I brought Edwards, Benjamin, and the others back to this nameless island and discovered that those extraordinary creatures lived together in harmony. They were gathered together and holding a ritual, and amongst them was the deceased Grimm. I was indeed shocked back then. I felt a fear that I hadn't felt in a long time. The power of those beyonder creatures that affected that nameless island actually came from the cosmos, and those who were corrupted would return to the source after dying. Thankfully, the power from the cosmos could only project a small portion of it into the real world. I finally solved the problem and made that nameless island my secret base. Now, it's time to use it. After reading the diary, Klein didn't feel exhilarated that he had correctly guessed where Rozelle's final mausoleum was. Instead, he frowned slightly. This was, on the one hand, because the corruption caused by the cosmos had truly appeared in front of him. On the other, the nameless island wasn't that secretive. Other than the Emperor, there were also the 2 survivors, Edwards and Benjamin. It didn't meet Rozelle's requirements of complete secrecy. Before this, did Edwards and Benjamin pass away normally, resulting in them being unable to divulge any secrets? Or was it that, after Rozelle successfully built the mausoleum, he made these 2 subordinates stay on the island forever? After a moment of silence, Klein flipped through the diary pages again, in search of the coordinates to the nameless island. However, he didn't see the corresponding content. Instead, there was a diary entry that vaguely revealed some of Rozelle's thoughts in his later years. 27th December. I've been feeling uneasy recently because I have no confidence in what will happen next. I have put myself in the most dangerous situation. This is an act of me taking initiative, but it is also a choice due to a lack of options. Sometimes I'm very confused. How did I end up like this? Was I too extreme, or was this the only thing I could do? No, at this point in time, I can't be confused anymore. Apart from affecting my mindset and making the already slim chances even slimmer, it's meaningless. Heh, all my hopes are placed on one sentence: life is possible by being in death's embrace. From the looks of it, the Emperor really chose the method of making use of one's revival after death to escape the madness and corruption. This is simply crazy. Klein leaned back into his chair as he silently sat in the ancient palace for a while. After he slowly recovered his scattered thoughts, he considered how to find the nameless island. I remember that Benjamin seems to be from the Abraham family. This can be asked via Miss Magician. I'll be meeting her soon. There's no need to specially get the fool to pass the message. I'll get Queen Mystic to ask the descendants of Edwards, William, and Polly. That will be more suitable. With this in mind, he surveyed the area and sighed before disappearing above the grey fog. Chapter 1. 1106, Making Contact. Returning to the real world, Klein immediately took out a pen and paper and wrote a short letter. Investigate the nameless island which led to the deaths of Grimm, William, and Polly. This can be done through the descendants of Edwards, Benjamin Abraham, and the descendants of the 3 deceased. This was a letter to Queen Mystic Bernadette, so he didn't write the reason, believing that she would understand. After folding the letter, Klein casually found a candle and began the summoning ritual. After completing the setup, he placed the letter on the altar, took 2 steps back, and recited in ancient Hermes, I, I summon in my name an invisible creature that roams the upper realms, a strange spiritual body that is friendly to humans, a messenger that belongs solely to Bernadette Gustave. The moment he said that, his spiritual perception was triggered. He instinctively activated his spirit vision, but he didn't see anything. Then he discovered that the letter on the altar had disappeared. Queen Mystic's messenger is very special. Next time, I'll switch to using my spirit body thread's vision. He was stunned for a second before he sighed inwardly. In the evening, under the illumination of the street lamps, the carriage drove to the intersection of the Backlund Bridge area and East Borough. Wearing a long dress and a dark cloak, Fors paid the fare before alighting. She walked slowly along the shadows, preparing to make a large detour to escape from her imaginary stalker. At the end of the previous tarot gathering, she had swiftly overcome her laziness, packed up, and went out to visit her former teachers, classmates, and colleagues. It was very normal to care about friends after an air raid. During the visit, she had originally planned on diverting the topic onto the strange tales at the hospital, but to her surprise, there was no need. Her former acquaintances would usually chat about such matters on their own accord, making one convinced that such illusions happened at every hospital. I don't have to make any major changes at all. As long as the patient's miraculous recoveries are changed to them having their physical wounds healed, only to have them go bonkers, it would make for an excellent horror story. Fors walked as she thought, entering a creative state of mind. At this moment, her vision blurred. She saw a figure walk out from the shadows in front of her where the gas lamps couldn't illuminate. The figure wore a black trench coat and a half-top hat. He had a deep-set face with cold facial features. Apart from his gold-rimmed glasses, he looked identical to the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. Although Fors knew that Mr. World wouldn't hunt her and was here to fulfill the contract, she couldn't help but tense up as though she had met her strictest teacher. Good evening." Her footsteps slowed down, but she still continued moving forward and greeted him. Klein nodded without a word. He turned around and walked into a secluded, dark alley. Despite the environment, Fors similarly didn't say a word, lowering her head slightly and following behind him. When they reached the depths of the alley, Klein looked around. "Help me ask your teacher if he knows of this person, Benjamin Abraham. If he knows him, I want all his information and all the text and pictures he left behind." Okay. Fors was nervously waiting for Mr. World to teleport her, but she never expected him to mention something else for no reason. She nearly failed to react. She then took a deep breath and continued waiting, but after a few seconds, nothing happened. Fors looked up in shock, only to see Mr. World still standing in front of her. She then heard him say in a deep voice, "Write it now." "Write it now," she thought, subconsciously saying, "I didn't bring any paper, a pen, envelope, or stamp with me." Before she could finish, the 4 items were thrown at her. Fors caught the items and took a few steps out. Using the gas lamps at the end of the alley and the hard wall, she quickly wrote the letter to her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. With both hands in his pockets, Klein waited patiently. In fact, he had long been lurking around Miss Magician without showing himself. According to the address she provided, he had been secretly monitoring her from the moment she left home. His monitoring was done by getting his marionettes to pray to sea god Calvatur from time to time, while his actual body stayed above the grey fog, using the prayer light dots to observe her. With the help of his true vision, he was certain that Zaratul hadn't targeted her, thus it was safe to make contact. A few minutes later, Fors finished writing. She used a sticky herbal powder she carried with her to seal the envelope and pasted the stamp. "Do I throw it into the mailbox now?" She glanced at the cover of the letter with a teacher's address and real name and asked hesitantly. Klein nodded indiscernibly. "Return after you're finished posting it." She let out a long breath. Turning around, she ran towards the street and found the mailbox. After finishing all of this, she returned to the dark alley. Without waiting for him to speak, she handed over the fountain pen and the remaining 2 stamps, quickly saying, "One was enough." Klein gave her a look before he took the items and calmly said, "This means that your teacher's residence is less than 100 kilometers from Backlund." Fors's expression froze. "What's the big deal?" I also know that your teacher lives in Pritz Harbor, Klein muttered to himself before taking a few steps forward to stand in front of Miss Magician. He then reached out his left hand that was wearing a transparent glove and grabbed her shoulder. Fawes subconsciously lowered her head again. The surrounding colors immediately became saturated and layered, while countless, indescribable figures flashed. When the things and colors she saw returned to normal, Fawes instinctively raised her head to thank him. However, Gairman Sparrow had already disappeared. She sized up her surroundings in a daze and realized that she was standing in an empty corner. In front of her was a door, and a din and the smell of alcohol were emitted from beyond it. Fawes pulled at her cloak and walked out the door with a hint of fear, only to see many men dressed as pirates. They had scimitars and guns by their waist. While drinking hard liquor, they discussed the strengths of the fleets of Faysac and Lone in high spirits. Quite a number of beautifully dressed women were amongst them, like dancing butterflies. She was wearing a long, dark-colored cloak in a Backlund style, her brown hair long and slightly curled. Her expression of fear made it seem like she was a lamb that had barged into a wolf pack. It was so disharmonious and eye-catching, and it quickly attracted the attention of many. She felt a little familiar with what those people had said to her, as if they were part of a language branch she had learned, but she couldn't understand them immediately. Where am I? What am I doing? Who are they? As Fawes was at a loss, a plump man squeezed over and said in broken lowness, 10 solly, 1 night. Fawes had been involved in many Beyonder circles over the years. Although she didn't know where she was, she knew very well what kind of situation she was in. The light in her eyes flickered strangely before they converged into one point. An indescribable aura emanated from her body, making the people around her subconsciously avoid her gaze. This was the authority of a judge, a qualitative change in the ability of an arbiter. On Theros Island, in the Berserk Sea, Danitz hid in the shadows, watching the intelligence peddler Bartz in a serious manner. Chapter 1107. Relax. As a hunter with a shadow cloak, Danitz's hiding abilities were always pretty good. At this moment, he didn't show any traces of himself, but he felt a little bored. When will such a life end? Vice Admiral Ailment, hurry up and appear. No, not now. It's better to wait until Anderson arrives. He did some introspection and rationally ended his prayer. He was worried that a pirate admiral like Tracy would discover him, and he lacked the courage to deal with her. You seem very troubled. Suddenly, a voice rang beside Danitz's ear. He jumped out of the shadows in shock as an orange flame quickly formed in his hand. At the same time, he cast his gaze to the source of the voice, seeing Anderson hiding in the woods. There were green vines stuck to his head that seemed to meld him with the environment. Dog shit. After venting his anger, he asked, "When did you come?" 2 minutes ago, Anderson replied with a smile. You hid well. I didn't manage to find you immediately, so I followed your hiding habits and casually asked you a question. Danitz was momentarily unsure if he should be proud or angry. If I had remained calm just now, would you have failed to discover me? In theory, Anderson said, completely unfazed. But as an experienced hunter, there can't be only one way. Just as Danitz was about to ask what other solutions there were, he suddenly saw Bartz extinguish the candle and prepare to sleep. Minutes later, the figure of the intelligence peddler appeared by the window in the darkness. With a nimble leap, he landed in the shadows outside the house. Dog shit. Only then did Danitz appear, giving Bartz the middle finger. Anderson also left the woods. As he pulled out the branches from his head, he smiled at Danitz. I think we'll hit the jackpot tonight. Danitz glanced at the strongest hunter in the fog sea and nodded vigorously. I hope it's Vice Admiral Ailment. He used the shadows that were everywhere at night and immediately took the lead in following the intelligence peddler, with Anderson maintaining a perfectly adequate distance. 15 minutes later, Bartz arrived at the beach and stood there, staring at the dark blue sea under the crimson moonlight. He didn't wait too long. In the darkness of the sea, a huge outline appeared, gradually forming a black ship with a white flag fluttering in the air. On the flag, 2 ghostly blue flames burned within a pitch-black skull. The Black Death, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's flagship. Danitz instantly became excited. He subconsciously moved a distance forward, hoping to confirm if Tracy was on the ship. As the gigantic sailboat approached, the two people in the shadows could see sailors busy on the deck. Just as these thoughts flashed through Danitz's mind, he heard Anderson say with a suppressed voice, "Leave, huh?" Danitz's greatest strength was that he was good at following the instructions of an authoritative figure. Although his face was filled with puzzlement, he still used the shadows to silently leave the beach. When they could no longer see the Black Death, Danitz left the shadows and appeared in the forest. He hurriedly asked, "Aren't we going to confirm if Vice Admiral Ailment is aboard?" Anderson sized up Danitz and chuckled. "Never underestimate a beyonder who's very famous at sea but has lived to this day. Every pirate admiral is a target you must be careful against." Danitz subconsciously replied, "Admiral of Blood Senor, Admiral Hell Ludwell." They were all pirates who were easily killed by a particular crazy adventurer. Anderson was momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, he said, "So, isn't Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy worth paying more attention to, considering how she survived Gairman Sparrow's attack?" After careful thought, Danitz inexplicably felt that Anderson's words made sense. Just as he was about to speak, his throat suddenly felt itchy as he coughed. After a few times, his throat began to swell in pain and he could taste metal. "Look, I told you to be careful." Anderson clenched his fists and held them to his mouth, coughing lightly. "Tracy must have spread all kinds of ailments around the ship. Once anyone approaches it, they'll quickly be infected and exposed. With this wide of a range, it means that she has completely digested the Sequence 5 potion and has a chance of advancing to Sequence 4. Why couldn't it be that she has already advanced?" As he was far from the source of the infection, Danitz quickly recovered and instinctively retorted, "If that were the case, you are either on the Black Death, or you have the Black Death disease and are on your deathbed," Anderson replied. "Isn't our encounter proof that Vice Admiral Ailment is on the ship? You can inform Gairman Sparrow." Danitz didn't hesitate any further. He immediately set up a ritual and summoned the messenger. Using the excuse of guarding the area, Anderson walked out of the forest. It was 3 in the morning in Backlund's East Borough. Klein sat on the bed and received the letter from Reinette Tinnecker. Opening it, he calmly got out of bed, took out a pen, and wrote on the back, "Return to the port city and await further instructions." After watching Miss Messenger leave, he calmly changed into his shirt, put on his vest, tied his bow tie, and put on his black trench coat. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Using the topaz spirit pendulum to divine the danger level, he received almost no revelations. Without any hesitation, he returned to the real world and stood in front of the mirror, putting on his half-top hat. In an empty room on the Black Death, a figure quickly outlined itself. He had black hair and brown eyes with cold and hard facial features. He was none other than Gairman Sparrow. Under the dim crimson moonlight, Klein swept his gaze and casually found a chair to sit down as he admired the sea vista outside. In the captain's cabin 1 level away, Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, dressed in a white blouse and beige pants, watched Bartz leave the room in disgust. She had just learned that Blazing Danitz and the strongest hunter Anderson had been staying on Theros Island recently. They're all related to Gairman Sparrow. Is that fellow looking for me? Tracy narrowed her eyes as she walked towards the window, prepared to instruct the sailors to steer the ship away from these waters. At this moment, her thoughts suddenly turned sluggish, as if she had sunken into a dream but was unable to extricate herself. Not good. Black flames abruptly emerged from the surface of her body, attempting to burn away any external influences. However, while the flames were initially able to flow smoothly, they later began to turn intermittent as they kept falling to the ground like withered petals. A strong sense of despair surged within Tracy as her thoughts turned increasingly slower. Desperate, she quickly condensed a layer of crystalline ice around her body, retracting the invisible threads towards her and wrapping herself in layers. At that moment, the door to the captain's cabin creaked open. Wearing a silk top hat and black trench coat, Gairman Sparrow walked in, politely closing the door behind him. With a light cracking sound, the entire cabin instantly became extremely quiet. The sound of crashing waves was no longer present, as though they had been separated from the real world. As for the invisible spider webs that entangled Tracy, they seemed to misunderstand the order that was given as they tightly bound her, preventing her from moving or using her beyond her powers. Distortion. As her thoughts returned to normal, her brain no longer felt frozen. What do you want to do? She couldn't hide her fear as she watched Gehrman Sparrow slowly approach. What she couldn't understand was why the other party would give up on the attempt to make a marionette, even though she had clearly lost her ability to resist. The reason Klein did so was because he was worried that Tracy and the Demoness of White were related by blood. This way, her death would cause the demigod who was good at hexes to sense something and take measures ahead of time. Tap, tap, tap. Klein stopped in front of the Demoness. Chapter 1108. Messed Up Family. Gehrman Sparrow's silence made Tracy's heart sink, as though she had fallen into an ice cavern. When he saw despair surface on her face, Klein took out a piece of paper from his pocket. With a flick of his wrist, he made it fly forward like a poker card. With a whoosh, the slip of paper cut through a tiny portion of the invisible spiderwebs, tore open the translucent ice crystal, and lacerated Tracy's left arm, causing blood to splatter. The paper was quickly dyed with a bright red tinge before it boomeranged back into Klein's palm. Tracy originally imagined that the paper would come at her throat, but she never expected it to only target her arm. She was momentarily stunned. Only when Gehrman Sparrow folded the paper and placed it into an iron cigar case did she suddenly realize something. She asked, "Your true target is Katerina?" Klein placed the iron cigar case back into his pocket without answering. He calmly asked, "You are her descendant?" Upon hearing this, Tracy, who was still trapped, suddenly let out a low laugh. "I'm not just a descendant, I'm her child. Daughter," as Klein rejoiced over his caution in not recklessly killing her, causing the Demoness of White to sense something. He subconsciously analyzed whether Katerina was the mother or father of the ailment maiden. If Katerina was also formerly a male, it's possible that she's Tracy's father, but the problem is that she was already a Sequence 4 during the Pale Disaster. And for the assassin pathway, a man will change into a woman at Sequence 7. In other words, if Katerina is Tracy's father, Tracy needs to be at least 1,300 years old. It's impossible for a Sequence 5 Beyonder to live for so long. There's only one answer, and that is that Tracy was born by Katerina in the past few decades. Klein nodded slightly and confirmed without any change in expression, "She's your mom?" Tracy's expression suddenly turned odd. "No, my mother." Just as he was about to ask what the difference was, Tracy sneered. "My mom is another person. She used to be my father. You demonesses have messed up families, but that isn't the reason why you spread catastrophes to the world." Klein used his clown powers to control his facial muscles as he continued looking at her, his face impassive. Tracy, who was already in a dire situation, was now beginning to abandon herself to despair. Without waiting for his response, she sighed and gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Maybe it was all a mistake since I was born. Abnormal parents, abnormal family relationship, abnormal sect members. They sculpted me and harmed me. At the age of 8, I found out that my father, who I had always admired as a role model, had suddenly become a woman. He was becoming like a dainty flower by the day, becoming more adept at using his charms. Later on, he even found a male friend and gave birth to my younger brother. Can you imagine that kind of feeling? After I ran away from home and came to the sea, I finally found a normal sense of self-recognition and a social identity after many years of hard work. Then a potion bottle turned me into a woman." "Heh, a woman." After listening quietly, Klein said without changing his tone, "Your instigation skills are pretty good." Tracy turned agape, but in the end she only sighed and smiled with a complicated expression. "I admit that I was trying to win your sympathy. Everyone wants to live, isn't that right? However, I didn't lie. That was my life experience." She stopped exaggerating her pain and paused. "Before you kill me, I would like to ask you a question." "What is it?" Klein looked at the demoness and asked. Tracy hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Before you came to assassinate me the previous time, did Helene know about this?" Klein was silent for a moment before he said she didn't know what would happen. Tracy's face suddenly glowed. Really? Before he could respond, she revealed an extremely complicated expression. Before I die, can I ask you for another favor? If you can see her again, tell her that I feel very guilty about what happened in the past, but I don't regret it. At this point, she tried to shake her head but failed. She could only laugh at herself. Forget it, there's no need to tell her. Let's leave it at that. You can do what you were here for. With that, she closed her eyes. After a few seconds, she didn't feel the pain she expected. Instead, she heard Gammon Sparrow say in a deep voice, "Say this, no one is to disturb me." Tracy was surprised as she felt perplexed. However, since she was already facing death, such a small matter wasn't worth nitpicking. She opened her mouth and said, "No one is to disturb me." As soon as she said the statement, the same voice echoed on the Black Death, greatly amplified. The pirates didn't have any doubts about this, instinctively avoiding the captain's cabin. At the same time, Tracy saw Gammon Sparrow take off his top hat and press it to his chest, bowing slightly at her as though he was bidding her farewell. Then, she felt as though she was isolated from the entire world. There was silence. Even the crazy adventurer was gone. She had obtained the environment of not being disturbed, just as she wanted. The magnify and distortion powers of the lawyer pathway. The layer of ice on Tracy's body began to melt, but the invisible spiderwebs continued to bind her firmly. Hence, she could only stand there like a lifelike wax statue. He didn't kill me. Tracy looked ahead blankly, momentarily in disbelief. She didn't believe he hadn't taken action because he pitied her. This crazy adventurer had killed many pirates, and there had never been a situation where he showed mercy. There must be other factors. It's likely because of my blood relationship with Mother. As demonesses, we're all good at hexes. Once I die, Mother will immediately notice it. When she discovers that there's a problem here, she will make preparations ahead of time, preventing him from finding his target. That's why he allowed me to live, but made it impossible for me to contact anyone else. From the looks of it, regardless of the outcome of his operation targeted at Mother, he will return to kill me. And if I want to continue living, I have to succeed in saving myself before that happens. In Tracy's heart, she didn't have much of a relationship with her mother, Katerina. This demoness of Unaging had lived for a long time, and most of the time she had maintained her youthful state of mind by dating young men. She was passionate about the occasional children that she had whenever she found it novel. At other times, she was mostly indifferent. However, as she grew older, Katerina's evaluation of Tracy was that she resembled her past self more and more. Hence, she was doted on and provided more help. However, Tracy didn't want such attention. It only served to make her lose her original gender, putting her into a painful situation. Phew, although I hate her and blame her, I still unknowingly rely on her, hoping that she can respect my opinion more. I hope that she can escape Gammon Sparrow's pursuit. Tracy once again began to struggle in an attempt to escape her bound state. On the one hand, she was trying to save herself. On the other, she wanted to inform her mother to be careful. Of course, she found it questionable that Gammon, who had likely advanced to Sequence 4 recently, would be able to harm her mother. She was, after all, someone who had survived since the Fourth Epoch. However, she didn't only pin this belief on hope alone. This was because Gammon Sparrow had helpers, such as the Death Consul, who even her mother feared. Above the grey fog, Klein had already taken his seat in the high-back chair of the Fool. He placed the paper stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's blood on the surface of the long, mottled table. Following that, he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a divination statement. Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's mother, Katerina's current location. Putting down the pen, he held the two pieces of paper and leaned back into his chair. He closed his eyes and repeated the words he had written. After repeating it 7 times, he entered a dream. He saw a tall and towering Gothic bell tower appear in the grey world. Around the bell tower, the white-robed Katerina stood in the shadows of a few houses. She observed the surroundings with a heavy expression, as though she was searching for something. As for the crimson moon hanging high in the sky, its position was identical to what he had seen before entering the grey fog. This meant that the demoness of White Katerina was still in Backlund. She was in West Borough, in search of a particular target. Chapter 1, 1109, Patience. After ending the divination and returning to the real world, Klein walked to the room outside the rental flat. There, he pondered for nearly a minute while looking at the crimson moon in the night sky. Perhaps there's still another chance for digesting the potion, he muttered silently as he ultimately rummaged for something. He took the two marionettes and disappeared into the shadows. In Backlund, he no longer dared to use Flaming Jump, afraid that it might catch Zaratul's notice. In the blink of an eye, Klein appeared at the back of the tall, Gothic-styled bell tower in his dream. He hid in the shadows, one formed by the Bell of Order, a symbol of Backlund. Immediately following that, he and his two marionettes split apart, each occupying different hidden spots. After doing all of this, he quickly turned a rat into a marionette, allowing it to run to the edge of the range of his control. It opened its mouth and softly chanted an honorific name, the great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife. Demoness of White Katarina is in this area. Since Klein was fulfilling his agreement with the Red Angel evil spirit, he also hoped that this high-level creature would step into a trap that might possibly be for him. At the same time, he had some doubts about Sauron Einhorn Medici's true intentions. He had no intention of urgently getting help from the Church of Evernite or Queen Mystic, planning on watching from the sidelines to confirm the situation. Just as the prayer ended, the grey rat suddenly twitched and fell quietly beside a rubbish bin. It had already lost its life and was no longer his marionette. This was a way to prevent himself from being marked. As for him, after giving up on that rat, he immediately left the area with Konus and Inuni. He also made the winner pray to sea god Kalvatua a few kilometers away. After the prayer, the two of them continued to retreat. Then Klein hid in a storage room in a particular house, took 4 steps counterclockwise, and went above the grey fog to sit at the position of the Fool. He then beckoned for the sea god's scepter. With the help of the prayer light, he expanded his scope and observed the target area. At the same time, with his other hand, he held the piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy's blood. With a medium like this and a general scope, it didn't take long under his true vision before he found the hidden demoness of White Katarina. The black-haired, blue-eyed woman was dressed in a pure white robe. She looked like a weightless feather, gently drifting across the streets and alleys. Even if the patrolling policemen looked in the right direction, they were unable to detect her presence. He took a deep breath and patiently waited for the Red Angel to appear. He also observed Katarina, wanting to know what she was looking for. He suspected that she was targeting Trissy Cheek. Seconds changed to minutes as the crimson moon gradually tilted to the side. Having wandered around the Bell of Order for a while without finding anything, Katarina revealed a slightly frustrated and disappointed expression. She looked as though she was about to leave at any time, and the Red Angel never appeared. Sauron Einhorn Medici was just lying to me? No, that's not necessarily the case. The Red Angel evil spirit has actually arrived at the scene, but has chosen not to immediately take action like me? He is waiting for the battle between Katarina and me to reach its most intense state before suddenly appearing to reap the greatest benefits. Klein's thoughts wandered as he came up with a guess. He suspected that the Red Angel was as cautious as he was. This is really troublesome. Next, it will depend on who's more patient, Klein muttered silently as he continued to observe the situation. Tick. Tick, tick. Demoness of White Katarina's expression turned increasingly gloomy. Suddenly, she cast her gaze on the glass window of a building. The dim night was like a mirror reflecting the things in front of them. Katarina's beautiful blue eyes sparkled slightly as the surface of the mirror instantly turned dark, as though countless objects and layers of space were hidden within. The glass window seemed to have become a passageway to an alternate world. With a thought, he suspected that Katarina was about to use the mirror world to leave this place. How can the Red Angel still endure this? Klein tensed up as he instinctively wanted to put down the sea god's scepter and return to the real world to prevent her from leaving. As this thought flashed through his mind, he ultimately didn't move. He felt that he could still wait a little longer because even if Katarina left, he could still locate her again, as long as she didn't discover that something had happened to her daughter. At that moment, she floated to the glass window and entered without any corporeal form. The layers of illusory worlds within the mirror converged as though they were constantly moving away. At this moment, using his true vision, Klein seemed to hear a shrill female scream. This cry seemed to come from another world, containing extreme fear and disbelief. None of the residents in the surrounding area were jolted awake. That was Katerina's scream? What exactly happened to her? Klein's gaze froze as he thought of something. The Red Angel evil spirit is also an evil spirit, and it's also capable of using mirror blink. In other words, he is no stranger to the mirror world. Could it be that Sauron Einhorn Medici had been hiding in the mirror all this time, waiting for the Demoness of White to throw herself into a trap? As his pupils dilated, the darkness and gloominess in the glass window disappeared. The mirror had lost its unique characteristics and returned to its original state. A few seconds later, the bottom of the glass window slowly bled, forming a liquid that slid down. In the areas that the liquid passed, the surrounding greyish-white tint spread, covering its original pale yellow color. Drip, drip, drip. The drops of liquid landed on the ground, dyeing it bright red like blood, beautiful like flowers. Upon seeing this scene, the muscles on Klein's face twitched slightly before he forced himself to use his clown powers to control his expression. This ending was really unexpected. A powerful and senior Sequence 3 saint, one who had lived for more than 1,000 years, was unable to put up any resistance in front of the Red Angel's trap. There was only silence left. As for Klein himself, even if he counted the 2 marionettes and the sealed artifacts he possessed, he was still a little weaker when compared to Katerina's strength. This also meant that if he were to face the Red Angel, he would probably not end up any better. Is this what a former king of angels is? Even though his strength has yet to recover to its peak state, it still leaves one in such despair. Seeing the blood seeping out from the glass window gradually lessen, he let out a long breath and returned to the real world. Following that, he and Winner Enuni exchanged positions as he teleported to the glass window. Enuni, who wore Gehrman Sparrow's appearance, said to the glass window in a deep voice the moment he materialized in front of it, "I have already fulfilled my promise." A figure suddenly appeared on the glass window. He was wearing a long black robe with red stripes, the hood casually worn, revealing a soft outline. His skin was brown, and he had a pale face. He was the gatekeeper who had been possessed by Sauron Einhorn Medici. "Well done," the young man walked down from the window and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Klein took out something from his pocket. The corners of his mouth curled up as he happily replied, "You did well too." As he spoke, he blew at the monocle in his hand and wore it on his left eye. Sauron Einhorn Medici's smile froze. Chapter 1110, Spirit Channeling. For a moment, the cold night became abnormally scorching hot, as though invisible lava was surging within it. However, everything quickly returned to normal. The Red Angel evil spirit sized up Klein and smiled as if nothing had happened. "I'll say it again. You have talent in being a provoker. Back when Zaratul digested the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion, even he didn't dare to pretend to be Amon in front of me." There wasn't a hint of anger in his tone, but with his gaze sweeping across Klein, it was as if he had fallen deep inside a glacier, his body freezing. Even though he was separated by a marionette, the back of Klein's neck and back still had goosebumps. Without needing Sauron Einhorn Medici to say anything else, Klein understood the hidden meaning. Anyone who dared to use such a method to scare him would suffer the punishment of steel and blood on the spot. If it wasn't for the fact that the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion had been digested to a certain extent, I would have thought that your willpower was as strong as steel and that your strength has returned to at least a Sequence 1. And now, I can basically confirm that, under your calm demeanor, you're hiding a strong fear towards Amon. This also means that your current level is at most at Sequence 2, Klein thought, without further agitating the Red Angel. He smiled and took off the monocle. Back in the Solomon Empire, Zaratul should already be an angel. How would he still need to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion? "I'm talking about the young Zaratul," Sauron Einhorn Medici said casually. This is consistent with the description from the grandpa in Leonard's body. Klein nodded indiscernibly and focused on the main topic. You've already finished off the Demoness of White? What do you think? The Red Angel laughed. Also, one must be polite. Since Katerina calls herself the Saintess of White, then you shouldn't call her a demoness anymore. Polite. A hunter emphasizing manners with me. At that instant, the corners of Klein's mouth twitched, but he ultimately held back. I've already fulfilled my promise. I think you don't mind giving me a small reward. Reward? The Red Angel scoffed and asked. Klein ignored his attitude. I wish to communicate with the Demoness of White. I want to ask her something. Just this request? The Red Angel asked in amusement. Klein nodded. That's right. No problem. Sauron Einhorn Medici raised his right hand and grabbed at his glabella. From there, a blurry figure was pulled out. It was none other than Saintess of White Katerina, her expression filled with horror. Can we have a private conversation? Seeing this, Klein looked around. The Red Angel immediately laughed. Do you need a room where the two of you can be together? Think about it with that brain of yours. Even if you want to hide the questions you would like to raise from me, I can still find out through Katerina's spirit. That is, of course, unless you don't plan on returning her to me. Klein made the marionette reply with a deadpan expression. I have a way to make her forget my questions. This was both the truth and a lie. The truth was that he could use Vin Rambis's manipulator characteristic to complete the job, but it was difficult, and the chance of failure was very high. The reason he lied was because he had no intention of doing so. He only had one purpose in saying this, to make the Red Angel suspect that the answers obtained weren't the truth, that there were key hidden parts beneath the surface. This worked wonders on people who were highly suspicious. Not bad. After Sauron Einhorn Medici heard Klein's reply, his body suddenly vanished, projecting itself onto the glass window. Klein glanced at the blood that had already coagulated on the grey stones, feeling somewhat wistful as he brought the somewhat muddle-headed Demoness of White far away from the glass and into a dark alley. He then took out candles, essential oils, and herbal powders. He set up an altar and prayed to the Evernite goddess, hoping that he could use ritualistic magic to complete the mediumship. This was a skill he had mastered when he was still a Nighthawk. As the ritual was completed, an immense and terrifying power descended, causing the surroundings to become unusually quiet. Klein's eyes instantly darkened, as if the dark night was compressed. He then saw more things around Katerina's spirit, flickering light and blurry mind storms. He easily passed through those obstacles and faced her body of heart and mind. Has the cooperation between the Demoness sect and George III come to an end? Klein began from a less sensitive question. The dazed look on Katerina's face faded a little as she nodded with a pure smile. Yes. Then why are you still in Backland? Klein asked further. Katerina replied solemnly, I'm in pursuit of Trissy. She took an important sealed artifact from us. What's the sealed artifact? Klein suddenly recalled the sapphire ring that Demoness Trissy had once worn. Katerina said with a pious expression, it has something to do with the awakening of Primordial. Apart from its high level at grade 0, it doesn't have any special abilities. Indeed, it has to do with the Primordial Demoness. Klein didn't reveal that he knew her true name. Instead, he asked, do you know where the other 8 mausoleums of George III are? Katerina frowned slightly and answered, they're separately located in the southwest suburbs of Backland, Awa County, East Chester County. This Demoness of White first gave a simple account of the locations before introducing them in detail. The 8 mausoleums have already been repaired. They temporarily deactivated the teleportation tunnel. Even if they have the corresponding charms, there's no way to open them again. It's almost impossible to find them directly from the outside world. Other than Prince Grove, Duchess Georgina, the 2 angels of the royal family, and George III, no one else can enter. Well, some of those places were places where Conus Kilgore often went hunting, so it matches my guess. This means that the Demoness of White isn't lying. If this is really the case, it would be quite troublesome, as his thoughts raced. He first posed a question. The royal family has 2 angels. In fact, that's not the case. It's very likely that George III is also one, Katerina replied honestly. One of those two angels is the founder of the Lone Kingdom, Protector William I, who has survived since the Fourth Epoch. He is a Sequence 1 hand of Order of the Arbiter pathway, while the other is the former Duke of Southville, D. Link Augustus. He is a Sequence 2 balancer. As for how many Grade 0 sealed artifacts the royal family has, I'm not sure. The founder on the £10 note is still alive? I have the feeling that history has seeped into reality again after some thought. He nodded and asked, "Why are you working with George III?" "For a conqueror beyond a characteristic. It's already in our hands." Katerina's expression became a little excited. Conqueror was the name of the Red Priest Pathway's Sequence 1 potion. Then, will it belong to the primordial demoness, or belong to the upper echelons of your sect? Klein asked thoughtfully. Who are the higher-ups of your sect? It will be sacrificed to primordial. However, we have to find the sealed artifact that Trissy took away first. Currently, it has been kept by the Saintess of Black. All the higher-ups of our sect have colors as their code names, Katerina answered truthfully. After understanding more details, Klein terminated the spirit channeling, cleaned up the altar, and allowed the Demoness of White's spirit to return to the glass window from before. As for himself, his body suddenly turned transparent. With the help of teleportation, he disappeared from this region, rendezvousing with his actual body and his other marionette. After watching Gehrman Sparrow leave, the gloominess and confusion on Katerina's face suddenly vanished as her expression became extremely astute. She then entered the glass window, which had turned dark again. A few seconds later, Sauron Einhorn Medici and Demoness of White Katerina walked out of the mirror together. The latter's figure was clear and filled with flesh. She showed no signs of death. "Are you saying that he was asking about the other 8 secret mausoleums of George III? The power of the spirit channeling came from Evernite?" The Red Angel evil spirit stroked his chin and turned to ask Katerina. The Demoness of White nodded slightly. "That's right." "Heh," the Red Angel immediately laughed. "So he doesn't want George III to become the Black Emperor?" Katerina's eyes darted around as she revealed a smile. "But it's impossible to succeed. No matter how fast he advances or how much help he receives, there's no way he can resist the combined forces of the royal family, the military, and that organization. No, if it's just the Augustus family, with his level and strength, he won't be able to do anything unless Evernite personally descends." Having said that, she asked in a seemingly casual manner, "I'm very puzzled. Why didn't you kill me directly after grasping the absolute advantage over me?" The Red Angel evil spirit glanced at her as the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. "Do you think you have the right to be my true target?" Chapter 1111. Poker Expert. Upon hearing the Red Angel evil spirit's reply, Demoness of White Katerina's expression instantly froze, unable to contain her anger. Sauron Einhorn Medici laughed and continued, "You must have become a demigod at the end of the Fourth Epoch. It's been more than 1,000 years, but you haven't become an angel. Don't you feel inferior? As for that fellow just now, he had to rely on Azik Eggers to face you head-on in the beginning. He was as weak as a chick that had just hatched. But now, in less than a year, he has already advanced to Sequence 4. He has the ability to match your strength. Didn't you think that the past 1,000 years were a waste? Even a dog might open the gates to angelhood after living for more than 1,000 years. I know what you're thinking. You're very jealous, and on the other hand, you also have a twisted desire. You want to prove yourself by sleeping with him. You demonesses are really laughable. On the one hand, you insist that you were originally men so as to prevent yourself from losing yourself. On the other, you have to showcase the charm of a woman and try your hand at extreme pleasure and intense love. But we hunters have no such problem. Regardless of what gender we were in the beginning, all we need to do in the future is war, war, war. Primordial really is a twisted fellow. Letting a pure woman take the path of a demoness would be so much better. However, generation after generation you pass the damage down. And for what? Isn't the main goal merely to seek revenge on fate? Every word of the Red Angel was like an arrow that stabbed into the heart of the Demoness of White. It made her beautiful face twitch, and her smooth raven-black hair seemed to grow thicker. Sauron Einhorn Medici glanced at her and immediately chortled. "Don't tell me that you're losing control because of my provocation." What a nostalgic feeling. He paused for a moment. "You can leave now. If there's anything, then remember to recite my honorific name. Of course, I will come to you directly if I have to." Demoness of White Katarina's expression returned to normal. She frowned slightly and asked in disbelief, "You're letting me leave? Just like that?" The Red Angel chuckled. "Why? Do you want to sleep with me? It's not impossible if the timing is right, but there's something very important that needs to be done right now. Don't worry, since you've already recited my honorific name and given me a drop of your blood, you'll be under my watch and can be affected by me at any moment. Have you already forgotten the differences between an angel and a saint? Don't you know how powerful a real high-level figure is? Haha. Unless you directly pray to Primordial and receive a response, otherwise you'll never be able to free yourself from my gaze." Katarina listened with a gloomy expression before finally smiling. "I'll keep your teachings in mind, Lord Medici." Sauron Einhorn Medici's eyebrows twitched. "You don't seem so compliant. I can even imagine how you were when you faced Gehrman Sparrow, but I don't care. Ah, I forgot to tell you. It's best if you immediately confirm the condition of your bloodline descendants. Don't you find it suspicious that Gehrman managed to find you so easily?" Katarina's face turned slightly pale, but then it grew serious. She slowly nodded. "I understand." With that said, she immediately retreated and entered the glass window again, her destination in the illusory, stacked mirror world unknown. With her disappearance, a bloody gash suddenly appeared on the left side of the Red Angel's cheek and made a sound. What an excellent actress. She made it seem like she wasn't good at controlling her expression, showing her restlessness and lack of intelligence, as though it was easy for her ulterior motives to be discovered. "That's right. That way, there's a high chance that we would belittle her and let our guard down against her." The Red Angel's right cheek also cracked open in a hideous manner. "Tsk, demonesses are indeed very cunning. However, I've never underestimated any prey," the Red Angel used his normal mouth to say. "She wants to desensitize me and make me belittle her, but it's impossible." The bloody gash on his left cheek opened and closed. "Then why were you captured by Alistair Tudor?" "That's because of the two of you," the personality that belonged to Medici pouted. The blood-colored crack on his right snorted. "How does it feel like to become someone else's prey, the mighty god of war, the Red Angel beside the Creator?" "Not bad," Medici's expression darkened a little, but his words seemed to contain some self-complacency. The personality that belonged to Sauron said with the left cheek, "You really like to bluff in order to achieve your goals. Back then, Alistair and company managed to see through your lies, which was why they managed to seize the opportunity. And just now, you were bluffing Katarina. You're only capable of releasing your aura, relying on traps and surprise attacks to bring about a certain amount of damage. There was no way you could quickly finish her off, but you pretended that you had returned to your Sequence 1 state, tricking her into reciting your honorific name and handing over her blood." Medici pouted again. "A bluff is also a normal playstyle in poker. The effect is pretty good, isn't it?" At this point, the Red Angel chuckled. "Furthermore, it's not just a bluff. What I'm most fond of is to mix in a truth or two every few bluffs, allowing me to wait for fellows who think they've seen through my disguise to step into a trap. It's just like the mistakes you two idiots made back then. But you were the first to die." The two sides of the Red Angel's face cracked at the same time. Without any hesitation, Medici said, "That means I'm the strongest, worthy of having the most attention." With that said, the three personalities of the Red Angel fell silent. After a few seconds, the crack that represented Einhorn opened and closed. "Gehrman Sparrow's connection with Evernite is tighter than I imagined. He should have noticed Katarina's true state just now." Medici chuckled. "It's all right. This is something she has tacitly allowed in the first place. Back when the Great Smog happened, the ones who participated in the operation are all gone, only that demoness named Trissy is still alive. Isn't that enough to explain something?" Above the greyish-white fog, inside the ancient palace, looking at the spinning topaz pendant in his hand, Klein nodded indiscernibly. He had already used spirit dowsing to confirm Katerina's answers, and he came up with a concrete conclusion. Following that, he began his dream divination based on what he knew of the 8 secret mausoleums. He saw the corresponding areas and their blurry states. This made him understand that entry was impossible via normal methods. This is very troublesome. Also, when I was channeling the Demoness of White's spirit, it was quite different from the time when I did it for Konas Kilgore and Vin Rambis. She had too many expressions, and her answer was more proactive. With a thought, he beckoned with his hand to draw out a piece of paper that was stained with Vice Admiral Ailment's blood. He wrote down the corresponding sentence and made a dream divination to search for his target. In the blurry world, Klein saw Tracy, who had escaped from her spiderwebs, looking out the window. There was a dark and illusory storm around there, making it impossible for him to know where it was. Tracy has escaped. She doesn't look sad. She only feels a certain amount of anger and confusion. Her relationship with the Demoness of White is so terrible, or could it be, just as he was feeling puzzled, he saw a black flame suddenly ignite and melt his dream away. He opened his eyes and confirmed that he could no longer use the blood in his hand to divine Tracy's location. This meant that a demigod had used a mysticism technique to sever the connection between the two. Could it be that the Demoness of White Katerina isn't dead yet? Right, when the Red Angel answered me, he was using rhetorical questions. He didn't admit it at all. I was channeling the spirit of a living person. Klein was instantly enlightened as he hurriedly made another divination. Finally, he confirmed that the Demoness of White really was still alive. Indeed, the Red Angel's true target isn't the Demoness of White. Also, combined with the feedback from the progress of my potion's digestion, is it right for me to say that the Red Angel evil spirit is weaker than I imagined? He hasn't even recovered to the level of Sequence 2, and he was unable to quickly finish off the Demoness of White. After pondering for a moment, Klein realized he couldn't come to a conclusion. He quickly reined in his thoughts and stopped considering the problem. This was because he had already obtained the information he needed from Katerina. Klein put down the piece of paper that was stained with Tracy's blood and suddenly chuckled. Severing the connection between the blood and the body, preventing divination from using it as a medium. I wonder if it will work when rubbing it on the surface of Grossel's travels? His focus quickly shifted to the other 8 mausoleums of George III. Ordinary lines of thought shouldn't work. The things that I can come up with are definitely things that the angels and saints under George III can figure out as well. As he thought about it, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Chapter 1112, Traveling Notebook. In the magnificent palace above the grey fog, Klein stretched out his right hand and tapped the edge of the long mottled table as he muttered silently, "The 5 large family clans of the Tudor dynasty are Ammon, Abraham, Antigonus, Jacob, and Tamara. The one who helped Alistair Tudor become Blood Emperor were the kings of angels, Adam, Aemon, and Abraham. Can it be inferred that during the time of the Tudor Trunsost United Empire, there were the consuls, Aemon and Abraham, standing beside Alistair? If that's the case, when he secretly constructed the mausoleums, he likely would have sought the help of one or more of the following: Aemon, Abraham, and Antigonus. As for Bethel Abraham, he's Mr. Door, and he grasps the apprentice pathway. When it comes to teleportation, even a true deity might not be as good as him. So, could the teleportation nexus in the Tudor ruins be set up by Bethel Abraham? Amidst his thoughts, Klein was leaning more and more towards his own guess being closer to reality. I wonder if Mr. Door left behind any relevant information to provide accurate coordinates or methods of entry. This would require Miss Magician to ask her teacher again. Sigh. I really hope that she can become a traveler as soon as possible. That way she wouldn't need to rely on writing letters to contact her teacher. If there are no records left behind by the Abraham family, do I have to attempt to converse with Mr. Door? Early on, Klein had seriously considered communicating with Mr. Door through Miss Magician, but after he came to learn more, he grew increasingly apprehensive about the idea. As his thoughts churned, he suddenly sighed and said a word: patience. At sea, on an island with relatively high pirate activity, Fours raised her glass and took a sip of the transparent and colorless liquid in anticipation. her face scrunched up. Isn't this Lanty proof too inferior? Why are they having so much fun drinking this? Fours put down her cup, raised her right hand and fanned her mouth. She picked up a fountain pen and wrote in a poor-quality notebook. The pirates here are only in pursuit of strong liquor while keeping an eye on the price. To them, being drunk is more important than anything else. 3 pirate friends that I know have told me that this port city was built by them. At first, they only docked their ships here to hide their loot and settle their families. Later on, the bankrupt adventurers and tax fugitives came to this place and settled down. At this point, Fours looked up at the 3 pirates curled up in a corner. Do you have anything else to say? The 3 burly pirates trembled at the same time and said with a mournful expression, No, really, we have nothing. I have to say that it feels pretty good to imitate Mr. World's attitude, Fours sighed and shook her head. She retracted her gaze and continued writing. There's a liberal mood here. If the women are interested in any man, they can, like the men, offer a price. According to my 3 pirate friends, due to the long periods of repression and boredom while drifting out at sea, it's inevitable for some people to experiment with certain forbidden taboos. In addition, they informed me of things that I never dared believed. Pirates actually advocate the concept of democracy and justice. This has completely overturned my understanding. The explanation from my 3 pirate friends is that when a person with his weapons doesn't have absolute overwhelming strength, it's always the case of there being tyranny from the majority on a pirate ship. At this point, Fours looked out the window again and saw that, under the blue sky and white clouds, buildings made of wood and rocks formed a dense circle around a market. She wrote again, There's no urban planning here at all. My first reaction is that once a fire breaks out, the outcome will be extremely terrifying. However, my 3 pirate friends told me that this isn't something worth worrying about, because it's humid and often rains here. Also, what they're most afraid of isn't the King of the 5 Seas, Nast, or all sorts of horrifying legends, but rather of the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow. Every pirate is warned by their peers not to drink too late into the night, because it might lead to them going missing. Is this a form of hunting? As she wrote, her expression gradually turned solemn. She hurriedly pulled out another stack of paper and added on the content. There's a unique coldness that wafts through the hospital at night. No one knows why that young lady who lives in a single ward gets her family members to bring her mushrooms and weeds. Standing in front of the mountain, Afternoon Town, which was divided into 3 regions, had a camp set up by the City of Silver. Derek Berg clasped his hands and softly chanted, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." After piously chanting, he stood up and picked up the ancient bronze cross, walking towards the bonfire outside. As the unshadowed crucifix couldn't coexist with other mystical items, his hammer named Thunder God's Roar was temporarily left to Haim and Joshua to carry. As the City of Silver's expedition team gathered, Klein, who was in Backland, had already arrived above the grey fog. He picked up the sea god's scepter, and with the help of one of the crimson stars burgeoning and contracting, he saw the situation in Afternoon Town, expanding his vision towards the giant king's court. As his gaze moved, a beautiful but deep dusk gradually appeared in his eyes. In the area where dusk was frozen, there were countless palaces, countless towers, and many majestic city walls, resembling a miracle found in myths. The giant king's court. As he tried to zoom in, he realized that he was unable to see the exact situation beneath the dusk, as expected of the divine kingdom of an ancient god. It's no wonder that the kings of angels chose this place for a secret gathering. I hope that Little Son's prayer after entering the court will help me see it more clearly. He nodded thoughtfully. At the same time, he focused a portion of his attention on Shepherd Elder Lovia, discovering that this lady had an illusory silver armor covering her entire body. This should be the evil spirit she grazed. I haven't seen any effects from the true creator yet. He let out a long breath, then patiently waited for the subsequent developments. After a while, under the lead of Chief Colin Iliad, the 9-man expedition team left the Afternoon Town camp. They followed the stairs paved with grey stones and walked towards the peak of the mountain. They were at least sequence 6, and most belonged to the warrior pathway, so they moved at relatively fast speeds, clearing a few waves of monsters. Finally, they arrived at the region shrouded by dusk, shocked by the grand and epic building. This was also the first time they had encountered a place where there were no flashes of lightning, a place illuminated by natural light. Demon Hunter Colin narrowed his eyes. He took out a small metal bottle and drank the liquid inside. After generations of evolution, they were more accustomed to the dark environment with frequent lightning, instinctively afraid of such a situation. It was both a point of hope and fear. After drinking the potion and mentally preparing himself, Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia led the members as they stepped into the region illuminated by the sunset. Before Derek could sense anything, he saw the unshadowed crucifix in his hand drop, revealing a corporeal form formed from pure light. However, the light emitted was no longer pure. It was tainted with an orange-red color unique to dusk. Following that, Derek felt his condition plummet. It was as if he was at the weakest point of the day, ready to welcome the approaching night. Chapter 1113, Powerful Guardian. The towering building stood quietly in the frozen dusk. There wasn't any sound in the area, as though it was just an oil painting. After passing through such an environment, Derek Berg became even more high-strung than when he had explored the depths of the darkness. After entering a place shrouded in dusk, the entire exploration team, including Chief Colin Iliad and Shepherd Elder Lovia, couldn't help but show signs of exhaustion. It was as if they had reached the end of their lives. And as they proceeded forward, rotting giants ran out of different buildings in increasing numbers and strength. With one side weakened and the other strengthened, it became difficult for them to advance. After several intense battles, the City of Silver's expedition team finally broke through the lockdown and barricades of the monsters and came to an extremely quiet area. With regards to this, Demon Hunter Colin Iliad had no choice but to break the silence and remind everyone. This means that we have truly entered the Giant King's court and are about to approach the core region. The danger level will only increase. Upon hearing this, a few members of the expedition team began to waver due to the influence of the twilight. From their point of view, they had ultimately eliminated all the monsters in a tiny area, feeling that they could rest for a while and obtain many Beyonder characteristics. This expedition could be said to have been very fruitful, leaving them no reason to continue delving deeper. Faced with such a suggestion, Colin Iliad didn't say much. He only emphasized that the objective of this exploration was to figure out the general situation of the Giant King's court as much as possible. Then he let one of the members named Antiona placate those who had wavering wills. As Shepherd Elder Lovia also supported the chief, a small number of the members quickly adjusted their mindset and quietly followed the chief forward. After a while, they saw a huge stone staircase, entirely greyish-white, but dyed with an orange-yellow glow. Every step was relatively high. If it were any ordinary human, they would definitely find it very difficult to walk. On the huge staircase, it was so majestic that one had to look up to see the city walls at the top. There were many signs of burn marks and damage on the walls, and some places were impaled with arrows that were as thick as ordinary trees. In the middle of the city wall was a door that was tens of meters tall, its color closer to greyish-blue, with golden nails embedded in it. There were 2 guards standing outside that exuded an extremely oppressive stance simply by looking at them. They were 5 to 6 meters tall, wearing exquisite, sturdy, silver full-body armor. One held a greatsword, while the other held a great axe towards the ground. Behind the armored visor, there was a ball of orange light that looked like a single eye. Silver Knight. Demon Hunter Colin raised his right hand and swung his sword horizontally to stop the members behind him. Silver Knight, Derek Berg's eyelids twitched as he felt his heart palpitate. He had recently come into contact with information that only the upper echelons of the City of Silver knew about. He knew that the Giant Pathways Sequence 3 was called Silver Knight, and that the City of Silver lacked the correct potion formula but had the corresponding Beyonder characteristic. What horrified him was that the guards of the Giant King's court were 2 Sequence 3 demigods, a level higher than the City of Silver's strongest combat force. This is only the area of the royal court's entrance. What would we encounter if we ventured deeper? After the initial shock, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Perhaps I can find the potion formulas after sequence 4 in the Giant King's court. That way, the chief could become a Silver Knight. Shepherd Elder Lovia took 2 steps forward and stood beside Colin Iliad. She looked up at the grey-blue door and the 2 Silver Knights. If there was only one, then we would have a chance of finishing it off. What she really meant was that, now that there were 2, even if they were willing to suffer heavy casualties, they were unable to clear the enemies. Colin Iliad nodded and glanced at both Lovia and Derek before observing the area ahead. From the looks of it, as long as we don't get close to that door, the 2 guards won't attack us. Perhaps we can try to lure one of the Silver Knights away to finish it off, the female warrior named Antiona suggested after some deliberation. Even if there's only one, it will be very difficult. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that the one you lure away won't directly reveal its mythical creature form. Demon Hunter Colin firmly rejected her suggestion. Ignoring the fact that the Silver Knight had powerful Beyonder powers, as long as it revealed its form, most of the members wouldn't be able to look at it directly and would be affected. Without waiting for the rest of the team to speak, he looked back. Let's take another path. Derek found some information in the World of Reflections in Afternoon Town. It recorded a tunnel behind the Giant King's court. Shepherd Elder Lovia cast her gaze on Derek. She was indifferent, calm, and without any emotions. He subconsciously raised the unshadowed crucifix higher, restraining his indescribable shivers. All right, Lovia agreed with Colin's suggestion. Hence, the expedition team retreated from the huge stone staircase and headed left. Before long, they saw a rugged trail. On the right was a towering cliff, and on the left was a bottomless chasm tainted with the glow of the sunset. As they proceeded forward, Derek and the others' spiritual perception were triggered as they subconsciously looked to the side. At the edge of the cliff, greyish-blue swollen palms stretched out from the orange clouds and grabbed onto the ground. They were densely packed and difficult to count. If they were all giants, even if they were sequence 7 or 6, they were able to destroy the expedition team relying on sheer numbers. Just as Colin Iliad was about to swing his sword, Derek suddenly had a strange, subtle feeling. He quickly raised the unshadowed crucifix higher and pressed one of his fingers onto a particular thorn, causing bright red blood to seep out. The pure cross emitted a bright twilight glow as though it had returned to the state of noon. It surged towards the edge of the cliff, enveloping the grey-blue giants that attempted to climb up. The giants froze at the same time as their bodies began to fade, quickly melting away. They weren't real giants, but wraiths and shadows left behind after their tragic deaths. It was a saint-level sealed artifact of the Sun Domain, the nemesis of wraiths, shadows, and evil spirits. After easily killing these monsters, the City of Silver's expedition team warily continued forward. After a while, they finally circled around the mountain wall and cliff and saw a dark forest. In the forest, the trees were tens of meters tall and extremely thick, but their barks were peeling off and the trunks rotting. The leaves were withered, giving the feeling that they were waning. The leaves were supposed to be entangled together, but they formed a barricade, blocking the light of dusk. But at that moment, due to the large number of collapsed and fallen trees, the orange-red glow had already scattered across most of the areas within the forest. Derek looked ahead and silently calculated how much longer he could use the unshadowed crucifix. He said to the chief and his teammates, "This is the waning forest where the ancestors of the giants are buried, in other words, the Giant King's parents." Colin Iliad stared at the forest. It has already been destroyed. Even if there are still remnants of danger, it won't be too powerful. We can try exploring it. "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied without hesitation. "My cross can deal with the environment here. I'll walk in front." He remembered that Mr. World had reminded him that there might be some kind of corruption lurking in the forest, and that the unshadowed crucifix could provide an effective warning. The grizzled Colin nodded gently. "Be careful of your surroundings." Derek took a silent breath and took a large stride forward, walking towards the waning forest. At the same time, he used the convenience of walking ahead to softly recite Mr. Fool's honorific name. Then, Klein, whose gaze had been blocked by the dusk, could finally see the actual situation. However, he was unable to significantly expand his range of sight. Chapter 1114. The Remnant Will. The forest that should have been engulfed in darkness was filled with the orange-red light of dusk. The light was intense and burned like fire, but it couldn't help but carry a sense of brilliance with it. With the unshadowed crucifix that seemed like pure light in his hand, Derek Berg slowly walked ahead. The grizzled demon hunter Colin, walking behind him, held two straight swords. Haim, walking to his right, held the Thunder God's raw hammer, prepared to switch with Derek at any time. The radiance emitted by the crucifix became increasingly dim, as though the sun had already set. Whoosh! As the exploration team ventured deeper, a wind began to blow in the nearly frozen waning forest, as if countless living beings were weeping. However, Derek and the others didn't feel any effects of the wind. Whoosh! The sound of the wind intensified, making his heart tremble. Derek suddenly felt a chill run down his neck, causing his hair to stand on end. His body and mind turned cold. Generally speaking, it was human instinct to shrink their necks and defend their backs at such moments. However, Derek didn't do so because in a dangerous environment, rashness would often result in terrible situations. Furthermore, he had the chief and his teammate behind him. He had full faith in them. With a swoosh, a silvery white blade wrapped by a small snake-like electric bolt flew across the side of Derek's neck, vaporizing a blurry and twisted figure into the light of dusk. At the same time, the unshadowed crucifix was triggered by something. It suddenly broke out of its gloomy state, making the light it emitted once again become bright and pure. Dawn seemed to come to the surrounding area immediately as indescribable black shadows began to show themselves in the light of dawn before quickly melting away. After everything calmed down, Derek looked ahead and asked curiously, "What are these? They don't look like wraiths." "Shadows or evil spirits." Demon hunter Colin surveyed the area. A remnant aura of some sort. They seemed to have combined with the power of dusk, causing a certain anomaly. "I've never seen such monsters." Derek tightened his grip on the unshadowed crucifix and moved his other finger onto the thorns. Relying on the crucifix, which was the nemesis of the evil around them, the expedition team proceeded rather smoothly. Before long, they arrived deep in the waning forest. Through the trees, they could vaguely see a cliff and orange-red clouds in the distance. The damage here wasn't too serious. The branches and leaves remained suspended in mid-air, blocking the frozen dusk, making the environment darken. After carefully circling around the place, the area before Derek's eyes suddenly lit up. He saw two greyish-white, mottled tombstones. Before he could carefully observe them, the rays of dusk that shone through the gaps of the leaves produced a strange refraction effect, interweaving into a gigantic figure that was nearly 10 meters tall. This figure was very blurry and contained an everlasting and imperturbable air to it, like a reflection from a mythical era. Its skin was greyish-blue, and it wore silver-grey armor that seemed to be stained with blood. Its face was glowing like the setting sun, as though it was a manifestation of its eyes. Just its existence alone caused the surrounding trees and the void to bend, making everything around it begin waning uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this scene, a thought surfaced in everyone's mind: Giant King, Ancient God Allmire. Goosebumps appeared on the skins of the members of the expedition team, Joshua, Haim, and Antiona. Bit by bit, the goosebumps emitted greyish-blue colors. At the center of their eyebrows, flesh and blood were squirming, as if a monster was about to bore out. They had collectively been put into the state of being on the verge of losing control. They didn't even see the mythical creature form. Merely approaching the figure had led to signs of losing control. Derek Berg was relatively all right because the pure light of the crucifix had enveloped him, giving him a warm feeling. At this moment, Colin Iliad had already bent down. He held two swords that were smeared with ointment, and he ran towards that terrifying figure like a hurricane. However, he didn't charge in a straight line. His footwork was ingenious as he moved left and right. The gigantic figure that stood in the twilight looked at everything with its sunset-like eyes, emotionless like a statue. Suddenly, the glow on its face flashed. It then bent down and heavily pounded its fists on the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently as a fissure opened up, making Derek and the others lose their balance. As for Demon Hunter Colin, he had leaped up ahead of time to a height of more than 10 meters, and he cleaved downward with his two swords in a domineering manner. At that moment, the figure pulled out an illusory sword from the fissure in the ground. The giant sword that seemed like a manifestation of dusk was suddenly swung forward. The orange-red storm of light suddenly took form and swept towards Colin, as well as Derek and the others behind him. Wherever the light passed, the trees would wither and the soil would turn to sand. Boom! The twilight storm was blocked by invisible walls, causing the forest to shake. At some point in time, Shepherd Elder Lovia had appeared beside Derek. In front of him was a tall and illusory figure covered in silver armor. The figure, with a dark red glow near its eyes, genuflected and stabbed an illusory greatsword into the ground, creating an unusually strong and invisible wall. Bam! At this moment, Colin's two swords slashed at the nearly 10-meter-tall figure, sending off countless sparks. The silver-white figure didn't suffer any damage. With the force of the rebound, Colin once again soared up, flipping in midair and launching his attack again. In the waning domain, he didn't dare release his mythical creature form, because it was very likely that there was no way of reversing it. Seeing that the phantom had been blocked, Derek hurriedly followed the sudden tremor and heat from the crucifix in his palm, and he pressed his finger against a spike. His blood surged into the cross, and a vigorous and bright light churned out, flying into the air and turning downwards, instantly enveloping the figure in silver-grey armor. In the holy, solemn, and pure light, the gigantic and illusory figure stopped moving, as if it had encountered its natural enemy, and the silver-grey armor began to melt. Seizing this opportunity, the evil spirit knight in front of Lovia pulled out the illusory greatsword. With several silver rifts that oscillated, they instantly struck the enemy. Colin's two swords cleaved downward, as though emitting rays of the light of dawn that enveloped the head of the ancient figure. Joshua, Haim, and the others didn't hesitate to unleash their strongest attacks. After 3 rounds, the illusory figure had finally begun to crumble, being reduced to burning orange dots of light. When Colin landed on the ground, he deliberated. That should have been the remnants of the giant king's will to protect this area. After many years of melding with the environment, it has a certain degree of strength. It's a type of evil spirit. What secrets are hidden here? Upon hearing the chief's words, everyone cast their gazes forward towards the place where the terrifying phantom had barred their way. Fortunately, it was only an evil spirit that was restrained by the crucifix. It was just a tiny portion of its remnant will and had almost no strength left. After thousands of years, it's still as terrifying as ever. What would a real ancient god be like? As Derek let out a long breath, he followed the chief and the others towards the tomb while plagued with puzzlement and curiosity. There's no need for me to do anything. I have to say, this unshadowed crucifix really is very useful in the giant king's court. It's so good that I'm wondering if it's Adam's goal. Above the grey fog, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and lowered the sea god's scepter. He then cast his gaze at the place where the giant king's remnant had continued protecting for over thousands of years. The first thing he saw was 2 ancient mottled tombstones. On them were the words Father and Mother in Jotun. They contained a mysteriousness that could stir the powers of nature. Behind the stone pillar was a grave, but it had already been destroyed, revealing 2 black coffins underneath. It was unknown who had opened the lids, as though a confirmation had been made. This made the 2 greyish-white skeletons lying inside become bathed in the light that penetrated through the leaves, dyeing them with an orange-red color that resembled blood. These 2 skeletons had the shape of humans. One was less than 1.9 meters tall, while the other was less than 1.8 meters tall. Chapter 1115. Inside the King's Court. One of the 2 humanoid skeletons wasn't more than 1.9 meters tall, while the other was less than 1.8 meters. It looked ordinary, but it delivered an unimaginable blow to Klein, who was above the grey fog. At that moment, It was as though he had returned to the time when he saw the door of light and the cocoons. Although the emotions he felt were different, the shock was almost identical. This isn't the corpse of a giant. This definitely belongs to a human. The parents of the giant King Ormir were humans? Klein's pupils dilated suddenly, as though they were thirsting to let more light in. However, no matter how he observed, he couldn't find any characteristics of giants from the two greyish-white skeletons. After a brief moment of silence, he lowered his hand with the sea god's scepter as thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps they're parents that aren't related by blood. Maybe the ancestors of the giants are humans. In the first epoch where chaos reigned, some humans fused with the Beyonder characteristics, mutating into cruel, irrational giants. Their descendants inherited their physical characteristics, and on the other hand, they gradually recovered mentally. Among them, giant King Ormir was the first batch of mutants, but he had managed to maintain a certain level of rationality, hence becoming an ancient god. The source of all of this does resemble the origin myths, the original creator. After his thoughts settled into a theory, he began making connections while coming up with more questions. Why does the giant king want to label the waning forest as a forbidden area? He doesn't wish for the fact of humans being the ancestors of giants to be known. But if that's really the case, he could have just cremated his parents' remains. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Who opened the tomb? The ancient sun god? The god of dawn, Badhail? Also, since the ancestor of giants was human, what about elves, sanguine, and other supernatural beings? As Klein didn't have enough clues, it was difficult for him to make any judgment. He could only forcefully rein in his thoughts and focus his attention on the City of Silver's expedition team. At this moment, demon hunter Colin led Lovia, Derek and the others to the stone tablet and saw the remains in the tomb. They also fell into an indescribable silence. Finally, Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, asked hesitantly, "These are the parents of the giant king?" From his point of view, the two corpses were indeed not as tall as giants. Joshua's question reverberated in the surroundings, but no one answered. After a few seconds, demon hunter Colin slowly said, "That's why it's a secret." He didn't mention his thoughts or theories. Does this mean that giants are actually a branch of humans, a result of the transformation brought about by Beyonder characteristics? Upon hearing this, the wine-red-haired Antiona said thoughtfully, "The ancestors of the giants are humans?" Derek felt a little dizzy from the shock. He felt that there was a huge gap between the two. With this thought in mind, he recalled his companions who had lost control, especially those from the giant pathway. He slowly and vaguely believed that it wasn't impossible. "Perhaps," Colin answered briefly. The members of the expedition team fell silent once again. Derek glanced at Shepherd Elder Lovia and realized that she had a calm expression. At this moment, Colin looked around, split up into groups of 2 to 3 people, and searched the surrounding areas. The members snapped back to their senses and began carefully exploring. Unfortunately, this whining forest didn't have anything of value. Without further delay, Derek exchanged sealed artifacts with Haim to prevent his characteristic from being purged. Then they followed Colin out of the waning forest, circled around a protruding boulder and found a gigantic cave that was 30 meters tall. Outside the cave, a stone stela had already shattered. Under the orange glow of the twilight, there was an indescribable sense of waning death. After entering the cave, the expedition team followed the weathered stone slabs, walking between withered weeds and rough gravel, warily exploring the area. With every step they took, they would feel that their lifespans were weakening. After an unknown period of time, they finally saw a greyish-blue door which was open. On both sides were pieces of iron-black fragments that seemed to belong to some sort of armor. "There should have been guards here," Colin said simply, taking out a bottle of medicine and gulping it down. His light blue eyes were quickly tinged with a layer of dark yellow, and 2 complex dark green symbols appeared in his pupils. After carefully observing the door for a while, he nodded and walked into the dark hall. All of them passed through, and the hall seemed to be held by an invisible hand as it rose up after a loud thud. More than 10 seconds later, it stopped moving. Outside, a magnificent palace propped up by stone pillars appeared. Derek subconsciously looked around and saw two murals with ancient characteristics. The main character of one mural was a giant who wore full-body silver armor and emitted an obvious glow. In the middle of another mural stood a lady with long dark brown hair, a female giant in a long leather skirt. She held a wheat head and fruits and was surrounded by fields ready to be harvested. God of Dawn Badhile, Goddess of Harvest, Umabella, Derek came to a realization. He then retracted his gaze and saw the chief staring at the mural that represented the Goddess of Harvest, his expression still as heavy as before. Is the chief hoping that the City of Silver would also have a real harvest? As Derek thought, he followed the orders of Lovia, forming a team with the others, searching for valuable items. About 7 to 8 minutes later, they gathered together and followed Chief Colin into the main door of the hall. He stabbed 2 swords into the gap between the stone slabs in front of him. He stretched out his hands and pressed them on both sides of the door, opening it with a heavy rumble. The orange and splendid light of dusk silently shone in, allowing the expedition team to see palaces and the numerous towers that delivered a strong visual impact. The scale, magnificence, and epic feeling of a myth felt more obvious and shocking due to the close proximity. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths and forgot about anything else, fully immersing themselves in the scenery. It was the same for Klein above the grey fog. This was the King's Court of the Giants, a real divine kingdom. After about 10 seconds, Demon Hunter Colin pulled out his swords and said to Shepherd Lovia, "Try checking out the situation on both sides. I can't see what lies ahead too clearly." The 2 dark green symbols in his eyes slowly dissipated. Lovia acknowledged his order and took 2 steps forward to the door. Outside, there was a platform with staircases on both sides. In front of them stood a railing formed from greyish-white stone pillars that faced the tallest building in the area. Lavia's silver-grey hair floated up as the stone that was bathed in the light of dusk protruded out, forming a greyish-white doll. The doll didn't have any spirituality, like a strung puppet, as it walked to the left. It followed the staircase and walked down one level after another amidst the rich orange light to help the expedition team confirm the situation. Suddenly, its body stopped as fine silver light burst out from within, turning it into countless fragments. Lovia wasn't alarmed. She followed the steps from before and created another stone golem, making it head to the right. This time, the golem walked to the end of the staircase and stopped at the entrance of the palace below, without anything happening. Demon Hunter Colin watched intently the entire time before saying, "Let's go to the right, but we have to be careful as well." Although he didn't find any danger, the fact that he couldn't discern the actual situation meant that there were many problems. With such a reminder, Derek and the others became even more tense. The groups of 3 began to slowly walk down as they watched each other's backs. As they walked along the high stairs, Joshua, who was wearing a scarlet glove, suddenly heard a series of tapping sounds coming from behind him. It was as if there was a person following them in silence. And at this moment, Shepherd Elder Lovia was to his side. From the corner of his eye, he could tell that the footsteps were definitely not coming from her. A chill ran down Joshua's spine as he hurriedly said in a deep voice, "There are footsteps behind me." Lovia turned her head and allowed the 5-meter-tall silver knight to appear in front of her. It sized up Joshua's back with its scarlet, fiery eyes. After a few seconds of silence, the shepherd elder shook her head. "There's nothing there." Chapter 1116, Familiar Gaze. Lovia's response made Joshua even more wary. He looked at the other members of the expedition team and anxiously asked, "Did any of you hear any abnormal footsteps?" With Thunder God's roar in hand, Derek recalled for a few seconds and shook his head. Haim, who held the unshadowed crucifix, looked at the sealed artifact that was still glowing. "Perhaps it's your hallucination?" "No, I heard it very clearly." The scarlet gloved Joshua frowned and expressed his opinion. Upon hearing this, Demon Hunter Colin, who was walking right in front, half turned around and calmly instructed, "Haim, Antiona, check on Joshua's condition." "Yes, Your Excellency." Haim immediately walked to Joshua and pressed the unshadowed crucifix against his teammate's forehead. However, this sealed artifact didn't undergo any changes. Immediately following that, the wine-red-haired female warrior, Antiona, came to the side of Joshua and raised her left hand. There was a pale gold bracelet around her wrist with 3 small bells covered in golden scales. The tinkling sounds that sounded calmed Joshua's heart. "No problem." Antiona cast her gaze towards the chief. 2 complex dark green symbols appeared in Colin's eyes. He looked at Joshua for a few seconds before nodding. "It might not be an illusion, but you have to be careful if any abnormalities arise within you." Seeing the chief supporting him, Joshua let out a long breath. "All right?" After the doubts were temporarily put away, the City of Silver's expedition team continued down the staircase. Suddenly, everyone heard a groan. From the corner of his eye, Derek Berg saw Joshua raise his hands and strangle his neck. As he was a Dawn Paladin, he had immense strength. Just as he let out a grunt, his hands snapped his neck. With a gloomy and twisted expression, Joshua collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. The person who killed him was himself. Although Derek and the others didn't manage to react in time, their years of training made them instinctively take up battle positions, wary of any subsequent attacks. Then they heard a muffled grunt. It was from Shepherd Elder Lovia. The facial muscles of the woman tightened as obvious twitching and squirming appeared, as though another face had grown out. She plopped to the ground on the wide staircase as she grimaced with indescribable pain. Her hands moved slowly but uncontrollably as she clenched her neck. Just as she was about to exert her strength, 2 swords that were smeared with silver-grey ointment reached out and pried her palms apart. Demon Hunter Colin, who was already prepared, reacted in time. Lovia's body twitched as she lowered her head even further, opening her mouth and spitting out pieces of torn flesh and incomplete organs. She took a deep breath, as though she had finally recovered. Then she propped her elbow on the ground, prostrating herself and swallowing the flesh and blood she had just spat out in a pious and humble manner. Finally, Lovia looked up and said with her unfocused grey eyes, "It was degeneration, a form of degeneration that everyone has." "Do you have a solution?" Colin asked without any change in his tone. Lovia nodded without hesitation. "Yes." As soon as she finished speaking, she used her right hand to grab her left index finger. With a loud snap, she pulled it out and stuffed the blood and bones into her mouth. As she chewed, she muttered, "The Lord that created everything, the Lord who reigns behind the curtain of shadows, the degenerate nature of all living things." The honorific name of the true creator, Derek's eyelids twitched when he heard that. He suddenly felt that something subtle was happening around him. The orange glow became more saturated and closer to the color of blood. Above the grey fog, the fool Klein's expression instantly turned solemn. Although he couldn't see anything through his true vision, he could vaguely sense that there was a gaze cast over from afar, causing it to interfere with his observations. In addition, that gaze gave him a strange sense of familiarity. It's difficult to not be familiar with it. The first half of my life after I transmigrated was to deal with him. At that moment, Klein was completely certain that the entity who had begun to focus on the City of Silver's expedition team was none other than the true creator. Frankly speaking, when Lovia began to recite the honorific name, Klein wanted to directly smite her with lightning storm and eliminate the problem. However, he ultimately held back the urge because he wasn't confident that he could finish off the shepherd in one strike. And once the fool couldn't easily kill Lovia, it would be a sign of fear in the eyes of Demon Hunter Colin. In addition, Klein believed that Colin was happy to see Lovia chant the true creator's honorific name. He wanted to use this to put the fool in check and achieve some semblance of balance. This was an act of disrespect in front of deities, but there was nothing that Colin could do. He couldn't simply trust the fool and the true creator, so he could only try his best by probing them while staying on the edge of a cliff. At that moment, Shepherd Lovia had already stood up and her left index finger had also grown back. She looked at Chief Colin. This region will no longer suffer from degeneration. This meant that the staircase wasn't that dangerous anymore. The expedition team didn't ignore Joshua's corpse. Derek put down Haim's broadsword and walked to his side. After staring for a few seconds, he bent down to pick up his scarlet glove and wore it on his left palm. He still remembered that Joshua was always bragging about the mystical item. He watched as Derek raised his left hand and aimed it at Joshua's corpse. A blazing flame flew out, enveloping the teammate who had been fighting alongside them earlier. After the cremation, Colin put away the Beyonder characteristic that had seeped out. The rest of the team grabbed a handful of ashes and placed them into a hidden pocket. Amidst the silence, they continued down the stairs and arrived at the bottom. There was a towering palace bathed in the glow of dusk. The palace door was open and it was pitch black inside. Colin carefully observed for a while, just like in the outside world. What he meant was that the group should use various means to maintain a lit environment. Hence, Haim activated the unshadowed crucifix, allowing it to envelop all of his teammates. At the same time, Antiona lit a lantern. The group entered the palace and walked through the abnormally empty hall. Their footsteps reverberated into the distance, but there weren't any echoing sounds. As he walked, Derek suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy as he felt a strong sense of sleepiness. At this moment he heard the chief's low growl, "Don't fall asleep." Derek suddenly woke up, snapping out of his fatigued state. At that moment a female warrior's body went limp and fell to the ground, as though she had fallen into a deep slumber. Then she disappeared into thin air. Colin and Lavia exchanged looks before shaking their heads and leading the team forward. During this process they would hurt themselves from time to time, using pain to stay awake. Finally, they passed through a bunch of arches and saw the darkness that couldn't be dispelled up ahead. With the help of the light, they discovered that it was a hall with countless murals drawn. In the middle was a long dark red table. Situated around it were high-backed chairs with intricate patterns. Derek felt a baffling sense of familiarity. He immediately came to a realization that this was somewhat similar to the scene at the tarot gathering. Suddenly, balls of light lit up and murmurs sounded around them. Around the hall stood stone pillars that didn't support the dome. Scarlet flames were ignited one after another, illuminating the surroundings. The murmurs grew louder, as if they had finally passed through a long and distant space and arrived at their destination. The hall was so lively that it was as if a gathering was held. Around the dark red table, blurry and illusory figures suddenly appeared. A total of 11 figures sat on different high-backed chairs. Chapter 1117, The Strongest Organization. As the flames flickered, Derek and the others subconsciously looked at the long, dark red table. The first thing they noticed was the figure closest to them. The figure wore a simple linen robe and had a head of long silver hair and indiscernible facial features. It made Colin, Lavia, and Derek find him oddly familiar. In an instant, they felt as though a bolt of lightning struck their minds, illuminating their blurry memories. Angel of Fate! Ouroboros! Just as the pupils of the team from the City of Silver dilated, the figure turned and looked at them. A pair of indifferent eyes immediately occupied their vision as extraordinary mysterious rings appeared. In a daze, Derek saw a figure in front of him. He was a handsome, radiant, and energetic man, wearing a pure white robe with short golden hair. With his appearance, the surroundings became abnormally bright, the warm feeling instantly filling every spot. Derek felt as though he had seen the day, as mentioned in legends, momentarily forgetting where he was. The man took a step forward and his blurry figure overlapped with Derek. Then, Derek sat beside the dark red long table, occupying one of the high-backed chairs. He had become the handsome and radiant man attending a secret gathering. At the same time, the grizzled City of Silver chief, Colin, encountered the same blurry and illusory figure. It was 7 to 8 meters tall, wearing silver full-body armor, its eyes glowing like the light of dawn. He raised the long sword in his hand, letting it press against Colin's forehead like a scepter. Colin struggled for a moment, but he quickly calmed down when he was enveloped by the orange light. With that, he and the giant merged into one, striding towards the dark red table and sitting on the second seat on the right. Shepherd Lavia encountered a man in a long black robe. He had black curly hair over his shoulders and a pair of eyes that seemed to be covered in shadows. Lavia trembled and couldn't help but lower her head, allowing the layers of black wings on the man's back to wrap around her. She became the man and walked to the end of the dark red table, choosing the left of the two high-backed chairs. The remaining members of the expedition team also encountered similar situations. After they found their seats, the area around the empty chair at the seat of honor became darker, outlining a female figure shrouded in fog. Right on the heels of that, a voice that seemed to transmigrate from ancient times echoed in the ears of the attendees. We are trying to redeem ourselves and also maintain the balance of this world. Dissociation and deviation are undoubtedly the most basic order. This is also in line with his thoughts. I can't deny that we all have our own sinister thoughts and desires, but this is very normal. Death and spilling blood are inevitable, in the name of Rose's redemption. Above the grey fog, Klein listened attentively, but the scene and voice began to loop. This is the scene of the establishment of the Rose Redemption? Previously, the Red Angel said that this was an extremely secretive organization established by a group of corrupted angels. Now it seems that isn't the case, Klein mumbled inwardly. When the torches around the hall lit up one after another, he had already found something unusual with his true vision. He saw the murals on the wall come alive and rapidly expand, overlapping with the hall, making the figures that had once been in this secret meeting revive at their fixed seats. Many of those figures were familiar to him. One of them was the Angel of Fate, Ouroboros. Just how much does this king of angels like murals? He draws them wherever he goes. Klein couldn't help but lampoon Ouroboros in his mind. The second figure he noticed was sitting beside Ouroboros, dressed in black armor that seemed to be splashed with blood. He had red hair that resembled fire, looking young and handsome. Red Angel Medici. Klein decided to first rescue the people from the City of Silver. He had a lot of experience in this aspect. The medium to the loop is the hall itself. As long as it can temporarily break the cycle of fate, the dusk outside will seep in and dispel any abnormalities. After observing for a few seconds, he quickly came to a conclusion. After flipping a gold coin, he immediately spread his spirituality towards the crimson star representing the sun. Derek Berg's spirit body immediately tore through the cycle of fate, creating an invisible crack. The orange glow from the light of dusk outside immediately surged into the hall from the window up high. Klein didn't hesitate to let Derek return to the real world. He snapped out of his daze and realized that he had unknowingly sat down at the side of the dark red table. He looked up blankly and saw the chief, Elder Lovia, and the others, realizing that there were still certain traces of confusion on their faces. Thinking back to his experience, he was alert as he deliberated. The cycle of fate. Indeed, Colin Iliad, who had experienced this before, nodded slightly and stood up. He looked around and his gaze landed on the largest mural. The mural depicted the same exact hall with similar columns, torches, and a dark red table. On the high-backed chairs there were 11 figures. The City of Silver team's eyes also followed the chief's. The 5 figures on the left were a beautiful silver-haired man, the red-haired and arrogantly seated man, an elder wearing a hood that exposed only his mouth and beard, a dignified middle-aged man in black armor and a handsome man in a white robe. The 4 on the right were a black-robed mummy, a middle-aged man resembling the natives of the southern continent, a giant covered in silver armor, and a supple, beautiful lady. The 2 chairs at the very end were a man with dark black curly hair and a woman shrouded in fog. At that moment, a guardian raised his right hand and pointed at the handsome white-robed man. His figure is made up of mysterious symbols. These symbols represent White Angel, Arcusis. Before he could finish, he suddenly let out a tragic cry as golden flames spewed out from his body. He instantly became a charred corpse. Don't try to distinguish those symbols. They contain immense power, Colin hurriedly warned the others. And above the grey fog, Klein was thinking of another matter. White Angel Arcusis, that's the eternal blazing sun's true name? Amidst his thoughts, demon hunter Colin stabbed his swords in front of him, creating an invisible barrier. Then this chief identified the symbols and labels that formed those figures. He began reading it slowly from the left. Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, War Angel, Medici, Wisdom Angel, Hera Bergen. At this point, the invisible barrier suddenly stopped shaking. This was because this name was no stranger to the people of the City of Silver. It was the true name of the Dragon of Wisdom. Could it be that the dragon of wisdom later became the wisdom angel next to the Lord? Similar questions arose in everyone's hearts, but Klein discovered something strange. The history of the City of Silver had records of the name Herebergen, and the language they used on a daily basis was Jotun, a language that could mobilize the forces of nature. This meant that in the past 2,000 to 3,000 years, someone in the City of Silver had definitely read or written the name Herebergen before, but there was no response from the god of knowledge and wisdom. At this moment, Colin controlled his emotions and continued reading. Wind Angel, Leodero; White Angel, Alcusis; Dark Angel, Sasria; Ebonite Goddess, Amanisis; God of Combat, Badhail; Earth Mother, Omebella; God of the Dead, Salinger; God of Spiritual Creatures, Tolzna. Although Klein had expected this, he was still somewhat stunned. The former Rose Redemption was frighteningly powerful. Amongst the 7 deities today, 6 of them were members. There was also Death, the god of spiritual creatures, and 3 kings of angels. This made him recall what the Red Angel had once said: Rose Redemption has a close relationship with the birth of the true creator. It's impossible for you to imagine that certain people were once members, but they've since left it. Chapter 1118. Klein's Fear. In the past, Rose Redemption could be called the Deity Alliance, but such an organization could only develop itself quietly under the might of the ancient sun god. It had to hide in the Palace of Dusk. How powerful was the ancient sun god in the past, Klein couldn't help but let out a breath as he felt deeply poignant. He examined his own tarot club and realized that, compared to the Rose Redemption, it was like child's play. Even if he counted the auxiliary members Will or Septin, Palez Zoroast, Azik Eggers, and Raynette Tinneker, there was no way to compare with it at its peak. No, even if I compare it with the current watered-down version, there's still a huge gap. After all, its leader and convener is only a Sequence 4 saint. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he turned his attention to the 11 figures. Based on their images and true names, I can confirm that the Wind Angel, Wisdom Angel, and White Angel are the current Lord of Storms, God of Knowledge and Wisdom, and Eternal Blazing Sun. They really betrayed the ancient sun god and feasted on the deity they served. The God of Combat and Earth Mother are indeed survivors of the Giant King's court. One is the eldest son of the Giant King, and the other is his queen. They're mother and son, so the fact that Fainapotter didn't directly declare war on the Lord of Storms to help Faesak makes things odd. Also, the goddess was indeed a former subsidiary god of the annihilation demonic wolf, the goddess of misfortune, Amanisis. After that ancient god perished, not only did she grasp the authority of the Ebonite and ascend to the throne of Sequence 0, but she also single-handedly destroyed all the descendants of Phlegria and sealed the Antigonus family's angel. That's ruthless. As a blessed of Ebonite, Klein subconsciously raised his head to look around, afraid that his inner thoughts would leak out. After entering the foggy town and learning that Antigonus and the Mother of the Sky were the descendants of Phlegria, he had a certain idea as to the true identity of the Ebonite goddess. In the history of the City of Silver, it clearly stated that the annihilation demonic wolf controlled the authority of the Ebonite. He suspected that Phlegria was an ancient god that had mixed 2 non-neighboring pathways characteristics, which was why he was extremely crazy and irrational. Hence he guessed that the Ebonite goddess might have something to do with Phlegria. From Grossel's travels, he learned that one of the 2 subsidiary gods of the demonic wolf king had gone missing, and with that, he could vaguely connect the goddess of misfortune Amanisis to the Ebonite goddess. However, due to his temporary status as a blessed of Ebonite, he didn't dare think too much about it. At this moment, when he saw her real name, he wasn't too shocked. Instead, he felt relieved and on firm ground. In addition, he was even more fearful. Because she didn't want Phlegria to be revived, the goddess controlled the various matters of the seer pathway, preventing beyonders who aren't cleared by her to advance further. That's right. That ecclesiastic in Afternoon Town mentioned who tempted Dark Angel Sasria, but he couldn't say the name, as if it had been erased. Isn't this a demonstration of concealment powers? Other than a place like the Giant King's court, there's no way to say the names Ebonite Goddess and Amanisis together. There are two people who convened Rose Redemption. One is Dark Angel Sasrir, and the other is the goddess. In other words, the goddess had single-handedly directed the fall of the ancient sun god, started the cataclysm, and ended the third epoch. Compared to her, be it Adam or Ammon, they are still far from her. How could such a true deity be so easily trapped by Adam's arrangements and be unable to interfere with matters of the real world? Also, what does "this is also in line with his thoughts" mean? Who does he refer to? After understanding so much hidden history, will I digest the scholar of your potion on the spot once I drink it? With this in mind, Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his temples, forcing himself to focus his thoughts elsewhere. At that moment, Shepherd Elder Lovia looked a little lost. She didn't seem to understand the titles and names, but she recognized a portion of them. For example, the Angel of Fate Ouroboros. She had become a believer of the true creator in the temple ruins left behind by him. Derek also stole a glance at Elder Lovia, but he didn't notice any obvious changes in her emotions. As the son of the Tarot Club, he was one of the people present who knew the situation of the outside world the most. He was only slightly shocked at Rose Redemption's level. It's no wonder the Lord perished. He was first enlightened before his heart turned heavy. At this moment, he swept his gaze and saw the chief's face turn pale and ugly. He even muttered a few words softly. "This is impossible, impossible. As far as I can remember, the chief has never lost his composure like this. Did he think of the Lord perishing due to Rose Redemption?" Just as Derek was feeling puzzled, he discovered that, aside from his tightly pursed lips, the chief's expression had returned to normal. In the minds of the other members of the exploration team, the prophecy they had previously learned in Afternoon Town appeared. "Omnipotent Lord, I repent," tempted Sasria. The kings often came to the palace belonging to the dusk to conspire. It was already too late by the time I discovered all of this. A huge calamity will begin here. Haim, who was holding the unshadowed crucifix, took a long while to calm his emotions. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, "This is the place belonging to the dusk. These are the subsidiary gods and kings of angels during the second epoch. They plotted everything, causing a huge calamity to happen. They made the Lord forsake this land." Colin Iliad pulled out the two swords in front of him and half turned around, calmly replying, "Most likely. If we can figure out what exactly happened back then, do we have a chance to please the Lord and let him look at this land again?" Antiona asked anxiously. At that moment, Derek seemed to see a trace of pity and sadness in the chief's eyes. He heard him acknowledge and say, "Perhaps." "Then let's continue exploring," the other team members pleaded with burning eyes. This was the closest the City of Silver had gotten to having a glimmer of hope over the past 2,000 to 3,000 years. Colin Iliad slowly surveyed the area. "Don't forget the principles to uphold during explorations. Don't act rashly at any time. Having confirmed that this place is related to redemption, we can always come a second time, a third time, or even more. There's no need to be so impatient." Upon hearing his words, the other members calmed down. "Yes, Your Excellency," they replied one after another. Under the arrangements of Demon Hunter Colin, the remaining members split up into small groups and carefully searched the hall. They didn't discover anything else that was valuable beyond the murals. Of course, it wasn't that there was no such thing. This was, after all, a divine kingdom of an ancient god. What seemed like an ordinary long table, chairs, and stone pillars might have special effects when taken outside. As for the other murals, they were profiled from different angles of the main ones, forming a three-dimensional scene when combined. After completing the search, Derek and the others gathered again and followed the chief to the exit at the back of the hall. There was a grey-blue door with a single pane. Colin Iliad carefully observed for a while before finally saying, "There's a powerful guard outside." Chapter 1, 1119, Tacit Cooperation. Upon hearing the chief's words, Shepherd Lovia immediately raised her question. Just like the two silver knights at the front gate of the king's court, it won't take the initiative to attack targets outside a certain range. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. At least that's how it seems to be at the moment. They were already near the exit, but the guard outside had no reaction. This meant that the other party didn't possess real intelligence or spirituality. Without waiting for the other members to speak, Demon Hunter Colin continued. Huge. Heavy. After obtaining the corresponding information, the City of Silver's group formed a tacit understanding. A team opened up a distance from the exit but faced towards the door, protected by Shepherd Elder Lovia. As the bait, another team took holy oil from the chief and smeared it across the ground. Haim, who held the unshadowed crucifix, and Demon Hunter Colin stood by the side of the door, using the stone columns to hide. Then, Colin sheathed one of his swords and took out a small metal bottle, gulping down the liquid inside. His aura rapidly faded away. After another 10 seconds, Shepherd Lovia stretched out her right hand and grabbed at thin air. The wind howled as the greyish-blue door opened. Following that, heavy footsteps could be heard, causing the entire hall to shake. A giant covered in iron-coloured armour rushed into the hall with a halberd in hand. Its exposed parts didn't show any flesh or blood, as though they were made of metal. Behind the black mask was a dark red glow. If it didn't move, it wouldn't be any different from a statue. Tap, tap, tap. The shaking in the hall became more obvious. The giant statue suddenly threw out the halberd, stirring up a hurricane that tore towards Derek and the others at the door. Boom! The halberd struck an invisible barrier as illusory ripples rapidly spread out. In front of Shepherd Lovia, an illusory figure that wore silver armor had appeared at some point in time, stabbing its greatsword into the crack on the floor. The giant statue didn't stop as it ran into the hall. At that moment, a whistling sound was heard under its feet as its massive body jerked backward. It had stepped on the spot that was smeared with holy oil. As the giant statue fell, the crimson light in its eye suddenly bloomed as an invisible force appeared and held it up. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot out from the unshadowed crucifix, accurately hitting the giant statue's only eye. The dark red color dimmed. Demon Hunter Colin leaped up and held the same sword with both hands, plunging it down like an eagle swooping down at its prey. Dawn appeared as it converged on the straight sword, making it exceptionally huge. With a poof, the bright sword pierced through the gap in the giant statue's armor, stabbing into its eye. A flood of light from the dawn rushed in. With his hands still gripping the hilt, Colin exerted more force. As the giant statue fell to the ground, he pulled out his sword and leaped to the side. The giant statue lay at the door as its body emitted cracking sounds until it finally stopped all movement. Without looking at it again, Colin turned to look outside the door. There are no other guards for now. We can handle this statue. Derek and the others quickly surrounded it and skillfully searched for materials. Above the grey fog, Klein watched the entire battle from the sidelines and was deeply impressed by the City of Silver's teamwork. According to his observation, it was unknown what metal the giant statue was made of. Its surface was covered with armor that had shocking defensive strength. Furthermore, it didn't have any spirit. In other words, it was immune to beyonder powers such as spirit body threads control, hypnotism, and nightmare. It was like a walking fortress. A team of beyonders with a tacit understanding would be able to produce the effect of 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Yes, that chief's confidence in timing, as well as his decisiveness in his attack, was also key. Klein nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration. After taking away the most valuable item on the giant statue, the City of Silver's expedition team proceeded forward. They followed the corridor outside and entered another hall. Just like that, they weaved through the layers of palaces, towers, and different corridors in an attempt to find more clues, as well as the entrance to the sea as described by the outsider, Jack. Regardless of whether they believed the boy's words, they couldn't help but look forward to the dark blue sea behind the giant king's court. During this process, the expedition team didn't encounter many enemies. Most of them were statues that had come to life, or evil spirits formed by the combination of remnant emotions and the power of dusk. The latter was unable to put up any resistance against the unshadowed crucifix. That's normal. After the giant king perished, this place already belonged to the ancient sun god. It's unlikely that there will be a large number of giant powerhouses and mystical items left behind. The fool Klein nodded slightly. When the kings of angels were conspiring, They definitely eliminated any unnecessary troubles ahead of time. When the unshadowed crucifix returned to Derek, the expedition team was already very close to the tallest building in the giant king's court. The dusk here was extremely dense, as though it came from that palace. Once we leave this hall, we should come to the wing of the giant king's residence. Demon hunter Colin got his bearings and direction before pointing ahead. Shepherd Elder Lovia nodded, an irresistible hope in her expression. Derek's heart beat faster and he could no longer control his excitement. After composing themselves, the people from the City of Silver entered the hall in front of them and saw that there were oil paintings hanging on both sides. These paintings depicted different giants holding various instruments. As the expedition team arrived, the giants in the paintings suddenly came to life, playing a beautiful tune. The light of dusk in the hall lit up a little. More and more food appeared on the long tables around them, glowing with a tempting glisten and effusing a very tempting fragrance. Roasted chicken, roasted goose, fish with honey bast. Is this a dinner banquet for the giant king's court? With a glance, Klein confirmed that the food that appeared was an illusion. This is normal food? Haim, who was holding Thunder God's roar, stared straight at one of the long tables. Maybe, Derek sniffed and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Apart from black-faced grass, they had never seen normal food. The meat that the monsters roasted was of different colors, but they also tasted equally as bad. Demon hunter Colin stared for a few seconds before sighing. They're all fake. Don't come into contact with them, or there might be unnecessary accidents. Other than Lovia, the team from the City of Silver retracted their gazes with great difficulty. They followed the chief all the way to the exit of the hall. After a series of inspections, Colin Iliad inserted his swords into the ground and pushed open the heavy door. A crack appeared as rich orange light shone inside. As the gap grew bigger, the towering palace gradually became clear. Then the people from the City of Silver heard a crashing sound. At this moment, Colin drew out a sword and suppressed the restlessness in his team members' hearts. He then drew out his other sword and slowly walked out of the hall. Derek and the others followed cautiously. After completely bathing in the light of dusk, they looked to the left at the same time. There were railings formed from stone pillars. Beyond the railings, there was an orange-red cloud that was gently ebbing at the distance. On the endless swath of dark blue, they emitted crashing sounds. There was no need for anyone to explain. At the same time, the members of the City of Silver's exploration team recalled the records in the book and Jack's description. A term flashed in their minds: the sea. Chapter 1120, Court Chaser. The dark blue boundless sea that ebbed gently was presented to members of the City of Silver's expedition team. It was no longer a record written down in ancient books. Although it was still very far away, it seemed like contact was possible. The wine-red-haired Antiona watched in a daze. She opened her mouth as though she wanted to say something, but in the end all she said was, "The sea?" Just as she finished speaking, a silver crack suddenly appeared on her forehead. The crack shot up rapidly, instantly splitting her into two halves. Warm and bright red blood gushed out, splashing across Derek's face. Without a sound, more silvery white light shot out from her body, splitting her into countless small pieces of flesh. The reveling face full of hope was like a puzzle that had fallen to the ground. It was only at this moment that Demon Hunter Colin reacted. He brandished his two swords and slashed them diagonally outwards, as though he was dealing with invisible enemies. Clang, clang, clang! Silver light flashed, and the sound of metal reverberating echoed. At this moment, the silver phantom behind Shepherd Lovia had already taken a step forward and stabbed its blurry giant sword into the ground. As they surrounded the people of the City of Silver, the streaks of silver light appeared in different spots, trying their best to cut through the invisible barrier. The dense, sometimes thick silver light constantly appeared, causing the defensive powers of the expedition team to tremble as though it would shatter at any moment. However, be it Colin, Lovia, or Derek, they couldn't find any traces of the enemy. The fool above the grey fog was just about to give a certain reminder when the chief of the six-member council seemed to realize something and crossed his two swords in front of him. Clang! A gigantic silver beam struck the two swords, causing Colin's feet to sink into a solid stone slab. He took this opportunity and roared, "Unshadowed domain!" Upon hearing the chief's reminder, Derek didn't hesitate and stabbed his finger on the thorns of the unshadowed crucifix, doing so without any regard for the pain. As his blood oozed out, clear, bright, pure, and blazing light suddenly exploded, enveloping the entire area between the two buildings. There wasn't a single shadow in this area that could hide. Light had become the ruler of this region. A huge figure quickly outlined itself on the side of the giant king's palace. It was wearing silver full-body armor and was nearly 5 meters tall. The flickering light behind the mask was either deep red or orange, and there was a single vertical eye there. This was a giant who was still alive. Unlike the other silver-armored knights, the giant's bracer had bright patterns on it. On the right was a blood-red color that circled around his arm, and at the same spot on the left, it was adorned with black spots. The giant knight raised his broadsword and pointed at everyone. He said in a thunderous voice, "How dare you barge into the king's court and disturb Lord Sasria's slumber? Sasria? Dark Angel Sasria?" The fool Klein above the grey fog was alarmed when he heard that. He subconsciously sat up straight. The former left hand of God, the deputy of the divine kingdom, the leader of the kings of angels, hadn't disappeared into the river of history. He was sleeping deep in the giant king's court. Why did he choose to enter a state of slumber? Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he subconsciously cast his gaze towards the palace that the giant knight was guarding. It was the tallest and most magnificent building in the court. The dusk's light seemed to transform into something corporeal that covered its surface, dyeing it with a clear sense of decline. At this moment, demon hunter Colin suddenly said before the giant knight attacked, "You're a court chaser?" The giant knight's broadsword didn't cleave down. Instead, he paused for a second. "After all this time, to think that there's someone who can still remember court chasers. I'm the leader of all the chasers, the light color Merskagan, and I later followed Lord Sasria. I once hunted powerful dragons, elves, devils, demonic wolves, phoenixes. Today, you are honored to die under my blade." This light color didn't soften his attitude. He hunched his body slightly and held his sword with both hands. Like a flying meteor, he rushed towards the people from the City of Silver with heavy footsteps. Due to the existence of the unshadowed domain, he could no longer hide his body. Just as Colin and Lovia determined that Merskagan's attack would arrive in a second, this giant knight suddenly stopped his broadsword slash midway. Demon hunter Colin, who wasn't in Lovia's evil spirit's defensive circle, suddenly had a premonition of danger. Without any hesitation, he lunged to the side. Boom! A silver ray of light suddenly emerged from the spot where he had been standing, destroying everything from within. This attack was so strange, like it was generated by the void itself. At the same time, there was also a change in Colin, who had ducked to the ground. His clothes were torn into pieces by his rapidly expanding muscles. In just a blink of an eye, this demon hunter had turned into a greyish-blue giant with bluish-black lines warped around him. At his forehead was a deep black crack. If a Beyonder under Sequence 4 saw this scene, they would definitely suffer from a strong backlash. This was the incomplete mythical creature form of a demigod. Originally, Colin didn't dare to release this form due to the influence of the twilight, but now he realized that in the unshadowed domain, the feeling of decline had weakened significantly. He then raised the two swords that had enlarged in size as well. With them covered in the light of dawn, he fought fiercely with the light color Merskagan. Clang! 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 The three swords of the giants clashed and separated. Although Colin was at a disadvantage, he still managed to withstand the barrage of attacks. From time to time, he would feel a strong sense of danger. Then, without any warning, he would either duck or roll in another direction, as silver beams of light would always appear from the inside and outside. Derek had already closed his eyes. Ignoring the loss of blood, he tried his best to maintain the unshadowed domain. Haim and another Dawn Paladin similarly didn't dare open their eyes. They helped shepherd Elder Lovia and slowly moved the group towards the palace, without exiting the protective domain. If not for the help of the silver-armored knight evil spirit, they would have long been diced into small pieces by the storm of light that swept the area. That light color Merskogan alone had placed the expedition team into a precarious position with no chance of counterattacking, as expected of the leader of the King's Court chasers. Compared to the Demon Hunter, the Silver Knight has several more terrifying Beyonder powers. Above the grey fog, Klein held the sea god's scepter and carefully observed the battle. He quickly figured out the aspect in which Merskogan was powerful. Firstly, his defensive power can be transformed into a full-body silver armor set. Secondly, he can hide and conceal himself with the light. Thirdly, his condensed Sword of Dawn can be used as a normal weapon, sufficiently sharp and good at cleansing. Fourth, he can create a thin silver-white sword that has the ability to teleport and bypass most barriers to attack the target directly, even causing it to erupt from within the target's body. This is a saint who's extremely good at fighting head-on. If it wasn't for the rich experience and strong intuition of the City of Silver's chief, he would have been in danger. From the current situation, because the evil spirit needs to protect its shepherd, there's no way for it to directly participate in the battle. The expedition team has almost no chance of winning. Yes, they're already slowly retreating. Very rational, Klein's thoughts raced when he suddenly thought of a problem. How did Light Color Merskogan, who wasn't an angel, survive since the end of the Second Epoch? He's neither a demoness, vampire, nor undying. Chapter 1. 1121. Weakness. Since Light Color Merskogan didn't gain his long lifespan from his Beyonder characteristic, Klein could only begin considering external factors. The effects of a mystical item? No, he doesn't have any on him. Who took the key to the Giant King's residence after Sazrir fell into a slumber? Time given by an angel from the Marauder pathway? Perhaps only Ammon is capable of doing that. Clearly, he wouldn't help Dark Angel Sazrir. The cycle of fate. If the current Merskogan is in an aged state, then it's completely understandable how so much time has passed. The divine kingdom of the Giant King's court is slowing down the passing of time or aging. The former can be eliminated because my spirituality is almost unable to support my level of observation. There is a certain chance of the latter, with life progressing in the sunset state, but being solidified during dusk. But the problem is that the ancient god has already perished. It's impossible for this king's court to still have such a powerful influence remaining. Klein went through all the possibilities of extending one's life that he could think of, but none of them matched the situation of the leader of the court chasers. He had no choice but to consider another possibility, a secret art with a huge defect. This should be dependent on some kind of power in the Giant King's court. Otherwise, his range of activities wouldn't be so tiny. The entity related to life inside the court clearly exists, the former goddess of harvest, the present Earth Mother, Giant Queen Omabella. As this thought flashed through his mind, he cast his gaze at the giant statues outside the palace. After careful inspection, he noticed a small number of abnormalities. These statues had the aura of life and possessed a certain amount of spirituality, but behind the mask, it was pitch black. Light Color Merskogan had used some sort of secret technique in the life domain to bind his spirit with the living statues. Using them, he obtained a long life, but this results in him being limited to such a tiny region and being unable to leave. This is very similar to the way evil spirits exist. Klein conjured a gold coin and flipped it up to make confirmation. When he received an affirmation, he raised the sea god's scepter high and prepared to remind Little Sun through the prayer light. At this moment, Demon Hunter Colin, who had avoided Merskogan's first attack, suddenly ducked and circled around him, running straight for the Giant King's residence from the side. His gaze was locked onto those gigantic statues. In the intense battle just now, although he had always been at a disadvantage, he didn't give up on observing his surroundings, nor did he stop thinking. He was similarly puzzled as to why the leader of the court chasers could live for thousands of years. When he discovered that the living giant statues were only standing outside the palace without participating in the battle, he had arrived at a certain conclusion. He didn't know what exactly was going on, but his rich experience made him believe that the statues were the crux of the problem. With two swords in his hands, Colin Iliad dashed forward, taking large strides. Upon seeing this, light-colour Murskogan let out an angry roar as he held his broadsword and rapidly slashed forward. His reaction proved that Colin's judgment was correct. Boom, boom, boom. Colin suddenly leaped away and did a roll. Above his original trajectory, silver light appeared out of thin air and exploded, forming a long snake, tearing open a deep chasm. With a loud thud, Murskogan took a step forward, his nearly 5-meter-tall body bent and smashing the silver broadsword onto the ground. The area shook violently as the pillars snapped and fell into the orange cloud beneath. The ground exploded layer by layer, sending countless gravel flying. As for Colin, he had already leaped up ahead of time and was in midair. He crossed his swords, creating an invisible barrier that blocked the rubble. At this moment, Murskogan bent his knee and exerted strength into it. His massive body shot out like a meteor, instantly closing the distance between him and Colin. During this process, the silver broadsword in his hands moved upwards. Seeing that Colin was no longer able to dodge, a bright light suddenly shot over, accurately hitting Murskogan's broadsword. With a loud clang, Colin Iliad tumbled to the ground and finally approached the giant statues in one swift move. At the same time, he saw from the corner of his eye that the silver-armored knight phantom in front of Elder Lovia had long drawn out its giant sword, condensing the light of dawn into a huge bow as it shot out arrows consecutively. Light-colour Murskogan's single eye had already been dyed with a layer of red. He didn't care about the arrows of light, allowing them to hit his body as they produced clanking sounds. He kept charging forward and brandished his broadsword, causing silver light to appear from different parts of the void, chasing after the giant-like demon hunter Colin, preventing him from attacking those statues. Suddenly, an arrow that was gathered from the lustrous brilliances tore past Murskogan and silently hit the gap in his visor. This was from the evil spirit that Shepherd Lovia grazed. Colin was merely bait. It was the real attacker. Swoosh! 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 One arrow after another flew past, but this time they were all blocked by Murskogan. But at that moment the demon hunter had already positioned himself well. He aimed at the remaining giant statues and swung his two straight swords that were enveloped by the light of dawn. Light bloomed as a hurricane of light blanketed the area. With continuous cracking sounds, the statues collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, the aura of the light-colour Murskogan rapidly declined. This King's Court chaser leader immediately roared, "Let's die together." The silver broadsword in his hand exploded, splintering into countless fragments of light that formed a terrifying storm. The silver-armored knight evil spirit and demon hunter Colin simultaneously stabbed their swords into the ground, creating an invisible barrier. The dazzling white light swept between the two buildings, destroying the greyish-blue door and stone pillars behind Derek and the others. However, when they swept into the giant king's residence, they failed to affect it completely. After an unknown period of time, just as Derek thought that the invisible barrier was about to be torn apart, the rays of light finally dimmed. In the ruins, the silver armor on the body of light-colour Murskogan slowly faded away, revealing his greyish-blue body that was wearing linen clothes. Not far away, Colin's body was covered in blood. He was transforming from a giant back to his normal state, but his aura was relatively stable, just greatly weakened. With a clang, Murskogan genuflected as his flesh rapidly aged, decomposed and evaporated. Under the orange light, he seemed to see the lively King's Court once again. In the frozen dusk, giants came and went, playing instruments, wrestling or enjoying delicacies. The passing of their lives moved extremely slowly, and their king sat on a high throne, watching everything from above. After that incident, none of that existed, so he chose to follow Dark Angel Sazria. A smile appeared on Murskogan's face as he opened his mouth and softly shouted, "King!" This court chaser bowed his head, his flesh and blood completely evaporated, leaving behind a huge white skeleton and silvery white light that had condensed together. Chapter 1122. The Instructions of the Fool. Above the grey fog, when Klein saw light-colour Murskogan rapidly age and decompose, he suddenly recalled Mobet, Ciatus and the others when they left Grossel's travels. He didn't have the time to stop it back then, and it was no different this time. This was because the leader of the king's court chasers had never chanted the honorific name of the fool. However, compared to before, with the sea god's scepter in hand, he could now do more things by using the prayer light. He immediately accommodated the Black Emperor card and activated the powers of the mysterious space, making the paper angel carry his own words and use the crimson star to enter the real world, landing on the remnant spirit of Merskagen. As his consciousness was rapidly wiped out, an angel with black wings suddenly appeared in front of him. The speed at which his spirit body collapsed slowed down as he heard a loud and majestic voice. What is the advancement ritual and supplementary ingredients of the Silver Night potion? Is Sazria really sleeping in the palace of the giant king? Merskagen replied blankly. The advancement ritual of the Silver Night comes from the blasphemy slate. It needs a complicated altar to be set up, placing the remains of the 6 powerful creatures one had hunted in the correct positions and receive the blessings of a deity. The supplementary ingredients are, I can't be certain. In short, that door didn't open after Lord Sasria entered. Amidst the response, Merskagen's spirit slowly but firmly dissipated, reduced to points of light that merged into the still dusk. This conversation happened within the soul domain, so no one else could hear it. Thankfully, I'm careful enough to not let him say the main ingredient. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to hear the answer to the second question. The fool heaved a sigh of relief. He then focused and seriously thought about what Merskagen had just said. A deity's blessing? Isn't this ritual a little too difficult? It's only sequence 3. I have to consider his timeline. Merskagen is a powerhouse from the Second Epoch. It was a habit to call an angel a subsidiary god. That also means that the blessings of an angel should be sufficient. The act of setting up that altar is a little complicated. Must the remains of the 6 powerful creatures one has personally killed have to be at the demigod level? That's easy for the chief. As he was currently certain that the second blasphemy slate had appeared after the ancient sun god's death, he was able to determine that Merskagen was referring to the first one. He quickly conjured a piece of parchment from his interpretation of the ritual and supplementary ingredients. A divination with a topaz spirit pendulum was performed, to which he received a revelation that there were no mistakes. Then, he threw this message to the crimson star, representing the sun. This is a gift from Mr. Fool, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. Only at that moment did Derek dare to open his eyes, his face pale from having lost too much blood. He looked around and placed the unshadowed crucifix in front of him as he sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. At that moment, Haim put away Thunder God's roar and his weapon, finding a set of clothes to throw to the chief. To them, the purpose of clothing covering their bodies was secondary. The most important thing was to leave space to store materials. Colin Iliad looked around vigilantly, but he didn't find anything unusual. He quickly put on his clothes and found one of the small metal bottles that had fallen, gulping it down. His face turned a little green, but his wounds and the signs of decline were improving. By the time Merskagen's Beyonder characteristic condensed into a silvery white luster, it was put away by Colin. Shepherd Elder Lovia looked at the nearby palace with her grey eyes. "Chief, the path to the sea might very well be hidden there." She paused. "Perhaps there's another way to get to the other side." As Colin watched Derek and the others clean up the battlefield and deal with the mutilated corpse of Antiona, he shook his head. "The Dark Angel is sleeping inside, and he is definitely a king of angels, one we are currently unable to resist. Even facing him will be very difficult. Let's head back first and inform everyone that we have seen the sea before, making preparations for entry into the palace." Lovia's silver-grey hair fluttered slightly as she wore a solemn expression. "But we don't know anything. We can't make any targeted preparations." She fell silent for 2 seconds. "I have a suggestion. You, Derek, Haim, and the others can head back first. I'll stay behind and attempt to enter the palace to gather useful information. I can fuse into the shadows and perhaps not disturb that Dark Angel. If I don't return, it means that the danger inside has exceeded the limits we can handle." Colin listened quietly and stared at her for a few seconds. "No, we can't bear such risks. If you awaken the Dark Angel, he might leave the Giant King's court and attack the City of Silver. but we definitely won't be able to resist him." Without waiting for her reply, Colin turned and looked at the other 3 members. "Derek, what's your opinion?" My opinion? Derek was somewhat at a loss. Haim and the other Dawn Paladin were equally shocked. This was an internal conflict among the 6-member council, and the chief had actually asked for Derek's opinion. Could it be that the chief has been nurturing him as the next elder? This is him asking for my opinion? The full Klein above the grey fog frowned slightly. His brain immediately began to churn rapidly. What views can I have? If they were to open the door and awaken Sasrir, I wouldn't be able to save any of them. All I can do is get them to ask for the help of the true Creator. Let's wait until I figure out the situation regarding the Dark Angel from the Red Angel evil spirit and other related existences before beginning the exploration. No matter what, there's nothing wrong with choosing to be calm and cautious. As his thoughts raced, Klein sternly said, "Return." He then projected this image into the crimson star representing the sun. Derek was stunned for 2 seconds before calmly answering the chief's question. "I think we should give up for now and wait until we're ready." Colin Iliad nodded and said to Shepherd Lovia, "This is my decision." Lovia fell silent for a moment before saying, "I will defer to your decision." She didn't say anything else as she helped Derek and the others mark the area. As Antiona wasn't killed by a blood relative, there was a high possibility that an anomaly would happen. While they busied themselves, Lovia suddenly looked up and said to Derek and Haim, "This is the Giant King's court. There might not be any anomalies." She didn't explain as she looked at Antiona's pile of flesh that had been burned into ashes, grabbing a handful and placing it inside her leather bag. After completing these matters, the expedition team found another passageway, but they obtained a disappointing outcome. Following that, under the lead of Chief Colin, they retraced their path back. After entering the palace that had already lost its main door, Derek couldn't help but turn his head to look outside at the broken railings again. He looked at the orange-red cloud in the distance, towards the deep blue sea. After staring at it for a few seconds, he retracted his gaze and realized that the chief's light blue eyes were also silently looking in that direction. Colin immediately turned his head. "Let's go." Then, without turning back, he proceeded steadily. Chapter 1, 1123, After the Expedition. Above the grey fog, when he saw that the City of Silver's exploration team had begun embarking on their way back, Klein heaved a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair, exhausted. After 2 hours of observation, his spirituality was nearing its limits. Regardless, the things obtained from this expedition completely exceeded my imagination. It's only right to give the Silver Knight potion formula to the City of Silver. As he rubbed his forehead, his thoughts began to wander. Being aware of these ancient secrets is very helpful to my digestion after my advancement. The problem now is that my Bizarro Sorcerer potion hasn't been fully digested. From the feedback I've been getting, all sorts of strange tales are indeed useful. When Miss Magician completes the script and publishes it, it just needs some time to build up momentum. With this in mind, Klein suddenly recalled something. He hadn't given Anderson a reward for finding Vice Admiral Ailment. I'll wait until he helps Danitz become a conspirer. Anyway, this was also part of the agreement. The advancement ritual of an iron-blooded knight isn't difficult, but it's not simple either. Especially for a hunter, it's even more troublesome. It requires a hunter who is adept at provocation and enjoys coming up with ploys to build a team of at least 30 people and nurture a deep sense of friendship amongst them. When they act almost as one, they'll set up the ritual. Seeing that the expedition team was returning in an orderly manner, he finally felt at ease and left the world above the grey fog, throwing himself into bed. After some rest at the afternoon town camp, Derek Berg finally recovered, his face no longer as pale. He had just eaten bread made from black-faced grass powder when a figure grew out from the shadows outside and said in a low voice, "Derek, the chief is looking for you." "Yes." Derek subconsciously stood up. "Thank you." He was originally prepared to find the chief and hand over the Silver Knight potion formula. After watching the messenger retreat, he walked out of the room and arrived at the clearing where the bonfire was illuminated. At a glance, he saw many members who hadn't participated in the expedition, gathered in groups, excitedly discussing something. They already knew that one could see the sea from the giant king's court, and as long as they found the correct path, they would arrive there in no time. This was an important step for the City of Silver to save themselves after discovering the outsider, Jack. The residents, who mainly had the power of dawn, finally saw the light of dawn. Derek could understand their feelings, because he was the same. However, from the world, he knew very well that the waters in the ruins of the Battle of Gods weren't that simple. To head to the other side of the sea would probably be extremely difficult. Ignoring everything else, just Dark Angel Sazria, who was sleeping in the giant king's palace, was a problem that he couldn't overcome at the moment. I can only hope that Mr. Fool will bless me, Derek thought optimistically as he circled around the quietly burning bonfire and walked towards the chief's room on the other side. Suddenly, he saw a person sitting silently in the shadow of a boulder. It was a man in his 20s, much taller than Derek. He held a pale gold bracelet with 3 small bells hanging on it as he looked at it with his pupils unfocused. Derek was no stranger to this man. He knew that he was the husband of Antiona, Dolores, a Sequence 6 Dawn Paladin. In light of how they had a young child, Colin Iliad had deliberately left one of them behind during the expedition. On the one hand, Derek felt that there was nothing wrong with the chief's arrangement, and on the other hand, he felt a strong sense of sorrow because of the way Dolores acted, as if he had returned to the state when he had to personally stab his parents to death. From the beginning to the end of the expedition, it only took half a day's time. However, to Dolores, it meant everything had changed. After a moment of silence, Derek retracted his gaze and continued forward, subconsciously taking a few heavy steps. At the same time, he thought of a rumor. Shepherd Elder Lovia once had a husband, but he died in an expedition. During that expedition, Elder Lovia had eaten her husband. In the night with low lightning frequency, the winds were rather cold. Derek shivered and turned his attention back to the scene before him. He took a few steps and arrived at his destination, raising his hand and knocking on the chief's door. "Come in," Colin Iliad said calmly. Derek pushed open the door and entered. He saw the chief wearing a linen shirt and dark-colored coat, wiping his 2 swords with oil. Colin didn't stop, raising his head to look at Derek. "What are your thoughts on this expedition?" What's the chief's motive for asking this? Having been influenced by Alger, Derek subconsciously had this thought. Unable to grasp the chief's true intentions, he had no choice but to close the door and answer frankly. There might be other paths to the seaside. The palace of the giant king should be very important, but that's too dangerous. We need more information. Colin Iliad nodded and asked, "The kings of angels and other existences who call themselves deities secretly plotted together because they wanted to resist the Lord. And their success caused this land to be forsaken." Although Derek had never directly heard of such an inference, it wasn't difficult to come up with a similar conclusion based on the various secrets he had learned from the Tarot Club. Yes, that should be the case. Colin fell silent. Even his act of wiping his sword slowed down. After a few seconds, he put down the items in his hand. Those who participated in the conspiracy are still active on the other side of the sea. After a moment of silence, Derek replied in deliberation, "Mostly, but not too much." Colin nodded, indicating that he had nothing else to ask. Derek hurriedly said, "Chief, I obtained the incomplete formula of the Silver Knight potion, including the supplementary ingredients and the advancement ritual during Lightcolor Merskagan's death." When he said this, he knew that his lie sounded overly fake, because he didn't even dare to open his eyes back then. However, he just couldn't think of a better excuse. If Mr. Hanged Man were here, he would definitely have a better solution. Just as this thought came to his mind, he heard the chief speak slowly. "Very good. What is it?" Derek was stunned for a second before he hurriedly recounted the corresponding ritual and supplementary ingredients. Colin listened quietly and let out a long sigh. "You have contributed greatly this time. This is extremely important to the City of Silver. In the future, our limit will be Sequence 3 and not Sequence 4. Up to a certain range, the risk of the expedition teams will be greatly reduced. Why will the risk be reduced when the upper limit is sequence 3? While Derek was happy that he had made such a contribution, he couldn't understand the chief's words. However, he knew that this was something he didn't have the right to understand. He then bade farewell and opened the door. "Derek," Colin suddenly called out to him. Derek turned his head in puzzlement and found that the chief's expression was rather solemn. Colin fell silent for a while before shaking his head. "Be careful of Lovia." "Yes, Your Excellency," Derek replied from the bottom of his heart. In Backland, Hazel took a carriage back to the city from Moose Manor, preparing to meet Miss Audrey at the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation to discuss matters regarding donations. After many interactions, she had a very good impression of this noble lady. The strange emotions accumulated in her heart had mostly dissipated, and she gradually recovered more of her forgotten memories. I should have a teacher. What exactly happened that day? Every time she thought about it, she trembled all over. Hazel cast her gaze out the window, feeling a little depressed. Her carriage was driving past the vicinity of Bokeland Street. At this moment, a person dressed in the clothes of a mailman rode his bicycle horizontally across the carriage, looking rather relaxed. Hazel casually sized him up and saw a monocle on his right eye. Chapter 1124. Enhanced Teammates. Hazel's gaze instantly froze as she felt something rapidly expanding in her mind, about to tear apart an invisible barrier and spew out. She instinctively looked away and curled up slightly. Then she felt a ray of light shoot out from the depths of her heart, exploding into countless memory fragments in her mind as it howled. She suddenly remembered what had happened at home that day. She recalled her father, mother, maid, and servants wearing monocles or pinching their eye sockets. The indescribable horror was so vivid, as though it had been carved into her bones. The expression on Hazel's face crumbled as she curled into a ball, trembling. The maidservant in the carriage was stunned as she hurriedly stood up in an attempt to help her. "No!" Hazel trembled as she shouted with a nearly sharp voice. The maidservant was shocked and frightened, standing rooted to the ground. After shouting, Hazel calmed down. She sat up and looked ahead in extreme fear, seeing the monocled postman enter another street, leaving only his back visible. I wasn't feeling well just now. I'm feeling much better now," she barely said to the maidservant. She realized that she wasn't as afraid as she remembered, as if she had already gotten used to the situation. If not, I might have lost control just now. Thankfully, I forgot those memories and didn't do anything eye-catching when I saw the postman. It took me 10 seconds to break down. If not, something terrifying might have happened. Her thoughts flashed uncontrollably as her body trembled slightly. "Miss, do you need to go to the clinic?" the maidservant asked hurriedly. Hazel instinctively shook her head, her mind chaotic. "Let's go to the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation first. I remember there's a private clinic nearby." "All right," the maidservant turned and instructed the coachman to speed up. Hazel kept taking deep breaths in an attempt to regulate her tense emotions. It was somewhat effective. At that moment, a sparrow had appeared above the carriage at some point. It squeezed its right eye and spat out a human language with almost no sound. "She seems to have some unnecessary misunderstanding about me. It looks like I had some interactions with her before. Ah, she's a resident of Buckland Street. Interesting." Before long, the carriage arrived at Phelps Street. Seeing that the foundation wasn't far away, Hazel suddenly said, "To the cathedral. Turn towards St. Samuel Cathedral first. I want to pray." She wanted to tell the bishops what had happened. In the gap of the carriage, a black ant moved its feeler on its right and whispered in a human voice. Humans nowadays are really lacking in creativity. They go to cathedrals at the first sight of problems. I thought I would discover something if I followed her. Next time, I'll steal the cathedral in front of them. As he spoke, the other feeler of the ant moved as well. Hazel immediately forgot what she had just said and what she had just recalled. She had forgotten that she had met a postman wearing a monocle. She got off the carriage at the entrance of the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation and headed in with her maidservant. After the World Gehrman Sparrow had mentioned that the leader of the secret order, Zaratul, and other angels were hidden in Backland, Audrey carefully gave up on the third stage of treatment for Hazel, hoping that she wouldn't recall what she had experienced for the time being. In the pirates' free city, Fours was drinking a high concentration of fruit wine, recording what she had heard and encountered. Suddenly, her spiritual perception was triggered as she instinctively looked to the side. She immediately saw a figure appear in the void, quickly reforming. It was Gairman Sparrow in a half-top hat and black trench coat. With a swoosh, Fours stood up with her wineglass and fountain pen. "Good afternoon, Mr. Sparrow." Klein pressed his top hat and looked around. "Do you want to leave?" "All right," Fours replied. Over the past few days, she had already made preliminary records of the traits of the city. Without saying a word, Klein gestured at the items on the desk with his chin, indicating for her to quickly pack up. As he stood there and watched her busy herself, he suddenly said, "How's the progress with the horror story?" Fours trembled indiscernibly before replying, Soon. Klein gently nodded. "How much longer?" "A week. No, 5 days. 5 days, tops," she quickly replied. Klein didn't say anything else. After she packed up her drafts and other memorabilia, he took 2 steps forward and grabbed her shoulder. Countless indescribable figures flashed past, and Fours felt a little more relaxed than before, even attempting to record this travel. Before long, she returned to Backlund and heard the world say, "Rest for a few days before setting off. Take note of any replies. Also ask your teacher again if there's any information related to the Blood Emperor Tudor, mainly about the various ruins." "All right," Fours quickly agreed and thanked him. After separating from him, she returned to an apartment that she shared with Shio. Shio put down the newspaper and looked at her. "Was it effective?" "Pretty good. I went to a free city belonging to the pirates this time." Before Fours could finish, her expression changed slightly. "Give me my coffee beans and cigarettes." "Why? Was it lacking there?" Shio asked in puzzlement. Fours ran straight for the room inside and sat in front of the desk. She opened her drafts and picked up a pen. Without looking back, she said, "For the sake of the new book, remember to make me coffee." In another spot in East Borough, Klein opened up a piece of paper and wrote, "Dear Mr. Azik, I've recently learned quite a bit of ancient history. I believe you will be very interested in it. This history involves some concealed secrets, so it's not convenient to describe them in a letter. When you wake up, I will share it with you in person. Also, I can create a charm called Yesterday Once More. Once used, you can find your past self through the historical void and borrow power from him. This is actually not something worth paying attention to. What's most important is that you can retrieve your memories from your past self. There's no need to use decades to slowly awaken them." I attached 2 with this letter. If you wake up, you can try their effects. I'm currently in an environment filled with undercurrents. If you come over, please be careful. On the matter of George III advancing to a Black Emperor, I will try to do something, but the chances of success are very slim. Finally, I wish you well. I also wish that you wake up soon. Your eternal student, Klein Moretti. After folding the letter, Klein stuffed 2 Yesterday Once More charms into the envelope. Following that, he took out Azik's copper whistle and blew it. The huge skeleton messenger immediately emerged from the floor and received the letter with his head at a height lower than Klein. After doing all of this, he used 2 fingers to pull out Will Orseptin's paper crane from his wallet and wrote on it with a pencil, "I have something to ask you." He placed the paper crane under his pillow and lay down, entering a deep sleep with the help of cogitation. In the depths of the pitch-black sharp tower, Klein once again met Will Orseptin, who was sitting in a black baby pram. Without waiting for the other party to speak, he directly asked, "Do you know who can provide the method needed to accommodate the uniqueness? What kind of price would it take?" Will Orseptin, who was sucking on his thumb, was taken aback. "You want to help me accommodate the die of probability?" Klein nodded seriously. "Regardless of whether it's a success or not, we should try our best." Just as he finished speaking, Will Orseptin's tears rolled down his cheeks. The chubby baby pounded his hands to the side and cried sadly, whimpering, "It's useless. It's too late. I've already rebooted and I still have to spend at least 22 years growing before I can accommodate the uniqueness. Why didn't you say that earlier? I'm really unlucky. It must have been that silly snake, Ouroboros, who took too much of my luck. Chapter 1125, Opportunity. As he listened to Will Orseptin's tearful complaints, Klein was at a loss as to how to react. After the baby calmed down, he asked in puzzlement, "Even if I said it earlier, it's useless. When I met you, you were already rebooted." "No, I was still Will Orseptin at that time. I didn't have Ceres as my last name." The chubby baby wiped his tears. "Although I'm still quite some time away from becoming an adult, as long as I'm willing to take a certain risk, it's not impossible to accommodate it. But the difference now is just too great." With a thought, Klein said after some deliberation, "Perhaps you can find an angel from the Marauder pathway to steal time from you, allowing you to grow up faster." Will Orseptin shook his head. "It's useless. It's impossible for them to accurately steal my childhood and teenage years. If it's only a matter of time, it won't allow me to grow. It will only reduce the age I can originally live to. To truly accurately steal those years, it has to be Amon, and it has to be his true body in person." At this point, the baby and Klein fell silent. After a while, Klein took a deep breath. "Then there's no need to consider this for now. However, I still want to know where I can find a way to accommodate the uniqueness. Who knows when it might come in handy in the future." Will Orseptin put down his tear-stained palm. "There's no need to ask others. I've already gotten it long ago, but I can't do it. Otherwise, do you think me being president of the Life School of Thought was for nothing?" Klein was surprised. "Why can't you do it?" Will Orseptin pulled the blanket in the pram. "There are 3 ways to accommodate the uniqueness. One is to be born naturally with it, which is equivalent to a uniqueness coming to life. The other is to make the uniqueness come to life to a certain extent before forcefully putting it into one's body, relying on the power of the Creator to suppress it. The third is to concoct the uniqueness into an incomplete potion and drink it with a simplified apotheosis ritual. There's no need to mention the first method. The second is impossible after the ancient sun god's death. The third is the only viable option, but for the sequence 1 of the fate pathway, it depends on the machinations of fate. The first point was mentioned in Roselle's diary. The second point means that the ancient sun god was at least half a level higher than the present true deities." Klein asked, "What do you mean by only depending on the machinations of fate?" Will Orseptin's chubby baby face revealed a look of poignancy. "The apotheosis ritual for the fate pathway might be the simplest, or perhaps it's the most difficult. As long as we find the correct opportunity in the torrent of fate, we can directly consume the potion. But the problem lies in the fact that the exact opportunity cannot be divined or predicted. I've already rebooted countless times and I've spent ages, but I still haven't encountered it." At this point, the baby's tears flowed down again. "It sounds simple, but in fact, one can only rely on fate." With a sigh, Klein asked in enlightenment, "When I said that I would help you accommodate the uniqueness, did you vaguely grasp that opportunity?" The chubby baby cried even harder. "Although I didn't really find it, I did sense it to a certain extent." "Is that so? Back then, when Will Orseptin came into contact with me, was it also pushed by luck?" Klein tersely acknowledged. "But then there's no other way." "You can only give me a few more of those charms." Will Orseptin nodded heavily. "All right," replied Klein generously. He then added, "You have to give me a few paper cranes." In the rental apartment, after waking up from his dream, Klein got out of bed and walked to the room outside. He took out pen and paper and began to write to Leonard. "I obtained charms that originate from high-sequence beyonders of the seer pathway. It allows someone to borrow power from their former selves." Klein didn't mention that it might be something his dear poet needed, as if he was simply describing it. After folding the letter, he took out a gold coin and a rectangular diamond-like charm and blew into the adventurer's harmonica. Reinette Tinneker walked out of the void with 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand. The 4 heads spoke one after another. Who to deal with this time? So direct, Klein sighed and smiled. "It's unconfirmed yet. I'm going to attempt at foiling George III's plans. I might need your help at critical moments." The 4 heads in Reinette's hand spoke one after another. "This sounds extremely dangerous. Requires higher Payment. More of these charms, the corner of Klein's forehead twitched. 3. Reinette's head, who had failed to join in the final sentence, shook. Klein smiled. No problem, but it will take 1 to 2 weeks. Firstly, he had recently separated many worms of spirit and was nearing his limit. Secondly, he felt that it would be another 1 to 2 weeks before he could digest the Bizarro Sorcerer potion once Miss Magician's new book was published. Reinette's 4 heads began to bob, indicating that wasn't a problem. Klein then pointed at the letter and gold coin. Send it to the mailbox at 7 Pinster Street. One of the heads tilted up as she sucked the letter, gold coin and charm into her mouth. As he watched Miss Messenger vanish, Klein pondered for nearly a minute before beginning to set up a sacrificial and bestowment ritual. Since the Bizarro Sorcerer potion was about to be completely digested, he had to prepare the ingredients for Scholar of Yore in advance. Among them, the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal could be obtained from the Evernite goddess. And with the heart, he could go to the spirit world to bait the Hound of Fulgrim. After a series of tasks, he finished setting up the altar. I haven't made any contribution recently, so how should I ask for a bestowment? Could it be that I'm telling the goddess that I plan to take a credit loan? Will this be a little sacrilegious? I'll try to sacrifice something of value. If the goddess is willing to accept it, she will do the corresponding bestowment. Something of value, as he thought. His thoughts moved to the junk pile above the grey fog. I can't use Grossel's Travels. It hides quite a bit of secrets. Sea God Scepter? That's even more important. It's my most powerful sealed artifact and my anchor. Vin Rambus's Beyonder characteristic has already been promised to Miss Justice. After some thought, he realized that he didn't have many choices left. One was Life's Cane, and the other was the Flaring Sun Charm, Fate Siphon Charm, and other disposable items. Even if they're combined, their actual value wouldn't be comparable to the main ingredient of a Sequence 3 potion. Besides, once my ability to transfer wounds improves, it can take over a portion of the Life's Cane's effects. After hesitating for a while, he finally made a decision. Chapter 1126. Unexpected. After bringing the wood-colored cane back to the real world, Klein immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles, burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powder, took 2 steps back, and skillfully recited the honorific name of the goddess. Finally, he said, I sacrifice this cane filled with life to you. I'm willing to receive your blessings. He didn't directly mention the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal. This was equivalent to making an equivalent exchange, not offering sacrificial items and praying for a bestowment. When Klein finished his sentence, 2 of the 3 candle flames swelled and intertwined, forming an illusory and dark, mysterious door. The door slowly opened, creating strong, invisible winds. They swept up the Life's Cane, allowing it to disappear into the seemingly endless cosmos. Immediately following that, there was a flash as 2 items tore through the barrier and landed on the altar without making a single sound. One of them was a strange heart formed by wisps of white mist, and the other was crystalline frost that emitted cold air. Klein was delighted as he hurriedly lowered his head to thank the goddess. When he raised his head again, the dark and mysterious door had closed and faded away. Phew, it really succeeded. He let out a long breath and took 2 steps forward, putting away the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart and white frost crystal. At this moment, the relaxed him couldn't help but have a thought that he absolutely couldn't say out loud. If I had known that it would go so smoothly, I wouldn't have had to use my Life's Cane. That huge junk pile might have been enough. Perhaps I didn't need to sacrifice anything, and the goddess would have bestowed them to me. From the looks of it, before advancing to Sequence 2, the goddess will still shower her blessings on me. With this in mind, he reined in his thoughts, ended the ritual and tidied up the altar. Then he began to plan on how to deal with the Hounds of Fulgrim. A magician never performs unprepared. South of the bridge on Rose Street, Leonard changed into a black and white police uniform and wore a red glove. He led his team members and the real policeman to the only cathedral of the Church of Earth Mother in Backland. The epaulets he was wearing corresponded to a high-ranking inspector. In fact, with his status as a captain of a Red Gloves team, He should be equivalent to a superintendent or even a chief superintendent, but officers at that rank wouldn't involve themselves in such missions. After passing through the door, he scanned the area and realized that it was empty. There were only 2 figures. One was sitting in the front pew, focused on praying. The second was a handsome man dressed in a priest's robes, with black hair and red eyes, Emlyn White. Leonard coughed twice, making the half-giant bishop open his eyes and look over. "I'm an inspector from the Backlund Police Department." Leonard showed his identification. "We would like to invite you back to assist in our investigations." Father Yutravsky stood up slowly and asked in a calm tone, "What's the matter?" "The nearby residents reported your abnormal behavior, saying that it's possible that you're a spy for Fasak or Feinapotter," Leonard explained. At the same time, he was prepared to pull Bishop Yutravsky into a dream at any moment. Father Yutravsky fell silent for 2 seconds before turning to look at Emlyn White, who was standing by the candle stand. Emlyn's slightly complicated expression froze. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Father Yutravsky retracted his gaze and nodded slightly. "Okay. So cooperative? I thought we would experience an intense battle." Leonard was taken aback before he smiled. "Thank you for your cooperation." If there really was a battle that ended up harming a blessed of Earth Mother, he suspected that the tense situation would rapidly be aggravated. Through the ancient history in Grossel's travels and the secrets he learned from the Tarot Club, he knew that the relationship between the Church of Earth Mother and the Church of Evernite was like dried timber. It could be ignited with a tiny spark. Phew! Seeing that Father Yutravsky didn't resist and accepted the protective custody, Emlyn White let out a long breath. He was very satisfied with his performance at the Tarot Club. At this moment, the Red Gloves team member, Cindy, looked at Emlyn and lowered her voice. "Cap, sir, there's still a priest. Should we take him with us?" Emlyn. Leonard. After a few seconds and repeated deliberation, Leonard finally said, "If the spy case involves Feinapotter, he would also be considered a suspect. Let's invite him back to assist in our investigations." Emlyn was stunned, unsure of what expression to show in response. In a 2-bedroom rental apartment in East Borough, Falls rubbed her dark eye circles and drank the last mouthful of bitter coffee. She stood up abruptly and began changing her clothes. "Done writing?" Gio, who was enjoying her breakfast, was taken aback. It had only been a day and a half. Falls shook her head and took a deep breath. "No, but I've already written the first volume. I can hand it over to the editor. If it's serialized, there's no need to finish it all now." After a series of tasks, Klein put on creeping hunger and quickly turned transparent, entering the spirit world. Looking up, he saw the 7 pure lights. He released the arms of his 2 marionettes and took out a box, removing the wall of spirituality around it, and allowing the aura of the demonic wolf of Fogg's transformed heart to emanate from it. Then, he pulled Anuni, while Anuni pulled Konas, and together the 3 of them rapidly teleported deep into the spirit world. Along the way, all kinds of strange spirit world creatures passed by them like oil paintings. After an unknown period of time, Klein's premonition for danger suddenly stirred as a scene quickly appeared in his mind. Red, black, white, and blue colors saturated and overlapped as a slender figure suddenly appeared. It looked like a hound, its entire body covered in black short fur, its eye sockets 2 balls of dark red burning flames. The ends of its mouth extended to the back of its head. It clearly existed there in its corporal form, but it gave off an illusory feeling that felt surreal. Hound of Fulgrim. Klein immediately turned around and faced it, releasing his 2 marionettes at the same time and allowing them to wander in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the Hound of Fulgrim appeared. The 2 dark red flames, which were absolutely terrifying, turned and looked at Klein. Following that, its figure became more and more illusory, instantly disappearing as though it was a projection from history. It ran away just like that. As Klein muttered to himself in shock, he became even more wary of a surprise attack. More than 10 seconds later, 2 figures phased into existence. They were covered in black fur, their eyes burning, and the corners of their lips extended to the back of their heads. However, there was only 1 dark red flame left in the eye sockets of each of the 2 monsters. The remaining fireballs were in their paws. Without waiting for Klein to react, the two hounds of Fulgrim lay down in the void of the spirit world and wagged their tails. They wagged their tails. Klein's mouth was agape, wondering if he was dreaming. Chapter 1127, Saphira Castle. Only after the two burning dark red fireballs floated over from the hounds of Fulgrim and landed in front of him did Klein snap back to his senses, feeling puzzled and relieved. Why did they harm themselves to come up with a pair of eyes for me? To think that I fell into a daze for a few seconds. This is a fatal mistake for a bizarro sorcerer in battle. However, it's inevitable that they will have similar reactions when encountering something like this the first time. This performance is very similar to Arodes's. Could the great existence above the spirit world be able to showcase special traits in the spirit world? As this thought flashed through his mind, he looked at the two dogs that were prostrating themselves in the void and wagging their tails. He stretched out his left hand and grabbed the two dark red flames and the large amounts of thick dark red blood. The moment he came into contact with these things, he suddenly heard familiar ravings and roars. Immediately following that, an illusory greyish-white fog appeared in front of him. The fog spread out in all directions. Above it was a towering and majestic palace that looked like a god's residence. This was a very familiar scene, because every time he entered the mysterious space above the grey fog, he would pass through it. At that moment, Klein hadn't chanted any honorific names or taken 4 steps counterclockwise. This made him extremely wary. Then he saw a few figures appear in the endless grey fog. They were none other than hounds of Fulgrim with their eyes burning with dark red flames. The two that had lost one eye each returned to their companion's side and blended into the dark spots in the grey fog. The entire phenomenon vanished as well. In the depths of the spirit world, Klein realized that there were no longer any hounds of Fulgrim around him. He lowered his head and looked at the eyeballs and blood in his hand. With their presence, he confirmed that what he had just experienced was not an illusion. The hounds of Fulgrim are also known as Saphira Castle Keepers. They live in the historical void. I saw them active within the grey fog before fusing with the dark spots. Combining what he had seen and heard, Klein gradually came to a bold conclusion. Perhaps Saphira Castle is referring to the mysterious space above the grey fog, to that strange door of light. As for the grey fog, it's a symbolic object formed from all the history in the spirit world. Every time I enter the mysterious space, I leave certain traces there, making the hounds of Fulgrim no longer feel unfamiliar with me. They see me as the owner of Saphira Castle, so when they saw me, they immediately offered me what I needed and shook their tails to gain my favor. After a day of planning, I ended up targeting my own guards. As he thought of this, he inexplicably felt a sense of absurdity at the situation. It felt like the fool was reaching out his hands to fleece someone, only to end up fleecing himself. Phew, Saphira Castle. Although this development makes me even more afraid, I still have some understanding of the owner of the grey fog. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. After standing silently for a moment, he slowly exhaled and summoned his 2 marionettes back. In a 2-bedroom rental apartment in Eastborough with her dark eye circles, Fours returned and retrieved the day's newspaper and letters in passing. How was it? Shio, who had just returned home for lunch, asked. Fours covered her mouth and yawned. Not bad. The editor I know is very satisfied with my new book's topic. He decided to arrange for its serialization as soon as possible. You might not be aware, but the horror stories of Backlund's hospitals have been very popular recently. A best-selling author had gained inspiration from it and is beginning to serialize similar stories. This is a good thing, Shio thought and nodded seriously. This meant that Fours, who had also written similar stories, wouldn't attract too much attention. I know, Fours threw the newspaper aside and took out a few letters, quickly flipping through them. Soon, she found the reply from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Fours' expression immediately turned solemn as she quickly tore open the envelope. Benjamin Abraham is from Intis. He lived in Roselle's era. Apart from mysticism knowledge and a small amount of inheritance, he didn't leave anything of value behind. Later on, everything was destroyed by the Aurora Order. I'm unable to provide the corresponding information. Mr. Gehrman Sparrow is about to be disappointed. Force pursed her lips and pulled off a magic trick, burning the letter to ashes. Then she began writing a reply, asking her teacher if she knew of the secret ruins of Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor. Klein went above the grey fog and listened to Miss Magician's prayers. The trail of clues for Benjamin Abraham have come to an end. It's all the fault of those lunatics from the Aurora Order, he thought. At the same time, he learned of the serialization of the horror stories of Backlund's hospitals. After returning to the real world, and just as he was about to head out for a meal, he suddenly saw Miss Messenger walk out of the void with 4 heads in her hand. One of them had a letter in its mouth. "Who sent it?" asked Klein in puzzlement. Reinette Tinneker's remaining 3 heads replied, "A. Seduced. Idiot." "Who is that?" Klein grew confused as he took the letter and opened it. "The mastermind behind those matters is George III. His goal is to become the Black Emperor. Are you interested in stopping this matter? Trissy." "Trissy? This demoness actually dares to write me a letter. Isn't she afraid of being caught?" "Oh, right. Miss Messenger just said that the sender was a seduced idiot. Trissy seduced a man and got him to help her summon the messenger while she hid far away? She's pretty smart. She really is very persistent in investigating this matter. Isn't she afraid that she'll be killed by either me or George III? Klein was first puzzled before he came to a realization. He began to wonder why Trissy managed to guess that George III wanted to become the Black Emperor. Without sufficient mysticism knowledge, and without knowing the Black Emperor's apotheosis ritual, even a demigod would find it difficult to guess. Could it be that she has other helpers? Or could it be that she has obtained more power from the primordial demoness, including all sorts of knowledge and secrets? Klein frowned slightly, feeling that there was something amiss. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he took out a piece of paper and scribbled a reply. "I'm interested, but I don't know what you want to do." In the Backlund Bridge area, a man in his 30s looked in horror as the 4-headed demoness reappeared before him and dropped a letter. Only about 5 minutes after she left did the man catch his breath. He picked up the letter and opened it. During this process, his gaze gradually burned because it meant that he could meet that beautiful woman again. According to her instructions, he waited until the evening before he took out the black sticky lump and applied it evenly onto a mirror. A few seconds later, the mirror turned dark, as if connected to another world. In the blink of an eye, it presented a room that was completely different from the present environment. There was a young girl dressed in a dark black dress, Demoness Trissy. The man who finished the ritual immediately revealed an infatuated expression as he subconsciously whispered, "The reply said that he's interested." The light dimples on the sides of Trissy's cheeks slowly bloomed, making the mirror appear brighter. Her eyebrows relaxed as she said, "I'll send you a letter. Forward it to Gehrman Sparrow. You absolutely cannot read its contents." After obtaining the man's unhesitant promise, Trissy stretched out her right hand and swiped it across the mirror, causing the dark aqueous light to disappear. She immediately found pen and paper and deliberated for a few seconds before quickly writing. The secret mausoleums needed for George III's ritual should be from Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, and there is an existence who understands it very well. It might be able to help us successfully infiltrate and cause damage during the ritual. I have a way to contact that existence, but we have to wait until the next full moon. What you need to do is provide me with some blood, hair, flesh, or bones from a descendant of the Abraham family. Trissy. Chapter 1128. Finally an outcome. In an apartment in East Borough, after receiving the reply from Demoness Trissy from Miss Messenger, Klein pulled a chair to sit down and began reading. This means she knows of Mr. Dawes' existence, and she has a way to use the bloodline of the Abraham family to communicate with that entity. Trissy can already withstand Mr. Dawes' cry for help. She really has obtained more knowledge from the primordial demoness, but in such a situation, why would the demoness of White Katerina be pursuing her? Questions arose in his mind as he read the short letter. As Trissy's vague mention of the matter was within his understanding, he believed that she wasn't lying in this aspect. Of course, The prerequisite for this method to succeed was to obtain the correct ritual and have a descendant of the Abraham family be willing to take a huge risk. To me, it's easy to find the descendants of the Abraham family. I can directly contact them through Miss Magician. However, once I hand over their hair, blood, or bones to Trissy, this will put them at risk of being hexed. Klein understood the demoness pathway rather well. As his thoughts raced, he gradually came up with a countermeasure. It was to use the hair, flesh, or bones of the deceased. He remembered that Miss Magician had mentioned that she had once buried an old man named Lawrence, who was undoubtedly a descendant of the Abraham family. I hope it wasn't a cremation. Although this is somewhat sacrilegious to a corpse, speaking to Mr. Dorr is a necessary procedure to dispel the Abraham family's ancient curse. It's better to use the dead rather than implicate the living. Also, I have to first confirm that Trissy is going to speak to Mr. Dorr and not attempt to pull him back to the real world. Klein nodded slightly and decided to find Miss Magician in a while and also rush her writing. In Northborough, on Phelps Street, a young man in a black trench coat and silk top hat was sitting on a bench. He looked at the withered Intis parasol trees in a daze. He wore a crystal-carved monocle on his right eye. At that moment, an elder who was heading to St. Samuel Cathedral stopped. "Young man, what are you worried about? You lost something in this war." The young man raised his hand and pinched his monocle. He sighed and shook his head. "I'm just thinking about some rather complicated questions." "Are you a philosopher?" The old man was taken aback. "No, but I often bring up philosophical problems for others, just like who I am, where I am, and what's my future." The young man smiled calmly as he continued to ponder, whispering silently. The elder couldn't understand him and could only shake his head. Under the gaze of the stray dogs, sparrows, ants, and microbes in the air, he slowly left. The young man didn't turn his head, his monocle reflecting yellow leaves that were floating down as he muttered to himself, "To parasite. To not parasite. See the bait. Devour the bait." After getting the hair from Lawrence's remains from Fours and seeing the horror stories of Backlund hospitals being serialized in the Tussock Times, Klein entered a patient state. Soon, a new week had arrived. After having his lunch, he planned to take a short nap to prepare for the tarot gathering. At this moment, Reinette Tinneker walked out from the depths of the void, one of her 4 heads holding a linen bag in its mouth. Who sent it? Klein suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. Reinette Tinneker's 3 free heads spoke one after another. The real, mutated, king of mushrooms. This string of words. I roughly understand what's going on. Klein controlled his expression as he slowly took the bag. When he opened it, he wasn't surprised to see copious amounts of mushrooms. Some were white and full, some were black with blood-colored lines, and some were covered in golden stars. At that moment, the mushrooms were still squirming slightly, as though they wanted to spread. After swallowing his saliva, he picked up a letter that was surrounded by mushrooms and started reading. "My dear friend Gehrman, I've finally completed your request. I've invented mushrooms that can be planted in dark and harsh environments. They can grow by devouring the flesh and blood of monsters without any other conditions. Their descendants will be divided into 2 categories. The first type will accumulate various kinds of poisons that cannot be eaten. The other type can be used for food after being cooked at high temperatures. You must remember not to eat it raw or before it's cooked. Otherwise, they will proliferate in your body. In consideration of having a variety of flavors, I've invented 11 kinds of mushrooms. Some are rich in milk, some are like beef, some are as delicate as fish meat. All of these wouldn't have been possible without your help. If I hadn't already advanced and become a druid, I might have taken a few years to resolve all the problems. If you have any other ideas that are suitable for me, please share them with me. Your friend forever, Frank Lee." With the letter in hand, Klein fell silent for a long time. He looked up and realized that Miss Messenger was still waiting. He sighed silently and walked to the desk, taking out a piece of paper and a pen. "I'm very happy that you've succeeded. These mushrooms will help me greatly. They will effectively reduce famine in certain areas. I'm currently busy with some matters, so I don't have any new ideas for now. Your friend, Gehrman Sparrow." After folding the letter, he looked at Miss Messenger and hesitantly asked, "How's Frank Lee's condition like now?" The head that had previously failed to say anything spoke first, excited. The other three added, animated, satisfied. Following that, the forehead said, no longer, afraid of being buried in soil. "Why?" Klein subconsciously asked. The forehead spat out word by word, "He can extract the soil's nutrients and oxygen." Frank has really evolved quite a bit after becoming a druid. For a moment, Klein wasn't sure if he should be happy for his friend or grieve for the crew of the future. As he watched Miss Messenger leave, he forced himself to sleep through cogitation, then woke up at 2:30 p.m. to prepare for this week's tarot gathering. At 3 o'clock, dark red beams of light rose up from the ancient palace above the grey fog. Audrey immediately stood up and curtsied towards the end of the long bronze table. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." As a senior psychiatrist, she had great control over her emotions, but compared to the past, the cheerfulness in her greeting had decreased significantly. The Fool Klein nodded slightly in response to the greetings. Following that, he cast his gaze at the hermit, as he still owed her 8 questions. Cattleya bowed her head. "Honorable Mr. Fool, there are still 2 questions this time." After obtaining approval, she continued, "The first question is, what is the state of the devils in the abyss?" Queen Mystic's first suspicion is that the Emperor's mausoleum is hidden in the abyss. This is identical to the Emperor's train of thought. She is indeed his biological daughter, the Fool Clan muttered inwardly as he answered with an unchanging expression. "The current abyss is a place most devils are unable to live in." Chapter 1129, Pressure. The current abyss is a place most devils are unable to live in? Upon hearing Mr. Fool's reply, Cattleya and the others inevitably felt a deep sense of shock. In mysticism, the abyss was considered by all to be the most corrupted and disorderly place where the devils lived. But now, most of the natives were unable to survive in there. Is the environment in the abyss worsening, or is it because the situation regarding the corruption has improved, making it no longer suitable for devils to live in? Alger quickly had 2 theories, but he didn't know which one it was. The hermit Cattleya shared the same thoughts, but she was even more puzzled as to why the queen would ask such a question. As for justice, she suddenly thought of the Church of Knowledge's prophet demigod. He had once said that the end of the world would arrive in 1368 of the 5th epoch. This was publicly acknowledged by all beyonders who were good at making prophecies. It's 1350 this year. We're only 18 years from the apocalypse. Hence, there are signs of the abyss appearing. The chaotic and degenerate environment has broken past its limits, becoming even worse. Audrey had a rough idea of the situation, and this added to her slight anxiety and unease. She desperately wanted to improve herself, to finish digesting the potion and obtain the characteristic left behind by Vin Rambis to become a demigod. "Mr. World, entrust me with more tasks," she silently prayed in her heart. The members such as Leonard, Fours and Sheo actually had some doubts about whether the abyss really existed, because after the 2nd epoch, it had never revealed itself to the world again. As the thoughts flashed through the members' minds, Cattleya restrained her doubts and continued asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, the second question is, did the things that Emperor Roselle do in his later years have any external, unnecessary influence?" This question reminded Klein of the shocking details in Roselle's later diary entries. He sighed. With the posture of the fool, he slowly shook his head. No, those things were what the Emperor wanted to do. Just as Cattleya felt an uncontrollable sense of disappointment, she heard Mr. Fool smile with a sigh. It wasn't due to an external influence, but due to corruption. It's very difficult to detect, even for him. Corruption. Emperor Roselle was corrupted in his later years. At that time, he was already a grounded angel. How could he be corrupted? Is this from a particular true god, or the underground corruption that even the ancient gods feared? Amidst the shock, Audrey came up with a guess, based on the secrets she knew. Alger and the other members also didn't expect such a thing to happen to the Emperor. They began to suspect his purpose behind creating the cards of blasphemy. At the same time, they believed that Mr. Fool's search for the cards might contain deeper motives. In this game that involves the entire world, only important figures like Mr. Fool have the right to become a player. And we are only a card or some chips, Alger sighed as he had the desire to become a player. The story of the Emperor's later years went from being a tyrant to an evil god. A book that starts off with romance, motivation and adventure later turns into a horror story. Fours couldn't help but let her thoughts go wild. She even had the urge to start writing a set of chronicles for Emperor Roselle. Corrupted. So it's because of corruption, Catalia sighed and felt sorrowful. She sighed with emotion. In the end, the Emperor didn't end up like the story of the dragon-slaying warrior he had spoken of. After her emotions settled down, she recalled the matter of being corrupted. The more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. She believed that she was one of the members who knew Roselle the best. However, a Sequence 1 angel such as him had been silently corrupted, and he and the people around him didn't notice it at all. This is much more terrifying than it is horrific. She secretly took a deep breath before slowly exhaling to regulate her emotions. Then she bowed towards the end of the long, mottled table. "Thank you for your answer, Honorable Mr. Fool. I'm also thankful that you didn't ask anything beyond my means." The Fool Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he leaned back into his chair and nodded slightly. "You may begin." Just like the previous gathering, the members had either just advanced or were still digesting. They didn't have any trades to do. After exchanging a few looks, they decided to directly enter the free exchange segment. Of course, Emlyn was a special exception. He really wanted to make a request to get someone to start a jailbreak to free him from the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral. Yes, to this day, he was still under protective custody behind Chanis Gate. In his neighboring cell was Bishop Utravsky, and during this period of time, no Nighthawk had come to interrogate him. The dark, silent environment is still all right, but without dolls, newspapers, and historical documents, this life is meaningless. Besides, the Nighthawks provide me with cow blood, and it tastes nasty. Emlyn opened his mouth, but he didn't say a word because he felt that this was a very embarrassing matter. After all, he was the one who had asked the Star and had pushed for protective custody. Yet he ended up being brought in as well. I hope that fellow hasn't forgotten me. He glanced at the Star Leonard and maintained his silence. Leonard maintained his posture and didn't respond to the moon's gaze. There was nothing he could do for the time being. This was because he was the one who had raised the term protective custody in front of the Archbishop. As for Emlyn, he was a vampire viscount, equivalent to a Sequence 5 Beyonder. He was a mobile humanoid bomb that also believed in the Earth Mother. There was no reason for him to be released immediately. I can only wait for the Sanguine to protest through other channels before I have the authority to handle this matter. He decided to apply for a private exchange later and get Emlyn to think of a way to get the upper echelons of the Sanguine to contact the Church of Evernite. Their interaction had been noticed by Justice. She suspected that something had gone wrong during the protective custody operation, but it didn't seem too serious. I heard that the priest of the Harvest Church saved quite a number of people during the Great Smog. I hope nothing bad happens. Audrey nodded slightly and cast her gaze at Little Sun. The other members also cast their gaze towards him. They knew that the City of Silver had planned on exploring the giant King's Court last week, so it was likely that the results were out. The Sunderic sat up straight and glanced at Mr. Hangman before saying in a very natural manner, "We've completed our first exploration of the giant King's Court. 3 dead, 1 missing, 5 survivors. We first arrived at the front door of the King's Court and saw 2 silver knights in an unknown state standing guard there. This is the name of the giant pathway's Sequence 3. Chapter 1, 1130, News Storm. 2 Sequence 3 demigods were guarding the main door. As expected of the giant King's Court, the members of the Tarot Club suddenly felt a similar feeling. As for the son Derek, he didn't pause as he continued his recount. To him, he was shocked when he first discovered the 2 silver knights, but the series of events that followed made it seem extremely ordinary. According to what Mr. World shared, we followed a rather hidden path to the back of the giant king's court. The monsters we encountered were mainly wraiths, restrained by the unshadowed crucifix. After we arrived at the waning forest, we discovered that the remnants of the giant king's will and the divine kingdom's powers had formed an evil spirit, protecting its parents' mausoleum. Derek skillfully recalled his experiences. Audrey, Alger, and the others quickly reined in their thoughts of the Silver Knight guards and listened attentively. They were all very interested in the secret hidden in the waning forest. Thinking back to the scene he had seen, Derek paused for a moment. After purging that evil spirit, we came to the mausoleum of the giant king's parents. The tomb and coffin had long been opened by someone, revealing the corpses inside. They were the corpses of 2 humans. Corpses of humans? The tomb of the giant king's parents had human corpses buried in it? As a demigod who knew plenty of mysteries, the hermit Catleia's first reaction was that the 2 corpses had another identity. She recalled a question that Emperor Roselle had asked. Why did the ancient documents refer to giants, elves, and vampires as humanoid creatures? Why didn't they refer to humans as giant-like or elf-like? Could it be that all humanoid creatures had descended from humans? The giants, elves, and vampires were the mutations brought by the Beyonder characteristics that could eventually become inherited? Catleia instantly calmed her emotions as she seriously considered the possible reasons. At this moment, she felt that her potion would be digested to a certain degree once she returned to the real world, as the origins of the giants and humanoid creatures were mysticism knowledge that most ordinary demigods had no way of knowing. The giant king's parents were humans. That must be fake. Alger immediately suspected that someone had fabricated the scene. However, on second thought, this act would require the real remains to be taken away and replaced. He felt that no one would be so bored as to do something like that. To be able to enter the giant king's court and suppress a powerful evil spirit, the person that approached the 2 graves was at least a saint. Could it be that the ancestors of all creatures were humans? As he had seen too many shocking things at the Tarot Club, Alger didn't have overly intense emotions run through him. He just couldn't help but raise his hand and touch his dark blue hair. With the help of placate and other psychological techniques, Audrey was able to compose herself the fastest, and she instinctively observed the reactions of the other members. At that moment, Emlyn was the most restless. His mind was filled with thoughts of impossible. If the original ancestor of giants were human, then what about the sanguine? Could it be that we were just monsters that had mutated because of Beyonder characteristics? Impossible. We were clearly created by the ancestor. She has the authority of life and creation. As his thoughts churned, he felt a baffling feeling that his pride was cracking apart. His intuition told him that Derek didn't have any reason to lie. Leonard, Fours, and Shio quickly accepted the possibility. To them, regardless of whether the giant ancestor was a giant or human, or even a curly-haired baboon, it was no big deal. The son Derek calmed himself down and continued in the strange silence. After leaving the waning forest, we entered the giant king's court through the barren tunnel. That palace contains a mural that possesses powers related to the cycle of fate. As such, we were affected and transformed into the people who participated in a gathering. We repeated a very short process, and this process was the establishment of Rose Redemption. At this point, he looked around and saw that all the members had temporarily jolted out of their previous states. They were extremely interested in the organization called Rose Redemption. They all knew that this was an extremely secretive and ancient organization that followed and believed in the true creator. It was the origins of the Aurora Order, and its members were kings of angels like Ouroboros, Medici, and Sazria. Derek retracted his gaze. The 2 people who convened the Rose Redemption are Dark Angel Sasria and Evernite Goddess Ammonices. Audrey, Leonard, and Shio began to doubt their ears. They were all believers of Evernite. They never expected that the goddess would be a member of Rose Redemption, and even one of its conveners. This was akin to saying that the Evernite goddess was a member of the Tarot Club. Alger subconsciously turned his body to look at the sun, listening to his slow and heavy tone. The participants included White Angel Orcuses, Wind Angel Leodero. Alger's eyelids twitched. He didn't even dare think. God of combat Badhile, Earth Mother Omabella. Emlyn, who was leaning against the back of the chair, unknowingly sat up straight. There was only one message echoing in his mind: the goddess of harvest, giant queen Omabella. God of the dead Salinger, god of spiritual creatures Tolsna. The son Derek's voice echoed in the ancient and magnificent palace, making Katlia, Fors, and the other members exchange looks. No one dared to say a word. After Derek finished speaking, they remained silent. Finally, Katlia sighed. Rose redemption truly is powerful and terrifying. Before this, I couldn't even imagine that those existences were members. Just as she said that, the world Gehrman Sparrow said with a deep, hoarse voice, that was an organization formed to resist the ancient sun god. Later on, only a few kings of angels remained. Upon hearing their conversation, it was as if Audrey and the other members had just snapped out of their dreams. All of them subconsciously cast their gaze to the end of the long, mottled table, at the figure shrouded in grey fog, as though they were waiting for the ruling of the entity of authority there. The fool Klein, who had long expected such a scene, didn't respond directly. He nodded slightly and sighed. The fallen creator was born because of this. It's real. The Rose redemption which Mr. Fool hinted back then actually has such a deeper meaning. What is his identity in ancient times, and what position does he take in this matter? All these thoughts instantly formed a storm that swept through the minds of the Tarot Club members. Derek looked at everyone, and seeing that no one was speaking, he could only talk about the subsequent exploration. We met the leader of the King's Court's chasers outside the palace, Light-Colour Merskagen. He said that Dark Angel Sazrir was in a state of slumber in that palace. Compared to the matter regarding Rose redemption, news of the mysterious Dark Angel didn't stir up the emotions of Leonard, Emlyn, and the other members much. Of course, as a mysticologist, Katlia only hoped that the sun could speak a little more. After that, we returned. Mr. Fool has bestowed us with the formula for the Silver Night potion, Derek concluded honestly. Audrey and the others were still deep in thought over what had just happened. There was still a fear of being blasphemous, and no one responded. Only Alger thought for a moment and said, "Since the birth of the true creator originated from Rose redemption, then he isn't unfamiliar with what happened to the giant king's court. Why is it that Shepherd Eldelovia was completely unprepared for this?" Chapter 1131, An Indescribable Transaction. This is also a question I wanted to ask. The fool Klein, seated at the end of the long mottled table, echoed Mr. Hangman in his heart. Leonard thought for a moment. Although the birth of the true creator originates from Rose redemption, it doesn't mean that he knows everything about it. Perhaps figuring out the truth back then is one of his motives. Just as he said that, Justice Audrey objected. The angel of fate, Ouroboros, who was drawing that mural, is still in Rose redemption and follows the true creator. If he had any questions, he could have just asked him directly. Perhaps the true creator's goal is to confirm Dark Angel Sazrir's condition. From Shepherd Lovia's strong desire to enter the palace of the giant king, we can preliminarily determine that. Katlia gave her own opinion. I share similar thoughts. Alger glanced at the sun. Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility that the star suggested. Perhaps Ouroboros's condition isn't right, and he has lost most of his memories. We aren't aware of what's special or problematic with the kings of angels. As he spoke, he glanced at Mr. Fool, as if hoping to get some hints. Unfortunately, he failed to get any feedback. Tail Devourer Ouroboros grows up by the true creator's side every time he reboots. No one knows what his current state is. After muttering in his heart and seeing that no one had any more ideas, Klein controlled the world to look at the sun. I recently obtained a batch of mushrooms that can be grown in the darkness when feeding them the flesh of monsters. I wonder if your City of Silver is interested. Mushrooms that can devour the flesh and blood of monsters? Shio and the others were surprised and curious. Indeed, there are many things in the world that we have yet to understand. Force sighed and came to a realization. Katlia's eyes suddenly darkened. She sat there without saying a word. Upon hearing this, Derek was delighted. He blurted out, "Can those mushrooms automatically attack monsters?" If that was possible, then they could be used as food and as a perimeter defense system for the City of Silver. I thought Little Sun would be afraid of those mushrooms. In the end, his request is even more excessive. The world's mouth twitched slightly. No, if the mushrooms can automatically attack monsters, it will be no exception for any of you. Derek immediately felt a little ashamed. I understand, Mr. World. Following that, he let the faker World make a further description. Some of those mushrooms can be ground into flour, others can produce milk, or are rich in oil. They're equivalent to beef. Some have a flavor that's close to fish, but there are no bones. Other than milk, which can be drunk directly, the rest must be cooked. Otherwise, the mushrooms will absorb your flesh and blood while inside your body, turning a person into countless mushrooms. Audrey, Alger, and the other members originally listened on with interest, but as they listened, they subconsciously shrank back, becoming unusually silent. Only the hermit Cataleya's eyelids twitched. She decided to have a good talk with Frank when she returned. She was very worried that one day, when the Star Pirates were to hold a vote, a large number of mushrooms would be amongst those casting that sacred vote. At this moment, after listening attentively, Derek couldn't hide his anticipation. Mr. World, what is flour? Is it like black-faced grass powder? Also, what is milk? What is beef? What is fish? In fact, he had seen fish before, but he didn't think that they were fish. In a swamp in the southwest region of the City of Silver, there were quite a number of strange fish-shaped monsters that contained venom. No matter how strange those mushrooms are, to the City of Silver they're all good things. As Klein heard that, he cast the world's gaze toward Justice Audrey. Giving detailed descriptions didn't match the world's persona. As a senior spectator, Justice instantly understood. She deliberated for a moment. The milk is the liquid that cows use to rear its young. Seeing the son nod in acknowledgement, she continued, milk can provide you with a lot of nutrition and help you grow taller and stronger. Audrey didn't finish her sentence because Little Sun was very muscular. After Miss Justice finished explaining, Derek looked eagerly at the World. Thank you, Mr. World. This is exactly what our City of Silver needs. When I return, I'll immediately inform the chief. What would you like in exchange? The fool Klein hesitated for a moment before controlling the World. The formula for classical metallurgist? No. Cataleya subconsciously tried to stop him, but she ultimately held back. She secretly looked at Mr. Fool, and seeing that the great existence was silent, she finally relaxed. All right, Derek happily agreed. After the exchange, Leonard applied to have a private conversation with Emlyn. The moment the other members were screened from them, Emlyn asked, "When are you letting me out?" Leonard maintained his posture. "This isn't something I can decide on. My suggestion is to get someone to contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine as soon as possible and get them to think of a way to get you out." These two fellows created such an accident with the simple term, protective custody. The fool Klein, who was listening by the side, felt the urge to laugh, but held back. Emlyn's expression darkened. After a few seconds, he said, "Will it be useful finding the upper echelons of the Sanguine?" "The goddess is the Lady of Crimson. She still cares a lot about you guys from the moon domain," Leonard said perfunctorily. The real explanation in his heart was that an ancient race like the Sanguine definitely had some connections with the various churches, especially when the Sanguine Queen was still the Night Emperor's queen. Emlyn also thought of this and nodded slightly. "I'll try to entrust this to Mr. World." This was the most reliable person he could think of. Just as he said that, he and Leonard suddenly spoke at the same time. "That won't work." "You also realized it?" The moon immediately glanced at the star beside him. Leonard scoffed. "It's such a simple problem." Emlyn returned with a scoff. "But you just suggested that I contact the upper echelons of the Sanguine. I've been locked up in the Church of Evernite for days. They must have known about it long ago. They probably didn't attempt to rescue me because they're observing, wanting to know who would rescue me, thus finding my partners." Leonard looked elsewhere. "That's probably the case. So, you can only continue staying behind Chanis Gate. Perhaps in a few more days they'll lose their patience and get you out." After a private exchange, the World looked at Fours. "Give me the venue and time for the meeting. After the gathering, I'll look for you and bring you to a new place." All right. Fours hurriedly applied to Mr. Fool and conjured a parchment. While handing it over, she hesitated for a moment before asking, "Mr. World, what needs to be taken note of this time?" "Keep warm," he simply replied. "Keep warm." Fours was momentarily stunned. After looking at the parchment, the World surveyed the area. "Everyone in Backland, please pay close attention to your surroundings for anything abnormal. Firstly, it was very likely that Zaratul would fish out Amun. Secondly, Trissy might be able to help Mr. Dahl prepare a ritual. Thirdly, George III might take the final step to becoming the Black Emperor at some point." "All right." Audrey and the other members in Backland nodded one after another. After another exchange, the other members requested Miss Justice to use hypnosis to help them forget a portion of their memories. After this gathering ended, one figure after another vanished above the grey fog, leaving only the fool Klein. After sitting in silence for over 10 minutes, he gathered his thoughts before returning to reality. He teleported to the agreed location and waited for Miss Magician. Winter was near, and by 4 the sky was already dark. Under the heavy clouds, the street lamps stayed unlit, with coal and gas rationed by the war. Chapter 1132. Interlude. In an alley where few people visited, the environment grew darker as a cold wind wafted through it. Klein, as Gehrman Sparrow, raised his hand and pressed down on his top hat. He saw Miss Magician wearing a dark-coloured scarf and a thick coat, carrying a rather heavy suitcase as she walked into the alley, looking extremely wary. Klein pulled out his left hand that was wearing creeping hunger from his pocket and spread open his fingers. "Do you have a stockpile prepared?" Fours suddenly felt a cold wind blow down her neck. "Enough for at least 2 weeks of being serialized. I've already handed it over to the editor." Without waiting for him to ask further, she hurriedly added, "I brought a fountain pen, ink, and paper." Klein nodded slightly, took 2 steps forward, and reached out to grab her shoulder. Fours immediately focused as an illusory book appeared in her eyes as it slowly flipped through. Her surroundings immediately became dark and colorful, making her feel like she was in a trance. Fours was already used to this state and had successfully recorded during this traveling process. She also carefully observed the scenery of her trip. After a few breaths, her vision went black, and she felt a cold she had never experienced before. Her body couldn't help but tremble. Fours instinctively used a magic trick to illuminate her surroundings, realizing that she was in a wooden hut. The world had already vanished. "Where am I?" She looked at the window and saw that there was a thick layer covering it, preventing any light from shining inside. This made her even more puzzled. She came to the door, stretched out her right hand and pulled it open. With a creaking sound, she saw snow blocking the exit. Fours was stunned as Gehrman's warning echoed in her mind. "Keep warm." In just 1 or 2 minutes, Klein had already circled the sea once. He used his prey that he had long selected to placate creeping hunger and returned to his rental apartment in Backland, awaiting Queen Mystic and Miss Sharon to gather information about any anomalies. In fact, with his style, he would have personally taken action and conducted an additional investigation. However, considering that Zaratul was already in Backland, he decided to be cautious and give up the idea of loitering around. Under the influence of the law of convergence, he felt that if he were to wander around, it was only a matter of time before he ran into Zaratul or even Ammon. In the afternoon town camp, after Derek Berg opened his eyes, he immediately stood up, opened the door, and walked around the bonfire to the chief's room. Suppressing his excitement, he took a deep breath and raised his hand to lightly knock on the thick wooden door. "Please come in." Amidst the sounds of knocking, Colin Iliad's deep voice sounded. Derek turned the doorknob and pushed open the door. As he looked at the demon hunter, he blurted out, "Your Excellency, I found some strange mushrooms. They can be eaten." Colin Iliad fell silent for a moment before slowly asking, "Mushrooms?" Hearing the puzzlement in the chief's words, Derek instantly recalled a mushroom he had seen before from the abandoned temple of the fallen creator. It looked especially bright and appetizing, but it was essentially extremely dangerous. His mood instantly calmed down as he nodded. "Yes, mushrooms, different breeds. They can devour the flesh and blood of monsters to grow." He described the unique traits of the mushrooms in detail, and he explained what milk, beef, fish, and flour were. In the end, he emphasized that the mushrooms had to be fully cooked. Colin Iliad listened quietly. What other dangers do they have? Derek's face suddenly flushed red. I'll study it again. Without waiting for the chief to speak, he turned around, opened the door, and ran out. Returning to his room, he sat down and began to pray to Mr. Fool, asking him to forward the questions to Mr. World. Above the grey fog, Klein sat on the Fool's chair and tapped the armrest, silently muttering, "What other dangers are there? Although Frank's imagination makes me fearful, he's still a Sequence 5 druid. How dangerous can the mushrooms be?" With the years of experience the City of Silver has, it's easy to deal with those mushrooms. The phenomena on the future were due to the remnant aura of Earth Mother in that area. The real murderer was a deity rather than Frank. Man, if the formation of the Forsaken Land of the Gods happened due to the betrayal of the ancient Sun God, the things left behind in that intense battle are definitely not limited to the powers of Evernight, concealment, degeneration, and storm. Perhaps there are some areas that have the influence of the sun and the earth. This, after some thought, he conjured the world and made him tell the truth. If they encounter divine powers of the earth domain, those mushrooms might experience an unknown mutation. After receiving a response, Derek rushed out of his room and ran to the chief's door. This time, the door opened without him knocking. He entered the room and casually closed the heavy wooden door. The divine power of the earth domain might cause the mushrooms to undergo an unknown mutation, he said frankly. Demon Hunter Colin's expression remained unchanged as he repeated the key phrase softly, the divine power of the earth domain. He lowered his voice and finally fell silent. 10 seconds later he said, "After we return, we can set up a region to plant them to see the effects. Then, what's the price?" Derek immediately replied, "The formula for classical metallurgist." Colin Iliad nodded slowly. "This has to be decided by the 6-member council. When we return to the city, I will push for this matter as soon as possible." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek didn't rush him. After he left the room, Colin Iliad came to the window and looked at the bonfire in the middle of the camp. A few days later, Klein separately received the corresponding feedback from Queen Mystic, Patrick Bryan and Miss Sharon, confirming that there were no anomalies regarding material or personnel flow in Backlund recently. From the looks of it, Demoness Trissy only wishes to speak to Mr. Dorr for the time being, he thought. He found the hair of the deceased that Miss Magician had provided, unfolded a piece of paper, and wrote, "This is what you need. It's a lock of hair from a descendant of the Abraham family. The person who provided it has a request, that is to help ask the existence one question, the problem regarding how they get rid of the curse. Finally, let me remind you to be careful of Mr. Dorr." Klein folded the letter and tucked the lock of hair into it. He took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew on it. After a brief silence, Reinette Tinnecker walked out of the void with 4 beautiful heads in hand. "Give this letter to the seduced idiot," he instructed as he handed over the letter. Just as he said that, his heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly added another question. "Can you locate him?" "Yes." One of the heads of Reinette Tinnecker answered the question before biting the letter. Klein narrowed his eyes. Chapter 1133, Chant. In the Backlund Bridge area, according to the information provided by Miss Messenger, Klein found the man who had been seduced by Trissy. However, he didn't enter the apartment, nor did he disturb his target. He stuck both hands into his black trenchcoat pocket and continued walking forward. During this process, a rat that was stealing food in a particular building suddenly shivered. It then gave up on the piece of cheese and followed the usual tunnel that it used, moving towards the target area. Then the rat opened its mouth and let out a human's voice. "Blessed of the sea and spirit world, guardian of the Rosted archipelago, ruler of the undersea creatures, the great Calvetua." The moment the rat finished its sentence, Klein, who had already turned into another street, vanished. He had used Flaming Jump, but he wasn't using it to travel. Instead, he had entered a hotel room that he had booked to rendezvous with one of his marionettes. In the room, with Anuni watching, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. As he sat at the end of the long bronze table, he held the sea god's scepter. With the help of the prayer light, he observed the target through his true vision. A few minutes later, Raynette Tinneker appeared in the apartment as promised. She took the gold coin and left the envelope on the table. The man trembled in fear again, but in the end, he overcame it. He picked up the letter and weighed it. 15 minutes later, he carefully took out the black sticky paste, separated a small blob, and applied it on the surface of a mirror. Soon, he saw the young girl who had occupied all of his dreams in the dark mirror and hurriedly said, "That crazy adventurer just sent a letter. It seems to contain something else." At that moment, above the grey fog, the scene Klein saw began to show a strange phenomenon. In his vision, the mirror's condition had already turned blurry. It was closer to being a dark and illusory passageway that didn't look realistic enough, connected to something similar in the surrounding area, forming a complicated and strange world. In mysticism, mirrors are often given the symbolic meaning of leading to another kingdom. Strictly speaking, the mirror world isn't a real world. It's closer to the collective manifestation of doors. By connecting to different mirrors and different mysterious kingdoms, if one becomes lost in there, they might directly appear in the abyss, or even the cosmos. High-sequence beyonders of the Demoness, Wraith, and Apprentice pathways also have similar powers. Klein nodded in thought as he heard Demoness Trissy's melodic voice reply, "Throw the letter into the mirror." Can it be thrown in? As a low-sequence beyonder, the man had never seen such a miraculous thing. After some hesitation, he held the letter and pressed it against the mirror. On the surface, the darkness suddenly spread out like ripples. The man felt his firm touch lighten, and he saw the letter magically pass through the glass surface and enter the swirling interior. Right on the heels of that, the letter seemed to be attracted by a huge whirlpool as it continued to sink deeper into the room where Trissy was. Above the grey fog, Klein raised the sea god scepter high and focused on tracking the letter, attempting to lock onto her location. At this moment, in his true vision, the dark and deep mirror world began to quake violently, turning everything into a blur. By the time the quaking calmed down, he had already lost traces of the letter and Trissy. The aura of the primordial demoness can even interfere with observations like this. After a moment of silence, Klein let out a sigh. After suffering the setback, he quickly returned to the real world and left the area. The next morning, with an ordinary face, Klein rode a carriage to St. Samuel Cathedral. He planned on chanting the honorific name of the Ebonite goddess to inform her of Demoness Trissy. When the time came, if an accident were to happen on the night of the full moon, there would at least be a deity watching over Backland. After all, the goddess was one of the ones who had exiled and sealed Mr. Dorr. As for why he wasn't doing this at home and had to go to the cathedral, it was because he wanted to observe the situation in the areas around Bokeland Street and search for any tiny traces that spelled Ammon's arrival. As his thoughts raced, Klein, who was already close to Phelps Street, got off the carriage in advance. He allowed his marionette Enuni to secretly recite the honorific name of Sea God. He and his marionette Konas switched positions. In a sealed space that he had distorted, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Then, with the help of the sea god's scepter, he carefully observed the situation in Bokeland Street and the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation. Hazel isn't parasitized, neither is Miss Justice. Same for their maidservants, pets, and bodyguards. There are no traces of any Ammon-related activity. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the real world. Following that, he approached St. Samuel Cathedral and found a seat in the dark and quiet prayer hall. After chanting the honorific name of the Ebonite goddess in a low voice, Klein described simply, "Demoness Trissy has obtained the hair of an Abraham family descendant. She plans to contact a hidden existence on the night of the full moon. I cannot be sure of her exact purpose." After sitting quietly for a while and seeing that the goddess didn't respond, nor did the archbishop appear, Klein wore his silk top hat and slowly walked out of the cathedral. At night, he switched positions and controlled a rat as a marionette as it recited another honorific name. "The great god of war, the symbol of iron and blood, the ruler of chaos and strife, I wish to meet you." Just like before, the rat lost its life the moment it finished praying. Following that, Klein pulled away from the area. He wanted to meet the Red Angel and talk about Mr. Dor and Dark Angel Sazria. After waiting for a few minutes, with the help of another rat marionette, he saw that the other rat burst into flames, emitting a burning white flame. The flame quickly formed a short line on the ground. "I don't want to see you." The muscles on Klein's face twitched indiscernibly. After some thought, he gave up and left the area. After a few seconds, the remaining burning white flames formed a new sentence. "Come on, beg me." By then, Klein had already left. In a house somewhere in Backlund, a pale-faced Sauron Einhorn Medici stood up from the sofa in a black, red-lined robe. He frowned and muttered to himself, "Who's disturbing me?" In the blink of an eye, a full moon had dawned its light on Backlund. In a room illuminated by the crimson light, Demoness Trissy stood at an altar. Around her were ritual materials, rubies, sapphires, emeralds, diamonds, pearls, and lazurite. After some complicated preparations, she lit the hair in her hand and placed it into a cauldron. When the fire was tainted with a layer of darkness, Trissy took 2 steps back and solemnly chanted in Jotun, "Great door of all doors, guide of the endless cosmos, key to all mysterious worlds." Chapter 1, 1134, Mr. Dor. As Trissy recited the words, the gems around her emitted cracking sounds as they shattered into powder and floated up. They shimmered with red, blue, and green light before rapidly gathering into a torrent that surged towards the candlelight on the altar. At the same time, strands of hair that had been burnt inside the cauldron joined the process. The fire began to expand and interweave, turning increasingly dark, as if it was an illusory door that led to other worlds. Trissy immediately felt the surrounding temperature drop rapidly. A sentence flashed across her mind, a reminder from Gehrman Sparrow, "Be careful of Mr. Dor." As expected of someone with a messenger of that level. His understanding of Mr. Dor, and his confidence in knowing about my plans, might be deeper than I imagined. She slowly took a deep breath and patiently waited. In just a blink of an eye, she felt that the void in the room thinned significantly, covered with shadows, as though large amounts of indescribable creatures were hiding behind them. The dim, expanding flame slowly turned into a gigantic, deep crimson vortex. As the vortex spun, an ethereal voice that could pierce through one's spirit body finally sounded from the bottom. "Cheek?" Upon hearing this voice, the blood vessels in Trissy's forehead throbbed, as if her head had been pierced by countless steel needles. Her black hair flared up despite the lack of wind, every strand growing slightly thicker, and the skin on her face became transparent, her blood vessels protruding out. After spending a great deal of effort, she finally managed to control herself. She then heard the voice chuckle. "It looks like it's Cheek's blessed. Back then, we had seen the second blasphemy slate together, and we were able to surpass Sequence 1, and live to this day. Now, the only ones left are likely the artisan, Cheek, and me." Trissy ignored his poignant sigh and said with a twisted expression, "Honorable Mr. Dor, I have something to ask you." "Speak. The time spent being lost and trapped in the darkness is just too boring. It's rare for someone to have a chat with me," the terrifying voice replied without much change. Trissy's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, still unable to get used to the ravings of this evil god's equal. She paused for a few seconds. "I want to know if there are any unorthodox ways to enter the 9 secret mausoleums built by Blood Emperor Tudor for becoming the Black Emperor." It was unknown where he was, but Mr. Dor's ethereal laughter sounded through the endless void. "So it's because of this. This isn't difficult. I'll give you a symbol. You can gather the blood of Beyonders from different pathways and mix them together. Mixing it with your spirituality, draw the symbol in front of the mausoleum. Then, you can open the secret passage that leads into it." As he spoke, sparks separated from the dark vortex, forming a rather complicated symbol in midair. It was like doors that were stacked in decreasing sizes as they randomly extended without end. Trissy held back the excruciating pain of her spirit body tearing apart. She memorized the symbol and sought confirmation. There must be blood from all 22 Beyonder pathways? Each pathway only requires the blood of a Beyonder, regardless of his sequence. How much blood of each pathway is required? Mr. Dor replied in the same way he had been raving earlier. "Right. There's no need for too much, just a small tube will do." Although Trissy wore a painful grimace, she couldn't help but smile when she received the critical information. After completing her main goal, she asked again to ensure smooth cooperation with Gammon Sparrow. The Abraham family wants to know how to get rid of the ancient curse. The dark vortex was silent for a few seconds before sighing. Set up such a ritual. Sacrifice one of the demigods of the seer, apprentice, and marauder pathway. Once I leave the storm and penetrate the darkness, the curse will no longer exist. Trissy wasn't interested in how the Abraham family could escape the curse. After receiving the answer, she couldn't take it any longer. As she thanked Mr. Dorr, she began to stop the ritual. After the dark fire vortex disintegrated, she began to cogitate, spending nearly an hour to calm the effects of his ravings. After doing all of this, she took out a pen and paper and copied the symbol he provided, describing the two answers in detail. She knew that she was being pursued by Saintess of White Katerina, and it was very difficult for her to find the blood of beyonders of different pathways that quickly, so she planned on leaving this matter to Gammon Sparrow. In addition, she believed that even if George III believed that there was no problem with the secret mausoleum, there were still precautions inside. It wasn't something that a Sequence 4 could quickly force their way through. As for Gammon Sparrow, even his messenger was at the level of an angel. The strength of the organization behind him was obvious, so they had the ability to destroy the mausoleum at the critical moment. After throwing the letter into a mailbox on a nearby street, the black-haired Trissy slowly walked down the cold and lonely road. For the sake of a little indignation, I've actually gone this far. You're lucky. At least I'll avenge you, and if I die, apart from those who hate me, no one will remember me. After receiving the letter from Miss Messenger, Klein sat on the chair and read it several times. Before he went above the grey fog to divine its authenticity, he subconsciously thought about how quickly he could gather the blood from the 22 Beyonder pathways. This symbol is very similar to the one behind Miss Magician's chair. I can use my own for seer. For apprentice, I can find Miss Magician. For marauder, I can transform a marionette into a mosquito and send it to bite Hazel. The spectator pathway, Miss Justice, the bard Little Sun, the storm, Mr. Hanged Man, the reader Vice Admiral Iceberg, secret suppliant, Ma'am Hermit's second mate. Corpse collector Patrick Bryan, sleepless my dear poet, warrior the citizens of the City of Silver, planter Frank, apothecary Emlyn, arbiter Miss Yayo, lawyer marionette Conas, hunter Danitz or Anderson, demoness, get Trissy to provide it herself, prisoner Miss Sharon or Marrick, criminal I have no targets, mystery prior Ma'am Hermit, savant Frank's assistant, monster, marionette in uni. From the looks of it, most of them can be obtained in a very short period of time. Only devil. Although I've encountered a few, they have either died or fled. Yes, I can ask Little Sun if the City of Silver has any devil flesh and blood in its inventory. If he hadn't thought about it, he wouldn't have realized that, in less than 2 years, he had actually established a deeper connection with most of the Beyonder pathways. He immediately retracted his thoughts and seriously considered Mr. Dorr's escape ritual. Sacrifice one of each, marauder, apprentice, and seer demigods. These are the 3 pathways that can be interchanged. Mr. Dorr wants to temporarily reconcile them and use an ingenious method to open the passage to return. The demigods of these 3 pathways aren't that easy to capture. It's possible for the Abraham family to do so at its peak, but after the death of the high sequence Beyonders in the War of the 4 Emperors, it's pretty much hopeless. If Mr. Dorr could be more patient and give the descendants more time to grow, it wouldn't be impossible. However, he still constantly cries for help, causing the deaths of promising descendants. Is he crazy? A lunatic who looks like a normal person? After some thought, he burned the letter and went above the grey fog to do 2 divinations. The revelations he received was that the method to enter the secret mausoleum was real, as was Mr. Dorr's return ritual. Looking at the spirit pendulum in his hand, he sat silently in the high-backed chair for a long time. After a few minutes, he clenched his left hand and gripped the topaz pendant tightly. He muttered to himself, "All there is left is to wait for the Bizarro Sorcerer potion to be completely digested, and for George III to hold the ritual." Chapter 1135, Fragrant. On the Sonia Sea at Parsu Island, the Blue Avenger, which had been summoned, finally arrived at the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms. Alger removed the cloth wrapped around his head and jumped off the ship, landing firmly on the dock. The wind-blessed potion he had consumed had long been digested. Years of experience told him that it was best to maintain uniformity with the people around him most of the time. "Ha, Alger, control your impatience." A man who had been waiting at the dock came forward with a smile. He had a head of soft yellow hair and a long robe embroidered with lightning patterns. He was Alger's former partner. Alger smiled as he raised his right hand and struck his left breast. "May the storm be with you." "May the storm be with you," the yellow-haired man replied. He immediately lowered his voice. "I heard that you've already adapted to the wind-blessed potion?" "Yes, it's very simple. I've already sent a telegram to report this matter." Alger arched his brows to look proud. The yellow-haired man looked around. "It's no wonder you were summoned back. I heard that, because of the ongoing war, there's a lack of manpower. The Council of Cardinals has decided to organize a group of wind-blesseds to advance to Sequence 5 as soon as possible. You should be within those ranks." Organize a group to advance, after knowing that there might be a world war ahead of time. Alger Wilson wasn't surprised. A word suddenly appeared in his mind: cannon fodder. In fact, just from his contributions for the Bansi Harbor incident, he could have advanced to Ocean Songster without any obstacles. In the end, he had only become a wind-blessed. And now, there was no need for him to do anything, and he was suddenly placed on the list of candidates. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Indeed, once a full-scale war begins, the order that prevents people like us from rising will split apart. However, the most important thing is to survive. As his thoughts raced, he asked in surprise, "Sains, is that true?" "I can't be sure. In short, that's what I heard." The yellow-haired man named Sains reached out and patted Alger on the shoulder. In the City of Silver, the expedition team brought back news that there was a sea on the other side of the giant King's Court. After 2 days of waiting, Derek Berg finally received a notice from the 6-member council, permitting him to receive the classical metallurgist's potion formula. This meant that the upper echelons had agreed to exchange for the special mushrooms. The advancement ritual is to personally refine a stone of life. What's a stone of life? Derek glanced at the parchment and began preparing a ritual without much thought. In his opinion, Mr. Fool definitely knew. After setting up the altar, he took out 2 metal tubes, each containing the blood of him, an adorned paladin who had reached the end of his life. As for the devil's blood that Mr. World needed, the City of Silver's inventory temporarily didn't have one. However, Chief Colin Iliad said that, as long as the mushrooms could satisfy their food requirements, he would organize a small hunting team and go to a region where devils appeared. After placing the 2 metal tubes and goatskin parchment onto the altar, Derek took 2 steps back and began the sacrificial ritual. After a series of tasks, the illusory door opened, and after the sacrificial items were taken away, a dark glow was left behind. The brilliance slowly faded as large numbers of mushrooms of different shapes appeared before his eyes. As for whether they looked strange, Derek didn't even think about it, because he had seen mushrooms once. Abnormal ones. Therefore, he lacked a point of reference. After recalling Mr. World's description, he quickly categorized them and placed them into different leather handbags. Immediately after, he picked up the unshadowed crucifix excitedly and prepared to head for the spire. However, just as his hand touched the bronze cross, he felt it burn and feel prickly. It was as if a light was seeping out of the rust and shining at the mushrooms. They're evil and need to be purified. Derek was confused, but he eventually decided to believe in Mr. World. He hid the crucifix and carried Thunder God's roar, walking all the way to the spire to meet Chief Colin Iliad. "Are these the mushrooms?" As he spoke, Demon Hunter Colin's eyes reflected 2 complex dark green symbols. His gaze swept across the different mushrooms. "Yes." Derek began introducing them one by one. Colin returned to normal and remained silent for a few seconds. "There's an evil and tainted aura emitted from them, but they're in minute amounts and can be tolerated. This must have settled down after they devoured the flesh and blood of monsters." He paused for a moment. "Let's first test their proliferation ability." Following this sentence, a number of City of Silver personnel carried a few monster corpses into the chief's room and scattered them over the mushrooms. The moment they came into contact with the flesh, they immediately grew hyphae and burrowed into them. About 20 to 30 seconds later, they began to rapidly expand and spit out spores. After a while, the corpses were densely covered with mushrooms. However, they didn't stop growing. They kept growing upwards, and in the end, some were even taller than Derek, facing him as if looking down at him. Mr. World didn't say that they would grow this large. Besides, the speed is way too fast. Derek looked at it in a daze, but he didn't think it was a problem. There wasn't much of a change in Colin Iliad's expression. Only after the monsters were left with skeletons and dregs did he look around. It's better than I expected. Next, who wants to try the effects of eating it? Without hesitation, Derek took a step forward. Your Excellency, I'll do it. He was in charge of importing the mushrooms, so he definitely had to personally confirm its safety. Colin Iliad nodded slightly. Okay. He then turned his head and said to another resident, invite Elder Lovia over to prevent any accidents. Everyone waited for a few minutes before Shepherd Lovia, who was wearing a deep purple robe, arrived. She had just passed through the door, when her light grey eyes suddenly narrowed, instinctively looking at the mushrooms that occupied most of the space. After staring at it for a while, she looked at Colin and nodded slightly, indicating that she was ready to provide any help. Without any hesitation, Derek chose a black mushroom that was embedded with blood-red threads. He tore off the mushroom that had wrapped around the skeleton, produced a bonfire, and began roasting it. Gradually, a fragrance that seemed to be able to drill into one's stomach emanated out. This was a smell that the residents of the City of Silver had never smelled before. Their throats bobbed as they instinctively swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Unknowingly, the other residents who had been doing something else in the spire had followed the fragrance and gathered at the door. It took Derek a great deal of effort to control himself from tasting the mushroom midway. He waited until it was completely charred yellow on the outside before he took it back and blew at it. At that moment, everyone's eyes were on him, including Colin Iliad and Shepherd Lovia. With his faith in Mr. World and Mr. Fool, Derek didn't speak. He lowered his head and bit the mushroom. Sss. He let out a sound of being scolded before chewing and gulping it down. After nearly half of the mushrooms were gone, he raised his head, his face slightly red. His mouth was glistening with oil as he mumbled, "It's such a weird taste. I can't help it. I can't stop." Colin Iliad sized up Derek for a few seconds before turning to look at Shepherd Lovia. She slowly shook her head. No problem. The surrounding people of the City of Silver immediately let out cheers as they rushed forward and surrounded Derek, either wanting to share a piece or ask him what to do with the other mushrooms. When Colin saw this, his expression gradually relaxed. He slowly closed his eyes and lifted his chin, taking a deep breath of the fragrance that had filled the room. The City of Silver held a mushroom ritual. Isn't this a little strange? Also, what's a stone of life? Yes, the people from the Church of Earth Mother definitely know, and Frank is no exception. Above the grey fog, as Klein listened to Little Son's latest report, he opened the parchment that he had received, but hadn't had the chance to read. The reason he had rushed back to the real world after the sacrificial ceremony was because the serialized horror stories of Backlund's hospitals had reached its climax. Hence, he received a lot of feedback over the past few days. He was at the critical moment of having his Bizarro Sorcerer potion digested, and now he had already completed this step. He was already prepared to advance to Scholar of Yore. Chapter 1136, Rumors from Ancient Times. Putting down the classical metallurgist potion formula, Klein cast his gaze towards the 2 tubes of blood Little Son had sacrificed. Then he beckoned for a ceramic jar wrapped in layers of paper figurines. This was the Beyonder blood from different pathways that he had previously gathered, placed above the grey fog to slowly integrate it into the mysterious space's aura, removing the connection between the blood and the individual. This was to prevent any accidents from happening to the provider when the door of symbols was opened. After peeling off the paper figurines at the mouth of the jar and pouring the 2 tubes of blood into it, he conjured a glass stick and reached in to stir it. Right on the heels of that, he used a paper angel and sealed it again. I'm just short of prisoner, devil and demoness. After I complete the ritual, I'll personally pay Miss Sharon a visit. It's better to make a request in person. It's too rude to do it by writing letters. Only Miss Magician is a little special. Clearly, she would prefer it if I wrote a letter rather than meet Gammon Sparrow in person. After leaving the world above the grey fog, he didn't immediately prepare to advance. Instead, he took out a pen and paper and drew the symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. This was something he had planned to do before he consumed the potion, to ask Arodes about Saphira Castle. As the symbol took form, the light in the room became darker. After more than 10 seconds, the full-body mirror with cracks suddenly rippled with aqueous light as silver words quickly appeared. Exalted Great Master, your devoted, loyal and humble servant, Arodes, is here to answer your summoning. I am still the servant that you trust the most, right? This question. I seem to be able to read the panic of this magic mirror. Does it feel a sense of danger? After some thought, he nodded in amusement. Yes. The surface of the mirror lit up, and the silver words were dyed golden, forming a new sentence. Great Master, do you have any questions for me? Yes, Klein secretly tensed up. What do you know about Saphira Castle? Arodes fell silent for a few seconds before the pale golden words changed. I don't know much about this. I've only heard some rumors. In the early days of the Second Epoch, the ancient gods believed that the original creator left some things behind. That might be a kingdom formed from a certain part of his body, or something created by him. And Saphira Castle is one of them. This was the name that the king of demonic wolves, Phlegrea, gave. He calls the hounds of Fulgrim as Saphira Castle keepers. However, he failed to enter Saphira Castle even to his death. Therefore, many powerful creatures suspect that Saphira Castle doesn't actually exist, but is just an abstract concept. It had something to do with the original creator. After pondering for a while, he said, one of them. How many other entities like Saphira Castle are there? 8. There are detailed records on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, I haven't seen it. On the surface of the mirror, lines of words appeared one after another. The ancient gods suspect that the source of the underground corruption comes from a place similar to Saphira Castle. They call it the Chaos Sea. Also, there are rumors that deep in the spirit world city, Calderon City, there are clues to the river of eternal darkness. This comes from the ancient god, Phoenix ancestor Gregres. As for the others, I've heard of some names, but it's not a complete list. There's Tenebrous World, Knowledge More, as well as the Brood Hive, that's related to the moon. There are a total of 8. Chaos Sea, River of Eternal Darkness, Knowledge More, Tenebrous World, and Brood Hive. Brood Hive is related to the moon. It sounds very dangerous. Klein silently repeated the key information. When he saw that Arodes had only heard rumors and didn't have any actual understanding of them, he organized his thoughts and said with a smile, from the looks of it, you might come from the Chaos Sea. That's not important. What's important is that I'm your loyal, lowly, and obedient servant. Arodes said the entire sentence at once. Obedient, this use of words, Klein silently lampooned before asking, what are the origins of Dark Angel Sasria? On the surface of the mirror, silver words formed. I similarly can't see it, but at that time there was a myth that said that when the ancient sun god was born, he was light and darkness combined. After all, he calls himself the creator, so he must be well-rounded. Later, he separated the darkness in his body and used it to create the first angel with one of his ribs, Dark Angel Sasria. This rib, I can totally imagine it. Back then, it was the ancient sun god who personally fabricated and spread this myth. Amon's brother, your wife has become the Dark Angel. Klein was first alarmed before many strange ideas arose in his mind. As his thoughts settled, he began to analyze the truth behind this myth. With such a myth spreading, it will cause the believers to believe that Dark Angel Sasria is the dark side of the ancient sun god. They would worship him in the same way as the Lord. As for the Dark Angel, he was ultimately the deputy of the divine kingdom, God's left hand. So this implies that this was very likely true. What happened afterward can be summarized as the dark side of the ancient sun god colluding with foreign enemies, bewitching the kings of angels and assassinating the main body. This can explain why Ouroboros and Medici joined Rose Redemption. They were only following the orders of the Lord. From this angle, isn't the position of Dark Angel Sasria in the Divine Kingdom equivalent to the world of the Tarot Club? Thankfully, the world is a fake person. He doesn't have his own spirituality and thoughts. As he thought about it, he suddenly felt drenched with sweat. He was glad that he was a seer and not some other pathway. Based on his previous reasoning, he quickly guessed the reason why Dark Angel was sleeping in the Giant King's court. Perhaps it has something to do with the fall of the ancient sun god. Therefore, the brother of Ammon, the dragon of wisdom, and the true creator wished to confirm the state of Dark Angel Sasria. However, there are many other problems. In the 22 Beyonder pathways, which pathway is this king of angels? After some thought, he said to Herodes, "It's your turn to ask." On the cracked full-body mirror's surface, silver words twisted together and formed a new sentence. "Great Master, may I guess what you want to ask next?" Klein nodded slightly and answered, "Sure. You wish to ask about Sasria's current state. My answer is I don't know, as I can't see." Behind the silver words was a smiley face. "Not bad," Klein praised. "That's all for today. I will summon you again in the near future at any time." "Yes, Great Master, your loyal servant Herodes is constantly preparing to serve you." On the surface of the mirror, the simple smile on his face turned into a waving cat's paw. When the mirror returned to normal, Klein took out a pen and paper and wrote down what he had just learned. This was one of the documents he had prepared for the Scholar of Your ritual. In the past few days, he had written a lot of documents on ancient history. Following that, with the information and 2 marionettes, he teleported to the southern continent. He didn't dare to advance in Backlund. If anything were to happen to him, Ammon and Zaratul would definitely be able to detect it and come straight for him. Chapter 1, 1137, Amidst History. On a barren island in the Berserk Sea, Klein wanted to avoid Ammon and Zaratul, and also didn't want to enter the region where the Mother Tree of Desire had a wide range of influence. Furthermore, this place was desolate, so there was no need to worry about any accidents affecting the innocent. He surveyed the area and began to set up a ritual, bringing the corresponding materials back from above the grey fog. Following that, he flipped through the thick ancient history documents and pulled out some records that he couldn't be certain of. Pah! With a shake of his hand, scarlet flames rose and devoured the stack of paper. The supplementary ingredients needed for the Scholar of Your potion were a large amount of real ancient historical records, so he didn't want to take the risk of using things he couldn't be sure of. After making his selection, he poured the Hound of Fulgrim's blood into a huge cauldron and placed the few white frost crystals into it. The moment the two came into contact, a thin mist immediately rose up. With a glance, Klein followed his spiritual intuition and temporarily gave up on adding the last supplementary material. He first got his marionette, Enuni, to grab the demonic wolf of Fog's transformed heart and threw it into the cauldron. As white frost condensed across Enuni's arm, the mist that emanated became extremely dense. Without any hesitation, Klein controlled his marionette to pick up the pair of eyes from the Hounds of Fulgrim, stuffing the 2 dark red flame-like objects into the seemingly corporeal mist. The mist's color quickly darkened, making it impossible for him to see the cauldron at its core. He didn't panic, calmly getting his other marionette to throw page after page of the ancient historical records into the blob of thick, dark mist. The mist slowly collapsed. After digesting the records, it finally fell back into the cauldron, turning into something that coexisted as both a liquid and a gas, dark red in color and almost the size of a baby's head. Upon seeing this, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist and used divination to determine if the potion was successfully concocted. He received a revelation that it was rather dangerous, but one that he could barely withstand, which meant that it was successful. Even if it was strictly concocted according to the formula, a sequence 3 potion is equivalent to poison, he thought. A Bizarro sorcerer's acting not only has the key terms of fear and horror, there's also some level of mystery and unpredictable aspects of fate. And to me, my origins are such a mystery that I haven't even figured out the truth. My fate is so unpredictable that a snake of mercury is unable to discern. Therefore, I've already acted in advance and naturally digested that portion of the potion. Yes, the ritual requires me to be completely separated from reality for at least 300 years. My life, while sealed within a cocoon, is more than enough. But after becoming Klein, I've experienced too many things in the past year. I've already left a mark in the present era. Would it affect the ritual? Fortunately, it hasn't even been 2 years. The mark won't be too deep. After all, it's impossible for me to hang myself up for 300 years again. There's another decade or so until the apocalypse. Furthermore, the ancient history I grasp is definitely far superior to any bizarro sorcerer. It can be considered as me effectively acting ahead of time. As his thoughts raced, Klein took a deep breath and stopped thinking. Wearing a silk top hat and a double-breasted coat, his skin suddenly turned transparent as maggots that contained three-dimensional symbols crawled out. He managed to barely control his state as he calmly extended his right hand and picked up the potion that was wrapped in mist. The potion didn't seem to have any weight as it floated in front of his face. Klein opened his mouth and took a deep breath, and the potion instantly transformed and extended into his mouth, making him feel like he was devouring a dark red glow. The transparent maggots swarmed back into his body, tearing down the parts of the potion and swallowing them. Without a sound, he felt a cold feeling spread through every worm of spirit, with a searing pain. A familiar, boundless greyish-white fog appeared in front of him, enveloping the entire world, revealing some of his past experiences. They made conflicts with different people and things, becoming extremely complicated as they merged into a sea. As he flew through it, he was unable to find a clear and accurate sense of self, feeling as if he was about to be lost. With great difficulty, he managed to control this feeling. As he gradually lost consciousness, he tried his best to find something that could confirm his identity. Finally, he saw the deep depths of the grey fog. At the end of the sea was a shattered spot of light. With a thought, he followed his intuition and flew over. There was a figure hanging from the blurry door of light in the spot of light. He was stored in a transparent cocoon as he swayed gently. He looked like the original Zhou Mingri. I couldn't see this before when I used the Yesterday Once More charm, but I can actually do so now. In other words, during the advancement process, I can indirectly influence the Saphira castle above the grey fog. Wait, my ability to think has been restored. Klein's consciousness instantly cleared up as he finally understood the essence of the ritual. By eliminating the interference, he could provide a clear definition of himself to become a scholar of yore. This prevented him from getting lost. Following a similar spot of light, Klein began to fly deeper into the greyish-white fog. Along the way, he discovered that the surrounding fog was scattered with fragments of light. They had colonial phases, times when Roselle ruled, the Battle of the Violated Oath, the White Rose War, the 20-Year War. These were all bits of history that he knew of the Fifth Epoch. As he passed through them, he naturally split his consciousness and completed an invisible connection, making his definition of his own identity even clearer. In the Pale Era, during the War of the Four Emperors, the Trunsost Empire, the Tudor dynasty and other historical fragments continued to surface as Klein kept rushing forward. They appeared in different spots in the endless grey fog, like the stars in the night sky illuminating the path to return. In such a manner, he felt that he was becoming more and more lucid. Every worm of spirit's coldness and burning sensation became milder. He could have turned around a long time ago and returned to the real world, but he didn't stop and continued flying forward. Scenes of the fatal attack of the Rose Redemption, the three great angels sharing in the body of the ancient sun god, and the plotting in the giant king's court flashed across the greyish-white fog. The more he proceeded forward, the more relaxed he felt. At some point, a group of terrifying canine-like creatures with dark red eye sockets appeared beside him. They ran around the indiscernible bottom of the grey fog, as they followed him by his side as if they were accompanying and guarding him. Among them, 2 of them only had one eye. Klein looked around and smiled. He didn't stop and continued proceeding deeper into the fog. The history of the dual era and the early era of fire swept past him from behind, pointing out the path that led forward. Finally, he stopped in front of a lonely fragment of light. Inside was a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. He went forward and saw that the greyish-white fog was silently enveloping everything. Feeling his spirituality depleting, Klein didn't continue the search. He connected his consciousness to his origin, and he suddenly plummeted. As the grey fog rapidly faded away, he felt his body and saw the cauldron in front of him. He didn't care about his current state and subconsciously looked up into the sky. He directly saw the grey fog and the ancient majestic palace above it. The mysterious space was trembling slightly. In Backlund, a postman who was riding a bicycle stopped. He turned his head slightly and adjusted the monocle on his right eye. He then muttered to himself, "Saphira Castle." In a rental apartment in East Barrow, figures hanging in the air swayed gently. At the same time, they simultaneously made a sound, "Saphira Castle." In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard Mitchell, who was assigning missions to his team, suddenly heard an elderly voice in his mind, "Saphira Castle." Chapter 1, 1138, Scholar of Yore. In the highlands, on an altar embedded with eyes and organs, dark red light surged out, distorting into the shape of a deformed tree. Amidst a buzzing sound, the human bones, candles, and gold boxes trembled. The surrounding supplicants instinctively bowed their heads. Then they simultaneously came to a realization: the Berserk Sea, Reef Island. When he saw the ancient palace above the grey fog and sensed the slight tremble of the mysterious space, Klein felt that he had a deeper connection with the so-called Saphira Castle, one that was hard to accurately grasp. At this moment, he truly felt that place would gradually belong to him. In just a few seconds, all the abnormalities disappeared. Klein got his 2 marionettes to put away the items that were still of value and destroy the rest. He took out a paper figurine and shook it. With a smacking sound, it ignited with a scarlet flame as dense illusory wings appeared behind his back. He was stunned, never expecting that the simple paper figurine substitutes would have hints of Angel's embrace. He then grabbed Konas and Inuni, using teleport to vanish from the island. After using several islands as waypoints, he took a huge detour before finally returning to his residence in Backlund's East Borough. During this process, he repeatedly used paper figurine substitutes to disrupt divination and tracking. Phew, I didn't expect it to really trigger the changes in Saphira Castle. Fortunately, I was sufficiently careful. If I had advanced in Backlund, I'm certain that Amon and Zaratul would have already seen me. He let out a long breath as he hurriedly took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog to do a divination. After confirming that he was safe, he returned to the real world and, with the help of cogitation, began to restrain his diverging spirituality. After doing this, he threw himself into bed and fell into a deep sleep. After a few hours, Klein woke up as he slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, pulled a pillow to prop him up, and rubbed his temples. After 10 minutes, he was completely awake and began to inspect himself. Indeed, I've digested most of the potion right after I consumed it. At least 80%. I wonder how much more ancient history I'll have to obtain before I can digest it completely. From the looks of it, the acting of a scholar of yore has 2 main directions: a scholar from ancient times and a scholar who studies ancient history. The second point is extremely difficult. If I endeavor to gather the truth of history, I might die a horrible death at any moment. The reason I know so much is mostly thanks to the arrangements of a few existences and the complicated fate that Saphira Castle brings me. Next, there are a few directions towards my digestion. First, I need to figure out Dark Angel Sazria's current state and truly replicate the actual process of the cataclysm. Second, I need to connect the history of the 4th epoch together. Third, I need to go deep into the details from a macroscopic view. After confirming that prior acting was effective, he had a trial run of his powers to figure out the abilities of a scholar of yore. Worms of spirit can be split into 600 pieces. The godhood patterns have also changed to a certain degree. I can allow different worms of spirit to instinctively listen to prayers and respond to them when it's a relatively uncomplicated matter, which doesn't affect my other actions. A scholar of yours' main ability is to obtain help from history, split into two parts. One is to borrow strength from his past self. This is rather embarrassing for me. It's currently useless because the past me is definitely weaker than the present me. Of course, as more time passes, this will begin to show its effects. I can often borrow strength from my past self so that I wouldn't have any moment of weakness. Yes, before my spirituality is drained, I can always borrow energy from my past self. There's no limit to the number of times. The second part is to summon images from the historical void, be it humans or objects. The more detailed the understanding he had of the corresponding piece of history, the higher the chance of success and the longer it would last. Similarly, the lower the target's level relative to him, the higher the chance of success. In addition, increasing his affinity with the target would also increase the chances. In other words, if I were to summon the important figures from the historical void, it would be best to establish a friendly relationship with them. Yes, if I were to summon Mr. Azik's projection, the chances of success will definitely be higher than projecting other angels. How is this a beyonder power? This is obviously studies related to EQ, relationships, and interpersonal communication. As he sighed with emotion, he sincerely felt that the core powers of a scholar of yore were godly. However, in order to put it used to its fullest potential, one had to have sufficient intelligence and make the necessary preparations. Yes, when summoning images from the historical void, there's no way to communicate with them. That is to say that a scholar of yore can't interfere with history and change the past. From the angle of acting, this can be summarized as witnessing fate affecting the present and the inability to reverse the past. Apart from the ability to transfer ailments, wounds, and curses to paper figurine substitutes, there's another power. It can transfer a certain part to the target. Before one discovers that it's fake, things can continue proceeding as per normal. The time it takes to attain initial control of spirit body threads has shortened to 2 seconds, and completely transforming into a marionette takes 10 seconds. The maximum range for both is 500 meters. By controlling a marionette, the limit to swapping positions is 5 kilometers, as is flame jump. The might of air cannon is equivalent to a coastal defensive cannon. A creature that can be transformed into has to have characteristics that do not exceed a certain level of difference. Phew, this is a scholar of yore who has digested most of the potion. After examining himself, Klein slowly stood up. He planned on entering the world above the grey fog to check on the changes in Saphira Castle. Chapter 1, 1139. A different form of companionship. Above the endless greyish-white fog, Klein's figure appeared in the ancient palace. He only looked around briefly and realized that there were a few changes. The most obvious point was that the state of the mysterious space and its layout had been fully projected into his spirit body. Even at a great distance, he could still see the greyish-white clouds and that strange door of light. Apart from the palace that I conjured and the door of light that originally existed, there's nothing here, as he murmured. He sat down, raised his right hand, and gently lifted it up. In the blink of an eye, the entire grey fog boiled. The mysterious space it carried quaked as beams of slightly dark light emitted. When the light gathered, it condensed into a translucent angel with illusory wings on its back, as per Klein's will. It had the same level and power as an angel. There's no need to add the Black Emperor card or use the Sea God Scepter. With my power alone, I can stir most of the powers of this mysterious space, allowing the Fool's Angel to become a true Sequence 2 angel. Of course, this angel is unable to respond to prayers or be maintained for too long. Indeed, being able to revive is a gift from Saphira Castle. As for how many more times I can be resurrected, I can't come to a conclusion now. What's the meaning of the existence of Saphira Castle? Baiting transmigrators to revive the original creator. With a flick of his right hand, the holy and powerful angel dissipated in mid-air. The entire Saphira Castle calmed down. Following that, Klein stood up and took a step towards the greyish-white cloud, standing in front of the strange door of light formed from countless spherical lights. As he stared at the transparent cocoons hanging by the black threads, he extended his right hand and slowly reached out. His hand finally touched the edge of the door, but it passed right through as if it was just an illusion. However, compared to his previous attempt, the illusory door was clearly a little stickier, as though it was about to turn corporeal. This is an item that represents the essence of Saphira Castle? After pondering for a few seconds, he turned and returned to the ancient palace. Without any delay, he left the world above the grey fog and began experimenting with the various powers he had just acquired. I have to first get an honorific name. The prayer response range for a sequence 3 is a region. Other people might have a limitation, but it's not necessarily the case for me. I can use the spirit world and the blessed of Saphira Castle as a replacement. I should be the only one who is blessed in both regions. It's unique enough. With this in mind, Klein picked up a pen and paper. He wrote the first line of his honorific name, the blessed of the spirit world and Saphira Castle. After some thought, he began writing the second and third lines based on his rich experience and the knowledge he got from his godhood patterns. The mystery stemming from ancient times, the witness of an extended history. Since a sequence 3 Beyonder wasn't a true deity, he couldn't use a 3-line description. After some thought, he added 2 more lines. Protector of magic and drama performers, the great German sparrow. After repeatedly deliberating for a while, Klein controlled his marionette in uni and recited the honorific name in ancient Hermes. A few seconds later, he raised his right hand and rubbed his temples with an odd expression. He didn't hear the prayer. What's wrong with this honorific name? He carefully deliberated and gradually came up with an idea. I might not be the only blessed of the spirit world and Saphira Castle. The Hounds of Fulgrim also count. I have to add a limitation. After some modifications, Enuni once again recited in ancient Hermes, the blessed of the spirit world and Saphira Castle, the mystery stemming from ancient times, the witness of an extended history, protector of backland magic and drama performers, the great German sparrow. I pray for your blessings. I hope you can light up the darkness in front of me. Just as Enuni's voice faded, Klein heard his prayer. Furthermore, it was only heard by a few worms of spirit, not affecting his actual body at all. This is very different from the prayer coming from Saphira Castle. It's very clear. With a thought, his worm of spirit gave a response based on the rules he had made ahead of time. With a whoosh, a ball of fire appeared in front of Enuni, floating in mid-air and illuminating the entire room. Not bad, he thought. Pah! With a snap of his fingers, he lit the paper with the honorific name on the table. A scholar of yore also has the means to create a fog to lower the temperature, but it's not a core power. Next, I have to try to summon a projection from the historical void. Who shall be my first volunteer? As he muttered silently, he suddenly sighed. He then half closed his eyes and used his godhood to allow a portion of his spirit to enter the grey fog and roam amidst history. Following the various locations that he had previously established, he instantly arrived in front of a spot made of light. There was a spacious and bright room with 2 rows of floor-to-ceiling windows. In the room, a man wearing a dark red coat embroidered with golden lines was standing by the window, looking at the place where the sun had set. He looked to be in his 30s, with long chestnut curly hair, blue eyes, and a neat mustache. Roselle Gustave. In a street in North Borough, a thin-faced young man with a wide forehead and a monocle was sitting in a coffee shop. He held a fountain pen and thought seriously. He raised his other hand and pinched his monocle. Finally, he wrote down a sentence, the blessed of the spirit world and Saphira Castle. Then, the fountain pen stopped moving, as if he had not thought of what to write next. In a rented 2-bedroom apartment at East Borough, Klein took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. He had already made an appointment with Miss Sharon and Marek to meet in an uninhabited house tonight. After some thought, he raised his right hand and grabbed at the space in front of him. A simple, ancient brass key appeared in his palm. This was the master key that had once helped him defeat Wraith Steve and prevent the true creator from descending. Now, by summoning it back from the historical void, it could be used for 10 minutes. To a scholar of yore, anything that they once possessed, regardless if they were eventually sold, returned, or destroyed, can never really be considered lost. They just exist alongside the scholar of yore in a different form of companionship, Looking at the master key in his hand, Klein sighed in satisfaction. With this item, if he could grasp the corresponding ritual, he could directly speak to Mr. Dorr as well. After putting away the master key, he put on his double-breasted frock coat and silk top hat, picked up his golden cane and walked out of the room. Chapter 1140, Plans. In Eastborough at 7 Pinster Street, after a busy day, Leonard finally had the chance to ask his questions. "Old man, what is Saphira Castle?" The slightly aged voice in his mind fell silent for a few seconds before chuckling. "The place where you meet every Monday is most likely Saphira Castle." Leonard never expected to hear such an answer. His mind went blank for a moment, surprised, shocked, and confused. After a while, he pressed in a low voice, "What kind of place is Saphira Castle?" As though sighing and laughing self-deprecatingly, Palais Zoroast said, "Actually, I'm not too sure. I've only heard some rumors. It's different from the creation myth, you know. Rumor has it that the original creator left behind 9 different entities. They were kingdoms, cities, rivers, oceans, and keys. Saphira Castle was one of them. It might not actually be a castle, but something else. As for what its exact form is, you might know it better than me. The reason I'm certain of its existence is because I sensed it when I became an angel, but I was unable to see it and establish a connection. My great-grandfather mentioned a theory that the 9 entities might have something to do with the Sephirot of the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, because of various reasons, he was unable to decipher the details." Leonard calmed down. Leaning back against the sofa, he asked thoughtfully, "Old man, do you suspect that Mr. Fool is the embodiment of Sephirot?" Based on what he had seen and heard from the Tarot Club and Old Man's occasional lectures, he had a certain understanding of matters regarding deities. After a long silence, Palais replied, "Perhaps." Under the strict curfew at night, there were almost no pedestrians on the streets of Backland. After arriving at the agreed-upon house, Klein wasn't in a hurry to enter. He half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed at something in front of him, pulling out another Sherlock Moriarty wearing a black double-breasted frock coat and a silk half-top hat. This was the image of him from the historical void when he left his residence earlier. As Klein was right in front of him, this image appeared stiff, like a prop on stage. According to his previous experiments, he knew that this was the mysticism principle of a unique shared consciousness in time. To put it simply, everyone was essentially unique. If one's true body remained sentient, the projection wouldn't. This confirmed one of his guesses. The fragments a scholar of yore could see in the historical fog were something he had learned in real life and had studied. Simply put, the fog needed a scholar of yore to light it up, bit by bit. Of course, he also suspected that if the historical fragments of the same matter had been mostly lit up, the rest would very likely be presented naturally. At least the corresponding ability won't be lost just because I don't understand it well enough. As long as there's a projection in the historical void, that state will be a complete snapshot, Klein thought, as his body suddenly vanished and entered the greyish-white fog. Since hounds of Fulgrim could live in the historical void, there was no reason that a true scholar of yore couldn't. The only problem was that there was a time limit. As his body entered the fog, his consciousness suddenly came alive in the projection. He raised his hand and pressed down on his top hat. Wearing the face of Sherlock Moriarty, he came outside the house and, following their agreement, took out the master key, placing it against the door and turning it gently. His figure appeared in the room, and under the crimson moonlight, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The sofas, cupboards, and other furniture were evidently old. In the dark environment, in a Gothic regal dress and a matching bonnet, Sharon suddenly appeared on a high-backed chair. "Good evening," this puppet lady nodded slightly. At the same time, Marek, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, also phased into existence on the sofa. "Sir, it's already winter. Aren't you cold wearing just this?" "Ah, right, you're dead." After lampooning inwardly, Klein took off his hat and bowed at the blonde, blue-eyed Sharon. "Good evening, Miss Sharon." He then turned to Marek. "Good evening." The reason he suddenly thought of playing cards was because he had previously analyzed the combat styles of a scholar of yore, and realized that if he were to encounter Zaratul, both sides would very likely end up playing a card game. He took the initiative to say to Sharon, "I've recently needed to do something. It's rather difficult and dangerous. One of the steps is to collect Beyonder blood from the 22 different pathways. As for the Wraith pathway, the only person I can ask for help is you and Marek. You should be skilled at hexes, and you should have a way to remove the connection between your blood and yourself." After listening to Sherlock Moriarty's request quietly, Sharon said without any change in expression, "Okay, how much do you want?" Miss Sharon's reaction is exactly as I imagined. Klein took out a glass tube. 1 tube would suffice. Dressed in a Gothic regal dress, Sharon raised her right hand slightly. The glass tube seemed to possess a life of its own as it left Klein's palm and flew over. Following that, her right hand landed on her left wrist. Her nails suddenly grew long and became unusually sharp. With just a light stroke, a wound opened up and blood seeped out, but it didn't drip down. Instead, it floated up and entered the glass tube. By the time the tube was filled, Sharon's wound had healed instantly, leaving no scar behind. The stopper jumped into the tube and spun a few times to automatically seal it. During this process, the pale-faced Sharon wore an impassive expression, as if she had suppressed all the feelings in her heart. Looking at the tube of blood in her hand, she reached out with her left hand and touched it, slowly sliding from top to bottom. This was done to remove her connection to the blood. After doing all of this, the blood tube leaped up and flew back into Klein's hands. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Sharon sat on a high-backed chair and said calmly, "Not for now. Thank you." Klein shook his head and snapped his fingers, igniting a scarlet flame in his palm. The flame quickly rose and enveloped the glass tube. By the time the redness dissipated, the blood was gone. This was a new change in Flaming Jump. It could transfer the items on him to his marionette or body. Having used his new powers skillfully, he looked at Sharon and asked casually, "How's the digestion of your puppet potion?" "Not bad," Sharon replied calmly. "I should be able to digest everything in another 1 to 2 years. 1 to 2 years. Indeed, no matter how fast it is, it's counted in years. But for me, it's been less than half a year. Of course, if you count the time I was hung above the door of light, it's counted in millennia." Klein sighed inwardly and gently nodded. "What are your plans for the time being?" Sharon said, "I hope to restore Teacher's body." Marek, who was sitting on the sofa, added, "But didn't you say that the leader of the secret order Zaratul is in Backlund and is closely related to the Rose School of Thought?" "Yes," Klein said with a smile. "Wait patiently. There will be a chance." This was actually a form of consolation. Even though he had become a scholar of yore, he had no intention of dealing with Zaratul at the moment. A sequence 1 in full would definitely be unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, the more he exposed himself to the path of Seer, the more he could understand how terrifying and difficult it was to kill Zaratul. Chapter 1, 1141, Deep Winter. On Parsu Island, at the Chasm of Storm Cathedral, the headquarters of the Church of the Lord of Storms, Alger Wilson had already undergone the ritual and had truly become a Sequence 5 ocean songster. At this moment, he had come here with the same batch of recently advanced Beyonders, awaiting the preaching of Pontiff God Sick. It's really easy to lose control when consuming excess potions. I've already digested all the past potions, but I nearly succumbed this time. After I leave Parsu Island, I'll borrow the unshadowed crucifix from the sun and purge the excess characteristic. Alger used the reflection of the blue stone tiles on the ground to see that his hair had darkened and thickened. At this moment, the sound of a booming musical instrument exploded in the hearts of every Beyonder. Pontiff God II walked out with a scepter in hand, went up a dais and faced the crowd. "Congratulations, everyone. You are one step closer to the Lord." He was wearing a papal tiara with sapphires and a dark blue robe embroidered with symbols of lightning, storms, and oceans. His aura was deep and majestic, as though a tempest was about to strike. As a blessed of the gods, this level of longevity wasn't strange in the eyes of the believers. Upon hearing the pontiff's praise, Alger clenched his right fist and struck his left breast, shouting, "Holy Lord of Storms!" In the next 15 minutes, they quietly listened to God the Seku's preachings. After completing this process, Alger received his mission from a high-ranking deacon. He was to head to Sonia Island and lay an ambush in the surrounding waters, in search for opportunities to attack the port or supply ships and Fasak merchant ships. In Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious mansion, just as Audrey put on her blue cloak in preparation to bring her golden retriever Susie and her servants to the Lone Charity Bursary Foundation, she saw her father, Earl Hall, enter through the main door. "Father." "Good morning. Did you not come home last night?" she asked in puzzlement. "You could tell?" Earl Hall stroked his lovely mustache and asked with a smile. Realizing that her father was in a good mood, Audrey turned her green eyes. "Your coat reeks of cigarettes. It implies that you haven't taken it off for some time. Not to mention that's an outdoor set of clothing." As Earl Hall took off his coat and handed it to his valet, he chuckled. "Not bad at all. You're very observant. It looks like your work at the Bursary Foundation has greatly benefited you. I was at the Prime Minister's the entire night, waiting for news." Having said that, he sighed. "Winter County and Mid-Seashire's front line has once again repelled the Phaeacian attack. With the onset of the harsh winter, we can finally catch our breaths." Audrey blinked, perfectly expressing her surprise. Earl Hall immediately smiled. "I understand your puzzlement. The newspaper only mentions what we want the people to know. The defense lines aren't as robust as you think. In the first round of the attacks, our fleet and soldiers suffered a tremendous loss. In order to not cause any panic, we announced that there were wins on both sides. We also made all the large shipyards and factories work like mad to contribute to the war machine. In this period of time, the two lines were almost breached several times. Luckily, we've finally lasted to this point. This winter will be the turning point of the war." "Actually, I know, besides winter might not necessarily be a good thing. Faesak's weather warlocks are very good at using such situations." Audrey's heart sank as she hurriedly controlled her emotions and smiled. "That's great. I hope we can quickly have peace restored." Earl Hall was taken aback. His Majesty plans to give a speech to everyone in the kingdom on Saturday and tell them that we will prevail. When the time comes, the cities and villages will be gathered at their respective squares. The latest technology will be used to allow everyone to hear his speech. The latest technology. Gather the entire kingdom in various squares to listen to the king's speech. Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. World's reminder and decided to inform him of this matter. Organize a large number of people to listen to a speech. This must be the corresponding ritual, right? George III is about to hold the Black Emperor ritual? After receiving the latest news from Miss Justice, Klein returned to the real world with a solemn expression. He paced back and forth in the rental apartment and didn't delay, taking out a pen and paper and quickly writing, "I've already gathered the beyonder blood of 20 pathways. I'm just short of assassin and criminal. George III will be holding a speech for most of the kingdom's citizens this Saturday. You should know what this might mean. In addition, I need the ritual to communicate with Mr. Dorr." After folding the letter and getting Raynette Tinnaker to send it out, he let out a long breath. The demoness's blood shouldn't be a problem. Trissy seems very determined to foil George III's scheme. I can reveal something to Queen Mystic, that I'm able to enter the secret mausoleum. I'm waiting for the chief of the City of Silver to return to provide the devil's blood. The hunting team that he led has set off for more than 10 days. They should be returning soon. In a room in the Backlund Bridge area, the lustrous black-haired Trissy reached out and retrieved a letter from the mirror. She opened it, and her brows gradually frowned. "Is it finally happening?" Her expression changed a few times. She seemed hesitant, resistant, afraid, and confused. Finally she smiled and muttered in a twisted voice, "I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Even if I were to die this time, it wouldn't be a total loss." After a few seconds of silence, she took out a glass test tube from her black dress's pocket. It wasn't her blood, but another demoness's. Her original name was Sherman, who had later called herself Sherman. In the City of Silver, in a particular residence, as soon as the lightning frequency increased, Derek got out of bed, lit the stove and quickly grilled some mushroom bread. This bread was even more exquisite and delicious than the original black-faced grass. He loved it very much and looked forward to his 3 daily meals. The only problem was that the yield of mushrooms that could make bread wasn't too high. Due to the limited number of monster corpses, every resident was only limited to 1 claim a week, enough for 4 to 5 meals. Derek heard that someone had deliberately placed himself in the darkness to hunt monsters for the nurturing of mushrooms, hoping to be bait. Then, he was eaten. Those mushrooms have made everyone feel optimistic. That's not good. Derek thought of the wistfulness before the chief left and shook his head. He picked up a jar he obtained from another city ruin and poured out some white milk. Frankly speaking, he didn't like milk, but it was described by Miss Justice as something that could help humans grow taller and stronger. This was enough to move him. As a resident of the City of Silver, he knew that, as he hadn't chosen the giant pathway, the chances of him growing taller and bulkier were low. However, he secretly hoped to reduce the gap between him and his friends. Milk gave him that opportunity. Gulp, gulp. With a serious expression, Derek drank today's milk rations. Just as he was about to get some mushroom bread, he suddenly sensed something and looked out the window. A person grew out of the shadows outside the door and said from afar, "Derek, the chief wants me to give you this bottle of blood." "The chief is back?" Derek suddenly stood up. "All right, thank you." The moment he finished speaking, he saw the shadow in the gap come alive, pushing out a small metal bottle. He knew very well that it contained the devil blood that Mr. World wanted. Chapter 1142, Warning. After removing the paper angel, wrapping the ceramic jar, Klein poured the bottle of devil's blood into it and stirred it with a glass stick he conjured. "Phew, I've finally gathered everything." He looked for a few seconds and sighed. This way, he still had enough time to prepare before George III's ceremony. As for whether the assassin and devil blood had enough time to be rid of the connection with its original host, he wasn't concerned, as he had confirmed that the original owners of the 2 sets of blood were dead. "I'll divine the origins of the assassin blood to figure out if it belonged to Demoness Trissy. If it did, I'll consider leaving some and smearing it on Grossel's travels after everything is over." He was left in disappointment, but he wasn't surprised. He had long realized that Trissy was as cautious as he was. The Demoness pathway also has the instigator sequence. It requires a high level of intelligence, as he thought. He threw the ceramic jar into the junk pile. He then returned to the real world and began to browse through the detailed ritual Trissy had provided. This was a ritual that could help him speak to Mr. Daw during the full moon. A total of 9 gems. Isn't this too extravagant? He casually muttered as he read it. After thinking for more than 10 seconds, he decided to try using the images in the historical void as stand-ins. After all, he had no intention of pleasing Mr. Daw. "If it doesn't work, I'll consider purchasing it." Klein stood up and set up a ritual in the room outside the rental flat. After finishing his other preparations, he stretched out his right hand and slowly grabbed at the thin air, pulling out an ancient brass key. This was the key tool to summon Mr. Daw, the master key. Right after that, he grabbed at the air in front of him solemnly again and pulled out an object from thin air. The item emitted a tranquil glow that was in the shape of the full moon, with a row of scarlet gems embedded around it. Scarlet lunar corona. It could create the effects of a full moon, allowing the person holding the master key to hear Mr. Daw's ravings. If he only wanted to hear what he was shouting, this would have been sufficient, but his goal was to speak to the King of Angels. After placing the master key and the scarlet lunar corona on the altar, he recalled for a moment and reached out his right hand again, pulling out a handful from thin air. This time, he took out a gorgeous necklace studded with diamonds and jadeite. "I forgot that I can only maintain 3 historical void images. What should I do? Swap this necklace and find an accessory that has at least 9 gems?" Amidst his thoughts, Klein was just about to find a chair and do the divination when he suddenly frowned. He realized that something was amiss. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to forget that he could only summon 3 images at the same time. "This is a subtle warning from my spirituality." Looking at the master key and scarlet lunar corona on the altar, he waved his right hand gently, causing them to vanish. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog, sitting at the seat belonging to the fool. He conjured a pen and paper and carefully wrote, "Speaking to Mr. Dorr now is dangerous." This divination was clearly directed at Mr. Dorr, so Klein was bound to suffer a certain backlash. However, he had already obtained basic ownership over Saphira Castle, allowing him to use the power of an angel, so he believed that he could withstand it. He removed the spirit pendulum on his left wrist and held it with his left hand, allowing it to hang over the surface of the paper. He closed his eyes and recited the divination statement 7 times in a high-strung manner. Without a sound, a shadow suddenly flashed across his mind, seeming to completely screen his spiritual perception. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant had shattered into powder. The present result shows that speaking to Mr. Dorr holds untenable danger. Why, though? Klein frowned, unable to come up with any effective speculations or reasonable explanations. After a while, he leaned back against the high-backed chair and shook his head with a sigh, giving up on his original plan. I can only make more preparations in other areas. With his left hand pressed down, the topaz pendant instantly recovered. Because of the changes in the divination earlier, he made some connections. Perhaps prying into the secrets of the twisted, translucent maggots on the main peak of the Hornassus mountain range might not be as dangerous as before. That's highly likely to be a Sequence 1 angel of the Antigonus family. It might even be the half-fool that Leonard mentioned. If my prying can hold on for a while longer, I can directly discern the formulas of Sequence 2 Miracle Invoker or Sequence 1 Attendant of Mysteries. Klein rubbed his temples before disappearing from above the grey fog. After returning to the real world, he wasn't in a hurry to clean up the altar. Instead, he sat down and seriously considered what other abnormal preparations he could make. The so-called normal ones were meeting Queen Mystic once to discuss the details of the cooperation, give Will Orceptin, Rynette Tinnicker, and Palais Zoroast more gifts, pray to the Evernite goddess and increase the chances of summoning Ariana's historical void image, and familiarizing himself with the core powers of a scholar of yore. As for the abnormal ones, it was purely based on his own imagination. After some thought, his expression turned solemn. He frowned slightly and reached out his right hand to grab the air. This time he didn't drag anything out. He did it another 10 times, but all of them met with failure. He had no choice but to accept a fact. It was impossible to succeed purely by relying on himself. He then took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. On the surface, he wrote with a pencil, "Give me some luck. I'll bring you some ice cream from the Srenzo restaurant." After folding the paper crane, he entered the room and lay down on the bed, restoring his spirituality by sleeping. In his hazy dream, he saw thin silver snakes forming a response. 5! No problem. Klein smiled and made a promise. At the next moment he woke up. He sat up and reached out his right hand again, grabbing a total of 10 times. He still met with complete failure. "I can't do it, even if I'm lucky enough." It's too difficult. Klein subconsciously wanted to use his finger to wrap the edge of the bed, but he instantly restrained himself. It was a habit of his above the grey fog, so it wasn't suitable for him to bring it to the real world. After pacing back and forth for a long time, he seriously considered all kinds of connections. Finally, he left the bedroom and went to the altar outside, which had yet been tidied up. He brought an item back to the real world. It was an ancient book made of goatskin with a dark brown cover, Grossel's Travels. Picking up the book, he took a deep breath, half closing his eyes as if sensing something. Slowly, he reached out his right hand and grabbed very lightly. Failure. Another grab. It was still a failure. After 5 consecutive failures, Klein's actions became even slower, as though he was taking out a piece of charcoal from a glowing red stove. Suddenly, the muscles on his arm tightened, and he carefully pulled back. His right hand slowly retracted, slowly dragging out a rather dull, ancient-looking quill. This came from Revival Square of the Southern Continent's West Balham, right beside Inns Zangwill's corpse. This was 008 before Ammon's brother picked it up. Chapter 1, 1143, Reasonable Development. I can only maintain it for about a minute or so. That's way too short, isn't it? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without thinking about anything else, he took 2 steps to the desk. He put down Grossel's travels, then quickly wrote on a piece of paper with 008. George III plans to use this speech to bait out all his enemies who want to sabotage his ritual. However, if everything goes smoothly and nothing happens, he'll take the opportunity to consume the potion and reveal his trump card to aim for divinity. After all, there are too many unknowns in the future, making it unsafe. Furthermore, he has made appropriate preparations for the ritual. They're already prepared to an adequate level. This is a very reasonable development. After Klein wrote the last sentence, the dim quill in his hand disappeared without a trace. Those few words seemed to drain all of his energy, making him feel dizzy. He took a few steps back and collapsed into his chair. It doesn't make sense. It wasn't exhausting for In Zangwill back then. It should be because I forcefully summoned it, and I didn't dare let 008 weave a story on its own. When I wrote, I had to rely on my own spirituality to support it. Klein closed his eyes and used cogitation for a while before feeling better. Under normal circumstances, having had no physical contact with 008, it would have been impossible for him to summon it. However, he had the Snake of Fate to augment his luck, and he had Grossel's travels, an item left behind by the Dragon of Imagination that had a connection to an existence like 008. He didn't know if this fate and connection could increase the chances of a successful summoning. He only wanted to give it a try since he didn't stand to lose anything. To his surprise, he really succeeded. And it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare to use Grossel's travels to bear the contents of 008's projection, afraid that something irreversible would happen. I hope it works. After staring at it for a while, he folded the piece of paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Then he sacrificed Grossel's travels back above the grey fog. After doing all of this, he decided to change his clothes and leave the house because he had to keep his promise to Will Orseptin. On Saturday morning, the sky was grey and misty. It made one feel inexplicably stifled. This was a common scene in Backlund's deep winter. Although the smog wasn't as thick as last year, the geographical environment and climate had determined that such situations would exist for a long period of time. After putting on a black coat that covered her knees and a black veil hat, Melissa quickly walked to the door. Benson held his hat and shook his head. A young girl who isn't even 20 years old should be dressed like a teenager. You look overly mature and old-fashioned in that. Understand? Old-fashioned. Melissa glanced at her brother and simply replied, "The price of a pound of bread has risen by 1/4 pence. "This price," Benson skeeped. He then took out a silver pocket watch. "Let's go. There's still a long way to go to the municipal square." Melissa tersely responded and went out into the streets with her brother. "Good morning, Mrs. Daniel." After taking a few steps, Benson saw a neighbor leaving and greeted her with a smile. The lady named Mrs. Daniel wore a pure black dress, her face covered in a thin black veil. When she heard the greeting, she nodded and replied simply, "Good morning, the two of you." She didn't make any small talk and coldly walked away. As he watched her back, Benson slowed his pace. When they finally opened up a distance, he turned to ask his sister, "What happened to Mrs. Daniel? I've been too busy recently, so I haven't visited the neighbors." Melissa pursed her lips. Mrs. Daniel's eldest son was confirmed to have died on the front line at the Amantha mountain range. News from yesterday. That tall, bashful, but thoughtful and kind young lad? When he came back the last time, he said that he was promoted in the army and became an officer. Benson asked in surprise. Melissa nodded. "I couldn't imagine that Larry would die just like that." Just like how she couldn't imagine the tragic deaths of her classmates at school. In just a few seconds, some people could no longer speak, communicate, or study. Benson was silent for a moment before sighing. "I've been busy lately. Actually, I've been dealing with bereavement payments, but perhaps the list I received didn't include Larry, so I'm not sure. There's a lot of information on that list. Some are cheerful, others humorous, others the only child within a family. Some just got married and don't have children. Some are preparing presents for their youngest daughter, while others had love letters with them, planned on sending it at the post office after the battle. But they're all dead." Melissa and Benson fell silent at the same time. and neither of them spoke for a long time. When they were almost at the intersection, Melissa looked at the road ahead and said in a low voice, "What do you think His Majesty will be talking about in his speech today? Perhaps it's a form of musters, or perhaps it's to convey the faith that we will prevail," Benson said in passing. Melissa turned to look at her brother. "This isn't like you, Benson. Shouldn't you be making some snarky remarks? It should wait till the speech is heard and the specific content is understood. The most basic principle of being a person is to not make comment on things that one doesn't know enough of," Benson said with a smile. At this moment, he saw another neighbor. The other party's hair was white, and his face was half covered with a scarf. He was wearing a thick jacket and holding a cloth bag as he hurried past the siblings. "Mr. Thomas's dressing is so strange," Benson asked in puzzlement. Melissa replied in a low voice, "Mrs. Thomas is sick, and that spent quite a bit of their family's savings. Recently, with food prices sharply increasing while Mr. Thomas's income remains the same, he has to queue up at the soup kitchen every few days to get some bread. He's a decent gentleman, so he probably doesn't want others to recognize him. Also, the food at the soup kitchen is always limited. The handouts just happen to start after His Majesty's speech, so he probably wants to go there directly." Benson nodded slowly. "What's wrong with Mrs. Thomas?" "A disease caused by anxiety," Melissa explained what she had heard. "She is very worried about her youngest child who's serving in the army." "You mean Thomas Jr.?" Benson frowned slightly. After receiving his sister's confirmation, he fell silent, as if recalling something. After a while, when they approached the nearest municipal square, he looked ahead and whispered, "Thomas Jr. is already dead." Melissa didn't respond, but her expression was a little dazed. They walked forward silently, as if relying on inertia. More and more people appeared in front of them, dressed in formal attire or colored skirts, sweaters, and leather jackets. They came out of their houses, and from the streets they were on, like water droplets splashing upward, merging together at the intersection to form a tiny stream. The stream surged ahead, combining with other tributaries and flowing into the square's entrance, interweaving into a majestic torrent. The torrent slowly surged forward, flooding the square. Amidst this torrent of humans, Melissa felt like she was as puny as a water droplet. Chapter 1144. Narrowly. Due to the fact that they had arrived early, the seats that Melissa and Benson could choose from weren't too bad. They could directly see something strange on the greyish-white stone pillars in the middle of the square. Its two heads dramatically differed in size and were painted with dark blue paint, connected to some cables. At the foot of the object was a troop of soldiers in red shirts and white pants, carrying greyish-white metal backpacks and small-caliber rifles. As more and more citizens gathered, the square began bustling with activity. At 9 o'clock sharp, the strange object on the stone pillar suddenly produced sizzling sounds, finally changing into a deep and thick voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your emperor, ruler of Lone, East Balam, and Rorstead Archipelago, George Augustus III. That thing can talk? It's using the principles behind the telegram?" Melissa's eyes widened as her attention shifted from the speech to the strange thing. At Memorial Square in Westborough, Audrey accompanied her father, mother, and elder brother near the platform. She looked at the king in his formal attire as she attentively listened. As she knew in advance what he would be focusing on today, she didn't wear anything that she was fond of. Her dress was simple, conservative, and black without any traces of accessories. "I'm very happy but also feel heavy-hearted to tell everyone that we've finally stopped the first stage of the Phaesacian attacks. We've foiled their plans of annihilating Lone within 3 months. But many outstanding young people have already died at the front lines. They had a better future ahead of them. They should have accompanied their parents, aged together with their spouses, and allowed their children to grow up in a loving environment. The Phaesacians have destroyed everything." Knowing why this war had started, Audrey wasn't incited by the speech. She only felt that he definitely had talent in inciting drama. She heard slight sobbing sounds coming from the crowd around her, feeling the sadness rising bit by bit. Her eyes reddened uncontrollably. The king's speech was very fake, but the sorrow of the people was real. In particular, she had seen many family members who had been killed, having helped those who had lost their children, husbands and fathers overnight. This is a great resonance of emotions, the best place to consume the manipulator potion. Audrey suddenly came to a realization, but she was unable to make use of it. She slowly took a deep breath and controlled her emotions, letting her thoughts wander. Mr. World is very concerned about today's speech. I wonder how he's going to exploit this. I hope it won't lead to a serious accident. As the thoughts flashed through her mind, the stern George III finished the first part of his speech and solemnly said, "Let us mourn for our heroes here. Ladies and gentlemen, recite this together with me in your hearts. In the name of Emperor George III, I wish for the dead heroes to be at peace. I hope they will become eternal in the kingdom of the deity they believe in." This sentence carried an indescribable sense of dignity, making everyone, including Audrey, involuntarily lower their heads, clasp their hands, and silently recite. On the other side of Memorial Square, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and an ordinary face, stood and prayed with the crowd. He appeared completely normal. After 3 minutes of silence, he used an avian marionette standing on a nearby roof to carefully observe George III's every move, in an attempt to find a sign that the king was about to quietly leave and enter the mausoleum. According to his understanding, the "In the Name of Emperor George III" segment was core to the entire Black Emperor ritual. If one were to consume the potion, it would definitely happen at this moment. George III is also silently mourning. He isn't doing anything else. Klein held back his impatience and puzzlement as he patiently waited. Tears streamed down many people's faces as the mourning gradually came to an end. At this moment, George III spoke again. "We've already endured through the most difficult part. We'll definitely defeat this evil and brutality." The arrangement by 008 wasn't successful. George III has no intention of becoming a god today. He's just trying to bait any enemies who want to destroy his ritual. Klein frowned slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly his expression turned solemn as he thought of a possibility. In the blink of an eye he switched places with Inuni, who was hiding in the sewers. Following that, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. With the help of the crimson star representing Miss Justice, he used his true vision to observe the situation in the square. He was already a sequence 3, so there was no need for him to use the sea god scepter to widen his field of view. The moment his gaze landed on the stage where King George III was giving his speech, his gaze froze. There was no one there. Or rather, there was only a fake phantom. It was an imagined George III giving the speech. Before the speech, Klein had been wary of this problem and had specially observed and confirmed that it was the real George III. Who knew that within a few minutes the real one would become an imaginary one? In the midst of his silence, he had used the Black Emperor Pathway's powers to distort and silently swap himself with a substitute. He should have already entered a secret mausoleum and is consuming a potion. With a thought, he quickly checked the surrounding area and discovered that there was something abnormal beneath the platform. Boundless black energy was secretly emanating from there. He then picked up the Black Emperor card and, using the law of convergence, confirmed that the power belonged to the Black Emperor Pathway and came from distortion. Impressive. While using a speech to bait the enemy, he disguised himself as a fake person and secretly left. There's not much time left. Klein's heart tightened as he immediately returned to the real world. In the sewers, he recited in Jotun, "The sacred spirit that pursues knowledge, the mysterious world's lighthouse, eyes that pry into fate, the royalty above the sea, the pure and holy Bernadette Gustave." This was the honorific name of Queen Mystic. He had come to an agreement with her that, as long as he recited her honorific name, she would choose any secret mausoleum and open the door with the symbol drawn by the blood in an attempt to destroy it. Both of them didn't have any hopes of success, because the guards in the mausoleum would definitely chant the honorific names of the angels every once in a while. Bernadette's main purpose was to attract attention. After doing this, Klein immediately stretched out his right hand to grab the air. As his arm pulled back, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a woman with average facial features and dark eyes, wearing a simple robe and a tree bark belt. Her raven black hair hung down as she stood barefoot. The Evernite cloister's matron, the ascetic leader, the servant of concealment, Ariana. I succeeded in one try. Klein was shocked, but he didn't think too much about it. He quickly said, "Keep my existence concealed and protect the people of Backland." He was worried that after George III lost control due to the destruction of his ritual, he would rush out of the mausoleum and harm the people. "All right," Ariana replied with a calm expression. "It can't be her in person, right? Actually, my summoning wasn't successful, but the goddess had already gotten Mam Ariana to secretly return to Backland." As a thought flashed through his mind, he realized that he had entered a special state, no longer being sensed by the outside world. Chapter 1, 1145, 3 arrows at the same time. Klein didn't have the time to think about such trivial matters. After having his existence concealed, he immediately got Enuni to switch places with a new marionette who was formerly a pirate. Immediately following that, he activated Creeping Hunger and brought Enuni and Konas to the secret mausoleum in Owa County. As he could only maintain 3 images from the historical void at the same time, it was impossible for him to abandon his marionette and directly come over by using a summoned projection. As for the remaining marionettes in Memorial Square, they wouldn't die on the spot in half an hour. They would only appear to be in a daze, not something that would attract too much attention while listening to a speech. At the same time, outside the secret mausoleum in Eastchester County, there was a young lady in a yellow layered dress and a black, old-fashioned bonnet. Pea vines grew out of nowhere as they appeared. Her chestnut hair cascaded down naturally, and her eyes appeared as though they were filled with a blue sea. Looking at the mountain wall in front of her, Queen Mystic extended her right hand and quickly formed a symbol in the void. Following the movement of her fingertips, drops of bright red blood that resembled shattered gems seeped out and froze in mid-air. Soon, a complicated symbol formed from layers of doors appeared, trembling slightly and seeming to resonate with something somewhere else. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored symbol extended into an illusory translucent door. Through it, one could vaguely see a gigantic mausoleum formed from black rocks. Bernadette immediately walked through the illusory door and arrived inside a dim and dark area. The light here came from the lights of stone pillars and strange underground moss growing on the cliff walls. At this moment, as a ritual was being held deep underground, faint lights gathered, forming a figure mid-air in the darkness. The figure had a square face, black hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and a thick beard. His appearance wasn't unfamiliar to many citizens of the Lowen Kingdom. This was because he had been printed on the front side of 10-pound notes. He was the Lowen Kingdom's founder and protector, the first king, William Augustus I. Bernadette remained impassive. With a flip of her hand, a new item appeared. The item was golden in color like a miniaturized water flask. However, a candle wick extended out from the mouth of the flask. As she caressed the surface of the item, the candle wick silently ignited. The light it emitted was like a sticky water stream that sprayed upwards, forming a blurry and twisted golden figure. Eternal genie of the lamp, my second wish is to obtain the strength of a knowledge emperor for one day. Seizing the opportunity when William Augustus I had yet to fully descend, Bernadette spoke in a solemn voice. The item in her hand was called Magic Wishing Lamp. It might have come as early as the First Epoch. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 churches, it had the corresponding Grade 0 sealed artifact number, 005. This item could grant its owner any 10 wishes, but this was either done in a distorted form, or it came with unpredictable and terrifying outcomes. None of its previous owners had a good ending, including Roselle Gustave. This emperor had warned his daughter that she could use the proper choice of words and make preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but she absolutely couldn't make the 3rd wish. Meanwhile, the concealed Klein arrived near the secret mausoleum in Owa County. Although time was tight, he didn't rashly approach. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 consecutive attempts, the muscles on his arm suddenly tightened, as if he was pulling something extremely heavy. As he retracted his hand, a figure quickly appeared. The figure's skin was bronze in color, with a medium build, black hair, and brown eyes. It was none other than Azik Eggers. However, unlike the Mr. Azik that he knew, the figure's gaze was cold. He wore a deep black robe embroidered with golden threads and a golden bird-shaped crown. This was the former Death Consul, a Sequence 2 angel. Without sizing him up further, Klein reached out again and grabbed into the void. This time, he didn't seem to have pulled anything out, but in fact he had summoned the former him from 10 seconds ago, the him who was in a concealed state. Then he threw a small metal bottle at his projection and made himself enter the grey fog's historical void. In his past self, his consciousness suddenly came alive and became extremely agile. This concealed Klein brought the projection of Death Consul Azik and came to the secret mausoleum. He took out a small metal bottle and used his spirituality to draw with the blood that shimmered like gems, quickly outlining the symbol Mr. Door had given. The symbol rapidly formed and resonated with a particular point, expanding into an illusory door. In a concealed state, Klein and Azik passed through the door. At that moment, the guards inside had already discovered an intruder that had activated the ritual they had prepared. However, all they could see was the lofty Death Consul. Somewhere in Backlund, the former Duke of Southville, Glink Augustus, was just about to use a ritual to descend into that mausoleum when a man beside him suddenly frowned. "That's Azik Eggers." "No, he is very rigid. It's like a historical projection summoned by a scholar of yore. Your Highness, let me go over. Stay here and be wary of the scholar who's lurking in the dark." Glink Augustus was a slightly arrogant elder. He laughed. "Isn't the scholar of yore just beside him? Although he's in a concealed state, I've already discovered him. He's misleading us, making us think that he's deliberately attacking with a projection while his true body has gone elsewhere. In fact, he's hidden beside Azik's projection. Once this Death Consul attracts the attention he wants, he'll use the concealed state to approach the mausoleum to cause destruction. Besides, regardless of the reason, since he's summoned an angel's projection, you won't be able to kill the target in a short period of time, even if you carry a Grade 0 sealed artifact." While he said his first sentence, Glink Augustus had already entered the passage through the ritual's activation. Inside the secret mausoleum in Iowa County, Azik Eggers scanned the area with an indifferent expression. His body suddenly swelled and transformed into a giant serpent that covered the area above the mausoleum. This serpent was both illusory and real, its entire body covered with huge dark green scales. White feathers grew out from the gaps, and each scale and feather had strange symbols of different shapes. Just the mere sight of them made one's flesh decompose. This was Quetzalcoatl, the serpent spoken of in southern continent myth. Amidst the howling wind, the feathered serpent in mid-air lunged forward and spat out a pale white flame that covered the entire mausoleum. Mr. Azik's historical void projection is definitely much weaker than before, but it's still very powerful. Though Klein had done a summoning experiment previously, he never expected that Azik's projection would be so potent. At that moment, points of faint, gloomy glows flew out of the mausoleum, putting an end to the tidal-like pale white flames. Following that, they formed a figure, none other than the Sequence 2 balancer, Glink Augustus. The moment the concealed Klein saw him, he suddenly turned rigid and stiff, acting based on instinct, a result of him returning to the historical void. Then, he teleported to a secret mausoleum under the Tussock River and took out another small metal bottle. In a concealed state, he used his spirituality to draw the blood out to outline the symbol. A few seconds later, the symbol resonated and turned into a door. With his marionettes, Conus and Enuni, he walked in. Of course, in the river and forest outside, he still had marionettes he just converted. A figure appeared near Ruins No. 1 in the outskirts of Backlund. Her raven hair was radiant, and her face was slightly round. She was none other than Demoness Trissy. After she approached, she also took out a small metal bottle and drew the symbol provided by Mr. Door with the blood. An illusory door rapidly took shape. Chapter 1146, A Real Charlatan. As she passed through the illusory door, Trissy hid herself and jumped down from the cliff towards the dark valley below. The secret mausoleum that originated from Blood Emperor Tudor was hidden here. During the descent, Triss's body was as light as a feather, but her speed was in no way slow. None of the remaining guards noticed that she had sneaked in. Just as she was approaching her target, she heard a voice say, "Concealment is prohibited here." Triss's figure instantly appeared out of nowhere, and in the area above the towering mausoleum, there was a man who had appeared at some point. This man had a long, rectangular face with a white hairband on his head and a mustache that curled up around his mouth. He was the demigod who supported George III, Prince Grove. On his head was a crown made of thorns, with pure light constantly gathering into it, interweaving into a sea. Sealed Artifact 036. Klein swam beneath the Tussock River when an image suddenly appeared in his mind, just as he led his marionettes through the illusory door. A black cathedral stood in front of them with its spacious door opened, revealing a man in dungarees, a gentleman in a formal suit, and a lady with frilly designs along her sleeves. They were suspended in mid-air, motionless. Caw! Black ravens circled the top of the cathedral, letting out heart-stopping cries. Klein felt like he had fallen into a crack on a frozen lake, his hair standing on end. Countless thoughts surged in his mind as they collectively shouted out a name. Zaratul. In the blink of an eye, he instinctively made a decision, planning to switch locations with his marionettes from the outside world and directly leave the cathedral. In the next second, he discovered that the spirit body threads that were connected to his marionettes had been severed. They were rapidly floating upwards towards the interior of the pitch-black cathedral. He quickly controlled his spirit body threads and collected them all, connecting them to himself, forming one circle after another. This allowed him to temporarily extricate himself from the danger, but it also made him lose his marionettes in just a second. Their necks suddenly tightened as they were lifted up by an invisible hand, before being hung up in the cathedral's interior. Together with the original corpses, they swayed in the wind and produced voices that were different but said the exact same thing. Welcome back. In Memorial Square, the imagined King George III was still giving a speech. In the dark and majestic secret ruins number 1, the real George III had already worn a black crown and consumed the potion. The Secret Order's Zaratul actually contacted me directly, hoping to provide me with help. He said that he saw some of Gehrman Sparrow's thoughts from the Capim case, the attack on Ailment Maiden, and Konas Kilgore's disappearance. He even brought Abomination Suar. I used my powers to sign a contract with them. Together with the helpers I invited from the Twilight Hermit Order, as well as Grove, who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact, even if most of the demigods of the military and royal family are fighting at the front lines, I don't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed. Unless a true deity descends, and that's impossible. So, I originally wanted to use this opportunity to lure out any resistance, but in the end, I decided to directly advance. In less than 2 minutes, I'll become an eternal god, the Black Emperor. In the dark world with the ravens cawing, the corpses hanging from the black top of the church descended and passed through the main door. Their eyes were locked onto Klein, who was outside. Almost at the same time, a figure slowly but firmly outlined itself in mid-air. Without caring about what it was, Klein quickly snapped his fingers while maintaining the special state of his spirit body threads. Pah! A red flame surged out from his wallet and instantly enveloped him. The flame was quickly extinguished, and he remained where he was, unable to leap out. He didn't show any signs of being depressed as he immediately activated Creeping Hunger to attempt to teleport. He instantly turned transparent as he appeared again, unable to take a single step. His origin and destination had strangely been connected. At that moment, the figure in mid-air had already taken form. He was dressed in gorgeous clothes with long chestnut-colored curly hair, blue eyes, and a high nose bridge. It was none other than Roselle Gustav from when he was an emperor. He looked down at Klein as countless illusory symbols appeared in his eyes. Klein's mind instantly swelled as he was injected with a large amount of unknown knowledge. His head felt like it was exploding in an instant while his other thoughts were completely occupied, so much so that he couldn't even lift a finger. Instinctively, he allowed that knowledge to split up and become injected into hundreds of worms of spirit. This allowed him to regain his ability to control his body as he quickly grabbed the space ahead of him with his right hand. His arm suddenly sank, and then he suddenly pulled back. When the marionettes passed through the cathedral's door and began their attacks, another two figures appeared in mid-air, dragging out a scaleless silvery white tail. As he released his right hand, a giant serpent appeared in this dark kingdom. His eyes were bright red and cold, and his body was covered in patterns and symbols. Snake of Fate. Actually, this wasn't something that Klein could summon from the historical void. Instead, it was Will or Septin descending with the burning of the paper crane after using the Yesterday Once More charm. Klein had just used Flaming Jump moments ago to seek help from the Snake of Fate, and the reason why he wanted to grab at something was to conceal his true intentions. At that moment, the gigantic snake of Mercury rose up and bit its tail, turning into a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. In mid-air, two figures appeared on both sides of Roselle's projection. One was Queen Mystic Bernadette, whose real body was in an intense battle with William Augustus I. The other was formed from pure light, and a pair of shining wings grew on his back, obviously at the level of an angel. Suddenly, the two angel projections quickly vanished. The attacks they directed at Klein and the controlled marionettes retreated back into the cathedral and were hung up again. Konas and Enuni walked out one after another, passing backward through the illusory door and leaving the world, appearing beneath the Tussock River. Snake of Fate. Reboot. The giant serpent's figure vanished as well. Without any hesitation, Klein activated teleportation and passed through countless spirit world creatures to another secret mausoleum. He used the remaining blood to outline the symbol and opened the illusory door. This time he entered the interior and saw a solemn and dark mausoleum. He summoned the sea god Scepter and released a terrifying lightning storm, again and again destroying the target. Then he turned around and left the scene. Everything went so smoothly, just like a dream. Yes, a beautiful dream. Klein, who could always maintain his lucidity in dreams, had realized that he was in a real dream created by someone else, the moment he entered the ruins where the secret mausoleum was. Chapter 1, 1147 Chaos. Klein pretended not to notice the real dream. As he tried to stop his projection of the death console, he tried to summon another version of himself from the historical void to fool the guards, allowing his body to escape the dream and sneak into the secret mausoleum to achieve his goal. At the moment, he could only maintain 3 projections. Death Consul Azik was one, and his self-projection in a concealed state was another. He couldn't be certain if Ariana was considered one. However, to be safe, he had to disperse one of them before he made another attempt. Just as he was about to summon his past self, the real dream silently disappeared. Everything around him returned to normal. He was standing on a cliff at the entrance. Below him was a dark and majestic mausoleum. An old man with an ordinary appearance was levitating in midair, calmly looking at Klein as he sighed in ancient Fasak. "You weren't actually fooled by the dream I crafted." This old man's hair was completely white, but it was thick enough. There weren't many wrinkles on his face. The Spectator Pathways Sequence 3 Dreamweaver? No, at least he's not an angel. Klein tensed up and didn't respond. He immediately took out his silver adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. No sound was produced, but Reinette Tinneker, wearing a dark and complicated long dress, walked out. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads in her hands immediately spat out a rectangular diamond-like charm. Another head chanted in ancient Hermes, "Yesterday. Yesterday once more." Miss Messenger was borrowing strength from her past self. Compared to a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate, the power she borrowed could last longer. However, the charm didn't change at all. In mid-air, the elder in the grey robe gently chuckled and kindly reminded them, "Don't use ancient Hermes in front of me." Hermes? This is Hermes, the one who lived since the Second Epoch and created ancient Hermes? An angel of the Spectator Pathway. The origin of the psychology alchemists. Klein was first shocked before he realized something. Hermes was participating in the battle, so it was unlikely he had a strong desire to stop him. No, perhaps he is deliberately acting to lower our guard. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, Reinette Tinneker's other 2 heads began chanting in Jotun and Elvish, "Yesterday." The rectangular charm was instantly ignited by a transparent flame before fusing with the void. Reinette's body began to rapidly expand as the 4 heads in her hands flew up and landed on her neck. In an instant, she transformed into a huge cloth doll that resembled a castle, dressed in a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines. Her eyes were blood red. She swept her gaze across Hermes, opening her tightly shut mouth but not making a single sound. The spectator pathway's angel flashed with a faint light, turning into a plump, white rabbit. Ancient Bane, transformation curse. The rabbit didn't panic at all. Its body began to swell, becoming half the size of a mountain. One stomp was sufficient to trample him to death. As the rabbit turned into a monster, a subtle change happened in the ruins. Reality and illusion intertwined, making Reinette a little confused as to whether she was in a dream or the real world. Klein could differentiate between the two. While he had noticed that not only was Miss Messenger in a mythical creature form, but the surface of the rabbit's body was covered in greyish-white scales. All sorts of patterns intertwined together, forming 3-dimensional symbols that seemed to connect to the mind. Angels are truly terrifying. They used their complete mythical creature form right at the start. As Klein sighed, he didn't even dare take a second look to gain more knowledge. Taking advantage of the battle between Miss Messenger and the gigantic rabbit, Klein used the strong winds to head for the secret mausoleum. As he recited a particular honorific name in Jotun, he reached out to grab at the air. First time, failure. Second time, failure. Third time, still a failure. Just as one fat white rabbit after another appeared in Klein's island of consciousness, causing him to elevate his consciousness to fight back, he instinctively reached out his right hand and finally touched a particular image in the historical void. As he pulled back his arm, the image quickly outlined itself. She was a woman wearing a dark-colored robe and a wide hood, with a beautiful face and slightly dull black eyes. This was the concealment angel of the Church of Evernight he had met before, the Mother of the Sky. Since he was able to successfully summon Ariana from the historical void in one try, he definitely thought of trying to summon her. He had been chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess. The beautiful lady didn't look at him, the summoner. Instead, she turned her head and looked down at the secret mausoleum. The entire underground ruin quaked as the dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake, with ripples appearing as though it was about to be moved into a concealed world. At this moment, 2 arms extended out from the outside world. One was pressed towards Reinette, while the other spread out its fingers to grab at Klein. These 2 arms were more than 10 meters long, pitch black on the surface, flowing with sticky liquids. Some had skulls as heads, 3-dimensional eyes, or barbed tongues. Abomination Suar. The remaining guards in the underground ruins went crazy. Some raised their swords to kill their companions, others raised their guns and aimed at themselves, pulling the trigger. Klein's skin began to crack, and his consciousness was disturbed by a sensation of madness. The concealment angel he summoned retracted. Her gaze through pure instinct and looked up at the 2 arms that seemed to come from the depths of a nightmare. Tremendous fear caused Suar's arm to tremble slightly. Not only did he fail to grab hold of Klein, but he was even cursed by Reinette, causing him to be covered in green fur. Immediately following that, they began to fade as they struggled with all their might, trying to escape their concealed states. And at this moment, 3 figures appeared in midair in the ruins. Emperor Roselle, the first Lone King, William Augustus, and an abstract angel formed from pure light. The historical void projections summoned by Zaratul followed closely behind. With so many angels descending at the same time, just their auras alone caused the entire space to quake, not to mention the intense battle they were engaged in. In an instant, the pitch-black mausoleum shook even more vigorously, an obvious crack on its surface. Klein wasn't surprised at all, because this was his last contingency plan. When the enemy was too powerful and prepared, preventing him from creating an opportunity, then it was best to draw everyone together while destroying the mausoleum, thus creating chaos. It's still not enough. Then let's make it a little more chaotic. As he controlled his spirit-body threads to prevent them from floating upwards, he dodged and sensed the mysterious space above the grey fog. Using his basic control over it, he made it tremble slightly. In midair, a greyish-white fog appeared as the majestic palace appeared faintly. Saphira Castle. In an instant, the sky above the Holy Wind Cathedral in Backland turned dark, as if a storm was brewing. A bird with dark eye circles watching over the Tussock River downstream moved its gaze. In the outskirts of Backland, where Ruins No. 1 was, Demoness Trissy had been robbed of several powers and suffered serious injuries, on the brink of death. Bang! She slammed against the cliff, almost embedding herself into it. At this moment, she took out an item. It was a rectangular diamond-shaped charm. Yesterday once more. Chapter 1148. Not late. There were very few chances to use charms in high-level battles. The reason Trissy was able to complete the corresponding action was because she had ignited wicked black flames from the inside out, which seemed to absorb all the heat, causing thick ice crystals to form. Beyond the ice crystals were almost invisible spider webs that wrapped around them, forming huge cocoons. Relying on these 3 layers of defense, Trissy managed to buy almost 2 seconds, so she took out the rectangular diamond-shaped charm and chanted, "Yesterday." The transparent flame ignited amidst the wicked black flames. The diamond-like charm silently disintegrated before merging with the void. This was something Klein had specially provided to the demoness, so as to allow the damage from the 3 prongs to become the main assault point at any time. Trissy immediately saw the greyish-white fog and realized that the scenes in the past were like stars, densely packed together. There were scenes of the young her wandering the streets, coming under the control of the mafia, swindling, cheating and stealing from others. She later joined the Theosophy Order and became an assassin. With a thought, the scenes magnified and occupied her entire vision. Under the light, the lawn outside the window was bright, and the horses were walking slowly. The past Trissy stood at the edge and looked out, wearing a sapphire ring on her left hand. At that time, she wasn't even a sequence 5, and she didn't have the strength the current her needed to borrow. However, she had a ring from the demoness sect that was closely related to the primordial demoness. This ring was the thing that Trissy wanted to borrow. All of a sudden, the intricate ring inlaid with a sapphire gem appeared on Trissy's pinky, and unlike in the past, the present Trissy had fused with the mark and submitted to the primordial demoness. She had been greatly enhanced as a sequence 4 demigod. Looking at the scenes in the past, the cocoon formed by her spider silk cracked inch by inch. The thick ice crystals silently melted as the wicked black flames corroded. She raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and smiled as she placed the sapphire ring between her eyebrows. The ring melted like metal as it flowed into her head in a surreal manner. At that moment, the wicked black flames were completely deprived by Prince Grove as a burning white spear of light shot out. At the front of the spear, 2 pure white wings spread out as they embraced the tip, sealing off the surrounding space. At that moment, Trissy opened her eyes. They were a deep black color. Her hair flared up, each becoming as thick as a snake, with black and white eyes embedded at the ends, or heads that looked like venomous snakes. The spear that was condensed from pure light stopped in front of her, as though it was being pressed down by an invisible hand. It quickly turned greyish-white, as if carved out of stone. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted to the edge of the cliff, shattering into countless tiny pieces. The greyish-white colour around Trissy rapidly spread out in every direction as if it had a life of its own. The various rituals that had been set up in Ruins No. 1 were now tainted with greyish-white colours, preventing the angels guarding the other secret mausoleums from discovering the changes. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by a greyish-white aura that emanated out of the void. Trissy, whose eyes had no borders marking her whites from blacks, didn't even look at her opponent. With her snake-like hair blotting out the sky, she took a step towards the secret mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley. Boom! The ground began to shake violently as a dull thud sounded from deep within. Red asteroids with fiery tails appeared out of nowhere as they flew past her and smashed at the mausoleum. In an instant, this ruin was inundated with catastrophes. George III, who was at the critical moment of his advancement, sensed this and immediately felt a strong sense of confusion and anger. With great difficulty, he split off some of his strength and forcefully distorted the surrounding area, isolating the dark and solemn secret mausoleum from the real world. Boom! Boom! Amidst all kinds of catastrophes, the cliffs crumbled one by one as the ruins began to collapse. George III's angry voice sounded from the secret mausoleum, "Are you mad?" For a sequence 4 to forcefully accept the power of a true deity, the only outcome was death. Trissy laughed, the skin on her face crumbling, revealing the blood and flesh that was squirming wildly underneath. This extremely terrifying demoness scoffed. "Isn't the ending of a lovely story supposed to have all the bad guys die? For example, you or me?" Before she could finish, she wore that tragic smile as the asteroid plummeted into the twisted secret mausoleum in a bid to destroy it. In another mausoleum, Klein quickly ended the connection with Saphira Castle, as though he was praying to the fool for help. The commotion from before had nearly caused all the angels present to stop. Unfortunately, the concealment angel he had summoned was a historical void projection. It only continued fighting based on instinct, turning the situation even more chaotic. At this moment, William Augustus Fir's projection pulled out a silver sword and pointed ahead before slicing downward. The chaos in the ruins came to a stop as the battlefield was divided into different sections. Hermes faced the beautiful and impassive lady. Abomination Suar suppressed Reinette Tinneker. The projections of Roselle and the Angel of Light surrounded Klein, and William first stood at an isolated spot, ensuring that none of the aftershocks attacked the mausoleum below. As expected of the Hand of Order, Klein's pupils dilated. Without thinking, he reached his right hand into the inner pocket of his clothes and stretched out his left hand to borrow strength from his past self. He was filled with fake spirituality once more. For the next 5 minutes, it was no different from real spirituality. Then he saw light. The angel formed from pure light made layers of light surge towards him like a tidal wave, drowning him. In the bright white sea of light, something suddenly appeared. It rapidly plummeted and approached the secret mausoleum. It was a dark-colored book that consisted of goatskin, Grossel's Travels. Using his ability to split into worms of spirit and his enhanced ability to shapeshift, he shrank into bookmarks made of flesh, embedding themselves into the book, using it to block the endless light's purification. But even so, he was still severely injured. This wasn't the end. Standing right beneath Grossel's Travels was Emperor Roselle, waiting there with his hands raised. Without second thoughts, Klein could only activate the first method he knew of to protect himself, hiding in the historical void. Boom! A loud thunderclap boomed outside the ruin. Klein, together with the projections and all the living beings in the ruins, were awed and turned stiff. Instantly, the sea of light dimmed. But no, there was a figure that wasn't affected, the concealment angel of the Church of Evernite. The beautiful but dull-looking lady took the opportunity to phase her body, transforming into many symbols that symbolized concealment and terror. She extended the strange world, enveloping Hermes, Reinette, Suazarm, the Angel of Light, and William First within. The chaos that Klein was anticipating was finally here. As for George III's other helpers, such as that King of Angels, they were still in other mausoleums. The moment the nearly transparent world took form, the angels inside began to resist. Amidst the chaos, the strange world easily tore apart. However, with the remnants of the angel's power being directed, the lady rushed out and headed for the secret mausoleum at the bottom. Boom! An even louder clap of thunder rang out. In an instant, the dark and majestic secret mausoleum was hit. The cracks on its surface sank deep, causing its dark interior to present itself. In these rifts, blood appeared out of nowhere. Boom, boom, boom. Having restored his human form, Klein held Grossel's Travels while collectively launching air cannon with his scattered worms of spirit. The mausoleum, which was already on the verge of collapse, had finally collapsed, and even more blood gushed out. With the destruction of a mausoleum, George III's advancement ritual was no longer stable. He lacked the key pillar of support. His already incorporeal body suddenly boiled, unable to maintain the distortion outside. The mausoleum that was isolated from reality finally appeared in front of Trissy. On her tendril squirming face, the corners of her mouth curled up. In Backlund City at Memorial Square, The stern and old-fashioned George III was finishing his speech when there was a loud explosion. My subjects. His flesh and blood transformed into a flurry of fireworks that sprayed into the air. Chapter 1149. Escape. When Audrey and the others below the platform saw this scene, it was as if they were admiring a large magic show. For a moment, no one realized what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene started to turn disorderly. Amidst screams, the king's guards all rushed up the platform. Audrey looked on in a daze. She wasn't too surprised, but she felt that it was surreal. If Mr. World paid strong attention to someone, it meant that they were being watched by Mr. Fool. And to date, none of Mr. Fool's goals had failed. In the other municipal square in Backland, Melissa, Benson, and the others also heard the explosion before realizing that the king's speech had come to an abrupt stop. After a moment of silence, people began to turn rowdy as fear of the unknown and the future slowly occupied their hearts. In the outskirts of Backland inside Ruins No. 1, George III's mind was a blur. He felt something that couldn't be resisted inside his body as a volcano of extreme madness erupted in his mind. Indistinctly, he saw a huge black throne, one which he was sitting on, looking down upon the real world with great pride. He reached out his hand in an attempt to grab this future, but countless curses and attacks of unknown origins kept striking him, preventing him from touching it. No. George III's hand hung in midair as his consciousness tore apart, as his body mutated completely. Trissy, who had been reduced to a blob of flesh and blood, enveloped that shadow of order using her countless thick snake hair. Boom! In the outside world, large amounts of dust were stirred up into the sky like the thickest of smog. The area became a humongous crater that was connected to the Tussock River, opening up an inlet for the river water to rush in. Rumble. High up in the sky, lights dimmed as a storm containing immense horror enveloped the area. Further away on a mountain peak, two figures watched this scene. They were the demoness of Onagying Katerina and the pale, hooded red angel evil spirit. After 2 seconds, Saintess of White Katerina sighed softly. The reason we wanted to find her was because Primordial told us that she has strong inclinations towards self-destructing. The red angel listened silently as his expression twisted slightly. I know who interfered with my response. Katerina thought of various answers, but she couldn't be sure. The red angel slowly said a word, Evernite. After a pause, he added, otherwise, I would have long found Trissy cheek. Without waiting for a response, he turned around and left. In another ruin, a hint of joy flashed past Klein's eyes when he saw the secret mausoleum collapse. But it was ephemeral because he had to turn his attention back to his situation. With George III's ritual failing, his goal had been achieved. What followed next was to escape. At that moment, Ranette Tinnecker followed her agreement with Klein and didn't stay any longer, fleeing deep into the spirit world. The power she borrowed from herself was coming to an end. The maintenance of the concealment angel had already reached Klein's limits, and it naturally disappeared. Inside the half-collapsed ruin, Klein faced the arm of Abomination Suar, Hermes from an ancient time, Emperor Roselle's projection, William Augustus Fur's projection, and the Angel of Light projection. Without any hesitation, his body turned incorporeal as he attempted to hide in the historical void. At this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the greyish-white fog in his vision. It was made up of countless transparent maggots that extended out transparent and slippery tentacles. Zaratul's actual body had appeared. He had been waiting in the historical void for Klein. At that moment, Klein's action of entering the historical void could no longer be reversed. All he could do was watch helplessly as he was pulled in by the vortex and thrown into the center. He wanted to snap his fingers and ignite another paper crane, but he realized that no flames could rise up there. In addition, his intuition told him that the destination after making a teleportation attempt was mysteriously connected to the vortex. He was unable to escape, nor could he summon enough helpers. However, Beyonders of the Seer pathway never perform unprepared. The vortex formed by the transparent maggots slowly spun as it received a visit, initiated by Klein. The transparent and slippery tentacles swam over in an unstoppable manner, reaching towards him, but they only wrapped around an ancient book covered in dark-colored skin. The blood on the book's surface hadn't completely faded. Grossel's Travels. At the most dangerous moment, Klein pricked his fingers, allowing his blood to flow onto the surface of the book. Then, with a whoosh, he entered the book world and temporarily escaped the fatal trap. The moment he entered, he immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed forward, pulling out a marionette that he had temporarily possessed from the historical void, Vin Rambis. He had once tested that he could summon the projections of true history here. Time was of the essence, so the faster, the better. This was because he had no idea how long before this Sequence 1 would be able to grasp the secret of Grossel's Travels. Vin Rambis, who was wearing a formal suit, held on to him with a stiff expression, directly entering the sea of collective subconscious formed by countless shadows. With the power of a manipulator, they quickly shuttled through and arrived at the City of Miracles, Leaveseed, in seconds, appearing before the entrance of the Hall of Truth. Klein released his control over his marionette and, under the nudge from the strong winds, ran through the door. As he passed by the colorful murals, his inner voice resounded in the hall. The chances of summoning 008 here should be higher. Using it to draw or write at the end of the mural on the left side can affect the real world. Through its arrangements, I can make Zaratul make a mistake, allowing me to find a safe escape route. No, it's still easier to let Armon's avatar join the battle royale and implicate Zaratul. That will be easier to fulfill. While flying, Klein's right hand kept grabbing at the void ahead. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When he borrowed strength from his former self, his right hand suddenly sank as he dragged out a dull classic quill, 008. In the next second, he arrived in front of the huge pillar that was multiple arms spans wide. This was the throne of the Dragon of Imagination, Ankerwelt. Klein circled around the stone pillar and arrived at the end of the mural. He raised the quill and was about to write. Suddenly, 008, which was about to begin writing, disappeared. It disappeared before it reached the time limit. What's happening? Klein felt alarmed. He then realized that his words in the Hall of Truth hadn't been projected. There was silence all around him. With his spiritual perception triggered, he slowly turned around and saw that the time-worn rock had turned into a 100-meter-tall cross at some point. In front of it was a huge, blurry figure standing there. Inside the Hall of Truth, there were rows of black, high-back pews, but only one supplicant. The supplicant had his eyes closed as he sat in the middle of the first row. He wore a rather simple white robe with a pale gold beard that covered half his face, his hands clasping a silver cross. Adam. Twilight Hermit Order's chair, King of Angels Adam. Klein didn't even know when he had arrived. At this moment Adam looked up, revealing his clear, limpid eyes that resembled a child's. He slowly stood up, speaking with a calm expression. George III's death causes Lone to suffer a heavy blow. Unable to sit idle any further, Intis decides to take this opportunity to launch an attack. This war officially develops into a war that sweeps through the world. Can you accept such an outcome? Chapter 1, 1150, Mad Dash. Although there was no concept of temperature in the Hall of Truth, Klein still felt a chill down his spine when he heard Adam's words. For a few silent seconds his figure was reflected in Adam's limpid eyes before he said with some difficulty, I accept it. But I will try my best to minimize the damage caused by the war in the future, so long as I'm still alive. He paused and asked in a deep voice, Is this the price you exacted for the bestowment? Back when a certain ascetic here mentioned your true name, you had already noticed this book and secretly made arrangements. Adam, dressed in simple white robes, didn't respond. He walked towards the mural on his left and stopped in front of one of them, quietly admiring it. On the mural, a book consisting of goatskin flew up into the clouds and landed in a gigantic claw. After watching for a while, Adam said with a warm voice, You may leave. Klein immediately felt that he had been rejected by the Hall of Truth, the sea of collective subconscious, and the book world. He involuntarily floated up and flew out of the area. During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the black pews. Holding the silver cross pendant, he closed his eyes and prayed sincerely to the huge and blurry figure. Outside the sea of collective subconscious, an illusory door silently appeared, connected to the outside world. The book world also began to ostracize him, squeezing him out. Suddenly, Klein returned to the real world and the greyish-white fog. Unlike before, he hadn't been locked down by the whirlpool formed by countless transparent maggots. As for the slippery tentacles that were almost invisible, they wrapped around Grossel's travels slightly and disappeared into thin air. Without having time to lament over the loss, his thoughts raced, and he made a choice, almost purely on instinct. He leaped into the greyish-white fog in another direction and hid in a shattered spot of light. This was the so-called historical void. Klein regretted it the next second, because Zaratul's slippery and terrifying tentacles had extended out from the greyish-white fog. The countless translucent maggots no longer formed a spinning whirlpool as they disintegrated into a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zaratul could actually fight in the historical void. Without any hesitation, he ran through the spots of light and into the depths of the fog of history, just like his advancement. Scenes of the secret mausoleum collapsing, Backlund suffering an air raid, and the tragic Great Smog flew behind him. However, the dangerous premonition in his heart didn't weaken at all. Instead, it intensified significantly. He even saw a thick shadow getting closer and closer, covering himself. This was a tidal wave formed by the transparent maggots. Klein ran as fast as he could, constantly chanting the honorific name of the Evernite goddess in Jotun in his mind, hoping to be saved. This was the only thing he could do, and she was the only existence that could save him at the moment. Rosel's declaration as emperor, the modification of the steam engine, the battle of the violated oath, the White Rose War, and the 20-year war flashed past one by one. Klein realized that his body was being increasingly covered by shadows, and his consciousness was gradually slowing down. He had a feeling that he was having his spirit-body threads controlled. At this moment, hounds of Fulgrim ran out of the greyish-white fog's various spots of light. They were covered in pitch-black short fur, their eye sockets burning with dark red flames. This group of monster-like creatures, the Saphira Castle keepers, ran past Klein and rushed behind him. He immediately regained his lucidity. Fuck, he cursed himself, his eyes slightly red as he continued running with his vision blurred, from the 5th epoch to the 4th, and from the 4th to the 3rd. The massive shadow behind him paused for a few seconds, then continued surging towards him as if nothing had happened, drowning out the historical voids he passed through. Klein didn't hold back in expending his spirituality, using all his might to run with the light spots that he had lit in the fog of history. He ran from the 3rd epoch to the 2nd until he arrived at a lonely fragment of light. Around him was a withered forest and a normal tomb. At that moment, his spirituality was almost exhausted, and in the fog of history, he could only borrow power from the current void. But clearly, there was no past projection of himself here. And when his spirituality was exhausted, he would have no choice but to leave the fog of history and return to the real world, facing Zaratul again. Phew, Klein exhaled and pulled out another paper crane, snapping his fingers and lighting it. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he failed to see the snake of fate appear. In the historical void, there's no way to use ordinary paper cranes to contact Will. As his thoughts flashed, he could only repeat it in Jotun, the Evernite goddess who stands higher than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. After holding on for a few seconds, he suddenly had an idea. He didn't hesitate to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. Just as his figure appeared, his spirit-body threads floated into the air and was grabbed by a slippery, transparent tentacle. And opposite him another figure appeared at the same time. It was the barefoot, linen-robed ascetic leader, Ariana. The Evernite cloister's matron glanced at Klein, and instantly he vanished under Zaratul's tentacle. Klein entered a concealed world belonging to Ariana, a monastery with ancient buildings erected and a huge holy crimson moon hanging high in the sky. Using the experience gained from their past cooperation, he immediately used traveling to appear in the crimson moon, leaving this concealed world. After returning to reality, he had already distanced himself from Zaratul. Hence, he didn't hesitate to use traveling to directly leave. And having held Zaratul back for a short period of time, Ariana entered a concealed state and left the battlefield. Boom! A terrifying thunderclap boomed as the transparent tentacle that attempted to reach out to where Klein had disappeared suddenly retreated, disappearing along with its actual body. Having teleported to the sea, he first summoned a paper figurine from the historical void and shook his wrist. Most of the items he had with him had been destroyed when he became a bookmark. It was unknown where he had lost his marionettes. Pa! The paper figurine burned with scarlet flames as it leaped up into the form of an illusory angel that had layered wings, embracing him and removing any traces. Then he activated traveling once again and left the area. After making a huge detour, Klein, who had used Angel's Embrace 3 times to remove his traces, finally returned to Backlund secretly. It was probably the safest place. He didn't return to the apartment he had previously rented. Instead, he found a hotel in the Backlund Bridge area and got a room. Of course, he didn't forget to change his appearance, height, and temperament. After entering the room, he endured the mental fatigue and physical trauma he received and began to chant the honorific name of sea god Calvatua. He planned to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the grey fog, wanting to use his true vision and the real Angel's Embrace to confirm his surroundings. Fortunately, Zaratul should have signed a contract with George III, so he can't leave the mausoleum. He was guarding as he pleases. Otherwise, I would most likely have become his marionette in that chaotic battle. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took 1 step in a counterclockwise manner. He opened his mouth and chanted in Mandarin, the Exalted. Suddenly, his body trembled. His voice came to a halt as he froze on the spot. In his line of sight, a figure had appeared on a chair beside the full-body mirror in the room. He was a young man of medium build, wearing a dark-colored jacket and trousers. He looked like a mixed-blood man with Lone and Balam roots. This was the marionette that Klein had lost, Winner Inuni. Inuni smiled as he faced Klein's pair of eyes that could no longer move. Don't randomly leave your marionettes around, they can be tracked. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. He casually took out a crystal monocle from his pocket and slowly wore it on his right eye. End of the 5th volume.